Dragon Emperor Martial God Chapter 1726 to Chapter 1793. Ah. Ah. Oh my God. After Ling Yan's figure disappeared from the seaside, the cries of the two women reached the ears of the five blood descendants. Something had happened to He Yuqiang and Xing Yingying. They arrived at Haojiang International Airport at around 2 in the afternoon. He Yuqiang knew that Ling Yan would only arrive at night. According to the plan, she could not go home alone without seeing Ling Yun. Therefore, after consulting with Wang Chongxiao, the two women hit it off. Go shopping first, they did not hide. He Yuqiang ignored the paparazzi who had been following her since the airport. She openly went in and out of all the luxury stores in Haojiang, buying all kinds of branded goods. Therefore, not long after, a shocking piece of news spread like wildfire. He Yuqiang, the appointed successor of the He family, has suddenly appeared in Haojiang. She is going in and out of all the luxury stores. How big was Haojiang? Who in the entire gambling city did not know He Yuqiang? Moreover, it was not an exaggeration to say that even in Hong Kong, which was across the sea, there were not many people who did not know He Yuqiang. Very soon, many people discovered a strange phenomenon. He Yuqiang appeared in the bustling area of Haojiang and went on a shopping spree for more than 3 hours. From beginning to end, there was only one woman accompanying her. Behind her were a few people who looked like bodyguards. Not to mention the He family members, even the socialites and celebrities who were close to her in the past did not show up. This situation could be considered normal in Beijing, Hadong, or even Hong Kong across the sea. However, it was extremely abnormal in Haojiang. That was because Haojiang was really too small. The total distance from north to south was only about 10 kilometers, and the width from east to west was only a few kilometers. To put it bluntly, if you stood on any random street, you would not dare to say that there were familiar faces everywhere. Moreover, He Yuqiang appeared in the most prosperous area of Haojiang. There were properties and shops of the He family everywhere. Now that the appointed successor of the He family was here, no one from the He family showed up. That was inexcusable. What was even stranger was that the socialites in Haojiang, who had always fawned over her, would have flocked to her if they knew that she was back. Even those from Hong Kong would have flocked to her, let alone those in Haojiang. There was only one explanation for this. Something had happened to Miss He, and the position of her successor was in danger. Before He Yuqiang finished her shopping, everyone had already reached a consensus in their hearts. Something big must have happened at home. He Yuqiang lowered her voice and said to Xing Yingying while she was choosing jewelry. She had made her judgment long ago. Missy, if you came back alone today, how awkward would your performance be? Xing Yingying didn't take it seriously and said with a smile. Yingying, I'm talking to you about something serious. You're still in the mood to joke around here. He Yuqiang was a little annoyed and worried. Even if your house is in danger now, Ling Yin will solve it for you once he arrives tonight. What's there to worry about? That's not what I'm worried about. I'm afraid that Grandpa's condition will worsen. His life might even be in danger now. After all, He Yuqiang had left Haojiang for more than a month. She knew that all the news she received from her family in Beijing was fake. Now that she had suddenly appeared and the 3 spirit cultivators sent by her uncle to monitor her were all dead, it was hard to guarantee that the enemy wouldn't change their original plan and kill the old man to seize control of the family in advance. If that was the case, even if Ling Yan came, it would be meaningless. After He Yuqiang arrived in Haojiang, she didn't go home immediately. Instead, she appeared in public. This was a test. With the protection of Wang Chongxiao and the 5 blood clan disguised as bodyguards, she didn't have to worry about her safety at all. This was to see how the He family treated her now. Now that the results were out, He Yuqiang felt worse and worse. Even though it was a performance, she was no longer in the mood to shop. Let's go, let's not shop anymore. Let's go home. We can't really let them be our bodyguards for a day. He Yuqiang left with Xing Yingying, once again disappearing from public view. They first found a secluded place to have dinner, and at around 8:30 in the evening, they returned to a mansion on the south side of Kowloon Island. With the family's situation in such a bad state, it was impossible for He Yuqiang to arrange for Xing Yingying to stay in a hotel. Therefore, she simply invited her to her house to relieve her boredom. This was a very large villa, facing south. It was a garden-style building with a beach not far in front. There was even an open-air swimming pool in the courtyard. After returning home, the two of them put down their things and rested for half an hour. Xing Yingying suggested that they go for a swim in the courtyard to relax before Lingyan arrived. At this time, Wang Chongxiao and the 5 Blood Clan slaves had already gone to the beach to wait for Lingyun. He Yuqiang and Xing Yingying changed into their swimsuits and jumped into the water to swim. However, they didn't expect that something would happen not long after they swam. He Yuqiang wasn't as excited as Xing Yingying. She swam back and forth a few times before coming ashore. She returned to the living room and opened a bottle of red wine. She planned to wake up early and wait for Xing Yingying to come up so that the two of them could drink and chat. However, when she returned to the side of the pool with the red wine and 2 wine glasses, she vaguely felt that something was wrong. Because under the light, the color of the pool seemed to be a little red. Before He Yuqiang could react, the color of the pool had completely turned blood red. At this time, Xing Yingying happened to swim towards her. The moment she raised her head to breathe in the water, He Yuqiang saw a terrifying scene. Xing Yingying's hair and face weren't covered in water, but scarlet fresh blood. It was as if she had become a female ghost that had crawled out of a pool of blood in an instant. Ah! He Yuqiang screamed in shock. The red wine bottle and wine glasses in her hands fell to the ground with a paw, and shattered into pieces. Xing Yingying, on the other hand, was completely unaware of what had happened to her. However, when she raised her hand to wipe the water droplets off her face, she also screamed in shock when she saw He Yuqiang. "Aya, mommy!" She saw a human head appear out of thin air on He Yuqiang's right shoulder. It didn't have a body, only a human head with a hideous face. It was grinning at her. That was the reason for the 2 screams. What a horrifying scene. However, all of this ended here. Shua! Lingyan appeared instantly. He didn't even look at the pool that was filled with blood. He came directly in front of He Yuqiang, raised his hand, and grabbed the human head on He Yuqiang's shoulder. Whoosh! The hideous human head flew away in an instant. "Do you think you can escape?" Lingyan sneered. He stood beside He Yuqiang, and with a single thought, the green shadow flying sword flew out. With a whoosh, it caught up with the human head that was flying away. With a chi sound, it directly pierced through the human head. Then, with the tip of the sword pointing downwards, it was firmly nailed to the brick floor. Ow! The human head let out a blood-curdling scream. As if it had a neck, it struggled desperately on the ground, trying to break free from the green shadow flying sword. However, it was impossible. The green shadow flying sword was now a superior grade treasure. It had its own consciousness and moved according to Lingyan's will. As the human head struggled, the green shadow flying sword followed suit and cut it, ensuring that it wouldn't be completely severed. Break! Lingyan looked at the pool that was filled with scarlet water. In an instant, a 3-foot-long pure yang sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the pool. Chi! White steam flashed across the surface of the pool. Then, He Yuqiang was stunned to see that the scarlet color in the pond instantly disappeared, and it became clear again. Xing Yingying also returned to her original appearance, but her beautiful eyes were filled with fear, astonishment, shyness, and surprise, all of which were constantly changing. She was wearing a bikini, and she was in the water. First, she saw the hideous human head and was scared half to death. Then, she saw Lingyan suddenly appear. It would be strange if she didn't have this kind of expression. However, Lingyan didn't have the time to admire her figure at this time. Flying head descent and camouflage, not bad. Lingyan laughed coldly. But it's child's play in front of me, Lin Tian. The reason why Lingyan shouted was because he was worried that the 2 beauties would accidentally call out his name in the midst of their surprise. That was why he reminded them. Boom! Lingyan's divine will was maximized. He then sent a telepathic message to Wang Chongxiao and the rest. Let's go. With Lingyan in the villa, Wang Chongxiao and the 5 members of the Blood Clan naturally didn't have to worry anymore. After hearing Lingyan's telepathic message, they rushed to the east side of the villa. The real enemy was there. Swoosh! However, they were fast, but Lingyan was faster. In order to prevent the enemy from escaping, he used his yin-yang astral sword again. The yin-yang astral sword the size of an index finger flashed. Ah! In a few breaths' time, an extremely shrill scream came from the east side of the sea. Between Luhuan Island and Hong Kong Island was 100 miles wide sea. There were hundreds of islands of various sizes on the wide sea. Among them, there were 4 larger islands that were closest to Luhuan Island. They were located in the east of Luhuan Island and were arranged from north to south. Between Luhuan Island and these 4 islands was a sea that was more than 10 kilometers wide. The eastern sea that Ling Yun was talking about was here. About a kilometer away from the east coast of Luhuan Island, there was a speedboat that was about 7 to 8 meters long. The speedboat looked very ordinary and didn't have any lights on. However, the moment Ling Yun's clear shadow flying sword nailed the head firmly to the ground, the speedboat suddenly started moving and rushed towards the east at full speed. Unfortunately, no matter how fast the speedboat was, it wasn't as fast as Ling Yun's flying sword. Ling Yun's Yin-Yang Astral Energy Sword was already a superior grade treasure. Under Ling Yun's deliberate activation, its speed had long exceeded 8 times the speed of sound, reaching close to 3 kilometers per second. Without such speed, it would be impossible to pose a threat to a Foundation Establishment Stage Master, let alone kill one at the peak of the Foundation Establishment Stage. If he couldn't even catch up with his opponent after releasing the flying sword, how could he kill them? More importantly, the Yin-Yang Astral Energy Sword was condensed from the purest Yin-Yang Qi. When condensed, it would form a sword. When dispersed, it would transform into Qi. Ling Yun could use it as he pleased. Against an enemy of this level, he didn't even need to use the main body of the Yin-Yang Astral Energy Sword. The Yin-Yang Aura Sword, which was the size of an index finger, was invisible and soundless, as if it had merged with the night. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the speeding speedboat. It shuttled back and forth in the speedboat, like a spirit in the night. Like a needle, it pierced 7 or 8 holes on the vital parts of the headless body. In the speedboat, and then with a whoosh, it drilled into the back of the person who was driving the speedboat. Bang! Under Ling Yun's control, the Yin-Yang Astral Energy Sword suddenly exploded in that person's dantian, turning into Yin and Yang Qi. Then, it turned into a palm-sized Yin-Yang Astral Energy Whirlpool, absorbing all the true Qi in the person driving the speedboat and assimilating it into Yin and Yang Qi. Condense. Ling Yun's divine will moved again, and the Yin-Yang Gang Energy Vortex instantly condensed into a Yin-Yang Gang Energy Sword. The body of the sword was obviously a few times larger than before. Then, it drilled out of that person's lower abdomen. In the eyes of Wang Chongxiao and the others who had just arrived, it was as if the person who had hurriedly steered the speedboat to escape suddenly stiffened and became motionless. Then, with all the strength in his body, he let out a miserable cry and his body slumped forward, gradually becoming exhausted. Just like that, a level 3 divine tier expert was dead. Wang Chongxiao, Edward, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and turn off the engine of that speedboat and bring it back to me in one piece. Ling Yun sent a telepathic message, then recalled the Yin-Yang Astral Sword and retracted his divine will. Wang Chongxiao, who was on the surface of the sea, was dumbfounded. He knew nothing about advanced technology and couldn't understand it at all. Watch me. Chester, on the other hand, was very good at it. He landed directly on the speeding speedboat and casually threw the dead driver to the side. Then, he placed one hand on the steering wheel and drove back to Kowloon Island. After reaching the shore, Chester turned off the engine and used the dark cage to raise the speedboat into the air. Then, he single-handedly carried it back to the mansion. At this time, Xing Yingying had already come out of the pool. She and He Yuqiong had put on their bathrobes and were standing on Ling Yun's left and right. The head that had been nailed to the ground by the green shadow flying sword no longer dared to struggle. His eyes were filled with fear, and his hideous face revealed a pained expression. However, he still stared at Ling Yun, his mouth opening and closing as if he wanted to say something. Don't worry, your body has arrived. Ling Yun was unperturbed. He didn't know if the other party could understand him. Seeing Chester holding the speedboat with one hand, Ling Yun immediately gave him a look. Chester first placed the speedboat on the lawn, then reached out, grabbed the headless body, and threw it to the side of the head. Ah! Xing Yingying was immortal, so she didn't know what had just happened outside. When she saw Chester holding a speedboat single-handedly in the yard, she was dumbfounded. Then, she saw him throw a headless body out of the speedboat. She screamed in fright. On the other hand, He Yuqiang wasn't very surprised because she had seen Ling Yun and Wang Chongxiao perform miracles in Beijing. Withdraw. Ling Yun immediately retrieved the green shadow flying sword with his divine will. Then, the 9 of them stared at each other. Even Ling Yun was the same. Flying heads was definitely a common occurrence for ghostly cultivators. Ling Yun had seen it many times. However, a living person could actually separate his head from his body and fly so far away to do something. His body could still lie there quietly, waiting for the head to come back and reattach it. This was too advanced. Ling Yun was curious and wanted to study it. Ling Yun wouldn't be able to do it even if he was at the golden core stage. Unless he was at the nascent soul stage, he could play around with it when he was in the mood. However, Ling Yun wouldn't do such a thing even if he was beaten to death. In his eyes, it was no different from courting death. He Yuqiang and Xing Yingying held on to Ling Yun's arms tightly, but they couldn't bear to blink. They wanted to see how the head that had flown out reattached to the neck was supposed to fly out of the body. The commander's head had long been destroyed beyond recognition by the green shadow flying sword. Apart from his face, the entire back of his head looked as if it had been plowed, turning into a pile of minced meat. But he was indeed not dead. He didn't look for his body. His mouth opened and closed as he chanted. Very quickly, his head started moving towards the neck of the headless body as though it was pulled by an invisible rope. But because he was already seriously injured and on the verge of death, it was very difficult for him to move. It took him more than 2 minutes to move a meter away. Then, he struggled with all his might, desperately adjusting his position, and with all his might, he finally put his head on his own neck. Then, Ling Yun saw that with a faint flash of red light, the slit on the neck of this master completely disappeared. The connection between the neck and the head was actually intact. It was as though Ling Yun had used an advanced healing talisman to heal a wound. What an eye-opener! Amazing, amazing! Ling Yun couldn't help but clap and nod his head seriously. He couldn't pretend that he didn't understand. He had to admit defeat. Ling Yun had always been good at this. Everything that he had done seemed to have exhausted all his energy. He didn't have time to reply to Ling Yun. All he could do was panting and struggling at death's door. He wouldn't have had to put in so much effort if only his head was injured. However, the problem was that the body that Chester brought back had more than 10 holes in his chest and back. His body was completely crippled. After a long time, the master seemed to have regained some vitality. He could barely move his limbs. Then, he desperately turned over and crawled towards the speedboat in the distance. Old Wang, help him out. Ling Yun knew that this master wouldn't live for more than a few minutes. He was only moving with the last bit of obsession in his mind. Ling Yun didn't want to waste time. He wanted to help Wang Chongxiao to the end. Wang Chongxiao understood immediately. He used his divine will to move the body of the dead driver out of the speedboat and threw it in front of the master. Rumor has it that those who practice the flying head taming technique will find an extremely secretive place to practice before they dare to use the taming technique. They will detach their heads from their bodies and drag their intestines and blood vessels forward. They can't be more than 3 feet above the ground. Every night, they will go out and suck the heart and flesh of humans or animals to practice. They must return to their own bodies before sunrise. There are a total of 7 levels to cultivating the flying head descent, and each level requires one to continuously cultivate for 49 days without making any mistakes. Every time one breaks through a level, the power of the flying head descent will increase by 10 times. After the 7th level is completed, the flying head descent will be immortal. Wang Chongxiao had obviously heard of this terrifying secret technique from Nanyang. He was busy explaining it to Ling Yun and the others, his face full of pride. According to the location of the speedboat and the distance between the head and the body, this master should be at least at the 3rd level. That's why he dared to be so careless. As for the person guarding his headless body in the speedboat, he must be the person he trusted the most. Judging from his age, he should be his son. Ling Yun nodded in agreement. When Green Bird talked to him about Miajiang's gu, they had also talked about this Nanyang secret technique. It was roughly the same as what Wang Chongxiao was saying. However, Ling Yun was very clear that this master had not only cultivated to the 3rd level, because the green shadow flying sword was a high-grade treasure. Just now, when it pierced through the master's skull, there was a clear sense of obstruction. This meant that his skull had reached an extremely hard level, almost as hard as Lingyan's stainless glass body, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so ruthless. First, he used the green shadow flying sword to nail the head and then released the yin-yang qi sword to kill the master's headless body. From Lingyan's point of view, this master had the strength of at least the peak of Qi Cultivation level 9. The dying master crawled in front of the guardian, hugged the corpse, and spoke for a while before putting the corpse down. Then, he turned around, his eyes bulging as he stared at Lingyan and asked, "Who are you? We have no enmity between us. Why are you so vicious? Even after killing me, you still won't stop. You even killed my son?" Unfortunately, Lingyan couldn't understand what he was saying. He turned his head and asked, "Can any of you understand what this person is saying?" Everyone shook their heads. He Yuqiong was a little embarrassed. "I only know that he is speaking in the language of T-Nation, but he speaks too quickly and vaguely." Actually, she only knew a few words of everyday language. At this moment, Paul suddenly smiled. "Boss, let me translate for you." "Damn, what a talent." Lingyan was shocked and immediately asked him to translate. After listening, Lingyan looked at the master and said indifferently, "Let's not talk about you hurting my friend. Just the fact that you have cultivated such an evil technique and reached this realm has already harmed countless innocent lives. I am only killing you for the sake of the people." Although Lingyan's tone was calm, it was filled with righteousness. After listening to the translation, the master was silent for a moment, but then he said, "All right, I know that our cultivation method is very evil. As long as we are caught, we will die without a doubt, but my son is a pure spirit cultivator, not a flying head master. Why did you kill him?" Lingyan smiled, "I only saw that when you came out to harm people, he was the one guarding your body. For you to be able to reach your current realm, he should have contributed a lot, right? That's why I killed him." "You." The flying headmaster's tone froze, and he was tongue-tied. "I'll ask you a few questions now. If you want to say it, then say it. If you don't want to say it, then forget it." After answering the other party's 2 questions, it was Lingyan's turn to ask. The reason he kept this master alive was to ask questions. Lingyan raised his hand and pointed to the left and right. "The 2 of them have no enmity with you. Why did you find them tonight? Who sent you?" The flying headmaster stared at Lingyan coldly. After a long while, he said, "I won't tell you." Lingyan laughed, "Actually, I know even if you don't tell me. It's someone from the He family, right? Or rather, it's someone from the Nanyang Rogue Cultivator Alliance who has colluded with the He family and wants to seize the He family's business." Flying headmaster. Lingyan smiled and said, "I don't understand. You're just a person who has cultivated to the first level of the flying head technique. Why do you have the guts to participate in such a thing? If you kill Miss He, aren't you afraid that the He family will burn the bridge after crossing the river and kill the donkey after it's no longer useful?" Lingyan used 2 idioms, and it took Paul a long time to translate them. However, the rest of the words were translated neatly and clearly. When the flying headmaster heard this, he immediately flew into a rage. "Nonsense. I have already cultivated to the 4th level of the flying head technique. In the eyes of those ordinary people, I am already a master with great powers. It's just that I was too careless today and fell into your trap." Lingyan laughed in his heart, thinking that the other party was indeed easy to fool. Nanyang's flying head descending technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. Out of 1,000 people, at least 999 of them would be found and beaten to death. It would be good if one person could master it in the end. However, once the first 2 levels were mastered, the later levels would become easier and easier. Because the higher the realm, the easier it was for the flying head to feed on human or animal flesh at night. Also, the flying speed of the flying head was very fast. It could guarantee that it would return to the body quickly, and it would not be easy for people to find and kill it. At the 4th level, the flying head could already fly in the sky and burrow into the ground, coming and going as it pleased. Moreover, the headless body had also become extremely powerful as its power increased. Naturally, it could be said to have remarkable abilities. After becoming powerful, if he had the protection of an expert, he would practically have an immortal body. Ordinary people would not be able to deal with him, and it would be even easier to cultivate in the future. Ling Yun knew that there was definitely more than one flying head subduing master in Nanyang. He needed to understand the strength of the flying head subduing master in each level and what kind of abilities each level had in order to know himself and his enemy. That was why Ling Yun provoked him on purpose. However, he didn't expect the other party to be so stupid and fall for it so easily. Oh? The 4th level? That's impossible. The flying head subduing master from the 4th level only has such little ability. It can't even block one of my swords. Ling Yan's eyes were filled with disdain as he taunted. That's because your magical treasure is too powerful. My flying head couldn't block your flying sword, that's why I was killed by you. If I cultivate to the 5th level, not to mention that your flying sword won't be able to pierce through my head, even if it can pierce through and kill my head, my body will be able to change to another head and I'll be able to seek revenge on you in the future. Ling Yan's heart trembled. The flying head subduing master from the 5th level could find another head to replace its head after its head was killed. Wasn't that a reverse possession? In other words, after the flying head subduing master's head flew away, the body would have the soul and memories of the flying head subduing master. Even though it couldn't grow another head, it could continue living with another head. In that case, this was indeed another way to achieve immortality. This made Ling Yun think of zombies immediately. Thinking of this, Ling Yun couldn't help but turn his head and look at his 5 blood clan slaves. These 5 were actually zombies that relied on sucking blood to survive. So you guys are actually a family, Ling Yun said to his 5 blood clan slaves with a smile. Boss, it's still very different. If we lose our heads, we'll really die. The 5 blood clan slaves were very embarrassed and hurriedly explained to Ling Yun. Of course, Paul definitely wouldn't translate this small interlude for that master to hear. What about the 6th level? The 6th level can allow you to live without a head, and your body will be like copper and iron, immortal and indestructible. No, you're trying to trick me, I won't fall for it. Ling Yun inexplicably thought of Xingtian Wuganqi. Since we're already talking about the 6th level, why don't you just tell me everything? Tell me what's going on with the 7th level? Ling Yun said patiently. However, that master kept his mouth shut and wouldn't say a word even if he was beaten to death. However, Ling Yun had already understood everything. According to this master, the 7th level could indeed allow one to live forever. If the master was willing, he could even grow a new head. That was unknown. The last 2 realms of the Flying Headmaster were actually similar to the astral projection, divine division, and conjoint body realms. They were all above the nascent soul realm. Ling Yun was an expert, and he really understood it all too well. The astral projection was when the primordial spirit left the body, and the physical body could live. The divine division was when one primordial spirit died, and the other could still live. The conjoint body was when the broken body could be reborn. At the end of the day, the flying head descent was actually a kind of cultivation method. It was a different approach to achieve the same result. All right. Ling Yan seemed to sigh. Since you don't want to tell me, I won't ask. Then can you tell me where old Master He, who is also the grandfather of Miss He Yuqiong, is now? Is he still alive? Hearing this, He Yuqiong finally became nervous. That master suddenly grinned and let out a cackle. Of course he's still alive, but he has become a living dead person. If I don't return tonight, he will die tomorrow. And her, and you, all of you here will be killed by Guru Kuan-Ba. Is Master Kuan-Ba very powerful? How many can he beat you? Hee. The 3 spirit cultivators who followed that woman to China were all disciples of Master Kuan-Ba. Now Master Kuan-Ba knows that they have all been killed, and the purple chalcedony that Master Kuan-Ba needs has also been snatched away by a guy called Ling Yun. That Ling Yun actually dared to snatch what Master Kuan-Ba needs. Sooner or later, he will be killed by Master Kuan-Ba. His bones will be turned into ashes, and his soul will be refined into a malicious spirit. From then on, he will become Master Kuan-Ba's puppet. Ling Yun, since you are about to die, I might as well tell you that I am the Ling Yun who snatched the purple chalcedony. Anyway, there were no outsiders here. What? The master's eyes widened as he exclaimed, didn't you just say that your name is Lin Tian? You actually lied to me? Ling Yun laughed. I didn't lie to you. It's just that your head is too far away from your body. It's not working anymore. You just didn't think of it. With the last of his strength, he raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun. A snoring sound came from his throat. Finally, his corpse fell backwards and died. The few of you, move further away. At least 30 meters away. After the master died, Ling Yun's expression turned cold. He immediately ordered everyone to retreat far away and directly summoned the fiery phoenix. With a thought, the fiery phoenix opened its mouth and spat out flames. It took a full minute before the master and his son's bodies were completely burned to ashes. Ling Yun raised his hand and swept all the ashes out of the villa's courtyard. He was only satisfied when he sent them into the sea. The villa was completely clean. It was as if the flying head surrender master and his son had never appeared, as if they had completely disappeared from this world. Big brother Ling, that master said that my grandfather is now a zombie. What does he mean? Do you have any other way to save him? He Yuqiong ran over from afar. Her face was pale, and she was completely flustered. What should we do now? All of you, remember, from now on, no matter how unbelievable or unimaginable the situation is, you have to call me Lin Tian. Ling Yun first emphasized his new identity, then smiled and said, what else can I do? It's impolite not to reciprocate. Since the other party has already made a move, we can only fight our way to their door. The two of you, quickly change your clothes and get ready to leave. Ling Yun was naturally worried about leaving Xing Ying alone after something so dangerous had just happened. Ling Yun had deliberately tricked the surrendering master to deduce the enemy's general strength. However, he hadn't put in so much effort for himself. Just based on the fact that the enemy had sent out a Qi cultivation level 9, Ling Yun knew that the enemy definitely didn't underestimate the bodyguards that He Yuqiong had brought back from Beijing. On the contrary, they had a very impressive and sufficient estimation of the realms of Wang Chongxiao and the 5 major members of the Blood Clan. After all, He Yuqiong had arrived in Haojiang 7 hours earlier than Ling Yun. She had even brought Wang Chongxiao and the rest to the busiest area of the Haojiang Peninsula and swaggered around for the entire afternoon. If the enemy hadn't been able to figure out the strength of Wang Chongxiao and the rest in such a long time, then they wouldn't have the right to control the He family, let alone the ability to cause chaos in Haojiang. The enemy didn't choose to attack during the day because they knew that Wang Chongxiao and the rest were very strong. If they attacked in the busiest area, it would definitely cause a fierce battle. If that happened, the matter would blow up completely and give the officials a reason to intervene. After all, Haojiang had returned to Huaxia. Whoever dared to do such a thing wouldn't be seeking the He family, but it would be courting death. Looking at the entire Nanyang, no one dared to do such a thing. Therefore, they chose to attack at night and sent a surrendering master. If Ling Yun had arrived a step later, with just Wang Chongxiao and the rest, even if they could defeat the surrendering master in the end, He Yuqiong would probably be in danger. That was because none of them had the ability to kill the surrendering master in an instant. At that time, even if Ling Yun had arrived, even if he had killed all the members of the Nanyang Alliance, it would have been meaningless because the person he was protecting would have died. It could be said that the surrendering master was at a disadvantage because of his carelessness. He definitely didn't expect Ling Yun to arrive just in time and have the ability to kill him in an instant. Therefore, Ling Yun was very clear that even if the He family wasn't a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, it was definitely an impregnable fortress. The enemy was waiting for him to go. When Xing Ying heard that Ling Yun wanted her to change, she opened her bathrobe and deliberately dawdled in front of Ling Yun. Stop dawdling. I know you have a good figure, I saw it in the pool just now, Ling Yun said with a slight frown. Xing Ying blushed and rushed into the villa to change clothes. She was faster than He Yuqiong. Haojiang was truly a city that never slept. From north to south, it was made up of Haojiang Peninsula, Taipa Island, and Kowloon Island. As Haojiang Peninsula was close to ZH Customs, most of Haojiang's parishes were on Haojiang Peninsula. Therefore, it was the most prosperous place in the whole of Haojiang and had the highest concentration of luxury casinos. Haojiang Peninsula was surrounded by the sea on all 4 sides. Most of the luxurious casinos were built on the coast of Haojiang Peninsula. In addition, there were many luxurious hotels around the casinos. Every night, the lights from the casinos and hotels would be gorgeous and colorful. They would reflect on the water and illuminate the entire Haojiang Peninsula. Looking from afar, it would make one's mind tremble and linger here even more. Haojiang Peninsula was like this. Taipa Island, which was across the sea from it, was no worse. It was also brightly lit and bustling with people. Relatively speaking, only the southernmost Kolon Island was quieter. There were fewer customers and the environment was good. Therefore, most of the rich people in Haojiang chose to live on Kolon Island. As for the wealthiest people, most of them had already moved to Hong Kong. Naturally, He Yuqiong was the same. She had her own mansion in Hong Kong. This villa on Kolon Island was just one of her places to stay. A little after 10 o'clock at night, Ling Yun and the others got into 2 luxury cars and slowly left the villa. They began their journey to find the person they were looking for. The person they were looking for was naturally Old Master He Wen Kan. However, up until now, no one from the He family had contacted He Yuqiong. Therefore, even she did not know where her grandfather was. Even though Old Master He was now more than 90 years old, he was handsome and confident when he was young. He had a determined personality, elegant demeanor, and charisma. It could be said that he had been a playboy all his life. Just by marrying legally, he had several wives. As for the number of women he had been with, they were countless. When you left Haojiang, who was your grandfather staying at? Ling Yin asked He Yuqiong the moment they stepped out of the door. At my house. He Yuqiong drove personally. She was very worried and a little uneasy. Which island in Haojiang is your house on? It's on Kolon Island, in the middle of the west coast. It's less than 5 kilometers from here. He Yuqiong was driving there at that moment. Ling Yin immediately released his divine will and scanned the larger mansions on the west coast. Then, he smiled and shook his head. Then there's no need to go. I've just checked. Your grandfather isn't in that area at all. That's right, Ling Yin had a 10,000-meter divine will. He could scan a range of 10 kilometers, but that depended on what he used it for. Scanning roughly with his divine will to check the overall environment, or focusing his divine will in a certain direction, or releasing his flying sword to kill a confirmed target. Of course, all of these were not difficult. However, to use his divine will to search for a person within a range of more than 10 square kilometers was definitely like searching for a needle in a haystack. It wasn't that the range and degree of concentration of his divine will wasn't enough. It was that his brain power wasn't enough. For example, a person could see a forest with his eyes, but could he find a special leaf in the forest? It was already difficult for an ordinary person to find a 3 on a page full of 8s. They would have to search line by line, not to mention using his divine will to search for a person in such a large area. Moreover, even if the eyes saw something, the brain couldn't react in time. It was common for people to make a mistake. A cultivator's divine will was the same as a person's eyesight. It was precisely because of this that cultivators needed to use divine energy and dermic powers to develop their brain after reaching the peak of Qi cultivation stage 6. This was also a must for breaking through to the late stages of Qi cultivation stage. He Yuqiong had been away from the He family for more than a month. Her grandfather had been taken away by her family. This was something she had already expected, so she wasn't overly disappointed. She only slowed down the car and asked Ling Yun, "What do we do now?" Ling Yun smiled. "Since we're already out, we have to find Old Master by tonight." He first reassured He Yuqiong before giving her an idea. "How about this? Whether it's Haojiang or your family's situation, you're familiar with them. You should have a rough idea of where Grandpa went. We're not in a hurry. Let's just look for him one place at a time. When we reach a certain place, we don't need to go near it. Just tell me the general direction, and I'll confirm it with one glance." "All right." That was the only way. This was much more efficient than He Yuqiong knocking on doors from door to door. Therefore, He Yuqiong started her search throughout the entire Haojiang. She went from the south to the north. Kolon Island, Taipa Island, Haojiang Peninsula. She went to more than 10 places but still found nothing. After searching for more than an hour, He Yuqiong was a little discouraged. She stopped the car. "Your family really has a lot of houses," even Ling Yin couldn't help but sigh. Or rather, he was worried. "Yes, my grandfather has 5 or 6 sons and more than 10 daughters. In my generation, I already have more than 20 brothers and sisters, He Yuqiang replied with a sigh. Ling Yan muttered, from what I see, they didn't hide your grandfather in Haojiang. How many properties does your family have in Hong Kong? He Yuqiang was shocked. That's too many to count. Almost everyone in my family has their own house in Hong Kong. Ling Yan was silent. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he looked towards the large sea in the southeast direction. He remembered that when the son of the commander-in-chief escaped, the speedboat was heading towards a certain direction in the east. Let's go, we'll go back immediately and drop the car off. Then, we'll search on the island. 10 minutes later, Ling Yan and the rest arrived at the southeast coast of Kowloon Island. This was where Chester drove the speedboat ashore. Ling Yan stood still and looked towards the sea. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed towards the southeast. Is there any property of your family on that island? Especially your uncle's family. He Yuqiang thought about it seriously and suddenly nodded. Yes, 3 years ago, my uncle opened a resort on Dongao Island. That can't be wrong. Ling Yan laughed coldly. Let's go there first. Ling Yan used his divine will and directly brought the two girls into the air. Ignoring their cries of surprise, he took the lead and headed towards the southeast. Wang Chongxiao and the rest naturally followed closely behind. 15 kilometers of sea flashed past in a flash. Ling Yan's divine will covered the entire Dongao Island. Found it. When they were about a kilometer away from Dongao Island, Ling Yan had already discovered He Wensan's specific location. He immediately turned invisible and quietly landed near the resort. Ling Yan said, Pierce, Els, from now on, the two of you don't need to worry about anything else. You're only responsible for their safety. The two marquises of the Blood clan nodded at the same time. Let's go. Ling Yan gave the order. Whoosh. 9 people appeared at the same time. Ling Yan took the lead. With his hands behind his back, he leisurely walked straight towards the main entrance of the resort. Who is it? The security of the resort was tight. The moment Ling Yan appeared, he was discovered by the 6 spirit cultivators at the entrance. The person who killed you. Ling Yan shouted lightly and strode forward with his head held high. He raised his hand and flicked his fingers. Chi 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 chi, after 6 gusts of wind, the 6 spirit cultivators immediately fell to the ground. Killing with a flick of a finger. Ling Yan's expression was calm, but his attacks were merciless as he started a massacre. He had scanned the area with his divine will and realized that there were more than 100 Nanyang spirit cultivators lying in ambush in the huge resort. Most of them were short and dark-skinned. Judging from their appearance and attire, he could tell that they were basically Nanyang itinerant cultivators. The enemy's defenses were tight, and they were indeed prepared. No wonder Zhou Wenyi had specially given him this mission. These people had already come to China's doorstep to cause trouble. What was there to be polite about? 6 gusts of wind passed by, and the 6 spirit cultivators who hadn't even reached the Xiantian realm each had a hole in their foreheads. They all fell to the ground and died. Follow me. Ling Yan called out casually, but he didn't use any movement techniques. He took the lead and stepped into the resort as if he was taking a stroll. Shwa 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 shwa, more than 10 figures flew out from all directions of the resort and blocked Ling Yan's path. Fellow Daoist, please wait. The person in front was rather tall and thin. He wore a short shirt and carried a long sword on his back. He spoke fluent Huaxia. Ling Yan stopped in his tracks for the time being because he was addressed as a fellow Daoist. The person cupped his fists at Ling Yan. I'm Hua Chaofan, a sword cultivator from the South Sea Sword sect. I'm now a guest of the He family. May I know your name? My name is Lin Tian, an itinerant cultivator from the East Sea. Ling Yan wasn't afraid of being recognized at all because he had already adjusted his appearance before he appeared. Although his figure didn't change, he had slightly widened the bones of his face, turning his originally handsome face into a square face. He looked very heroic, but he couldn't be called handsome anymore. Ling Yan reported his alias and frowned slightly. South Sea Sword Sect? Does it belong to the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivator Alliance? This. Hua Chaofan was slightly embarrassed because he could tell that Lin Tian seemed to have a lot of enmity towards the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivator Alliance. For now, yes. In the end, he chose to answer truthfully. There was no way he could hide it. Ling Yan had He Yuqiong behind him. Ling Yan sneered. Hua Chaofan smiled hurriedly. Fellow Daoist Lin, what grudge do you have with the He family? Why are you barging into the He family in the middle of the night? Ling Yan was amused. Hua Chaofan, is there any point in feigning ignorance at this point? I'm just bringing Miss He to see her grandfather. Since that's the case, why did fellow Daoist Lin kill without saying anything? I don't like them. If I want to kill them, I'll kill them. Hua Chaofan, he looked to his left and right. Fellow Daoist Lin, it doesn't matter if you're an itinerant cultivator from the East Ocean or the South Ocean, we're all fellow cultivators. Don't you think you're going overboard with your words? Not at all. Ling Yan's eyes turned cold. If you don't step aside and continue to waste my time, you will know what it means to go too far. Hua Chaofan was dumbfounded. He realized that the person in front of him was really unreasonable. Mr. Hua, I advise you to get out of the way. Of course, He Yuqiong knew that Hua Chaofan was a guest invited by her uncle. Although he was working for her uncle, he could not be considered a bad person, so she really did not want him to die in vain. Hua Chaofan smiled bitterly. Miss He, please forgive me for not being able to comply. If you came here on your own today, I would naturally let you pass. But now that you've brought people here, no need, let us pass. Before Ling Yan finished his sentence, he suddenly used his fulgurating shadows and split into 15. In an instant, the dozen people blocking the way realized that there was a Ling Yan in front of each of them. Tian Gang Demon Fist, bam 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 bam, the sound of fists hitting people rang out almost at the same time. Then, the sound of bones cracking could be heard incessantly. 3 seconds later, these people burst into extremely shrill screams. In the blink of an eye, 15 people had fallen, all of them with broken bones and tendons. Only Hua Chaofan was safe. He stood there in a daze, looking at the ancient Muay Thai experts who had fallen to the ground and were screaming in pain. He was dumbfounded. One had to know that these ancient Muay Thai experts had long trained their skin and flesh to the point that their bones were as strong as copper and iron. A casual punch or kick could break stones. However, these people couldn't even withstand one move from this East Sea itinerant cultivator. Of course, this wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was the other party's speed. Splitting into 15? Even a transcendent grandmaster from Nanyang wouldn't be able to execute such a terrifying movement technique. I asked you to stand here to ask you again. Can I go over now? Ling Yan asked Hua Chaofan with a smile as he moved his wrist. Hua Chaofan was very tactful. He was a transcendent realm level 2 swordsman, but he didn't dare to draw his sword. He only looked at Ling Yan deeply before moving to the side and opening up a path. Thank you, senior, for showing mercy. He didn't dare to address Ling Yan as fellow Daoist anymore. Humph. Ling Yan sneered and flicked his fingers again. The ancient Muay Thai experts who were howling on the ground died one by one, unable to make a sound. Hua Chaofan's legs trembled as he broke out in a cold sweat. He tried his best to suppress the fear in his heart and held his breath. This Lin Tian killed without batting an eyelid. Ling Yan walked over. When He Yuqiong walked past him, Hua Chaofan immediately said softly, Miss He, I apologize for offending you. Thank you for the reminder just now. He Yuqiong nodded slightly in response but didn't say anything. She knew in her heart that it was up to him to decide who he wanted to kill and who he didn't want to kill. Her reminder was of no use at all. They passed by Hua Chaofan and walked for less than 10 meters before they saw another 7 or 8 people hurrying over from the distance. He Yuqiong took a closer look at the person at the front with the help of the light in the courtyard. Her eyes widened instantly. He Kai Tong, I didn't expect you to hide my grandpa here. What are your intentions? Ling Yan was enlightened. The main character had finally shown up. He Kai Tong was He Wen Can's eldest son and also He Yuqiong's uncle. After all, this was a holiday village that he had developed. At this time, someone had already barged in and killed more than 20 people. No matter how afraid he was, he could only brace himself and come out. He Kai Tong was indeed scared out of his wits. The people brought by his niece tonight were too fierce. They were practically killing gods. They didn't even give him any room for negotiation. they didn't even say a word. He was just an ordinary person who wanted to take over the He family's business. When had he ever seen such a scene? Yuqiong, you've really misunderstood your uncle this time. Your grandpa is fine now. How would I dare to hide him? He was the one who suggested coming to this island to relax and asked me to bring him here. He Kaitong replied loudly to He Yuqiong. He then increased his speed and jogged all the way to Lingyun. Lingyun stopped again and smiled at He Kaitong, who was sweating profusely. You're talking nonsense. Grandpa has long been delirious. How would he take the initiative to come here? He Yuqiong had already rushed to Lingyun's side. She pointed at He Kaitong and scolded him angrily. Yuqiong, why would I lie to you when you're already here? If you don't believe me, follow this immortal Master Lin in and see if your grandpa is fine. He Kaitong saw that his men couldn't stop Lingyun. He knew that the hard way wouldn't work, so he turned to the soft way. However, he was very confident. When He Yuqiong heard this, she was also stunned. However, when she was in the villa, she had already heard the master say that her grandfather was now a living dead person. She immediately knew that He Kaitong was lying to her and was immediately enraged. You're talking nonsense, Miss He. Lingyun said. Don't be impatient. Since your uncle wants us to go in, let's go in and take a look first. He Yuqiong didn't know what was going on with her grandfather, but Lingyun was very clear. He wasn't anxious at all. He planned to go in and see old Master He first. Since Lingyun had spoken, He Yuqiong naturally obeyed. She didn't say anything else and followed Lingyun into the house. Wang Chongxiao, Edward, the two of you follow me into the house. When you see old man He later, you must keep an eye on him. At the same time, you must protect him. Chester, you'll be in charge of protecting Miss He later. Lingyun sent a telepathic message before entering the house and made all the arrangements. He had to do so because the main experts of the enemy were in this house. It was extremely dangerous. The next moment, he brought He Yuqiong, Wang Chongxiao, Edward, and Chester into the living room of the holiday house. Grandpa. He Yuqiong was completely shocked the moment she entered the house. Old Master He Wenkan was indeed in the living room. Although he was sitting in a wheelchair, his old face looked a little dispirited, but his eyes were open, and he looked very awake. He even grinned when he saw Lingyun and the others enter as a greeting. He even held on to the armrests of the wheelchair as if he wanted to stand up. Yuqiong, you're back? He Wenkan nodded and grinned when he heard He Yuqiong call out to him. However, this smile was a little too stiff. Grandpa, you recognize me? You've really recovered. He Yuqiong couldn't believe her eyes. She rushed to the front of old Master He and burst into tears. She was too emotional. Ahem, Yuqiong, good girl, I've been well for more than 10 days. I'm eating well and sleeping well. Everything is fine. You don't have to worry. I heard that some time ago, you went to the capital to buy medicine for me. How was it? Did you get the medicine? Although He Yuqiong was crying, she was also carefully observing He Wenkan. However, in her excitement, she did not feel that there was anything unusual about the old man. Hearing the old man's question, He Yuqiong quickly wiped away her tears and nodded. Grandpa, I bought the medicine for you and even invited someone who can treat you. I just didn't expect that I would be late. He Wenkan grinned again. He slowly raised his arm and pointed to the person sitting on the sofa next to him. Don't worry. Grandpa is much better now. It's all thanks to the master your uncle invited that I can recover. He's Grandpa's savior. You have to thank him for me. He Yuqiong was busy asking about the old man's physical condition and couldn't care about anything else. This was human nature, because everything in front of her couldn't be faked. The person in the wheelchair was indeed her grandfather, He Wenkan. However, ever since Lingyun entered the house, he didn't say a word. Instead, he looked at the master on the sofa as if nothing had happened. This house was very big, at least 200 square meters. He Wenkan wasn't the only one in the huge living room. On the west side of the living room, there were more than 30 people. They were divided into 4 rows and sat cross-legged on the ground. They closed their eyes and meditated without saying a word. Among these people, there were 7 or 8 pure ancient martial arts cultivators. Each of them was far stronger than the ones Ling Yan had killed outside. The other 20 or so people were all spirit cultivators. They sat cross-legged on the ground, their mouths opening and closing as they mumbled something. Although Ling Yan couldn't be sure if these spirit cultivators were masters or gu masters, he could see through their realms at a glance. There were more than 20 spirit cultivators. None of them were weaker than the 3 spirit cultivators who had been monitoring He Yuqiong. All of them were above divine power realm level 5. There were even 4 or 5 people in the first row who had the strength of Qi cultivation level 9. Even Ling Yan couldn't figure out how a mere He family could gather such a terrifying lineup. However, with his current cultivation, he didn't care about these people. What Ling Yan was really afraid of was the master sitting on the sofa next to He Wencan. Ling Yan couldn't see through the other party's realm. Ling Yan knew that a person who couldn't be seen through by him had to be at least in the late stages of the Foundation establishment realm. Therefore, after entering the house, he deliberately showed his back to the more than 30 experts behind him. He pretended to look at the master on the sofa as if nothing had happened. If he wasn't wrong, this was the Master Kuan Ba that the Flying Head Master had mentioned. This master was very short. His skin was grayish-black, and he was thin and skinny. His skin was loose and droopy. He wore a Nanyang monk's robe and sat on the sofa. He ignored Ling Yan and the others until He Wencan introduced him. Then, he put his palms together and bowed slightly. "Thank you, Master. Your great kindness. The He family will repay you with all our strength." He Yuqiong bowed respectfully to the master. The master smiled and nodded slowly. Then, he shook his head and didn't respond. That look really made people want to go up and give him a kick in the face. "Yuqiong, this is the right thing to do. Grandpa didn't dote on you for nothing." However, He Wencan suddenly changed the topic. "Yuqiong, in the days that you were gone, Grandpa thought about it and felt that you're still too young. It's too difficult for you to be the heir of the He family. So, Grandpa is telling you now that your uncle is more suitable to be the heir of the He family. I've decided to hand it over to him." He Yuqiong was stunned. "Grandpa, why are you?" He Wencan's eyes widened at this moment. His old face seemed to have a fierce glint. "Yuqiong, you still need to train for a few more years. When your uncle thinks that you're capable enough, he will hand over the power of the family to you." At this moment, He Caidong's proud voice came from outside the door. "Now, you've seen and heard it, right? Yuqiong, this is what your grandpa said to you personally. Are you going to listen or not?" Ling Yan sneered. After waiting for so long, he finally revealed his fox's tail. He suddenly took a step forward and stood between He Yuqiong and He Wencan. He raised his hand and patted He Wencan's shoulder lightly. "Old master, you've just recovered from a serious illness. Shouldn't you take a rest after saying so much?" Before he could finish his sentence, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Ling Yan activated the green shadow flying sword and the Yin Yang Gang Chi sword at the same time. A green shadow and a gray light pierced the master's body at the same time. Without any warning. After entering the room, Ling Yan, who had been acting as if nothing had happened, suddenly made his move. "Ah!" The guru who had been sitting on the sofa let out a cry of surprise, which quickly turned into a scream. The distance between them was too close. Once Ling Yan made his move, it would be like a bolt of lightning. How could he let him escape? Under Ling Yan's full power, the green shadow flying sword and the Yin Yang Gang Chi sword pierced the guru's chest and abdomen. The green shadow flying sword pierced through the guru's chest. The Yin Yang Gang Chi sword flew out the moment it entered the guru's abdomen. However, this time, the Yin Yang Gang sword wasn't controlled by Ling Yan. Instead, it was forced out by that guru. He's at least at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage. Ling Yan was shocked. He immediately activated the mixed elements uniting law shield. At the same time, a golden light shone from his back. The golden dragon spear left his body and pierced towards the guru again. Golden Emperor Berserk Dragon Slash. "Hi." Guru Kuan Ba exhaled. He endured the pain in his chest and flew backwards. His back smashed through 3 walls before he finally had the chance to soar into the sky. Ling Yan's guess was right. This self-restrained master was the Master Kuan Ba that the other master had mentioned. Ever since Ling Yan entered, he had been on his guard. However, he never dreamed that Ling Yan would suddenly kill him. Even more so, He didn't expect Ling Yun to have such a sharp magical weapon that a flying sword could pierce through his body. Frankly speaking, if not for the fact that he was trying to save someone, if not for the fact that there were too many enemies in the room, Ling Yun would not have attacked so fiercely. He had to force the master to retreat as soon as he made a move. That was because old master He Wensan's current situation had already reached an extremely dangerous point. The person in the wheelchair was indeed the old man. There was no doubt about it. However, the person who had spoken to He Yuqiong just now was Kuan Ba. Kuan Ba had actually used a secret technique to control He Wensan's body. He was using He Wensan's mouth to do what he wanted to do. Cultivators use their thoughts to completely control a person's body. Although it could not be considered as possession, it was not far from it. After controlling someone else's body, killing them was just a matter of a single thought. Therefore, the first thing he had to do to save the old master was to force Kuan Ba's will to retreat. He couldn't give him any time to react. Therefore, Ling Yun had no other choice but to put Kuan Ba in an irrecoverable state and force him to focus on protecting himself. As for killing the other party in an instant, that was naturally one of the options. However, no matter how arrogant Ling Yun was, he would not gamble with old master He's life. Reality had proven that Kuan Ba was indeed wary of Ling Yun. The Yin-Yang Gang Chi sword almost pierced his energy center, but it was instantly forced out of his body. As expected, as soon as Kuan Ba retreated, He Wensan's head tilted to the side as if it had been broken. Then, his body slumped onto the wheelchair. He did not make a sound, and even his eyes were closed. "Grandfather!" He Yuqiong cried out in sorrow. "Don't worry, he's not dead," Ling Yun replied He Yuqiong. Then, he used the 5 elemental vessel sealing finger and sealed He Wensan's heart meridians. Then, he took out a level 7 healing talisman and placed it on He Wensan's head. He shouted, "Appear." All of this happened in a split second. After that, He Wencan would not be able to die even if he wanted to. "Do it!" Ling Yun let out a roar. Wang Chongxiao and Edward's figures flashed, and they immediately stood on the left and right sides of the old master to protect him. Chester also flew over to protect He Yuqiong. This was the plan that Ling Yun had come up with before entering the door. "Take the 2 of them away," Ling Yun ordered. The 2 of them had to be taken away. In a battle of this level, an ordinary person would die on the spot if they came into contact with the wind. As for fighting, Ling Yun alone was enough. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Ling Yun controlled his 2 flying swords and flew back and forth in the room, slashing and stabbing at the more than 30 spirit cultivators. In a split second, the room was filled with screams. The green shadow flying sword and the yin-yang astral energy sword, one green and one gray, were like spirits that rushed out of hell to harvest lives. However, Ling Yun didn't kill it. That was because it would be a waste if such a good resource were to be killed in one strike. Amidst the wails and howls, Ling Yan's figure flashed and rushed into the crowd of enemies. Boom! The yin-yang astral energy whirlpool was released and instantly engulfed the more than 30 spirit cultivators. Ling Yun was using the yin-yang astral energy whirlpool to absorb their true qi and quickly assimilate them, turning all the miscellaneous true qi into yin-yang qi. The current Ling Yun no longer needed to touch the other party's body when he used the absorption technique. Ah! When the spirit cultivators who were losing their true qi understood what Ling Yun was doing, they immediately let out cries of despair. They tried their best to resist, but Ling Yun's 2 flying swords came and went unpredictably in the yin-yang astral energy whirlpool. Whoever resisted would immediately be seriously injured by the flying swords. "Master, save me!" Someone shouted crazily. Some of these spirit cultivators might not be afraid of death, but it was worse than being killed to have their true qi sucked away. Unfortunately, the guru in their hearts wasn't any better than them. He was stabbed by Ling Yun the moment he came up. Even though his chest wasn't a vital point, it was a penetrating wound. Even though his lower abdomen wasn't penetrated, his energy center was already damaged. Now, he was being chased by Ling Yun's 2 magical treasures. There was no way out. One had to know that Ling Yun's golden dragon spear, combined with the gold emperor berserk dragon slash, was the most powerful magical treasure he had. Kuan Ba could repel the yin-yang astral energy swords, but he did not dare to take the golden dragon spear head-on. It was too terrifying. Moreover, if it was only the golden dragon spear, Kuan Ba could fight while retreating. At the very least, he could deal with Wang Chongxiao and the others. However, there was still the man-ruler's seal above his head. It could crush him at any time. Kuan Ba shuttled through the sky, but he could not escape the pursuit of these two magical treasures. Rumble. Soon, the house could not hold on any longer and collapsed. The yin-yang astral energy whirlpool engulfed everyone. After a few minutes, Lingyan felt that this group of spirit cultivators had become an arrow at the end of its flight. There was not much true qi left in their bodies. Lingyan laughed coldly. I'll send you on your way. Chi 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 chi, the two flying swords came and went like lightning. Very quickly, they killed all the enemies. Chi chi chi, after all the people in the house were dead, Lingyan didn't need to move. He directly activated the two flying swords and killed all the spirit cultivators who were scared out of their wits. Now, on He Caitong's side, only he, Hua Chaofan, and Guru Kuan Ba, who was running around in the sky, were left. Swoosh, after killing all the people on the ground, the two flying swords also rushed into the night sky to chase after Guru Kunba. In a flash, Lingyan rushed out of the collapsed house and appeared in front of He Caitong. He Caitong was so scared that he was lying on the ground, shivering all over. Lingyan squatted down and gently patted his shoulder. Old He, if you think you have the ability to seize power in the family, it's really nothing. After all, it's your He family's business. But you colluded with foreigners and disrupted my Haojiang. That's your fault. His words were sincere and heartfelt. The rest of you, clean up the battlefield. Paul, follow me. Whoosh. Lingyan soared into the sky. He made a turn in the air and chased after Kuan Ba in the southern sea. He had no choice but to give chase. Seeing that he had lost the upper hand, Guru Kuan Ba knew that he had kicked an iron plate this time. He no longer had the will to fight. After breaking out of the encirclement of Lingyan's four treasures, he frantically ran for his life in the direction of the South Sea. Lingyan's speed was not much faster than Kuan Ba's. It would be difficult for Lingyan to catch up once Kuan Ba was more than 5 kilometers away. In the night sky, the two of them flew for dozens of kilometers and arrived in the sky above the vast southern sea. Hey, Guru, slow down. Slow down. I'm telling you, you'll be in big trouble if you keep flying. Lingyan didn't have any misgivings anymore once he was far away from the coastline. He shouted as he chased. Seeing that Lingyan was getting closer and closer, Kuan Ba didn't even look back as he fled in the southeast direction. F***ck, you didn't listen to my kind reminder. You deserve to be in big trouble. Lingyan increased his speed again. The distance between them was less than 3 kilometers. Oh, I remember now. He probably didn't understand me. Luckily, I brought a translator with me. Lingyan used his divine will to scan the area, but he realized that Paul was long gone. That guy was too slow, so he lost track of him. Lingyan had no choice but to take out his communicator and turn on his GPS. It was fine if Paul couldn't catch up to him, as long as he could find him. Hey, why is this guru so disobedient? Aren't you afraid of bad luck? Lingyan was annoyed that Kuan Ba was still trying to increase his speed. He put away the human ruler seal and green shadow flying sword, leaving only the golden dragon spear and the yin-yang astral energy sword to play with Kuan Ba. That was because these two Dharma treasures were formed from Lingyan's aura. One was the dragon spiritual energy, while the other was the yin-yang astral energy. They were like Lingyan's arms, so he didn't need to use too much divine telekinesis. Guru, stop running. Do you really think that I can't catch up to you? Boom. Lingyan used 8 times the speed of sound. The distance between them suddenly shortened by 500 meters. Impolite. Guru Kuan Ba wanted to cry. Of course, he could hear Lingyan chanting behind him. Even though he couldn't understand most of it, he could understand Lingyan telling him not to run away. Moreover, it wasn't that Guru Kuan Ba couldn't increase his speed. If he flew at full speed, he wouldn't be slower than Lingyan. It was a pity that he was already seriously injured. Moreover, he was being harassed by Lingyan's 2 magical treasures. He had to keep turning and dodging as he flew. Naturally, he couldn't increase his speed. Just like that, the two of them chased after each other for over 100 kilometers and arrived in the sky above the deep sea. The distance between the two shrunk by more than 500 meters, and was now less than 2,000 meters. Lingyan didn't waste any more divine energy. He started to tease Kumba with a smile on his face, patiently waiting for the unlucky moment to come. Even though Lingyan hadn't caught up to him, Kumba felt that something was wrong. The more he ran, the more nervous he became. There were a few times when he even wanted to turn around and fight it out with Lingyan. Lingyan had divine sense, and so did Kumba. At this distance, both of them were within the range of each other's divine sense. Therefore, the other party could clearly see each other's situation. Kumba saw the playful expression on Lingyan's face. It was the expression of a cat playing with a mouse. It wasn't that Lingyan couldn't catch up to him, but that Lingyan was deliberately teasing him. No, I have to put in more effort. I only need to fly a few hundred more kilometers to get close to the airspace of Country F. Then, as long as I send out a message, my friend over there will definitely rush over to save me. Kumba hardened his heart and continued to fly at full speed, ignoring his injuries. Eh? Such good weather, why is there a cloud in front of me? Kumba didn't fly far before he saw a huge cloud in front of him. It had a radius of 1,000 meters and was a few hundred meters thick. Moreover, it was floating towards him rapidly. There's no wind at all. How can such a huge cloud fly so fast? Kumba was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he was delighted. No matter what, it was a good thing that such a huge cloud had appeared. As long as he entered the cloud and changed his direction slightly, he might be able to shake off that terrifying cultivator. Thinking of this, Kumba sped up again and rushed towards the cloud. However, before he could even get close to the cloud, Kumba felt an inexplicable pressure. That pressure was so terrifying that it made his soul unstable. What's going on? Kumba was shocked. His first reaction was to change his direction and avoid the cloud. However, at this moment, roar. A thunderous roar came from the cloud. It was so loud that Kumba's soul trembled and he almost fell into the sea. Kumba didn't have time to change his direction, and he crashed into the cloud. Pa! Then, there was a loud noise from within the clouds. Then, Lingyan saw Guru Kuan-Ba somersaulting out of the clouds. However, this time, he didn't fly out on his own. He was whipped out by the tail of a huge red dragon. Ha 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 ha, in the blink of an eye, Lingyan arrived in front of Kumba and flew close to him. How is it? I told you not to fly here from the start. I told you that you would be in trouble, but you didn't listen. Are you regretting it now? Kumba's face was swollen. Looking at Lingyan in front of him, he finally understood that there was no way he could escape. It's a dragon. The legendary dragon of Xianxia. How is this possible? That was the only thing Kumba could say after repeating it over and over again. Of course, Lingyan didn't understand, so he simply used the international language. Shut up first. Wait for my translator to come before you speak. That was English, and Kumba didn't expect him to understand it. He looked at Lingyan, then at the dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. All he could do was nod his head miserably. Then, he used the momentum to dive straight into the sea. Lingyan followed closely behind, standing proudly on the waves. Naturally, Big Red also dived into the sea. Its scarlet body circled in the water, showing off to Lingyan. Ever since Lingyan arrived above the sea, he had been using the golden dragon spear to chase after Kumba. The dragon energy contained in the dragon spear, coupled with the dazzling golden light, was simply like a beacon. How could Kumba not come forward to meet him? Therefore, Guru Kuan-Ba's tragic fate had long been destined. The chase took them more than 200 kilometers away from the coastline. Paul, who had transformed into a humanoid bird, was still left more than 50 kilometers behind by Lingyan. After the two of them stopped, it took him more than 2 minutes to catch up. Boss. Lingyan nodded and pointed at Kumba. Ask him what his name is first. Paul immediately translated. After exchanging a few words with Kumba, he turned back to Lingyan and said, Boss, he is indeed Kumba, an elder of the Nanyang Rogue Cultivator Alliance. At this time, Kumba spoke a few more words. Paul turned his head and smiled at Lingyan. Boss, he said that you are definitely not a rogue cultivator from the East Ocean. He wants to know your real name. Ling Yan laughed. Ling Yan, tell him that I am Ling Yan. As he spoke, Ling Yan took out an item from his cosmos ring as if to prove himself. Purple light shone. It was the purple chalcedony that he snatched from the three spirit cultivators. This is the purple jade essence. Guru Kuanba's eyes lit up when he saw what Ling Yan took out. He couldn't contain his excitement and took a step forward subconsciously. In fact, more than a month ago, the three spirit cultivators who accompanied He Yuqiong to the Yi clan's auction were the three disciples of Master Kuanba. Before the three of them died, their last message was also sent to Kuanba. Ling Yan, it's really you. Guru Kuanba stared unblinkingly at the purple jade essence. After a while, he shifted his gaze back to Ling Yan's face. That's right, it's me. Ling Yan had already reverted to his original appearance. He weighed the purple jade essence in his hand and put it away with a thought. Even though Ling Yan still couldn't see through Guru Kuanba's true strength, he wasn't worried that he would escape. The pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm, Ling Yan had already killed one when he was at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 5. Moreover, that person was a genius swordsman from the Heavenly Sword sect, Dihai. Even though Ling Yan had used 3 times the Dragon Elephant Divine Force at that time, it was mainly because he was worried that his opponent would escape. In order to surpass his opponent in speed, he had no choice but to use the Dragon Elephant Divine Force secret technique. Now that Ling Yan had reached the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 6, not only was his speed faster than a cultivator at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm, but the Green Shadow Flying Sword, the Yin-Yang Astral Sword, and the Golden Dragon Spear were all superior-grade treasures that could easily break through the defenses of a Foundation establishment realm cultivator and cause fatal damage to their bodies. An expert could tell with a stretch of his hand. After the sneak attack and the chase just now, Ling Yan had a clear understanding of Guru Kuanba's strength. Moreover, Guru Kuanba was already injured, and Ling Yan had an additional dragon by his side. Of course, Ling Yan had nothing to fear. Guru Kuanba didn't speak immediately after seeing Ling Yan keep the purple chalcedony. Instead, he silently chanted an incantation. Suddenly, a black light appeared on his body. After a while, the wounds on his chest and lower abdomen that were stabbed by Ling Yan's flying sword began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ling Yan didn't stop him because both of his flying swords were superior-grade treasures. After stabbing Guru Kuanba, he didn't just injure his skin. His internal muscles and meridians were also damaged. Now, Guru Kuanba's wounds were only superficial. Mr. Ling Yan, I've heard of you. I know that you are a rising cultivation genius in Huaxia this year. Your family has become the #1 in China. After his injuries were under control, Guru Kuanba spoke with a solemn expression, but we, the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance, have no enmity with you. Even after I found out that you stole the purple jade essence that I needed the most, I did not send any disciples to China to fight for it. Why do you keep targeting us? From what you're saying, you want to negotiate with me? After listening to Paul's translation, the corners of Ling Yan's mouth lifted as he asked with a smile. Not bad. Master Kuanba nodded solemnly. This purple jade essence is something that I urgently need. If you are willing to return it to me, then I, Kuanba, can guarantee that not only will the grudges between us be written off, but from now on, as long as you come to Nanyang, the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivator Alliance will treat you as a distinguished guest. Ling Yan laughed heartily and asked with interest, Master Kuanba, I don't know what kind of technique you're practicing, but you've actually damaged your brain. Can you please figure out the situation and think before you speak? You're like a turtle in a jar now. Not only do you not want to beg for mercy, you actually want to take the purple jade essence from me? Mr. Ling Yan, I know you are very strong, but it would be difficult for you, the Western Blood Clan, and the Dragon in the Sea to keep me here. Master Kuanba shook his head slowly. There was no tax on bragging anyway, so go ahead and brag all you want. Master Kuanba continued, Mr. Ling Yan, I might as well tell you that when you were chasing me just now, I used the communication device in my hand to report everything that happened in the resort to the higher-ups of the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivator Alliance. Even if you can kill me, you will face the pursuit of the entire Nanyang Itinerant Cultivator Alliance in the future. Roping him in and threatening him. Ling Yan smiled faintly. He was too lazy to respond to Master Kuanba's suggestion. He only asked, "What else do you want to say? Just say it all before you die." Seeing that Ling Yan refused to budge, Kunba was infuriated. Releasing his aura, he took a step forward and said, "Ling Yan, I patiently explained so much to you not because I'm afraid of you. If you continue to force me, then I'll show you how powerful I am." Swoosh swoosh. Suddenly, Kuanba's body shone with a dark light. The black bracelet on his wrist suddenly flew out and enlarged to the size of a car wheel, blocking in front of him. At the same time, the dark golden Vajra pendant on Kuanba's neck flew out and instantly became more than 2 meters long. It emitted a dark golden light and hung above Kuanba's head, aiming at Ling Yun. 2 magical treasures, one for offense and one for defense. Guru Kuanba seemed to want to prove his true strength, so he simply set up a formation. "Since you have nothing else to say, then I'll tell you 2 things. Ling Yan stood proudly and didn't even look at the 2 magical treasures that Kuanba had taken out. He said directly, "First, if I didn't see the purple jade essence that day, I wouldn't have let it go. But since I saw it, I won't let it fall into your hands regardless of whether your disciples provoked me or not. Moreover, that night, your 3 disciples got greedy. Not only did they get the purple jade essence, they even wanted to snatch the treasure that I bid for. Of course, they deserve to die. Secondly, if you, Kuanba, just want to help He Kaitong seize the He family's inheritance, I wouldn't care about such a small matter even if your actions aren't honorable. However, I know that the truth of the matter is not as simple as you think, judging from how you have gathered so many people tonight. Not only did you control He Kaitong, but you also dared to possess He Winsan's body and control the He family. Haojiang, Huaxia's Haojiang is in chaos. The Nanyang Rogue Cultivators Alliance is too ambitious and doesn't respect the Huaxia cultivation world at all. Just based on this, I wouldn't even feel wronged if I were to destroy your Bullsh *T Rogue Cultivators Alliance." Ling Yan floated in the air and waited for Paul to translate his words word by word. Then, he stepped forward and said, "Do you understand? Make your move." Boom. The golden dragon spear vibrated and pierced towards Kuanba. The waves were monstrous. Ling Yun and Master Kuanba were separated by 100 meters as they engaged in a life-and-death battle. Ling Yun had always been like this. Once he made a move, he would not give his opponent a chance to speak. At this time, Paul, who was in charge of translating, had already left the battlefield under Ling Yun's instructions. He was 1 kilometer behind Ling Yun. Kill. Even though Kuanba's golden demon subduing Vajra wasn't even a mid-grade spiritual weapon, Kuanba's realm was too high. He was able to hold off Ling Yun's golden dragon spear for a short period of time. Ling Yan's Yin-Yang aura sword was blocked by Kuanba's black bracelet. Ling Yan's attacks couldn't pose a threat to Kuanba in a short period of time. The Nanyang cultivators are really poor. Even though Ling Yun was fighting with his opponent, he was at ease. He couldn't help but sigh when he saw that Kuanba couldn't take out another decent spiritual weapon other than these 2 spiritual weapons. Ling Yun couldn't be bothered to continue fighting with Kuanba after using the 2 spiritual weapons. He immediately took out the green shadow flying sword. Swoosh! The green shadow flying sword flashed and appeared in front of Kuanba in an instant. "Ha!" Kuanba roared. His body was shrouded in black light as he raised his hand and slapped the green shadow flying sword. This time, the green shadow flying sword was actually slapped away by him. Ling Yun was slightly surprised. This poor monk's physique was quite strong. He actually dared to take on a mid-grade spiritual weapon with his bare hands. "Let's see how many times you can block." Ling Yun sneered. The green shadow flying sword circled around Kuanba's body, coming and going like a shuttle. It didn't miss his vital spots at all. Kuanba couldn't help but complain in his heart. All he could do was dodge left and right as he waved his palms and slapped away the green shadow flying sword. Unfortunately, it was a battle of bare hands against a magical treasure. Ling Yan only needed to move his mind, but Kuanba had to use all his strength to defend. With such a fast attack speed, Kuanba couldn't hold on any longer within a few minutes. The attacks of the green shadow flying swords were getting faster and faster, and the angles of their attacks were getting more and more tricky. Many times, Kuanba's palms would hit nothing but air, and the green shadow flying swords would pierce. through his protective black aura. Ah! Finally, the green shadow flying sword pierced through Guru Kumba's protective black light more than 10 times. Then, it pierced through the black light and stabbed Kumba's back. Whoosh! The green shadow flying sword cut open a wound on Kumba's back, and fresh blood spurted out. Ling Yun, what's so great about relying on magical treasures? Do you dare to have a fair fight without magical weapons? Kumba's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He flew into the sky again to avoid the green shadow flying sword's pursuit. Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Ling Yun floated in the air, too lazy to move at all. After a laugh, his thoughts moved again, and he took out the human ruler seal. Kamba, high up in the sky, the human ruler seal that was the size of a house came and went like lightning. It continuously blocked Kamba's path, forcing him to change direction and escape. Ling Yun, you're too much. Kamba was completely infuriated. He knew that if he continued fighting like this, he would be exhausted to death by Ling Yun's 2 magical treasures sooner or later. He steeled his heart and decided to take the initiative. He switched from defense to offense and charged at Ling Yun. Good timing. This was the moment Ling Yun was waiting for. Guru Kamba, take a punch from me. Ling Yun, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly teleported and appeared in front of Kamba. Then, he swung his fist. Boom! In an instant, Ling Yun's body shone brightly. The golden protective light and the moonlight attracted by the stellar condensation technique shone at the same time, directly drowning out Guru Kumba's black light. Ling Yun's punch was successful. Guru Kumba was sent tumbling 100 meters away by the Tiangang demon fist. Ling Yun, on the other hand, borrowed the momentum to retreat, unharmed. Pfft! After Kamba's body stabilized, his dark and skinny face turned the color of a pig's liver. He clenched his teeth and tried to swallow the blood in his throat, but he couldn't hold it in and vomited it all out. Ling Yun, you're so cunning. After vomiting blood, Kamba said hurriedly. He was afraid that Ling Yun wouldn't understand him, so he used English this time. Ling Yun. Your cultivation isn't good enough, and your physical body and strength aren't as good as mine. Who else can you blame? That's right. Now that Ling Yun's stainless glass body and the Tiangang demon fist were combined, how could a mere foundation establishment cultivator resist him? Ling Yun had never lost to a fist fight, except for Long Tianfeng, who was 3 realms higher than Ling Yun. Of course, Ling Yun was only doing this to test Kuan Ba's physical strength so that he could be more confident. The result would be clear. Pa! Ling Yun's human ruler seal responded to Master Kuan Ba. While Master Kuan Ba was still dizzy from Ling Yun's attack, Ling Yun's human ruler seal flew over and landed a solid hit on his back. Pfft! This time, Kamba didn't even have time to hold it in. The human ruler seal hit him so hard that he vomited a mouthful of blood and fell headfirst into the sea. Dragon binding seal. Ling Yun flew through the air and arrived in an instant. He grabbed the air with one hand. It was actually the water binding technique. Now, Ling Yun had combined it with the hand seals that he had been practicing. Ling Yun called it the dragon binding seal. The sea was turbulent. As soon as Kamba fell into the sea, he felt as if the surrounding seawater had turned into countless ropes that bound his body tightly. He couldn't break free at all. What kind of technique is this? Kamba was shocked. He exerted all his strength and struggled with all 4 limbs. Break! With a loud crash, the sea waves rolled and the seawater ropes broke. Kuan Ba broke free and rushed out of the sea. Hee hee. Ling Yun smiled faintly. He was just testing out his hand seals on Kamba. Swoosh! 2 yin-yang aura chains appeared out of thin air. Like 2 living dragons, they instantly wrapped around Kamba's body. They spun around his body layer by layer and bound him tightly. Kamba, try and break free again. Ling Yun smiled. Kamba didn't expect Ling Yun to have so many tricks up his sleeve. He had no choice but to bite the tip of his tongue. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of heart blood and rushed towards the black bracelet in the sky. He still has tricks up his sleeve? Ling Yun was surprised but didn't stop him. He wanted to see what other tricks Kamba had up his sleeve. Bang! Kamba's heart blood sprayed all over the black bracelet. The bracelet exploded instantly, and hundreds of beads reassembled in the air to form a black skull. Then, it charged towards Ling Yan. What a strong evil and murderous aura. Ling Yan's expression finally turned serious. He knew that this was probably Xianxia's final trump card. He didn't take it head-on with his body. Instead, he teleported away. Not only did he hide more than a mile away, but he also turned invisible. Unexpectedly, the black skull turned around and rushed towards the invisible Ling Yan again. Its speed wasn't any slower than Ling Yan's movement technique. Even invisibility can be broken. Ling Yan smiled and nodded. He didn't dodge anymore. Instead, he took out the blood transformation blade and slashed at the skull that was flying towards him. As expected, the skull was split in half. The evil and murderous aura in the beads were all absorbed by the blood transformation blade. Whoosh! Without the murderous aura, the skull that was split in half instantly turned into a pile of beads and fell into the sea. Keep. Ling Yan knew that these were magical treasures. They were all top-notch materials for spell formations. He raised his hand and stored them all in the Taishu ring. Ah! Guru Kuan-Ba cried out in pain when he saw his most important magical treasure being taken away by Ling Yan. Why are you screaming when you're about to die? Ling Yan used his divine sense to pull Xianxia, who was tightly wrapped in the yin-yang qi chains, in front of him. 3 consecutive slashes. The first slash cut off both of Xianxia's legs. Then, the second slash cut off both of his arms. Boom! After crippling Xianxia's limbs, Ling Yan started to absorb the true qi in his body. After a full 20 minutes, Ling Yan stopped, satisfied. With a casual toss, he threw the dying Xianxia to Paul, who was not far away. Don't kill him yet. Bring him back to Haojiang. He has some use for him, Ling Yan instructed. He raised his hand again and grabbed the black gold demon subduing pestle. He used the yin-yang 5 elemental fire to refine it and put it away. Big Red, you did well tonight. Let's continue to play in the sea. Ling Yan called out to Big Red and didn't stay on the sea any longer. He brought Paul back to Dongao Island. At around 1 in the morning, Ling Yan returned to the resort on Dongao Island. Bang! Paul casually threw Master Kuan-Ba's body at Hitsaitong's feet. Kuan-Ba's bleeding had already been stopped by Paul, the Marquis of the Blood Clan. He was only in a deep coma and did not react at all. His limbs had been broken by Ling Yan, and 90% of his strength had been sucked away by Ling Yan. Now, he was completely crippled, no different from a living dead. Mr. He, the master you invited wanted to leave without saying goodbye. I chased him back, but he was very disobedient and became like this. Ling Yan teased He Kaitong with a smile. Thump. He Kaitong knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ling Yan. Immortal Master Lin, please spare my life. Immortal Master Lin, please spare my life. He was already scared out of his wits. Don't worry, I was invited by your niece to save people, not to kill people. Ling Yan couldn't even be bothered to look at him. He had already dealt with the people from the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance. What happened next was an internal matter of the He family. Saitong's fate would naturally be decided by Old Master He. The resort was in a mess. The resort, which was nearly 300 square meters, had completely collapsed and turned into ruins because it was the main battlefield just now. Beside the ruins were the corpses of the spirit cultivators that had been killed, as well as the scattered broken limbs. They were all piled together like a small mountain. They got off easy. Ling Yan laughed secretly. He saw that the corpses had become shriveled and there was not even a trace of blood on the wounds. He knew that it must have been the work of the 4 Great Blood Clan. However, Ling Yan was too lazy to point it out. As the saying went, a horse would not get fat without grass at night. The 5 Blood Clan were Ling Yan's most loyal servants. The stronger they were, the better. Boom! Ling Yan first used the mountain-moving technique to move the corpses into the ruins of the resort. Then, he summoned the fire spirit phoenix and flew over the ruins, spitting out blazing flames. In an instant, the entire ruins were set ablaze. A few minutes later, the resort, along with the corpses of the spirit cultivators, were all reduced to ashes. After burning everything, Ling Yan sent all the ashes into the sea with a wave of his hand. All that was left of the ruins was a patch of black scorched earth. In this world, there's actually someone with such a technique? Hua Chaofan was dumbfounded at first, but now he was even more dumbfounded. They were shocked because Ling Yan was good at fighting, decisive and merciless. However, they were shocked because Ling Yan had unintentionally displayed too many abilities. It was simply unbelievable. Being able to fight and having many tricks were two different things. At this moment, Hua Chaofan, the swordsman of Nanyang, felt extremely lucky. He was glad that he was intimidated by Ling Yan's power and took the initiative to make way for him. What was more fortunate was that he didn't try to escape when he was fighting Ling Yan or chasing after Kuan Ba. This was the wisest decision Hua Chaofan had ever made in his life, an ant trying to shake a tree, laughably overestimating itself. Hua Chaofan knew that in the eyes of Elder Immortal Lin, he was no different from an ant. Elder Immortal Lin had already given him a lot of face by stopping to persuade him to make way. However, ever since Ling Yan had returned to the resort, she had been treating him as if he was invisible. After cleaning up the battlefield, Ling Yan felt that He Yuqiong would be able to deal with the rest even if someone on the island heard the commotion and came looking for them. In a flash, Ling Yan arrived at another resort. It was located at the easternmost part of the resort, about half a mile away from the destroyed one. It faced the sea. Ling. Big brother Lin, please save my grandfather. He Yuqiong's face was covered in tears. She was guarding the unconscious He Wenkan by the bedside. When she saw Ling Yan return, she immediately knelt on the ground. Sister Yuqiong, please get up. Ling Yan raised his hand and pulled He Yuqiong up from the ground. He stood by the bedside and used his divine will to observe He Wenkan for a while. Then, he said, Yuqiong, I remember you told me that your grandfather suddenly contracted a strange illness at the end of last year. He became delirious and behaved strangely. He would curse at people for no reason, right? Yes, brother Lin. He Yuqiong nodded. Ling Yan smiled. Now that I think about it, when your uncle first came into contact with the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance, he invited a spirit cultivator who raised a little ghost. He used that little ghost to constantly disturb your grandfather, causing him to become like that. However, your uncle still has a conscience. He only wants to disturb the old man's mind and use the reason that he is delirious to attack your legal status as the semi-public heir. Then, he will rope in the other branches of the family and besiege you. Then, he will take advantage of the chaos to succeed. Ling Yan's evaluation of his conscience was the real reason why he left He Kaitong alive. It's a pity that some things can't be taken. Your uncle came into contact with people he shouldn't have. His thinking was simple. He only wanted to replace you as the leader of the He family. However, the people from the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance didn't think so. Your uncle invited a wolf into the house, and Kuan Ba and the others saw an opportunity. They wanted to control your uncle. As long as they helped your uncle ascend to the throne, he would become Kuan Ba's puppet. From then on, the real master of the He family would be the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance, or rather, Kuan Ba. A month ago, your uncle sent you to the capital city to buy medicine for two reasons. First, he wanted you to bid for the purple chalcedony for Kuan Ba. Second, he wanted to use this opportunity to send you away. While you were away, he colluded with Kuan Ba and came up with this plan. When you came back and presented the purple chalcedony with both hands, Kuan Ba would use your grandfather's mouth to say what he said just now. You would lose everything and they would get two birds with one stone. I have to say that their plan was flawless. It was the best of both worlds. It's a pity Ling Yan didn't need to say the rest. It was a pity that they didn't expect He Yuqiong to meet Ling Yan. Coincidentally, Ling Yan was the one who could destroy all their plans. He Yuqiong looked at Ling Yan gratefully. However, she didn't say anything. She knew that any words of gratitude wouldn't be enough to repay Ling Yan. Old master, he is already more than 90 years old. Furthermore, he has been harassed by the little kid for almost a year. Just now, Kuan Ba used a secret technique to invade his soul. Now, he is on his last legs. Even I have to be careful when treating him. So, all of you can leave. Wang Chongxiao, Edward, protect me. Don't let anyone enter within 100 meters of this house. Ling Yan wasn't exaggerating. He Wenken didn't have any external injuries, but the injuries he suffered were all on the spiritual level. A healthy young man would fall seriously ill after being pestered by those filthy things for a few days, let alone a 90-year-old He Wenken. After being tortured by the spirit children for almost a year, old Master He's body was filled with yin energy. In addition to that, the secret skill that Kuan Ba had just used was extremely harmful to a person's soul. If old Master He was not killed, he would end up as an idiot. He might even end up in a vegetative state. That was why Ling Yun was very cautious. He took out the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone and the Ghost Divine Willow after everyone left. The Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone and the Ghost Divine Willow could nourish Yi Wensan's body quickly, while the Ghost Divine Willow could help old Master He regain consciousness in a short period of time. With the protection of these two treasures, coupled with Ling Yun's treatment, there would naturally be no mistakes. The Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone was placed on top of Yi Wensan's head while the Ghost Divine Willow was placed by the bed. Ling Yun sat by the bed and grabbed Yi Wensan's wrist. It was cold to the touch. He started to transfer pure yang qi into old Master He's body to expel the excess yin energy in the old man's body. This process wasn't very taxing, but it couldn't be done quickly. He was afraid that if it was too fast, the yin and yang would clash, causing heat and cold to alternate in Yi Wensan's body. That would have the opposite effect. However, Ling Yun was patient now that the enemy was gone. More than an hour passed unknowingly. With the help of the Ghost Divine Willow's life essence and Ling Yun's pure yang qi, the yin qi in old Master He's body was completely gone. Not only was his body warm, but it was also full of vitality. His complexion was rosy. It's done. Ling Yun relaxed and let go of his hand. This was the most difficult step. The next step was a level 7 healing talisman. Appear. Ling Yun used another healing talisman on old Master He Wenken. Back then, on the opening day of the Ling Yun Ordinary People's Clinic, he was only at the pinnacle of body tempering realm level 7. However, he had used a level 4 healing talisman and a Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone to treat a vegetable and a lunatic. Now that he was at the pinnacle of Qi Refinement realm level 6, he had used 2 level 7 healing talismans. It was as if the medicine was effective and the disease was cured. Yi Wensan's face was ruddy and her breathing was steady. Her eyelids began to tremble as if she were about to open. He Wenken thanks Immortal Elder for saving my life. After a while, old Master He opened his eyes slowly. The first thing he said was to thank Ling Yun for saving his life. Obviously, old Master He had completely regained his consciousness. Seeing that old Master He was struggling to get up, Ling Yun hurriedly stopped him and made him lie down again. Only then did he say, "It's nothing, it's not worth mentioning. Old Master He can just lie down. Immortal Elder, I, He Wenken, have been unstoppable all my life and have shaken Haojiang. I never thought that I would encounter such a calamity before my death. Not only did my He family almost suffer a calamity, but it also nearly affected the entire Haojiang and caused the country to suffer losses. I'm truly ashamed." Old Master He was extremely emotional. Tears were already flowing from the corners of his eyes. Fortunately, my granddaughter, Yu Qiong, was fortunate enough to have Immortal Elder's help. That was how she was able to turn the tide and turn the tables at the last moment. I really don't know how to repay such a great favor, Ling Yun thought to himself. No wonder he was an amazing person who had shaken Haojiang for half a century. The words he said were extraordinary and pleasing to the ears. He waved his hand and smiled. Old Master, you're flattering me. You've just recovered from a serious illness. What you need most now is to rest and recuperate. Speaking less and resting more is already the best way to repay me. However, Ling Yun changed the topic after saying the polite words. Old Master He, from what you've said, it seems like you know everything that has happened to the He family in the past year. He Wenken laughed bitterly. To tell you the truth, I've seen everything that has happened to the He family. It's just that I was entangled by that little ferocious ghost at the beginning. I'm already old and my strength is not as good as my will. I can't fight it at all. Another reason is that this old man knows in my heart that these people that my stupid and unfilial son found have great backgrounds, and their intentions are even greater. Thus, even when this old man is occasionally clear-headed and can communicate with Yu Qiong normally, I dare not speak the truth. I'm afraid that these people will harm her life, and then everything will be over. That's why what I said to Yuqiong was half true and half false. I wanted to stall for time so that Yuqiong would have the opportunity to invite an expert like a mortal elder to help. Ling Yan was speechless. What did it mean to say that old ginger was spicier? That was it. Even before the arrival of the immortal elders, my mind was still clear. I was thinking that even if it would be a life and death struggle, I had to say that I would let Yuqiong succeed me. Unfortunately, Guru Kuan-Ba had such terrifying means to occupy my mind and suppress my will, turning me into a puppet. Old master, he lives up to your reputation. I'm sincerely impressed. Ling Yan praised and then said, since old master he knows the whole thing like the back of his hand, I don't need to say more. Right now, that Guru Kuan-Ba, your eldest son, and Miss Yuqiong are all on this island. Why don't old master he have a good sleep tonight? When you're fully recovered, you can personally deal with the He family's affairs tomorrow. How about that? Thank you for your concern, immortal elder. I wouldn't dare to disobey you. Then I'll take my leave first. Ling Yan nodded and got up with a smile. He put away his magical treasure and flashed out of the door. The bright moon hung in the sky was filled with stars, and the sea breeze was gentle. It was a beautiful night. It was a worthwhile trip. At this point, Ling Yan's promise to He Yuqiong had been fulfilled. Old Wang, you have to be tired tonight. Just protect old master He for one night, Ling Yan said. Wang Chongxiao nodded immediately. Don't worry, boss. I promise nothing will go wrong. Whoosh. Ling Yan teleported and appeared directly in front of He Yuqiong. Sister Yuqiong, your grandfather is awake now. However, he is just recovered from a serious illness and needs to rest for one more night. He can only see you when he wakes up. Thank you, big brother Lin. He Yuqiong knelt down and thanked Ling Yan for saving her life. This time, Ling Yan did not act humble. He accepted the kowtow calmly. He was worthy of it. Hearing that old master he had regained consciousness, He Kaitong, who was not far away, collapsed to the ground. His face was ashen. Yuqiong and Ying, the two of you have been up for most of the night. Find a room to rest tonight. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. Ling Yan made arrangements for the two of them. Then, he sent a telepathic message to the 5 members of the blood clan, asking them to protect the place. Following that, Ling Yan's figure disappeared. He had more important things to do now. After Ling Yan turned invisible, he flew rapidly into the South Sea. A minute later, Ling Yan was already 100 kilometers away from Dongao Island. He searched for an uninhabited island and landed there. In the battle just now, Ling Yan had absorbed too much true qi. It couldn't even be described as a bowl full. His body was about to explode. Ling Yan's energy center was huge, and his sea of consciousness was extremely tough. However, no matter how strong he was, there was always a limit. After all, Ling Yan was only at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 6. However, in the battle just now on Dongao Island, Ling Yan had absorbed the true Qi of dozens of cultivators above Divine Power Realm level 5, including 4 or 5 Qi cultivation level 9 experts. That was not all. In the South Sea, he had absorbed 90% of the power of Master Kuan-Ba, a Pinnacle Foundation establishment expert. It was like a person eating more than 10 times the usual amount of food. How could he not be full? Moreover, the true qi of those cultivators was very mixed. There were ancient Muay Thai experts, spirit cultivators, and tame headmasters. It was a mess, even though the yin-yang harmony balance was heaven-defying and could first convert the mixed true qi into yin-yang true qi before being absorbed into Ling Yan's body. The time was too short. Ling Yan could not refine it all, therefore, after Ling Yan cured He Wen Can, he could not care about anything else. He went directly to this secluded place and began to focus on refining the true qi that he had obtained. This was a small island in the sea that no one cared about. The part that was exposed from the sea was less than 10 meters long and wide. There were no trees on the island except for some scattered weeds on the shore. Ling Yan found a random spot by the sea and sat down cross-legged. Then, he threw out dozens of spirit stones and set up a spirit gathering formation with a radius of more than 10 meters. Boom! Ling Yan summoned the yin-yang 5 elemental flames and wrapped them around his body. Then, he began to activate the yin-yang harmony balance with all his might. Boom! As Lingyun used the yin-yang harmony balance, a yin-yang vortex suddenly appeared. With Lingyun as the center, it spread to the edge of the spirit-gathering formation. Under Lingyun's control, it spun violently. The speed was far faster than the grinding wheel. The yin-yang 5 elemental flames covered the same area as the yin-yang vortex. In fact, this scene was exactly the same as the one in Lingyun's body. However, the yin-yang energy only circulated in his energy center and meridians. Using the yin-yang 5 elemental fire to refine it was simply too slow. This was called stewing in one pot. Even so, it took Lingyun more than 2 hours to refine all the messy true qi that he had absorbed into the purest yin-yang vigor. It was exactly the same as the yin-yang vigor that was produced in his body. The divine energy that Xiaochen refined in his sea of consciousness was already overflowing like a torrential rain. However, Lingyun wasn't afraid of this. That was because the Dragon Emperor Sword and Emperor Brush would immediately absorb the divine energy that leaked out. He wasn't worried at all. Almost there, after refining all the true qi that he had absorbed, Lingyun looked inside himself to ensure that there were no more problems. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. One eye was pitch black, the other was silvery white. The sea of consciousness between his eyebrows had already encompassed his entire brain. In other words, his divine energy had already filled his entire brain. The threshold of Qi Cultivation Stage 7 had finally loosened. It seems like I don't need half a month. I only need 6 to 7 days at most to wait for the opportunity to appear. Then, I can easily enter Qi Cultivation Stage 7. Lingyun put away the spirit stones and stood up with a smile. He was very satisfied with his current state. Then, he faced the sea and raised his hand lightly. Boom! 100 meters in front of him, huge waves suddenly rose and quickly formed a spectacular wall of water that was dozens of meters tall. It swept towards this uninhabited island. Lingyun rushed into the sky and floated 100 meters in the air. He smiled as he looked at the huge wall of water that instantly drowned the entire island. After a long time, the water gradually receded, and the sea returned to its calm state. Omnipotent water control technique. Then, Lingyun soared 20,000 meters into the sky and faced the east. With the help of the morning sun, he began to cultivate the stellar condensation technique. Another 3 hours passed. It was close to 8 in the morning when Lingyun finally stopped cultivating and returned to Dongao Island. Hua Chaofan greets Immortal Master Lin. Seeing Lingyun appear again, Hua Chaofan hurried forward and greeted him respectfully. Lingyun looked at him with interest and asked with a smile, "Oh, you haven't left yet?" Hua Chaofan's face turned red and he was slightly embarrassed. He hurriedly bowed respectfully again. "Without Immortal Master Lin's permission, I wouldn't dare to leave on my own." "Oh." Lingyun didn't comment and didn't say anything else. He went directly to the holiday home of Old Master He Wenkan. At this time, He Wenkan had already woken up. With He Yuqiong's help, he freshened up. His face was rosy and his eyes were bright. It was obvious that he had rested well. "He Wenkan of Haojiang, thank you for saving my life." Seeing Lingyun enter the door, He Wenkan hurriedly got up and bowed to Lingyun without any hesitation. "Old Master He, you don't have to be so polite." No matter how arrogant Lingyun was, he was unwilling to accept the kowtow of an old man over 90 years old. He gently raised his hand and a gentle palm force supported He Wensan's body. He Wenkan couldn't continue bowing. "Little sister Yuqiong, help your grandfather sit down first." He Yuqiong knew that Lingyun's words couldn't be refuted. She didn't say much and immediately helped her grandfather sit down. Lingyun also sat down on the sofa at the side. His gaze swept across the grandfather-grandson pair. After pondering for a moment, he went straight to the point. "Old Master, there are 2 important things for me to do here. One is to cure your body, and the other is to help the He family get rid of future threats. Now, your body has completely recovered. As for future threats, I think most of the enemies on the surface have been eliminated last night. I wonder what other arrangements Old Master has next." He Wenkan turned his head and looked at He Yuqiong. "Big Brother Lin, grandfather has already discussed with me about the matter you mentioned. He said that everything that happens in the He family will be decided by Big Brother Lin." Ling Yun was stunned. He thought to himself that old master really knew how to grab strong men. He smiled and waved his hand. Old master, you're making things difficult for me. How can I make decisions for the He family? No, you can't. He Wen can, sincerely hope that immortal Master Lin won't reject this. If you didn't help us this time, I think the He family would be in deep trouble. Even my granddaughter and I might not be able to survive. Moreover, I know that this disaster has implicated the entire Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance. Without immortal Master Lin's guidance, the He family really doesn't have the strength to fight against the other party. Therefore, I hope that immortal Master Lin won't reject this. He Wenken had already made his words very clear. Ling Yun knew that this was the truth, so he didn't reject it. If that's the case, then I won't refuse. Men, bring He Kai Tong, Kuan Ba, and that Hua Chao Fan here. Ling Yun naturally gave the order to Wang Chongxiao and the rest. For the sake of convenience, He Kai Tong had already cleared out all the miscellaneous people in the resort before he brought He Wenkan to Dongao Island. Therefore, after Ling Yun killed all the spirit cultivators of the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivator Alliance, there were only 3 people left in the huge resort other than Ling Yun's side. Not long after, Wang Chongxiao brought the trembling He Kai Tong in. Paul brought Hua Chao Fan. Only Guru Kuan Ba was carried over by Chester. When they reached the entrance, Ling Yun frowned slightly and waved his hand. Wash him clean before bringing him in. Don't dirty the elder's room. Yes, boss. Chester grinned awkwardly and hurriedly brought Kumba away. The moment He Kai Tong entered the house, he immediately fell to his knees in front of his father. Then, he crawled a few steps forward and began to cry. Father, I'm unfilial. I'm wrong. I was blinded by lard and wanted to steal the position of the He family's heir. I deserve to die. Slap 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 slap. Following that, He Kai Tong straightened his body and slapped his face with all his might as he slapped his face with all his might as if his mouth was free. He Wensan's expression was calm. He looked straight ahead and didn't even look at He Kai Tong. I deserve to die, I'm wrong. No one spoke. He Kai Tong could only slap his face continuously. He didn't dare to stop for even a moment. The crisp sound of slaps reverberated in the surroundings. After more than a minute, He Caitong's cheeks were swollen and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. In the end, his pleas for mercy were unclear. Only when Ling Yun felt that it was about time did he give He Yuqiong a look. He Yuqiong understood and gently tugged at the corner of He Wensan's shirt. Grandpa, He Wenken finally opened his mouth. Boss, it's useless even if you beg me now. The person in charge today is immortal Master Lin. He will decide whether you live or die. He Kai Tong was stunned at first. Then, he immediately turned around and kowtowed to Ling Yun. Immortal Master, please spare my life. It's all my fault. Immortal Master, please spare my life. Who said anything about killing you? Ling Yun smiled indifferently. If I wanted to kill you, do you think you would still be able to see the sun this morning? He Kai Tong was dumbfounded. An irrepressible joy flashed across his eyes, and he kowtowed again. Thank you, immortal elder, for not killing me. You shut up first. Ling Yun was very annoyed by him. He said softly, tell us, in front of everyone. Tell us clearly, word by word, what have you done in the past year in order to seize the inheritance of the family? Listen up, if there's even half a lie, I wouldn't dare. He Kai Tong was so frightened that he hurriedly said that he didn't dare. Then, he knelt on the ground and told the whole story of how he fought for the inheritance of the clan. Other than the scheming within the family, He Caitong's description of how he colluded with the Nanyang spirit cultivator and how he was gradually threatened and controlled by the spirit cultivator was almost the same as what Ling Yun had guessed last night. Father, although I wanted to take over the family and used those unorthodox methods, I did not harm you or Yu Qiong from the beginning to the end. It was only in the later stages of the year that Kuan Ba personally intervened and the whole thing gradually deviated from my original intentions and even got out of my control. Kuan Ba had once shown me his strength. I was really powerless against him. He Kai Tong was also crying at the end of his story. Although he was still defending himself, Ling Yun knew that everything he said was true. Enough. Ling Yun made He Kai Tong shut up again. He looked at He Wenkan and said indifferently, I know what you've said. It's also because you did not intend to harm your father's life that I spared your life on account of your conscience. Thank you, immortal elder, for your insight. Thank you, immortal elder, for sparing my life. Hearing this, He Kaitong finally knew that his life was saved and quickly kowtowed again. Big brother, since immortal elder has spared your life, I won't say anything more. He Wenkan said, however, because of your selfishness, our He family is surrounded by enemies and almost suffered a disaster. I, as your father, will never forgive you for this. From now on, all the shares and properties in your hands will be returned to the family and to you Cheong. From now on, you can no longer work in any of the He family's companies. As for the rest, I hope that you know what to do. After all, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Yes, yes. I will remember, I will obey father's arrangements. He Kaitong knew that this was already the lightest punishment for him. He did not dare to have any more extravagant hopes. He Wenkan waved his hand lightly. All right, don't kneel there, get up. He Kaitong hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and the blood from the corner of his mouth. Only then did he hurriedly stand up and obediently retreat to the side. Ling Yan's gaze swept over Hua Chaofan. Hua Chaofan knew that it was his turn. He immediately stepped forward and bowed to Ling Yan, then to Old Master He. Only then did he say, May I know what Immortal Elder has to say? I will definitely tell you everything I know. Ling Yan smiled and asked, I heard that you are a guest invited by He Kaitong? Yes. Hua Chaofan admitted immediately. However, I came to the He family to borrow the He family's strong financial resources to obtain some cultivation resources. From the beginning, I was only responsible for Mr. He's personal safety. As for the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance's attempt to control the He family, I did not participate, nor did I have the right to participate. Then what happened last night? This. Since Mr. He wanted to come to this holiday village, I naturally came to protect him. Please investigate, Immortal Elder Lin. Ling Yan looked at the three members of the He family and realized that Old Master He Yuqiong, and He Kaitong were all nodding. Then there's nothing for you to do here. As for whether the He family still needs you in the future, that's Old Master He and Miss He's business. It has nothing to do with me. You can stay or go as you please. Thank you, Immortal Elder, for your mercy. Hua Chaofan bowed deeply again. When he straightened his body, he took the initiative to say, Immortal Elder, although I can't really be considered a member of the Nanyang Rogue Cultivator Alliance, I am a true rogue cultivator of Nanyang. If Immortal Elder needs to know more about this alliance, I am willing to tell you everything I know. Ling Yan smiled. He had just arrived in Nanyang and really needed a guide. Since Hua Chaofan had volunteered, it would be a waste not to use him. Alright, I'll look for you when I need you after I'm done with the matters at hand. Hua Chaofan didn't expect Ling Yan to agree so quickly. He nodded excitedly. There's nothing else for you to do here. Leave this island first. He didn't expect Ling Yan to ask him to leave immediately. Hua Chaofan was stunned, but he nodded immediately. He bade farewell and dashed out the door in a flash. Boss, Kumba has been cleaned. At this time, Chester appeared at the door with Master Kumba's body. Throw it in. Bam. Without hesitation, Chester tossed Kumba into the living room. Even though Kumba was severely injured and had less than 10% of his strength left, he was still at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. Naturally, he wouldn't die from the fall. Kuan Ba, I've spared your life because I want to hear what you're plotting by mobilizing so many people and using so many means to control the He family. What Ling Yan needed to do next was naturally the Heavenly Team's mission. Compared to saving Old Master He, the Heavenly Team's mission was Ling Yan's top priority. That was because it concerned the interests of the country. The Heavenly Team was protecting the country. Ling Yan was now the great elder of the Huaxia Heavenly Team. Even though Ling Yan had bargained with Zhou Wenyi when he assigned him this mission, both of them knew that it was just a joke. Zhou Wenyi had entrusted this mission to Ling Yan not because Ling Yan was on the way, but because it was an important matter. Ling Yan was the only one who could do it well. Ling Yan would never be careless when it came to the interests of the country. Since Ling Yan had accepted it, and since he was already here, he had to settle the matter perfectly. He couldn't let Hua Chaofan listen in on such an important matter. That was why he chased him away without mercy. Of course, it didn't matter to the others. The He family was the overlord of Haojiang. Messing with the He family was equivalent to messing with Haojiang. Conversely, messing with Haojiang was equivalent to messing with the He family. Old Master He had dominated Haojiang for more than half a century. He would definitely be of help to Ling Yun in this mission. He Yuqiang was now the rightful heir of the He family, so they had to be present. As for He Kaitong, it didn't matter even if he heard it. Ling Yun had the means to erase his memory. Ling Yun started interrogating Kuan Ba. Paul was the one in charge of translating. I've already said that I came to Haojiang for the purple jade essence for cultivation and to help Mr. He obtain the inheritance rights. Kuan Ba had been soaked in seawater for more than half an hour. Not only was he clean, but he was also awake. Bull*** tea. Ling Yun scolded. You only found out about the purple jade essence at the auction in early September. That was after the Nanyang Independent Cultivators Alliance had been plotting to control the He family for a long time. How did it become you doing it for the purple jade essence? Kuan Ba remained silent. Obviously, he knew that the reason he gave was too flimsy. Even a child wouldn't be fooled. Ling Yun waited patiently for a while, but he realized that Kuan Ba kept his mouth shut. He even closed his eyes. Kuan Ba, from the looks of it, you're a dead pig that's not afraid of boiling water. You want to stubbornly resist me to the end? Ling Yun's voice turned cold. Kuan Ba didn't need to say it. Ling Yun knew that Kuan Ba had lost all his limbs and cultivation. Now that he was in Ling Yun's hands, he knew that he had no hope of survival. That was why he was so determined. When Paul finished translating, Kamba nodded in response. Kuan Ba, I advise you to tell me everything you know. If you think that I can't do anything to you just because you've lost your limbs and your cultivation, then you're gravely mistaken. Ling Yun laughed. As he spoke, he stood up and looked down at Kamba. I think you should understand that there are many things in this world that are more painful than death. As long as I want to, I can keep you alive, but every day will be worse than death. I think you know that kind of pain very well. Kamba suddenly opened his eyes and glared at Ling Yun. His eyes were filled with anger and an indescribable fear. Ling Yun laughed. It's useless even if you stare at me. Just say it. Also, I don't mind telling you the truth. This matter might be very important to you, but it's really nothing to me. Whether you say it or not, it doesn't really affect me. Paul translated every sentence that Ling Yun spoke. After he finished, he saw that Kuan Ba was at a loss. You don't understand? Ling Yun realized that he had confused Kuan Ba. Last night, before I came to this resort, I didn't know anything about you, right? Did you think that the He family was in your bag? Ling Yun glanced around and said, but what about now? Where are the others other than you? Since this is your fate, from now on, no matter what tricks the Nanyang Alliance has up their sleeves or how many people they send, the outcome will be the same. Ling Yun had already made his words very clear. Whether Kuan Ba spoke or not, the Nanyang Alliance's fate would be the same. They would lose without a doubt. That was why he was still trying to resist. Hee, Kuan Ba suddenly laughed coldly. It's not the same. He looked at Ling Yun with a hint of mockery. You're underestimating the Nanyang Rogue Cultivator Alliance. We have 1 leader and 2 deputies, a total of 3 alliance leaders and 6 grand elders. Their cultivation levels are far higher than mine. If they come, you'll die for sure. Ling Yun was most afraid that the other party would not speak. Now that he had spoken, things would be much easier. Oh, is that so? Ling Yun pretended to laugh coldly. So what if their realms are higher than yours? How do you know how much of my strength I used when I dealt with you last night? Kuan Ba was speechless. Yes, Kuan Ba only knew that he had used all his skills last night, but Ling Yun had easily crushed him. He couldn't even test Ling Yun's true strength with his own strength. Of course, there was one thing that Kuan Ba didn't know. He really didn't know that Ling Yun had already used his strongest attack with those 4 treasures. That last strike was one of Ling Yun's strongest trump cards. Alright, I'll speak. Kuan Ba finally chose to admit defeat after much consideration. I only know that my mission is to help He Kaitong regain control of the family. I will also use my unique methods to control He Kaitong and use his position in the He family and the He family's dominant position in Haojiang to create chaos in the gambling city. I already know all this. Tell me something I don't know, Ling Yan said. After creating chaos in the gambling city, Hong Kong will definitely be affected. That's because Hong Kong is a real international metropolis. You will be in trouble if there's chaos there. Ling Yan got angrier the more he heard. These are all obvious things. I don't need to ask you anymore if you continue talking about these meaningless things. Kuan-Ba suddenly smiled strangely. You won't have the energy to care about the South China Sea if there's chaos in these two places. Ling Yan's expression turned serious. There was no need to interrogate Kuan-Ba this time. Nanyang Rogue Cultivator Alliance. To put it bluntly, Nanyang was the collective name for the countries in Southeast Asia. The rogue cultivators in these small countries established a cultivation force. They controlled Haojiang and created chaos in Hong Kong. Their goal was the South China Sea. This cultivation force was indeed ambitious. Since that was the case, they could only be destroyed. Ling Yan suddenly smiled brightly at Kuan-Ba. Originally, I wanted to keep you alive and wait for the people from your alliance to rush over to save you. Then, I would annihilate them all. But now, after understanding your intentions, there's no need for that anymore. Then, what's the point of keeping you alive? Ling Yan suddenly used his divine will. The green shadow flying sword flashed and pierced through Kuan-Ba's forehead. Kuan-Ba didn't even have time to groan before he died. Those who offend Huaxia will be punished no matter how far away they are. I suddenly caught a cold and am feeling dizzy after taking the medicine. This is the only chapter one can write tonight. Thank you for your votes and tips. Whoosh, in a flash, Ling Yan appeared in front of He Kaitong. He Kaitong was scared out of his wits when he saw Ling Yan's flying sword. He was resisting the urge to vomit when he felt his vision blur. When he saw who was standing in front of him, his body tensed up. Ling Yan smiled at him. Mr. He, do you understand what I saw? He Kaitong was so scared that his mind went blank. His lips were trembling as he asked blankly, What do you understand? Ling Yan turned to look at Kuan-Ba's corpse. Everything that happened just now, of course. I understand. Kuan-Ba deserved to die. He Kaitong did not know what Ling Yan was asking about, but he had to act like he did. Kuan-Ba deserved to die, yes, but is that all? Ling Yan asked. Please enlighten me. He Kaitong replied. First, if I didn't come this time, and you got the right to inherit the He family as you wished, would the He family business you inherited still be yours? You would definitely follow in your father's footsteps. You might even be worse than your father and become a puppet of the Nanyang Independent Cultivators Alliance. Are you sure you really want this kind of inheritance? Secondly, if the Nanyang Independent Cultivators Alliance controlled you and the He family, they would carry out their plans step by step and anger the upper echelons of China. How many lives do you think you would have? Would the He family still have a foothold in Haojiang? Ling Yan's voice was clear as he stood in front of Kuan-Ba's corpse, trying to reason with He Kaitong. He Caitong's face was pale, and he was at a loss for words. His entire body was covered in cold sweat. Since ancient times, it is not wrong for sons to fight for their father's inheritance. Moreover, you are the eldest son of the family. After all, survival of the fittest is the law of nature. However, even if you want to compete, you must use your own ability and fight for it openly. That way, even if your niece loses to you, she will be convinced and willingly work for you. However, you actually used dishonest means to come into contact with these people you shouldn't have come into contact with. You vainly wanted to use them to control the He family, but you didn't know that you were being schemed against. At this point, Ling Yan smiled. I've said so much just to tell you that you should try your best to stay true to yourself. Otherwise, if you take a wrong step, you'll be doomed. By the time Ling Yan finished, He Caitong's back was drenched in sweat. He lowered his head like a statue. His eyes flickered, and he thought for a long time. His face gradually showed shame and remorse. He suddenly knelt on the ground. I understand. I'm convinced. I'm willing to accept any punishment from you, immortal elder. In the end, he gave up on the idea of erasing He Caitong's memory. After all, Kuan Ba didn't say anything valuable before his death. On the other side, He Wenken had already stood up. He waved away He Yuqiong's support and bowed to the ground. "This old man thanks Immortal Elder for guiding my son." Ling Yan turned around and raised his hand to help He Wenken up. "Old master, I'm almost done with the He family's matters. As for the internal affairs of your family, I don't want to meddle in your affairs. Therefore, I'll leave the other matters to you and Miss He to discuss." As for the other matters, the first was naturally to gather all the branches of the family and announce that He Yuqiong was the successor of the He family. Otherwise, He Yuqiong wouldn't be considered legitimate. He Wenken nodded and said solemnly, "Rest assured, Immortal Elder." Ling Yan smiled in satisfaction. He waved his hand and said, "Bring Kuan Ba's corpse and follow me." He dashed out of the house. Wang Chongxiao, Paul, and the rest naturally followed Ling Yan out. Chester picked up Kuan Ba's corpse and quickly caught up with them. Ling Yan ordered again, "Call Edward and the rest over. We'll go to the forest in the east." Soon, Ling Yan, Wang Chongxiao, and the 5 Blood Clan slaves all arrived at the forest outside the resort. They were there to get rid of Kuan Ba's corpse and destroy all evidence. "Who has the blood element bead? Take it out." "Oh, master, it's with me." Edward immediately took out the blood element bead from his body and handed it to Ling Yan. "This master Kuan Ba has already reached the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm. His blood is a great supplement to the Blood Clan, but you have to use the blood element bead to absorb it effectively." Ling Yan flicked his hand and inserted the blood element bead into Kuan Ba's body. Then, he waved his hand and took the remaining communication device from Kuan Ba's body. He threw it to Paul. "Paul, see if this communication device can still be used." Paul received it and checked it carefully. He smiled and said, "Boss, it can still be used." "That's good. This communication device is yours to keep. Just wait and see if anyone contacts you. If there is, inform me immediately." "Yes." Ling Yan focused his attention on the condition of Kuan Ba's body. Not long after, he saw that Kuan Ba's congealed blood started flowing again under the effect of the blood element bead. The blood element bead was really magical. "You can absorb it now." After waiting patiently for a while, Ling Yan finally spoke. Seeing the eyes of the 5 members of the Blood Clan light up, Ling Yan chuckled and said, "Paul, go first. You can take your turn after you've absorbed enough." "Boss." The other 4 panicked, their eyes filled with begging. "There's no use looking at me like that. Don't think that I don't know that all of you ate too much last night. Now, it's my translator's turn." Ling Yan laughed. When the other 4 heard this, they immediately became like deflated balloons, wilting. "Boss is right. We should be gentlemanly," Edward comforted them. "Thank you, boss." Paul was naturally overjoyed. Without hesitation, he started to use dark magic to absorb Kuan Ba's blood. The blood of a pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm. Not long after, Paul absorbed half of Kuan Ba's blood. Then, he stopped and let the other 4 take turns to absorb the remaining half. Finally, Kuan Ba's body turned into a dried corpse. Ling Yan immediately kept the blood element bead. Boom! Only then did Ling Yan summon the fire spirit phoenix. Using the same method, he let the fire spirit phoenix spit at Kuan Ba's dried corpse, burning it to ashes. With a wave of his hand, he sent it into the sea. "The 6 of you will split into 2 groups. 3 of you will be in charge of Old Master He's safety. The other 3 will protect He Yuqiong's safety. Don't blame me for coming after you if anything goes wrong. Don't worry, boss. Also, Wang Chongxiao, keep an eye on He Caitong for the next 2 days. See if he's up to no good. Inform me immediately if you find anything amiss." "Yes." Ling Yan handed the blood elemental bead to Paul after making the appropriate arrangements. "Use it to refine the blood first. When you're done, give it to the others. Return it to me 6 days later. I need it for a while." "Thank you, boss." Ling Yan waved his hand and let the 6 of them go. After the 6 of them left, Ling Yan took out the Heavenly Team's communication device and contacted Zhou Wenyi. "Old Zhou, the enemies are all gone. The He family is safe. Next, I need some time to lure them out. Once they show up, I'll use the opportunity to attack the South Sea and destroy their nest. Today is the eve of the Lunar New Year. Bujing wishes all the readers of Dragon Emperor Martial God a happy Lunar New Year. May everything go well and your families be reunited and happy. At the same time, I thank each and every one of you for your unwavering support. Old Bu bowed in gratitude. Finally, I'll talk about the updates for Dragon Emperor Martial God during the Lunar New Year and 2019. First, Old Bu promised that he wouldn't stop updating during the Lunar New Year. Even if he didn't eat dumplings or visit relatives, he wouldn't stop updating, rest assured, everyone. From today to the 5th day of the first month, he would update once every 6 days. From the 6th day of the first month, he would officially resume updating twice every day at 3,000 words or 3 times every day at 2,000 words. That was it. Once again, I wish everyone a happy Lunar New Year. After Ling Yan explained the situation to Zhou Wenyi, he did not listen to the other party's long-winded explanation. He turned off the communicator and threw it into the Great Void Ring. At the end of the day, it's still the same old story. Ling Yan could imagine Zhou Wenyi's expression at that moment. He chuckled and flew back to the resort. He Yuqiang was standing outside the resort in a very conspicuous place. She looked around as if she was waiting for him. Ling Yan floated over. What's the matter? He Yuqiang immediately beamed with joy when she saw Ling Yan. She hurriedly said, Brother Lin, my grandfather said that he doesn't want to stay on this island anymore. He wants to return to Haojiang and gather the family for an emergency meeting. After saying that, He Yuqiang looked at Ling Yan again. My grandfather said that he needs to consult you, so I'll wait for you here. Ling Yan immediately laughed when he heard that. This is serious business. Didn't I just say that you can do whatever you want with your family? You don't have to consider me. That won't do. He Yuqiang blushed and hurriedly said, My grandfather said that you are a great benefactor of the He family. It's like giving you a new lease on life. He wants me to listen to you no matter what happens in the future. Ling Yan was speechless. He thought to himself that old master he was indeed someone who had dominated Haojiang for half a century. His eyes were very sharp. Although Ling Yan deliberately hid his identity, He Wenken had already guessed it. Of course, with the strength that Ling Yan had displayed, there was no need for him to show off the halo behind him. Alright, then go and make the arrangements. There's no food or drink in this resort. There are indeed many inconveniences. Ling Yan agreed. Alright, I'll get to work then. He Yuqiang agreed and immediately went to make the arrangements. The so-called arrangements were actually just a matter of calling a boat. There were more than 10 people in the resort, so one boat was enough. Half an hour later, the boat arranged by He Yuqiang arrived at the pier of Dongao Island. Where do you plan to stay after you arrive in Haojiang? Ling Yan asked. Casually when He Yuqiang and the others left the resort. Grandfather said that we'll go to my villa first. We'll consider changing places after the family meeting is over. Ling Yan nodded. I understand. You don't have to worry about me. I'll go there myself later. He Yuqiang knew that Ling Yan disliked taking a boat, so she didn't insist. Okay, big brother Lin, we'll leave first. After everyone left, the huge resort fell into complete silence. Ling Yan turned invisible and rose to a height of more than 200 meters, overlooking the entire island. Dongao Island was a beautiful place with beautiful scenery, verdant vegetation, fresh air, white beaches, azure seawater, and bright sunshine. The climate was also very comfortable. Apart from that, there was nothing special about it. However, that was not what Ling Yan was thinking about. An island like this is far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Usually, no one comes to disturb us. It's really a good place to cultivate in seclusion. Ling Yan decided that he had to get Tang Meng to buy more than a dozen islands like this from all over the world. Do what you think. Ling Yan immediately flew back to the ground and gave Tang Meng a call. Tang Meng. Tang Meng was surprised. Big brother Yun. You finally called me. How's it going over there? Do you even need to ask? The He family's matter has been settled, and your sweetheart is unharmed. If everything goes according to plan, you'll be able to obtain the He family's inheritance within these 2 days. Then, Ling Yan heard Tang Meng's exaggerated voice coming from the phone. Wow, Big Brother Yun, you're amazing. Big Brother Yun, since the matter has been settled, when are you coming back? Ling Yan smiled. I can't go back for the time being. I've only settled the matter on the surface. I still have to finish up the He family's matter and get rid of any future troubles. Oh right, let's not talk about these useless things. I have something for you to do. Hearing that Ling Yan had something to do, Tang Meng immediately pricked up his ears. Big Brother Yun, tell me, what is it? Haha, it's not a big deal. I'm now on Dongyao Island, and I suddenly feel that such a beautiful island is not bad. I want to buy more than a dozen of them from all over the world. Tang Meng, buy more than a dozen islands? What for, Big Brother Yun? Are you doing wholesale? Come over here. Do you believe that I won't throw you into the sea? Tang Meng smiled apologetically. Alright. I got it, Big Brother Yun. I'll definitely settle it for you. Tell me your requirements, what kind of island do you want? Money was not a problem anyway. Ling Yan thought about it carefully before saying, first of all, the scenery must be good, and the climate must be suitable. As for the rest, I suggest you ask Chao Shanshan, Zhuang Meifeng, Ning Er, and the rest. Listen to their opinions, understand? Ling Yan guessed that it was unlikely for him to live alone after buying the island. Therefore, he might as well tell Tang Meng everything. Big Brother Yun, don't worry. I guarantee that you and your sisters-in-law will be satisfied. Tang Meng immediately understood and thumped his chest loudly. Ling Yan was very satisfied. Alright, then I'm fine. You have to buy it as soon as possible. Try to get it done within a month. Big Brother Yun, don't worry. It won't take that long. Ling Yan hung up the phone immediately after giving his instructions. Then, he turned invisible again. This time, he flew straight to the sky and observed the direction of Hong Kong for a while. Then, he turned around and crossed the sea for more than 10 kilometers before returning to Haojiang Road Ring Island. However, at this time, the boat that He Yuqiong and the rest were on hadn't reached the shore yet. Therefore, Ling Yan circled around Haojiang a few more times to admire the local culture. When Ling Yan saw that He Yuqiong and the rest had all entered the villa, he flew over and appeared directly in the courtyard. When Ling Yan appeared, he saw that He Yuqiong was trying her best to invite Wang Chongxiao and the rest into the house. Wang Chongxiao and Edward, on the other hand, were trying their best to decline. They were in a deadlock. Little sister Yuqiong, you don't have to care about them. They are only responsible for your safety. They won't affect your daily life. Just pretend that they don't exist. Ling Yan walked forward and said with a smile. How can I do that? He Yuqiong was a little confused and felt guilty. Of course, Ling Yan could treat them like that. However, would He Yuqiong and the He family dare to? He Yuqiong knew very well that any one of the 6 people that Ling Yan sent to protect her was a deity in the eyes of ordinary people. If it wasn't for Ling Yan's orders, she couldn't afford to offend them no matter how much money she spent. Don't worry, if I say it's possible, it's possible. Ling Yan smiled and gave Wang Chongxiao and the rest a look. The 6 of them instantly disappeared from the courtyard and went to the secluded areas around the villa. Yuqiong, why aren't you inviting Immortal Lin in for tea? In the living room, He Wencan, who had already sat down, stood up immediately when he saw Ling Yan. Ling Yan smiled as he entered the house. He noticed that He Wencan's expression and aura were obviously different after returning to Haojiang. It was like a dragon returning to the sea. After all, Haojiang was a place where He Wencan had dominated for most of his life. After returning, he felt much more at ease. Immortal Lin, please take a seat. He Wencan politely invited Ling Yan to take a seat. Then, he smiled and said, this old man could only take a boat back. My legs are weak, and I walk slowly. It's a sin to make Immortal Lin wait for so long. Ling Yan smiled and said, Old master, you really have a discerning eye. Nothing can be hidden from you. Not at all. After all, this old man has lived for almost 100 years. No matter how muddle-headed I am, I know that Immortal Lin is an earth immortal. He Wenkan explained first, then continued, Immortal Lin, before we boarded the boat just now, I have already arranged for Yuqiong to send a message to all the branches to come here as soon as possible. Today, we have an emergency meeting with the He family. I hope Immortal Lin will give us some face. Ling Yun was stunned. I'm participating too? He Wenkan smiled and said, Of course. The most important thing I want to announce today is related to Immortal Lin. How can you not participate? Ling Yun was a little speechless. Originally, he had come here to give the grandfather and granddaughter some instructions before bidding his farewell. Who knew that the old man would have a new idea? Isn't it inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Big brother Lin, you are a distinguished guest of the He family. Just sit here peacefully. It won't take up much of your time anyway. He Yuqiong obviously knew what her grandfather wanted to do. She smiled and persuaded him. Yes, it was the first day of the new year. Write something happy and send Ling Yun more than 10 islands to play. Ling Yun was treated as an honored guest. If he forced himself to leave now, it would be too cold and rude. Hence, he nodded and agreed to stay. He wanted to see what old master he had up his sleeve and what the He family's business was related to him. Not long after, He Yuqiong's villa was deserted. Luxury cars drove in one after another. People from all the branches of the He family began to gather there. However, the first to arrive were not the He family, but 2 lawyers. They came in 2 separate cars and entered the door almost one after the other. The 2 were a man and a woman. The man was mature and steady, while the woman was young and capable. Brother Lin, let me introduce you. These 2 are the most famous lawyers in Hong Kong and Macau. This is Mr. Weber, my grandfather's personal lawyer. This is Linda, my hired lawyer. He Yuqiong saw the 2 enter and immediately stood up to welcome them. After greeting them, she came over to introduce them to Ling Yun. Ling Yun knew very well that Haojiang was a place where the law was the most important. If even the He family's lawyers came to the meeting, it meant that old master he was serious this time. He sat upright and did not move. He only smiled and nodded at the 2 as a form of greeting. In this regard, the lawyer named Webb didn't say much. He only bowed slightly to Ling Yun and went to talk to Yi Wenkan. However, the young female lawyer called Linda was very angry at Ling Yun's rudeness. She thought to herself, since when did the He family make friends with such a lowly person? However, no matter how angry she was, Ling Yun was still a stranger in her eyes. Therefore, Linda only glanced at Ling Yun coldly and didn't look at him anymore. She directly pulled He Yuqiong aside and began to talk in a low voice. Ling Yun drank his tea calmly. He saw everything, but he did not care about Linda's reaction. After all, he was just a spectator. If He Wenkan did not force him to stay, he would not need to know these people. Not long after the 2 lawyers sat down, people from all the branches of the He family began to gather. Old master He's other sons, more than 10 daughters, and more than 10 grandchildren of He Yuqiong's generation. Almost all of them came. Soon, the entire villa's living room was filled. There were not enough seats in the house. This was an eye-opener for Ling Yun. Old master he was indeed a playboy. He had several wives. These people in front of him were legally qualified to inherit his family property. At this moment, Ling Yun couldn't help but use his divine sense to scan Yi Kaitong, who had been standing outside the door with a smile on his face. He couldn't be blamed for fighting for so many brothers and sisters. If he didn't fight for it, Yi Kaitong wouldn't get much when the old master passed away. When it was close to noon, the last family to arrive was He Yuqiong's parents. Naturally, He Yuqiong welcomed them personally and introduced them to Ling Yun. This time, Ling Yun, who had been sitting motionless for a long time, finally stood up and shook hands with He Yuqiong's father, He Kaizhao. He had no choice. After all, his brother Tang Meng liked He Yuqiong. She might even become Tang Meng's father-in-law in the future. Ling Yun had to give him some face. But all of this was a completely different scene in the eyes of the other branches. They looked at each other, and all of them guessed exactly who this young and ordinary-looking stranger was. Of course, they couldn't recognize him. Ling Yun was now using the name Lin Tian, so his appearance was naturally Lin Tian's. Cough cough. He Wenkan suddenly coughed twice. In an instant, the noise in the house was suppressed. I said to have a family meeting, not a family gathering. Why did all of you bring your children here? What's going on? There are so many people in the house all of a sudden. What's the matter with all of you bringing your children here? He Wenken spoke. He sat up straight on the sofa and looked at his children sternly. I'm telling you clearly, it's useless even if you bring them here. It doesn't mean that whoever has more children can get a bigger share of my property. My grandchildren have nothing to do with today's meeting. Tell them to wait outside the door. Hearing those words, He Wensan's children immediately exchanged glances with one another. Disappointment was written all over their faces. However, none of them dared to challenge the old master's authority. Go out, all of you go out and play in the yard outside. Some of them began to ask their children to leave the room. Yu Qiong, stay here and come to my side. At this moment, old master he spoke again. This time, his voice doubled in volume. No one in the house was a fool. With such an obvious contrast, everything was self-explanatory. More than half of He Wensan's children looked indignant. Even though they were unwilling, they still followed old master He's instructions and chased their children out of the door. In an instant, half of the people in the big room were gone. There were enough seats in the room. When He Yu Qiong stood beside him, old master he ordered again, Big brother, come in. He Kaitong smiled awkwardly as he walked in step by step. He stood in the middle of the living room. He Wenken did not look at him. His gaze swept across the faces of his other children. Suddenly, he laughed coldly. Hee, the illness that tortured me for a year is suddenly cured. That last Yu Qiong is also safe and sound. At this moment, she is perfectly fine by my side. I think most of you should be very disappointed and surprised, right? Old master He's words were concise, but everyone understood. Many of them had teamed up with He Kaitong to deal with He Yu Qiong. Under old master He's sharp gaze, they all lowered their heads. Big brother, tell me clearly what you said yesterday in front of your younger brothers and sisters. He Kaitong knew that he couldn't save his face no matter what. With Lingyan sitting there, it was useless for him to beg anyone. Therefore, he could only bite the bullet and tell the whole story. He even said that his shares and assets had been transferred to He Yu Qiong by Grandpa Ling, unfilial son. How dare Big Brother do such a thing? How unfilial. Boss actually did such a thing, how unfilial. Big Brother deserves it, He Wenken smiled as he listened to his children denouncing Big Brother in front of him. It was as if he was watching a show. People gave a man a push when he was down. It was the same between brothers. This was life. You guys are scolding Big Brother now. What was I doing when I was under Big Brother's control? Why didn't I show up? But old master he had already seen through life. He could not be bothered to point it out. He only turned his head and looked at Ling Yun, who was also watching the show. Suddenly, he smiled. Do you know who helped me to be able to sit here in front of you and convene this meeting for you even though I was in such great danger? He Wenken stood up suddenly. His face was solemn as he bowed to Ling Yun. It's all thanks to immortal Master Lin. He Wensan's sudden performance shocked everyone in the He family. Other than He Yu Qiong and He Kaitong, everyone else was dumbfounded. What? It's him? He's the one who saved father? How is that possible? What does the old man mean by calling him immortal elder? Could it be that Yu Qiong hired a swindler from somewhere? Maybe she's already negotiated with the boss and colluded with him to trick the old man? The person who said the last sentence was one of He Wensan's daughters. She was in her 40s, had permed hair, and wore a pair of spectacles. She looked at Ling Yun with ridicule, as if she was looking at a swindler. It had to be said that she had watched countless palace dramas. Her imagination was really wild. Pa! Before she could finish her sentence, she received a solid slap on her face. Her spectacles were sent flying, and the handprint on her face was clearly visible. Ah! She then let out a miserable cry, and then looked at her palm in disbelief. She was very stunned. At that moment, she didn't know why, but she felt that her arm didn't listen to her at all, and it fiercely hit her face. Isn't it infuriating to hit yourself, swindler? Then let me show you the power of a swindler. Ling Yun laughed coldly in his heart, but he pretended that nothing had happened. He helped the old man up with both hands and smiled. Old Mr. He, you're too kind. Saving someone is just a piece of cake. In the blink of an eye, the sudden discussion disappeared. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. No one dared to speak again. Everyone knew that this woman in the family was famous for her temper. She had always looked down on others since she was young. When she spoke, she was willing to look at the other party with her eyes. That was already giving the other party face. Furthermore, she had never been hit by a single finger since she was young. Of course, such a person would not hit herself. However, she did hit herself. She slapped herself in front of everyone. After screaming, her eyes were filled with fear and she did not dare to say another word. Even a fool would know that this was the work of the immortal elder that He Wenkan mentioned. Ling Yan was still smiling as he sat there calmly. After he helped the old man up, he did not say or do anything. However, the way everyone looked at him was completely different. Fear was enough. Humph, you reap what you sow. I've never disciplined you since you were young. Today, you've offended Elder Immortal Lin out of malice. Being taught a lesson is a good way to let you know your place. He Wenkan sat back down, glanced at her daughter who had been beaten, and coldly scolded. Immortal Elder Lin, my daughter is ignorant. I hope Immortal Elder Lin can forgive her. After today's meeting, I will punish her heavily. Ling Yan smiled and waved his hand. There's no need. I don't need others to help me beat people up. It's fine if you beat him. He really didn't stand on ceremony. But this sentence really confirmed that he was the one who attacked just now. He Caitong's heart trembled. Only he knew how many people Ling Yan had killed in one go last night. She really killed without batting an eyelid. Just now, she only gave his arrogant sister a slap, which was not even a small punishment. Alright, since boss has made everything clear, I'll start with the first thing. He Wenkan returned to the main topic. He raised his hand and lightly knocked on the mahogany coffee table. Boss, He Caitong, is treacherous. He invited a wolf into the house and almost killed me and Yuqiong. Now, all his shares and properties will be taken away and handed over to Yuqiong to manage. Mr. Weber. Lawyer Weber stepped forward. Mr. He Wenkan ordered. Have you prepared all the documents I asked you to? Let my boss sign it immediately, effective immediately. All right. Mr. Weber placed the documents that he had prepared in front of He Caitong. He Caitong turned his head. Yuqiong, what about you? He Yuqiong was obviously prepared. Otherwise, her lawyer, Linda, would not have rushed over so early. Both of them signed the documents and completed the handover. Frankly speaking, if it was in the past, He Caitong wouldn't have been willing to hand over his shares even if he was beaten to death. However, at this moment, he actually felt a sense of relief after signing the documents. Wealth was gone and people were happy. Saving their lives was the priority. It could be said that other than He Yuqiong's father, He Kaizhao, the other dozen or so people were greedy and envious of this transfer of shares. Because before this, only the shares and properties in the hands of boss He Caitong could compete with the shares that He Yuqiong controlled. Now that both of them were in He Yuqiong's hands, she was the only one. Just based on these shares and properties, He Yuqiong was already the true heir of the He family. Hundreds of billions of assets, He Yuqiong had already obtained 1/3 of it. Who wouldn't be envious, but this was not enough. Alright, now for the second matter. He Wenkan spoke again. In the past, because I felt that I was still in good health, I didn't give in to the shares under my name all these years. I didn't say how I was going to divide them, and I let your branches fight for them. Originally, I wanted to see who was the most filial, and at the same time, who was the most capable, so that I could pass the inheritance to him. And the result? In the end, this happened. Boss's matter almost caused the He family to be doomed. So now, I will give you the majority of my shares in front of all of you, lest you think about it in the future and don't know how to do things properly. Splitting the family assets, after He Wenkan finished speaking, he saw his children's eyes light up and their breathing quicken. Most of them stood up anxiously. Father, you are still in good health. Why are you so anxious to split your shares? He Wensan's sons were still putting up a last-ditch struggle. They were all talking at the same time, hoping that the old master would take back his order. All of you, shut up. A bunch of shameful things. So many of you added up, but you can't even compare to my granddaughter. He Wenkan slammed the table angrily. Instantly, all of them became obedient. My shares will be divided into 3 parts, 40%, 50%, and 10% of the total shares. The 40% share will be given to Yu Cheong. The gambling card in my hand will also be given to Yu Cheong. The 50% share will be divided equally among the other branches. As for the last 10%, I want to give it to my benefactor, who is also the benefactor of the He family, Lin Tian, Elder Immortal Lin. I think all of you know that the 10% share in my hand represents half of the decision-making power of the family. The share that I am giving to Elder Immortal Lin is this 10% share. Gasp. Before He Wenkan could finish his sentence, everyone in the room gasped. This time, everyone except He Yucheong was dumbfounded. Different rights for the same shares. He Wenkan was too old after all. He had so many children, and the assets that he had distributed over the years were actually quite a lot. All the shares in his hand added up was actually far from the assets in the hands of his children. Therefore, even though he was distributing his shares now, his children weren't too interested in the assets in his hand. After all, there wasn't much left. The only thing they cared about was the gambling card that the old master had been holding tightly in his hand. That was the gambling business license that Hao Jiang had issued to him, as well as the 10% share with decision-making power. 10% of the shares meant half of the decision-making power of the entire family business. In other words, whoever had this 10% share had veto power. Frankly speaking, the value of that 10% share was not even 1% of the He family's total assets. It was worth at most 1 billion yuan, but it was still very powerful. That was why He Wensan's children were still afraid of him and listened to him even when he was in his 90s. But now, what did the old master say? Give it to Ling Yun, an outsider? Absolutely not, even if he was the benefactor of the He family, absolutely not. At this moment, Ling Yun finally understood the reason why the old master had forced him to stay. However, what kind of person was Ling Yun? Why would he care about this now? Mr. He, Lin Tian appreciates your kind intentions. Without waiting for the He family to speak, Ling Yun said, but, old master, listen to me. Let's not make a fuss, alright? Make a scene? Immortal Lin, I wouldn't dare make a scene even if you gave me 100 guts. Hearing Ling Yun's rejection, He Wenkan, who had always been respectful to Ling Yun and treated him as a distinguished guest, suddenly straightened his face and said seriously, to tell you the truth, I called my lawyer, Mr. Weber, last night and asked him to prepare the legal documents and bring them over. Ling Yun, she thought to herself that the old man was really efficient in handling matters. It seemed like he hadn't followed his doctor's advice to rest well after treating the old master last night. He Wenkan then pointed to his house full of children. Elder Immortal Lin, you can ask these children of mine. I, He Wenkan, have lived by my word. My words are like spilled water. When have I ever taken them back? Ling Yun snickered in his heart. He knew that He Wenkan had purposely said that in order to turn the tables on his children and shut them up in advance. The old master's methods were indeed brilliant. It had to be said that He Wenkan had been at the top of Haojiang for more than half a century. There was a reason for that. However, no matter how brilliant the old master's methods were, he wouldn't be able to shut his children's mouths. At first, they couldn't help but retort when they heard the old master's words. However, when they saw that Ling Yun had rejected them immediately, they felt at ease. However, when they heard the old master's insistence on giving Ling Yun 10% of the shares, they couldn't hold it in any longer. Dad. His third son, He Kaiming, rushed out and spoke in Haojiang dialect in a moment of desperation. Dad, to be honest, when you got into trouble this time, as your children, we know what we did was wrong. That's why we don't have much of an opinion on your arrangements, such as punishing the eldest and distributing the family assets. After all, the power of the family was ultimately given to Yu Cheong. She is smart and filial, and her ability to do business far surpasses us uncles. We all approve of her. Most importantly, Yu Cheong is a member of the He family. The blood of the He family flows through her veins. At this point, He Kaiming didn't forget to nod at He Yucheong in an ingratiating manner. Then, he turned his head to look at Ling Yun. But, this Immortal Master Lin, he saved you, Yu Qiong, and our He clan. Speaking of which, no matter how much we repay Immortal Master Lin, whether it's money or anything else, our He clan should do our best to repay him. But, please forgive my son for speaking bluntly. Now that you have casually handed over the decision-making power in your hands to an outsider, what do you want us to think? Although He Kaiming was very excited, he spoke with confidence and composure. After he finished speaking, he looked around and saw that all his brothers and sisters were nodding their heads as a silent show of support. Indeed, the others didn't have to say anything, because even Ling Yun was smiling and nodding. Because what He Kaiming said was the truth, it was human nature. What's more, he had come here to fulfill a promise he had made with He Yuqiong. He Yuqiong had already paid the price back in the capital. Ling Yun had healed the old master's body, which meant that he had fulfilled his promise. This was called not owing each other anything. Therefore, no one in the room spoke for a while. Everyone held their breath and waited for the old master to make his decision. Oh. He Wenkin closed his eyes slightly and listened patiently to He Kaiming's passionate speech. He nodded slowly and said, "Not bad, third brother is right. You've been smart since you were young, you're worthy of the naming I gave you." Phew. Many people in the room let out a long sigh of relief. They felt that the old master had finally been convinced by He Kaiming and was going to change his mind. He Kaiming was even more proud. As long as he could protect the old master's 10% shares, it would be a great achievement. In the future, his status in the He clan would naturally surpass others. But, what do you know? Caught off guard, He Wenkin suddenly glared at He Kaiming and scolded him fiercely. Right now, the final decision of the He clan is still in my hands. Since when did you have the right to criticize my decisions? The old master's gaze swept across the room like a hawk. But, I also know that you won't be able to accept it in a short period of time. So, I'll put it aside for now and discuss this matter later. He Wensan's eyes widened and the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. Now, I'll first announce another matter, which is also the last matter of today. Other than my 10% shares, you've all agreed to the plan of distribution of the other 90% shares, right? Everyone nodded in agreement. As the heir of the family, He Yuqiong could take 40% of the old master's shares. It was not considered much. The other 50% would be divided equally among the branches. There was no need to fight for it. Very well. Then, it's settled. He Wenkin nodded in satisfaction and gestured to He Yuqiong beside him to help him up. He said loudly, "I hereby announce that from now on, Yuqiong is officially my heir and will be in charge of all the family businesses. From now on, all of you will work hard to help her manage the family business. Anyway, all of you will have a share of the shares. If she manages the business well, it will be good for all of you." Regarding this, everyone present had no objections. Because compared to the veto power given to Ling Yun just now, this was considered a small matter. After the announcement, the old master sat down again and nodded to Weber beside him. Hence, under everyone's witness, the two lawyers, Weber and Linda, took out the documents on the spot and handed them to He Wenkan and He Yuqiong respectively. They signed their names and the handover was completed. After everything was done, He Wenkan and He Yuqiong nodded to each other as if they were relieved. He Yuqiong had finally obtained the right to inherit the family and became the rightful new helmsman of the He family. Ling Yan watched from the side and smiled faintly. He thought to himself that the old master's trick was really slippery. It was a pity that he used Ling Yan as a shield. Immortal Lin. At this moment, He Wenkin bowed slightly to Ling Yun and said carefully, "I asked you to stay this time for another reason, which is to let you bear witness to this matter. Today, Yu Qiong has become the leader of the He family, and my children have also agreed. If anyone dares to jump out in the future, Immortal Master Lin can teach them a lesson on my behalf." Ling Yun, after pondering for a while, Ling Yun smiled and said, "I can't afford to do that on your behalf. However, if Miss Yu Qiong needs my help in the future, I will definitely lend a hand." Good, good, good. He Wenkan was very satisfied with this answer. He nodded repeatedly. On the other hand, the He family members in the living room were all embarrassed and anxious. Immortal Lin. Even though Yuqiong has never told me about your background, I was fortunate enough to meet a few people like you before and after Haojiang returned to the motherland more than 10 years ago. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. F*ck, he is indeed a sly old fox. He has already guessed my identity at this time. No wonder he dared to give me that 10% of the shares without fear. Was there a need to ask? How could the heavenly team not come into contact with He Wencan before and after Haojiang returned to the motherland? Therefore, I can roughly guess Immortal Lin's real identity. I know that with your status, you definitely won't be greedy for the He family's property. I'm not giving you this 10% of the shares for free. I still need you to help Yuqiong protect the He family's businesses and properties in the Nanyang countries. Otherwise, with the He family's current relationship with the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance, it would be wishful thinking to even keep those properties, let alone do business. F*ck, what a good deal, Ling Yan thought to himself that He Wencan was definitely a sly old fox. His calculations were too precise. He was indeed the gambling king. This was a huge gamble. He Wencan wasn't giving Ling Yan 10% of the shares. He was asking for a free amulet for the He family. Of course, He Wencan was gambling, a veto. In other words, it was the right to make a decision with just one vote. If Old Master He really gave Ling Yan 10% of the shares and Ling Yan signed the document, Ling Yan would have the same authority as Old Master He in the He family. What did that mean? It meant that Ling Yan would have the final say in the He family from now on as long as he was willing. Even if it was He Yuqiong, the new helmsman of the He family, if Ling Yan didn't agree to her decision, it wouldn't pass or be implemented smoothly. It could be said that Ling Yan could destroy the He family if he wanted to. If he had any bad intentions, he could ally with anyone from the He family to take the He family for himself and take whatever he wanted. He Wencan was betting on Ling Yan's character with everything she had. That was a family business worth hundreds of billions of yuan. If this wasn't a huge gamble, what was it? At this moment, if anyone from the He family was in his place, they would have nodded in agreement and immediately signed the document. However, Ling Yan didn't care much about Old Master He's words. He just sat there with a faint smile and didn't comment. He completely understood He Wencan's meaning. Ling Yan came to Haojiang to help He Yuqiong. After eliminating the enemy, protecting the He family's business and assets in Nanyang had long become Ling Yan's responsibility. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to save the He family, but to harm the He family. If Ling Yan left now, the He family would definitely be destroyed once the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance retaliated. Therefore, he knew that He Wencan was right. There was no problem with his thinking. Moreover, Ling Yan's current identity was the Great Elder of the Huaxia Heavenly Group. The He family's business and assets in Nanyang were also national assets and interests. Therefore, since Old Master He had already guessed his identity and Ling Yan's next step in his plan, he didn't need to pay such a huge price to move Ling Yan to help He Yuqiong. In this way, the old man's purpose was actually very obvious. He Wencan was repaying his kindness, but he was using a method that satisfied both sides. Not only had he repaid the debt of gratitude, but he had also firmly tied Ling Yan to the He family's big cart, so that he could legitimately help He Yuqiong in the future and help the He family stabilize and expand their business in Nanyang. Lin Tian is truly impressed by the old man's generosity. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ling Yan finally spoke. He immediately asked a question that all the He family members present were concerned about. However, you have given me the decision-making power of the He family. Are you really not afraid that I will be greedy and turn the entire He family into my power? After finishing his sentence, Ling Yan scanned the crowd. His question had struck a chord in everyone's hearts. He Wencan only smiled. After pondering for a while, he slowly said, "Immortal Lin, you're being too serious. With Immortal Lin's status, background, and strength, if you really wanted the He family's assets, why would you need my mere 10% decision-making power?" As he spoke, there was a hint of pleading in He Wencan's eyes. Then, he turned his head to look at his eldest son, He Kaitong. "Boss, what do you think?" He Kaitong hurriedly nodded his head. "Father is right. I fully support your decision. I have no objections." No matter who it was, as long as they saw how Ling Yan annihilated Guru Kuanba's hundreds of spirit cultivators last night, they would know how wise He Wencan's decision was. If Ling Yan really wanted to touch the He family, he only needed to raise his hand lightly, and no one in the room would be able to escape. Not even their ashes could be found. Among those present, only He Wencan, He Yuqiong, and He Kaitong knew that the He family was asking for Ling Yan's help. They did not know how much the He family had to pay. In the room, He Wencan's children were stunned. They looked at each other and didn't know what was going on. Although He Wencan's children had different personalities, they were not stupid. They knew that their father had dominated Haojiang for so many years. He rarely did things that he was not confident of, and he would never do things that would put him at a disadvantage. In that case, for the old master to pay such a huge price to rope him in, what kind of identity did he have? How powerful was his background? How terrifying was his strength? Moreover, they had seen with their own eyes the pleading look in the old man's eyes and the meaning he had repeatedly emphasized. Giving this 10% of the shares to the immortal Lin in front of them was a great bargain for the He family. No one dared to stand out and raise any objections. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ling Yan, waiting to see how he would respond. Ling Yan wanted to reject. But he suddenly noticed He Yuqiong's expression. She was looking at Ling Yan eagerly, pursing her lips tightly. She was just short of saying that Ling Yan had to accept it. All right. Ling Yan finally nodded. Since Mr. He trusts Lin Tian so much, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Hearing that Ling Yan had finally agreed, He Wencan's face lit up with joy. He Yuqiong's pretty face was also brimming with a bright smile. She was obviously overjoyed. However, Ling Yan changed the topic. You must get the lawyer to indicate on the document that I am only temporarily managing this 10% of the shares on behalf of Miss He. When the storm in Haojiang is over and the Nanyang Independent Cultivators Alliance is completely resolved, this 10% of the shares will have to be returned to Miss He immediately. Let's set a 1-year deadline. Ling Yan made the final decision. He Wencan's children never dreamed that Ling Yan would make such a request. They were all instantly dumbfounded. Reality proved that he really didn't care. What a joke. Ling Yan's family had such a huge amount of assets that it would take at least a year or two to consolidate them. He couldn't wait to escape now. Why would he care about the He family's assets, tell them Ling Yan's true identity and scare them to death? Big brother Lin, He Yuqiong naturally knew the truth. She still wanted to plead. It's settled then. Ling Yan smiled and waved his hand. He said to He Yuqiong, if you still can't straighten out the He family's affairs in a year, then you're not qualified to be the leader of the He family. In other words, he would help her for a year. That was enough. Little girl, don't be too greedy. All right, I'll listen to Big Brother Lin. He Yuqiong smiled lightly and nodded. She didn't say anything else. Next, the lawyer naturally took out the document that he had prepared and added the clause that Ling Yan had specially added. Finally, Ling Yan signed it. The dust settled. You can all leave now. After the family meeting, Grandpa He Wencan seemed very tired. He was dispirited and didn't even bother to say a final concluding speech. He waved his hand and let his children leave. Immortal Lin, I wonder if you can use immortal spells to bring me to the beach for a chat. After all his children had left, He Wencan took the initiative to invite Ling Yan. Ling Yan knew that He Wencan still had something to say. He nodded. Let's go. Concealment, mountain shifting. Ling Yan activated his divine will. He Wencan and the sofa he was sitting on disappeared from the living room at the same time. He Wencan's feet suddenly left the ground. He was so scared that he immediately closed his eyes tightly. He could clearly feel his body moving quickly in the air. To be exact, he was flying, but he couldn't feel any airflow at all. There wasn't even a trace of wind in front of him. This was the feeling of being on a plane. About a minute later. Old master, you can open your eyes now. Ling Yan's cheerful voice rang in his ears. He Wencan opened his eyes immediately. The next moment, he was scared out of his wits. His old body shrank back into the sofa. This is, Ling Yan smiled and said casually, it's in the sky. To be exact, it's above the sea. Since it's an immortal spell, it's boring to go to the sea. Old master, it's better to stay here and enjoy the scenery of your hometown. Although He Wenkan was an ambitious and ruthless person, he was no different from a mortal at this moment. He asked in horror, Immortal Master Lin, we didn't fall down, did we? This place was too high. Don't worry, old master. We definitely won't fall. Just pretend that you're still sitting in the living room. He Wenkan finally opened her eyes slowly after Ling Yun's repeated comforting. She turned her stiff neck and looked left and right before looking up at the sky for a while. After getting used to it, she lowered her head and looked at the sea below. The blue waves stretched as far as the eye could see. Hee, old master, looking at the sea like this is different from looking at it from a plane, right? Of course. He Wenkan nodded vigorously. Master Immortal Lin is indeed an earth immortal. This is an immortal spell. Old master, you don't have to worry about our conversation being overheard. Just say what you want to say. Ling Yun knew that when they were in the villa just now, there were many things that the old master didn't finish saying. He only finished what he wanted to do, but he didn't finish what he wanted to say. Master Immortal Lin, can I stand up and speak? Ling Yun chuckled. Old master, you can even stand up and walk 2 rounds without a problem. Not only did he use the transmutation unity energy shield to cover He Wensan's body, but he also turned his stellar energy into flat ground. He stood in the air as if he was standing on solid ground. He Wenkan stamped her feet and found that it was as if she was stepping on the ground. She took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and stood up. Carefully moving his feet, he tested the ground with his toes and found that there was no problem. The old man finally became bolder and stood up straight. Immortal Elder, I wonder what kind of immortal arts these are. Are they the legendary cloud-treading mist? He Wenkan asked in surprise, as if he was no longer a 90-year-old man, but a 7 or 8-year-old child. 72 transformations. Ling Yan laughed as he teased the old man. Then, he explained seriously, actually, it's all qi. The release of inner qi can turn it into gang qi. Ordinary people can't see it with their naked eyes, but it's as if it's real. I can control the qi and make it into an invisible barrier to resist the strong wind in the air, or it can turn into an invisible ground for you to step on. In the eyes of ordinary people, this is called immortal magic. I see. He Wenkan understood and came to a sudden realization. Then, he moved his feet lightly and walked in front of Ling Yun shakily. He bowed to the ground. He Wenkan is bold enough to ask for Immortal Elder's real name. Capital City, Ling Yun, the head of the Ling family. There was no need for Ling Yun to hide anymore, so he told him his real name. He thought for a while and said, Old Master's guess is correct. I do have a position in the Heaven Group of Xianxia. I'm the Great Elder of the Heaven Group of Xianxia. As he spoke, Ling Yun changed his appearance and revealed his original appearance. He Yuqiong was indeed very sensible. She didn't even tell her grandfather about her real identity. Ling Yun was very satisfied with this. He Wenkan was dumbfounded. After a while. This. So Immortal Elder is the head of the Ling family, one of the 8 big families in Xianxia. But I remember that you signed your alias on that document just now. He Wenkan was a little anxious. Ling Yun laughed. Does it matter which name I sign? The old man just asked me to act with you for your children to see, so I have no choice but to play with you. He Wenkan blushed and said awkwardly, Please forgive me, Immortal Elder Ling. To be honest, what I did just now was to intimidate my children and help Yuqiong secure her position as the heir of the He family. Ling Yun smiled calmly. I know. However, Immortal Elder, please understand. You have saved my life and my He family. I really don't know how to repay your kindness. After thinking about it, I can only come up with this plan. I will let Immortal Elder support Yuqiong and lead the He family back on the right track, leading the He family to continue developing and strengthening our business in Nanyang. I have already told Yuqiong that no matter what request Immortal Elder makes of her in the future, she will definitely do her best to serve Immortal Elder. Ling Yun nodded. Old Master is a wise man. Don't worry about it. I understand. Thank you, Immortal Elder. He Wenkan bowed to the ground again. Standing up again, He Wenkan said solemnly, From now on, the power of the He family is in Yuqiong's hands. I am old and have no energy. I don't want to get involved in the politics of the family. From now on, no matter what happens to the He family, Immortal Elder, please guide Yuqiong and help her pass. If Immortal Elder feels that Yuqiong has done something wrong, you can make the decision yourself. This sentence was a little bit like entrusting his daughter to Yuqiong. Ling Yan laughed. Old master, you don't have to be so serious. Sister Yuqiong is the heir you chose out of thousands of people. You should believe in her ability. I have high hopes for her. Don't worry, old master. He Wenken heard this and his face relaxed. A huge stone was finally lifted from his heart. Old master, everything is fine now, right? Then please sit back on the sofa. I will show you around and then we will go back. He Wenken sat back on the sofa. Ling Yan flew slowly in the air. He made a big circle in the sea between Haojiang and Hong Kong before returning to the Kowloon Island villa. Immortal Elder Ling Yan, aren't we afraid of being seen flying in the sky? We are invisible. He Wenken sent the old master back to the living room. The sofa was still in the same place. He Wenken stepped on the ground. Everything that he had just experienced was like a dream. With this experience, I have no regrets in this life. Ling Yan left the living room and came to the yard of the villa. Splash, water splashed in the pool, and Xing Ying emerged from the water like a mermaid. Ling. Brother Lin. The rose on Xing Ying's chest was faintly discernible. It was a breathtaking sight. You should be done with your work now, right? Shouldn't you spend some time with me? The beauty took the initiative to invite him. I'm done. Ling Yan smiled and nodded. Xing Ying finally got her wish. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a red sports car left the villa and headed towards the Haojiang Peninsula. There were only 2 people in the sports car. Ling Yan and Xing Ying, who had changed into a red dress, were in the driver's seat. Let me tell you, if you don't gamble in Haojiang, don't even think about going to the casino. Xing Ying drove leisurely, her long hair fluttering in the wind. She turned her head from time to time to see if Ling Yan was still there, afraid that he would disappear at any time. Ling Yan smiled and asked, You are more familiar with Haojiang than Beijing, right? Of course. Xing Ying was beaming with joy. She glanced at Ling Yan proudly. Ever since I was young, I have spent more time in Haojiang and Hong Kong than in Beijing. Ling Yan said helplessly, When did you become my sister? Xing Ying smiled charmingly. After I found out that you'd just turned 18 years old. She finally understood that He Yuqiong was right. Comparing status with Ling Yan, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Therefore, Xing Ying made up her mind. No matter how capable Ling Yan was, he was still a man and she was a woman. It was as simple as that. Thinking of it this way, it was just a man and a woman getting along. The distance between the two of them, which was like the distance between heaven and earth, was instantly not so important. The heavy burden in Xing Ying's heart also inexplicably disappeared. Hearing this, Ling Yan did not hesitate. Hello, Auntie. Xing Ying's face darkened. Screech, break. Who are you calling Auntie? Do I look that old? Ling Yan looked around and muttered to himself, I didn't expect such a small place like Haojiang to have such good greenery. Just by looking at it, I can see the scenery. Xing Ying gritted her teeth but could not do anything to Ling Yan. I'm telling you something serious. If you don't help me win back all the money I lost to you today, I won't let you off. She gave him an ultimatum. Ling Yan finally turned his head, raised his thumb to rub his nose, and said with a faint smile, You still remember this? Xing Ying put her hands on her waist. What do you think? I've lost to you twice, and you've cheated me of billions. You can't get away with it even if you want to. Ling Yan smiled bitterly and said, I won fair and square. How is that cheating? Humph humph, Xing Ying sneered and looked at Ling Yan from head to toe. You still have the nerve to say that it's fair and square? You, an immortal, are using your X-ray vision to bet with a mortal like me. Isn't that cheating? Ling Yan laughed in his heart. If you insist that it's a lie, then I can't do anything about it. Anyway, I didn't cheat. Poochie. Xing Ying broke out into laughter upon seeing Ling Yan's expression. Ling Yan rolled his eyes. What? You can't say that it's cheating, but my father said that, to a large extent, other than the kind of pure luck gambling with your eyes closed, all other gambles are essentially cheating. Xing Yingying said seriously. At the same time, she restarted the car. Your father is quite a character. Ling Yan smiled faintly as he thought about the hurried meeting a month ago. Ling Yan hadn't seen Xing Yingying for more than a month ever since he sent her home in Samleton. He didn't expect her to chase him all the way here. Ling Yan didn't do anything from the beginning to the end. Xing Yingying had put in a lot of effort. Of course. Xing Yingying was proud of her father. She was happy to hear Ling Yan's evaluation of her father, but her face darkened quickly. It's a pity. What's a pity? It's nothing. Xing Yingying naturally wouldn't say her father's evaluation of Ling Yun. The Chinese gambling god, Xing Liuji, once said that Ling Yun had the appearance of a dragon. There's something I'm curious about too. Ling Yun suddenly said. What is it? Even though your father is known as the gambling god, he's just a mortal. There are so many people with special abilities in this world. How does he always win? Xing Yingying was speechless. Ling Yun knew that his question was tantamount to asking about Xing Yingying's background. In other words, Xing Yingying wasn't willing to answer. Always win? How can there be such a good thing in this world? Xing Yingying said suddenly after a moment of silence. She turned her head and glanced at Ling Yun. Not everyone has your godlike methods. Even though my father is known as the gambling god, he's only a legend among ordinary gamblers. He's only able to win more than he loses. My father already knows that there are many people with special abilities in this world. However, his gambling skills and abilities allow him to determine if there are people with special abilities on the same table. For example, people like you. If he meets you, he'll immediately find a way to leave. Ling Yan was speechless. Realization dawned on him. So that's how it is, Ling Yan smiled after a moment of contemplation. If that's the case, your father's title as the gambling god is truly well-deserved. He knew that there was always someone better than him. Once he confirmed that he was no match for his opponent, he would immediately leave. Xing Yingying smiled like a flower. She turned her head and gave Ling Yan a flirtatious look. I'll pass on your words to my father. I'm sure he'll be very happy when he hears it. I'm just stating a fact. Ling Yan smiled faintly. But Miss Xing, you're still far from your father's level. Whatever you say. I play cards purely out of interest. At most, I win some money for travel and cosmetics. Yes, I'll take it seriously. Ling Yan thought to himself, do you think I'm stupid? You won tens of millions in a night at Yi Tianshui's private club. That's for travel and cosmetics, Xing Yingying continued. As long as I can win enough money to buy a private jet, I won't gamble anymore. So your little goal is a private jet? How much does it cost? Ling Yan's interest was piqued. Xing Yingying said casually, it's at least 200 million in US dollars. So cheap? Yes. Ling Yan laughed. Then I can help you achieve your goal today. Unexpectedly, Xing Yingying rolled her eyes. Ling Yan was surprised. Why, you don't believe me? Handsome, I know what you're thinking. But do you really think these casinos in Haojiang are charity halls? How can they let us win 200 million US dollars so easily? Ling Yan glared. They won't let us take the money away? Then I'll smash their casinos. I believe that. Xing Yingying was amused by his words. But, that's not what I meant. Xing Yingying smiled and explained, the big casinos in Haojiang will compensate us with the amount we win. They'll let us take the money away. But, if we keep winning, when we reach a certain amount, someone from the casino will ask us to exchange chips and leave. They won't let us keep winning. Also, if we reach our limit in a casino, we'll immediately be blacklisted by the major casinos. The next time we go, we won't even be allowed to enter the door. Ling Yan understood in an instant. Although casinos could let you keep winning, every casino had a limit. As long as you reached their limit, they would find a way to get you out, regardless of whether they found out you were cheating. Otherwise, if someone like Ling Yan came, all the casinos in Haojiang would collapse in one night. Then, why would they still open casinos? Ling Yan muttered in disdain. In the end, they're just sore losers. No one can afford to lose the way you win. Xing Ying glared at Ling Yun. It'd be the same if you opened a casino. Even if someone stronger than you came, you'd still close down. Ling Yun was speechless. Ling Yun was speechless. Oh my god, this beauty was really ruthless. She even mentioned the golden immortals. Even in the cultivation world, he couldn't afford to offend her. He could only raise his hands and surrender. Surrender, however, this didn't affect Ling Yun's good mood to accompany the beauty to the casino. At this time, the sports car had crossed the Shiwan Bridge and reached the Haojiang Peninsula. It turned right and drove straight east. Where should we go first? Xianxia Hotel. The Golden Sands Hotel was actually the Golden Sands Casino. The people of Haojiang called the casino an entertainment center. The entertainment centers in Haojiang were usually accompanied by large, luxurious hotels. When one was tired from gambling, they could sleep in the guest rooms and continue gambling when they woke up. After entering the entertainment center, as long as one had money, one could eat, drink, and play, including shopping. There was no need to leave the hotel. That was why Haojiang was known as the city of gambling. Xing Ying drove to the hotel and parked her car in the parking lot. Then, she held Ling Yun's arm and walked to the entrance of the casino as if they were a couple. We're just going in to play? Ling Yun had transformed into Lin Tian again. Seeing that Xing Ying went straight to the point, he asked with a smile. I've been itching since yesterday. It's just that Yu Qiong was busy with family matters and I had to act with her. That's why I didn't come. Now that the He family is fine, and with you accompanying us, it's like picking up money in the casino. Why would we waste any more time? Xing Ying's waist swayed like a willow in the wind. Even though her tone was complaining, it was still charming and charming. Let's go. Ling Yun saw that Xing Ying couldn't wait any longer and entered the Golden Sands Hotel without further ado. Xing Ying was the supreme VIP here, but she seemed to want Ling Yun, a newbie who had never been to a proper casino, to have a full experience. She pretended to be an ordinary tourist and entered the casino like the other gamblers. The casino was a boiling cauldron of voices. From time to time, excited screams and gloomy sighs could be heard. Gamblers who were willing to spend a lot of money could be found everywhere. It's so lively. Ling Yun scanned the entire casino with his divine will. This glance also allowed him to see all kinds of people in the world. There were wins and losses, but he lost more than he won. That's true. It's almost 3 in the afternoon, the busiest time in the casino. But it's still daytime now. There will be more customers after 8. Xing Ying entered the casino as if she had returned home. She was obviously excited and started to let loose. Do you have money? Xing Ying asked Ling Yun loudly. Not much, just a few tens of millions. But it's all in Chinese currency. Ling Yun told the truth. Xing Ying wasn't surprised, but she still looked at him from head to toe. She realized that he had both hands in his pockets. He didn't even have his phone, let alone tens of millions of yuan. Of course, Ling Yun didn't have anything on him. Everything he had was stored in the Taishi ring. Forget it, let me do it. Xing Ying giggled and did not ask further. She took out 2 bundles of Hong Kong dollars from her handbag. Follow me. The two soon arrived at the counter for exchanging chips. Xing Ying handed over 2 bundles of Hong Kong dollars and said, please help me exchange 200,000 chips. Just 20 will do. Thank you. After successfully obtaining the chips, Xing Ying and Ling Yun went straight to the gambling table. What are we betting on? Baccarat. Baccarat was played in the simplest way. The banker would place a bet before the casino dealt the cards. The bet would be doubled if he won, and the bet would be taken away by the casino. That was gambling with the casino. Xing Ying found the most deserted gambling table and pulled Ling Yun to sit opposite the dealer. She explained the rules of baccarat to Ling Yun in a few words. Welcome, please place your bets. The dealer smiled and was very polite when he saw that there were guests sitting down and that Xing Ying had 10,000 chips in her hand. In such a crowded hall, those who bet with such chips were already considered rich. Of course, he was happy. Moreover, Xing Ying was a stunning beauty. For the first round, shall we bet on the banker or the banker? Xing Yingying turned her head and asked Ling Yun with a smile. We are guests. Let's try our luck and bet on the banker. Ling Yun didn't care and said casually. We'll do as you say. Let's bet on the banker. 20,000. Xing Yingying carefully took out 2 chips and bet on the banker. Then she said to the dealer, I won't rub the cards, just open them. The dealer nodded and dealt the cards skillfully. The banker won. Congratulations, the banker won. Wow. We won. Our luck is not bad. Xing Yingying screamed excitedly. Ignoring the 4 chips that the dealer pushed in front of her, she stood up and kissed Ling Yun's face. Ling Yun was speechless. He thought to himself, do you have to win 20,000 HKD? You don't have to be so obvious even if you want to take advantage of me, right? After kissing Ling Yun, Xing Yingying's face blushed. A hint of joy flashed in her eyes and she returned to her seat as if nothing had happened. 40,000, continue to bet on the banker. This time, Xing Yingying seemed to have a card up her sleeve. She even bet the 20,000 chips that she had just won. A total of 40,000. Congratulations to the both of you. Your luck is really good. The banker won. 40,000 turned into 80,000. Lin Tian, do you know what the greatest joy of playing baccarat is? It's the feeling of having the chips double in a row. Xing Yingying was very excited and acted as if there was no one else around. Then play to your heart's content. Be careful not to make a mistake and spit it all back. Ling Yun smiled faintly. This kind of win or loss was purely for fun. It wasn't his turn to make a move yet. Don't move your chips. 80,000 is all on the banker. Xing Yingying spoke to Ling Yun for a short while before turning to the dealer. The 3rd round was still on the banker. The 80,000 chips doubled again. Congratulations, this beauty's luck is really good today. The dealer was still calm and courteous as he smiled at the both of them. Anyway, he was just a dealer and the other party didn't win his money. It was the casino's money. This amount of money didn't matter. To the dealer, this amount wasn't considered a big deal. The customers bet in full every time and won consecutively. It wasn't uncommon for the dealer to double the chips more than 10 times in a row. Sure enough, in the 4th round, Xing Yingying bet all 160,000 chips on the banker. The casino won and the 160,000 chips were taken away by the dealer. She lost 20,000. I'm so angry. There's actually no big dragon. Xing Yingying frowned as she fiddled with the remaining 180,000 chips in her hand. She looked at the cards on the computer screen as if she was studying the next round. Alright, it's about time. There's no need to act anymore. Let's start. At this time, Ling Yun had already calculated all the cards in the dealer with his strong divine sense. He couldn't be bothered to waste any more time and started the shocking gamble. Let's bet 180,000. If we win, we'll continue playing. If we lose, we'll change tables and play something else. After Ling Yun sent a telepathic message to Xing Yingying, he put on a desperate stance. Xing Yingying was very cooperative. She also pretended to be eager and asked excitedly, alright, what shall we bet? Since the banker is on the banker, let's continue. Ling Yun smiled and said, you had 3 consecutive rounds just now. Xing Yingying hesitated and said, but I think the next round will still be on the banker, it will definitely be on the banker. I think it's on the banker. Believe me, you won 3 rounds in a row just now. Your good luck has been used up. I made a mistake, that's all. Seeing the two of them suddenly start arguing, the dealer was very patient. He didn't rush them because this was a common occurrence. After arguing for a while, Xing Yingying still insisted on betting on the banker. However, at this time, Ling Yun suddenly said, the next round is on the banker. Bet as much as you want. However, Ling Yun said, listen to me, you must bet on the banker this round. I won't, I want to bet on the banker. Forget it if you lose. Crash. Xing Yingying pushed forward with her slender hand and pushed all 18 chips onto the table. Sigh. You're so naughty. Ling Yun shook his head and sighed as he sat there. The dealer was still very polite. Can you deal the cards now? Xing Yingying said in a huff, deal. The deal was indeed on the banker. The the chips doubled to 360,000. This time even the dealer was shocked. Congratulations, the banker wins. Amazing, he won 180,000. In one round. How heroic, yes, the guests from the mainland are really rich. They bet hundreds of thousands without even blinking. At this time, due to the argument between Ling Yun and Xing Yingying, many passers-by stopped and gathered around when they saw that Xing Yingying won 180,000 in one round. Then, in the next half an hour or so, they saw a shocking scene. In fact, in the next half an hour, a total of 8 cards were dealt. However, the problem was that Ling Yun and Xing Yingying placed all their bets every single time and they won every single time. 360,000 became 720,000, then 1,440,000, and so on. They won 8 times in a row. After 8 consecutive wins, the chips in front of the two of them piled up like a mountain. 360,000 became more than 92 million. Moreover, from the third round onwards, there were already gamblers who sat at the table and placed their bets with the two of them. They won every single time and won a lot. In just half an hour, the casino lost close to 100 million on this table. Crazy. There's a couple over there who won 100 million. Not only this gambling table, but also the gamblers who surrounded this table in the 3 layers inside and outside went crazy. Even the guests of the entire casino heard the noise and stopped gambling. They rushed over from all directions. Xing Yingying was a crazy person. Her face was flushed with excitement, not because she won so much money in one go, but because Ling Yun was accompanying her. Ling Yun was still calm and composed. At this time, he couldn't even be bothered to put on an act. Because his divine sense covered the entire casino, he already knew that the people in the casino were alarmed and would act at any time. As early as when the two of them won the 5th round and the chips exceeded 10 million, the smile on the face of the dealer on the opposite side had completely disappeared. He was already sweating profusely. He wanted to stop dealing cards several times, but he couldn't resist the urging of the other gamblers who had won money in turn. He could only grit his teeth and continue to deal cards while trembling. Frankly speaking, Ling Yun and Xing Yingying didn't win that many times in a row. However, that wasn't the main point. The main point was what Xing Yingying said at the beginning. Bet all the chips, and if they won consecutively, they would double. If they won 8 times in a row, they would win 100 million from the casino in one go. There were simply too many chips, so counting and exchanging them was extremely slow. Even though the other gamblers were urging them, the next deal was still far away. Ling Yun and Xing Yingying didn't rush them. He had already secretly told Xing Yingying that he would leave as soon as he got the chips. Congratulations, these are your chips. A total of 92,160,000. Please count them. Finally, the general manager of the Golden Sand Casino personally came over with the chips and pushed them in front of the two of them. There's no need for that. Please change it to cash or transfer it to us directly. Ling Yun said with a faint smile as he pulled Xing Yingying up. The manager looked troubled, but he immediately put on a smile. Both of you are so lucky today. Don't you want to play a few more rounds? Oh? Ling Yun was delighted. I don't mind playing, but I'm afraid I can't afford to lose. I'm afraid you can't afford to lose. Sir, you must be joking. Both of you are so lucky to have won close to 100 million in less than an hour. How could you not be able to afford to lose? The manager spoke with confidence and composure. He was very polite, but his eyes were looking straight at Ling Yun with a hint of provocation in his gaze. Provocation. Frankly speaking, if Ling Yun and Xing Yingying insisted on taking the money and leaving, he couldn't force them to stay. He could only send them off politely. However, the casino had lost 100 million in one go. As the general manager, he still had to bear some responsibility. At the very least, he would be scolded by the boss of the casino. He might even lose his job. Therefore, he couldn't care less now. Ling Yun was very clear that he and Xing Yingying had disguised themselves as ordinary tourists and deliberately put on a show before winning wildly. In the end, it only took them half an hour to win more than 90 million. In fact, they had caught the casino off guard. There was definitely something fishy going on with the casino. There was no doubt about that. If they continued to gamble, they could still win, but it definitely wouldn't be as easy as before. Of course, he wasn't afraid, but he really didn't want to blow things up. Therefore, he said ambiguously in front of so many people that he couldn't afford to lose. It was equivalent to giving the other party a way out. However, the look in the manager's eyes made Ling Yan a little unhappy. That's true, then let's continue playing for a while. Ling Yan smiled casually, gently hugged Xing Ying's small waist, and directly sat back down. They sat down, and an older gambler next to them immediately stood up without batting an eyelid. At the same time, he took away the chips on his table. He was a regular at the casino and could already be considered a professional gambler. He was very shrewd and had probably seen such scenes before. He knew that the appearance of the general manager of the casino meant that the casino had taken action. Regardless of whether Ling Yan and Xing Ying's gambling skills or luck, it would be difficult for them to win again. Therefore, he stopped betting with them. However, as soon as he stood up, his seat was immediately snatched away by the person next to him. Sir, based on the amount of chips you won, you have already become the supreme VIP of our casino. You don't need to play in the main hall. How about moving to our VIP lounge? Not only is it quiet there, but there are also many different kinds of services. Seeing that Ling Yan didn't leave, the general manager was relieved and immediately said politely. Ling Yan did not comment on this suggestion and turned to look at Xing Ying. Xing Ying smiled and casually glanced at the table, then said, "This table doesn't have a limit, right?" The so-called limit was the maximum bet on the table. For example, the limit was 3 million. No matter how much money you had, you could only bet 3 million at most. Of course, Xing Ying had deliberately chosen this table. This, the general manager was immediately put in a difficult position. He could only smile apologetically in a low voice. Both of you are VIPs, and your bets are huge. In this case, the customers will all gather here to watch, and it will affect the normal operation of our casino. What he said was the truth. The news of Ling Yan and Xing Ying winning 100 million in half an hour had already spread throughout the entire Golden Sand Casino. There was no longer anyone gambling in the main hall of the casino. The gamblers had already swarmed the place. Xing Ying looked around and laughed in her heart. She was too lazy to make things difficult for the general manager, so she pretended to nod reluctantly. All right. Ling Yan and Xing Ying stood up and left the table at the same time. This way please. Seeing that the two of them had finally agreed, the general manager was instantly overjoyed. He personally carried their chips and gently separated the crowd, bringing the two of them straight to the VIP lounge upstairs. Sigh, that couple is really lucky. They won 9 rounds in a row, and their chips increased by a few hundred times. I've never seen anyone win so much in one go after so many years of gambling in the main hall. It's a pity they went to the VIP lounge. I still wanted to bet with them, even if I lost. Amazing, what a pity. As Ling Yan and Xing Ying left, various voices of envy, jealousy, and regret could be heard behind them. This lady looks very familiar. I'm guessing it's not your first time coming to our casino, right? After leaving the crowd, the general manager was silent for a while before finally speaking again. Yeah, I come here occasionally to play when I'm bored. Xing Ying said casually. However, she knew in her heart that just this sentence alone meant that her identity had been seen through by the other party. The casino's doors were always open. Of course, anyone could enter as an ordinary tourist. However, the problem was that they had to show their identification and pass the security check. The half an hour just now was enough for the casino to investigate her identity thoroughly. She was the daughter of China's god of gamblers, Xing Liuji. If the casino couldn't even find this out, then the Golden Sand Casino would have closed down a long time ago. The general manager didn't dare to directly reveal her identity. One reason was because of the casino's rules. The other reason was that his status wasn't high enough. Even if they knew each other, it wasn't his place to say it. Just now, he had appeared in public, and his only mission was to make these two stay and bring them to the VIP lounge. Sir, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? After asking Xing Ying, the general manager took the initiative to ask about Ling Yan's identity. Of course, he was beating around the bush. He wouldn't be able to find out Ling Yan's real identity no matter how hard he tried. Not only was his appearance fake, but his name was also fake. However, his identification was real. Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to reply. "He's my boyfriend." Xing Ying rushed to answer as if she was afraid that others wouldn't believe her. She even took the initiative to tilt her head and lean on Ling Yan's shoulder. "Ling Yan, so that's how it is. Both of you are a perfect match made in heaven." The general manager nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. As for whether it was sincere, only he knew. Just like that, the three of them arrived at the entrance of a luxurious VIP lounge. "This way, please." The general manager's attitude toward the two of them became even more respectful. He held a chip box in one hand and made an inviting gesture with the other. Ling Yan used his divine will and knew that there was only one middle-aged man sitting in the VIP lounge. There was no one else besides him. Xing Ying and Ling Yan looked at each other. Ling Yan nodded slightly. Then, they walked into the room at the same time. The manager immediately followed him in quietly. "Boss, I've invited them over." "Miss Xing, you haven't come to Haojiang for half a year. I didn't expect that you would make an example out of our casino without even greeting us." The middle-aged man stood up as soon as the two of them entered the VIP lounge. Even though he had a smile on his face, there was no smile in his eyes. The moment he opened his mouth, he exposed Xing Ying's identity. "Boss Zhou. Sorry for not recognizing you." Xing Ying entered the room, took a look, and immediately revealed the other party's identity with a sweet smile. This was one of the big bosses behind the Golden Sand Casino, Zhou Yaoguang. After Zhou Yaoguang greeted Xing Ying, he didn't look at her anymore. Instead, he stared fiercely at Ling Yan's face as if he wanted to see through him. Ling Yan faced him calmly. He didn't expect that winning less than 100 million would force the boss behind the casino to show himself. It seemed like Xing Ying was right. It wasn't easy to win more than 1 billion in one go. It wasn't that he wasn't capable enough, but that the other party wouldn't let him win that much. "Manager Feng, put down the chips of these two VIPs. You can go out and get busy." Zhou Yaoguang looked at Ling Yan for a long time but couldn't figure anything out. He could only give up. He waved his hand and let the general manager leave. "Oh, right. After we go out, arrange the best suite for these two VIPs. He gave another order and looked at Xing Ying. "Is one enough?" "Boss Zhou, don't stand on ceremony. One is enough." Xing Ying didn't even hesitate. Zhou Yaoguang was a shrewd person. He didn't bat an eyelid. "Then arrange one." "Yes, boss." Manager Feng smiled knowingly and turned to leave. Ling Yan frowned and thought to himself, "Have you considered my feelings before making such a decision? Please take a seat." After Manager Feng left, Zhou Yaoguang gestured for Ling Yan and Xing Ying to take a seat. He smiled and said, "It's too urgent, so I can only invite the two of you to sit here for a while. Please forgive me for not being a good host." Ling Yan knew what Zhou Yaoguang meant. He was afraid that they would continue gambling and win more than 100 million, or that they would take the money and leave the Golden Sands. If that was the case, this matter would naturally become the talk of all the gamblers, but the Golden Sands Casino would become a laughingstock. 100 million was a small matter, but losing face was a big deal. Zhou Yaoguang personally went forward and closed the door to the VIP lounge. He turned around and asked, "What would you like to drink?" This was a private VIP lounge. The room was very large and very luxurious. If it wasn't for the conspicuous gambling table, it would be more like a magnificent living room with everything that one could think of. Since there wasn't even a dealer, Ling Yan and Xing Ying naturally wouldn't sit at the gambling table. The two of them sat side by side on the sofa for guests to rest on. Ling Yan smiled. "It's fine, Boss Zhou. Just say what you want to say." "Great." Zhou Yaoguang sat opposite the two of them and looked at Xing Ying. Finally, his eyes fixed on Ling Yan's face. "I'm Zhou Yaoguang. I'm not the real owner of the Golden Sands Hotel, but I have a small share in this casino, so I can be considered the person in charge here." Zhou Yaoguang was speaking in Mandarin, but it was very clumsy and had a strong Hong Kong accent. Fortunately, Ling Yan could understand him. Xing Yingying turned her head and whispered in Ling Yan's ear, "He's a local, the local tyrant of Haojiang." Ling Yan understood and nodded casually. "Nice to meet you." For Ling Yan, this was already considered very polite. Seeing that the other party was quite sensible, he decided to let him go. Zhou Yaoguang was stuck there. "According to the routine, after I introduce myself, you should at least say your name." "What's the meaning of saying nice to meet you?" Xing Yingying didn't want to make things too awkward, so she quickly introduced, "Boss Zhou, this is my boyfriend, Lin Tian. He doesn't talk much." "So it's Mr. Lin. You really are a young hero. Nice to meet you." Zhou Yaoguang knew that Xing Yingying was giving him a way out, so he immediately put on a smile and pretended to be enthusiastic. "Mr. Lin, are you from the mainland?" "Not bad. If I'm not wrong, this should be your first time in Haojiang, right?" "Yes. But as far as I know, Mr. Lin doesn't seem to have completed the exit procedures?" Hearing this, Ling Yun finally raised his eyelids. He thought to himself that the casinos in Haojiang were indeed resourceful. Yes. Of course, Ling Yun didn't go through the customs procedures. He flew over directly from the sea. Then, Zhou Yaoguang couldn't go on. He came from the mainland and didn't go through any exit procedures. That was tantamount to smuggling. Yes. Ling Yan smiled faintly. "Can't I?" Zhou Yaoguang hurriedly waved his hand. "Mr. Lin, please don't overthink it. We Haojiang people don't care about these things." "Then what's the meaning of asking about my identity the moment you arrived?" Mr. Lin, you've misunderstood. I just thought that since you're Miss Zhang's boyfriend and you look so unfamiliar, I wanted to get to know you better and make friends with you." "Oh, I thought you wanted to find someone to arrest me." "What are you talking about, Mr. Lin? If that's the case, why would I arrange a suite for you just now?" With just a few simple words, Ling Yan had forced Zhou Yaoguang into a panic. Zhou Yaoguang hurriedly explained. Then, he smiled bitterly at Xing Yingying and said, "Miss Zhang, even though your boyfriend doesn't speak much, he has a way with words." "Yes." Xing Yingying seemed to be infected by Ling Yun. She imitated him and spoke word by word. After she finished speaking, even Xing Yingying had to admit that the feeling of acting cool was really good. "Boss Zhou, I advise you to be direct. Xing Yingying was here to have fun today, not to chat." She was a little impatient when she saw Zhou Yaoguang rambling on and on. "All right." Zhou Yaoguang knew that he had asked too much and made Xing Yingying unhappy, so he changed the topic immediately. "Miss Zhang, although I know that as a casino owner, we can't be afraid of our customers winning money, but at the end of the day, we're just doing business. Your father is a top-notch expert in our gambling business, so I'm sure he knows some of our secretive rules and has already told you about them. Isn't it a little too much for you to suddenly come over and take away 100 million from us?" Zhou Yaoguang spoke quickly and went straight to the point. He said everything that should and shouldn't be said in one breath. Xing Yingying really didn't know how to continue after Zhou Yaoguang finished speaking. That was because Ling Yun wasn't talking about winning or losing between the gamblers and the casino. He was talking about the rules of the gambling business. Since Xing Yingying's father was known as the gambling god, he must be a big shot in the gambling business. Even though he lived in seclusion in Beijing, his status in the gambling city was higher than Zhou Yaoguang's. As Xing Liuji's daughter, Xing Yingying had indeed won money today, but she had broken the rules. Zhou Yaoguang's words were equivalent to grasping Xing Yingying's weakness. Just as Xing Yingying was thinking about how to deal with it, Ling Yan suddenly scratched his head casually and asked, "Yingying, what did he mean?" He meant that we won a little too much today and he said that I broke the rules." "Oh." Ling Yan nodded and smiled brightly at Zhou Yaoguang. "Boss Zhou, you can't afford to lose?" Zhou Yaoguang didn't expect Ling Yan to be so direct. He said awkwardly, "It's not that I can't afford to lose. It's just that we're all in the underworld, so we have to follow some rules." "What rules?" "I came to the casino to win money. If I don't win money, do I have to give money to the casino?" Ling Yan sneered. Not at all courteous. "Moreover, the cards belong to your family, and the dealer is also your family. We didn't even touch the cards from the beginning to the end, nor did we cheat. Now that we've won, not only are you not letting us go, but you're also talking about the rules. Isn't this a sore loser? Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand. Of course, I know that the two of you didn't cheat. Zhou Yaoguang was almost choked to death by Ling Yun. He was a little anxious and hurriedly explained, but we're all in the underworld, so we have to give each other some face, humph. Ling Yun still sneered. I think since Boss Zhou runs a casino, you must have heard of this saying, there are no fathers and sons in the casino. If you don't even talk about the father-son relationship, why talk about face? Let me ask you another question. If we lose 100 million in your casino today, and I ask you to talk about face and return the money to me, will you give it to me? Zhou Yaoguang was completely stumped. He murmured, of course not, ha 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 ha. Ling Yan laughed out loud after hearing this. In the end, your rules are a double standard. If you win, you follow the rules of the casino, and if we win, we follow the rules of the gambling house. In short, only you can earn money, and we can only lose, isn't that right? Zhou Yaoguang's face turned ugly. His tone turned cold. Mr. Lin, you can ask Miss Singh. I've been in Haojiang for decades, and I've never reneged on a loss. I didn't say all that to stop you from taking the money away. Then what do you mean? Ling Yin reclined on the sofa. I just want to make things clear to Miss Singh. With her status, she shouldn't play like this. She shouldn't disregard her father's status and break the rules of the gambling house. Hee hee, Ling Yin laughed angrily. So you're saying that if she takes the money away today, she'll be bringing shame to her father? I didn't say that, Zhou Yaoguang replied. There's no point in hiding it. Let me tell you clearly. Today's matter has nothing to do with Ying. I'm just itching to try my luck at the casino. I'm not from the gambling house, and I don't understand your lousy rules. I don't want to understand them. Zhou Yaoguang, Ling Yan couldn't use Xing Liuji's status and the gambling house's rules to argue. Don't be angry, Mr. Lin. Harmony breeds wealth. Zhou Yaoguang pondered for a while and put on a smiling face. However, his eyes were flickering. From what I can see, Mr. Lin, and the way you placed your bets, you seem to be very confident in your luck. Ling Yan laughed secretly. You've finally revealed your fox's tail. Aren't you just trying to win back the money? SOSO, I think my luck is pretty good. I might be able to win 1 or 2 rounds. Come to think of it, it's quite a coincidence that we have a bet tonight. Zhou Yaoguang pointed at the table. I wonder if Mr. Lin is interested in participating? That was the reason why he booked a suite for the two of them. Naturally, he had to win back the money he lost in the gambling house. That depends on whether I have the time. Ling Yan pretended to ponder. If Mr. Lin doesn't dare, I won't force you. Zhou Yaoguang laughed coldly and pointed at the box of chips on the table. Please help yourselves. Don't dare? Ling Yan stood up. Are you scolding me? Tell me, what time is it tonight? Zhou Yaoguang saw that Ling Yan had finally taken the bait. He thought to himself, 10 o'clock tonight. Let's start on time. What are we betting on? Zhou Yaoguang really didn't know. At this moment, Ling Yan was thinking the same thing. Originally, it was the most popular card in the world. However, if Mr. Lin doesn't like it, you can choose whatever you want. It's alright, let's play poker then. Mr. Lin, we have 100 million chips on the table. If Mr. Lin doesn't have enough, I can make the decision and advance 10 million for you. Ling Yan smiled secretly. Thank you very much. Zhou Yaoguang was speechless. He thought that Ling Yan would definitely raise 100 million by himself. He didn't expect Ling Yan to ask for it without any hesitation. If that's the case, then it's settled? Ling Yan nodded. It's settled. Zhou Yaoguang smiled with satisfaction. If that's the case, I'll arrange for someone to send both of you to the suite to rest. Then, we'll go on a killing spree tonight. See you later. Ling Yan reached out and grabbed Xing Ying. The chips for both of you. Ling Yan waved his hand without turning his head. No need to go through so much trouble. Just leave it here. I believe it won't go missing. Zhou Yaoguang personally sent them to the elevator with a smile and arranged for someone to bring them to the suite to rest. Zhou Yaoguang's face darkened the moment the elevator doors closed. He didn't say anything. Instead, he hurriedly returned to the VIP lounge and pushed the door open. "Boss." At this time, Manager Feng was already waiting for him in the VIP lounge. "Close the door," Zhou Yaoguang ordered and then sat on the sofa with a gloomy expression. After a long while, he suddenly slammed the table. "Check it out. Check it out carefully. Check it out ruthlessly," he said fiercely to Manager Feng. "No matter what, you have to find out Lin Tian's background before 9 o'clock. "Yes." Manager Feng knew that his boss was really angry. He didn't dare to say anything else. "My ass." Zhou Yaoguang glared at Manager Feng and said, "That kid's ID is like a blank piece of paper. Do you know how to check it out?" Manager Feng wiped his sweat. Please enlighten me, boss." Zhou Yaoguang thought for a while. "Let's start with Xianxia. Since she claimed that Lin Tian was her boyfriend and they even stayed in the same room, this Lin Tian's real identity must not be simple. He's either a disciple secretly taught by Xing Liuji in the mainland or a gambling expert who just debuted. Damn it, since he dares to steal my job, I, Zhou Yaoguang, will definitely make him suffer the consequences." Zhou Yaoguang was infuriated by Ling Yun and threw a tantrum. "Boss." Manager Feng said carefully. Zhou Yaoguang raised his head and said, "If you have something to say, say it. I don't blame you for what happened today. The two of them are not people you can handle." "Thank you, boss. But that Xianxia has come to our casino many times in the past, but from what I can see, her gambling skills are not even half of her father's. Also, she rarely touched baccarat when she came to our casino. Even if she occasionally played a few rounds, there were always wins and losses, so it was impossible for her to win every round. Also, Xianxia used to play by the rules. No matter what she played, she would never win more than 3 million yuan. I didn't expect that this time." Zhou Yaoguang glanced at Manager Feng. "I said you don't have to explain. I know all of this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken advantage of such a big loophole just now. The trouble this time has nothing to do with Xianxia. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so polite to her. The problem lies with the kid she brought. That Lin Tian. I can't put my finger on it, I can only say that he's unfathomable. His gambling skills are brilliant, and he's obviously pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, but he doesn't follow the rules of the pugilistic world." Manager Feng came over and said in a low voice, "Boss, I think he can see through our cards." Zhou Yaoguang did not speak. Did such a person exist? Of course, therefore, Zhou Yaoguang wasn't surprised by what Manager Feng said. Otherwise, if he still dared to bet everything when he had already won tens of millions of chips, he would either be a lunatic or a fool if he didn't know his cards. However, Ling Yun and Xianxia did not belong to the above two categories. He can see through the cards. If that's the case, tonight's bet, we'll have to. Zhou Yaoguang gestured for Manager Feng to come closer. Then, he whispered into Manager Feng's ear. Manager Feng understood tacitly. "Go and make the arrangements." Zhou Yaoguang waved his hand to dismiss Manager Feng. He suddenly remembered something and ordered, "Oh right, don't forget to call that rich guy from the mainland that we've been raising for a long time over here. We should take advantage of tonight's situation to bleed him a little." "Don't worry, boss." Manager Feng nodded and left the VIP lounge immediately. Zhou Yaoguang was also busy making phone calls, intensely making arrangements. Wow. This room is too big. It's a 270-degree ocean view suite. You can see the entire night view of Haojiang. At this time, Ling Yun and Xianxia had already entered the top floor suite of the Golden Sands Hotel. Zhou Yaoguang was indeed generous. He gave them the best suite in the entire Golden Sands Hotel. "Lin Tian, let me tell you, I've been to the Golden Sands Hotel many times in the past, but I've never stayed in such a good room." After entering the door, Xianxia ran straight to the floor-to-ceiling window. She stretched her body and wantonly displayed her incomparably beautiful figure as she spoke to Ling Yun. "Yes, the room is good, but don't be too happy. We might have to pay 100 million just to stay here. That Zhou Yaoguang is trying his best to deal with us now." Ling Yun stood on the spot, admiring Xianxia's perfect figure. Zhou Yaoguang didn't know that Ling Yun had heard everything that he and Manager Feng had just discussed. "Che, Xing Ying turned around gracefully and leaned her body against the window. She said disdainfully, "Let him deal with him. I don't believe you'll lose." Today, Xing Ying finally experienced Ling Yan's ability. He won whatever he bet on. There was no need to worry about losing at all. Even though this had nothing to do with gambling, it was undoubtedly a great feeling. Be careful with your words. Ling Yan's expression was indifferent. There's always someone better than you out there. While speaking, he had quietly used his divine thoughts to carefully observe every tiny corner of the room. After confirming that there were no hidden cameras or eavesdropping devices in the room, he casually threw out a handful of spirit stones and set up a small spirit defense formation on the edge of the entire suite. "Wow, what are these shiny stones?" Xing Ying asked curiously. "Spirit stones, used to set up the formation. Now, we don't have to worry about being eavesdropped," Ling Yan explained with a smile. Ling Yan smiled as he explained. "Remember, don't touch them, and don't move them. Otherwise, the formation will be broken." Xing Ying nodded her head in understanding. Her pretty face was unusually happy. "Does that mean that I can call out your name now? Ling Yun?" Ling Yun nodded. At the same time, he changed his appearance back to his original appearance. "So handsome." Ling Yan was speechless. Of course, he was handsome. Ling Yan was speechless. "Tell me, how did I become your boyfriend?" Ling Yan began to settle the score. "We're acting as a couple, so of course we have to introduce ourselves that way." Xing Ying's pretty face blushed as she argued. Then, she lowered her head and looked up again. "You don't have to play dumb with me. I like you, and I won't marry anyone else but you." Ling Yan was speechless. This confession was so direct and direct. It was even more direct than Shui Mining's. However, Big Brother Yun wasn't one to play dumb. Xing Ying's feelings for him were already clear to him when they were at Sanlitun in Beijing. "We're not the same kind of people. I'm a cultivator." "There's a difference between mortals and immortals," Ling Yan said lightly. After the confession, Xing Ying went all out. She walked step by step towards Ling Yun. "I know, but cultivators aren't monks. Can't I have a woman by my side?" Ling Yun smiled. "I'm engaged." Xing Ying said disdainfully, "That's not a reason. You're only engaged to one woman, but I know you have many other female confidants." Ling Yun couldn't help but size her up. "You're well informed, aren't you?" Xing Ying smiled proudly. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I chase you all the way here?" After a few words, the two of them were already very close to each other. Xing Ying's shoulders rose and fell. Her breathing was obviously heavier, and her eyes were watery. "What do you want?" Ling Yan suddenly took a step back. A man and a woman alone in a room. "What do you think I want?" Xing Ying twisted her waist and took a step forward. Ling Yan warned, "You've kissed and hugged me today. What else do you want? I'm warning you, don't go too far." Tisk. Xing Ying suddenly burst into laughter and walked past Ling Yun. "I was surrounded by so many gamblers in the hall just now. I'm sweating all over. I'm going to take a shower." Then, she walked towards the bathroom as if there was no one else around. "Hey, aren't you afraid that I won't be able to control myself in Russian like this? The door is open. If you want to come in, then come in." Ling Yun gritted his teeth and nodded fiercely. He thought that Ling Yun was ruthless enough. He floated in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the sea. Then, he looked into the distance and looked at Hong Kong. Everything in Haojiang was over. After tonight, he would go to Hong Kong. With a thought, the human king's seal rushed out from between his brows and floated in front of him. It was flawless and sparkling. Ling Yun was thinking about her. He hadn't seen Morong Feishue for more than 3 months. Was she doing well? Ling Yun wasn't a heartless person, and he didn't cultivate the Tao of heartless. He cultivated the Tao of the heart, and he acted according to his heart. Ling Yun didn't even care about the heartless heavenly Tao, let alone the views of the secular world. Morong Feishue left Xianxia City at the beginning of July to attend an international jewelry exchange in Hong Kong. She hadn't returned to the mainland since then. Therefore, the two of them hadn't seen each other since Ling Yan sent Morong Feishue off. They didn't even contact each other. Ling Yan knew that Morong Feishue was very ambitious, but that wasn't the reason why they didn't contact each other. The main reason was that Ling Yan was simply too busy. Other than the continuous battles and the occasional breaks, he had to seize every second to cultivate and improve his realm. For this reason, Ling Yan had always kept his phone in his spatial ring. He rarely took it out unless it was absolutely necessary. Morong Feishue called him a few times, but he wasn't in the service area, so she didn't call him again. After all, even though Morong Feishue couldn't contact Ling Yan, she would call her grandfather, Morong Wencher, every now and then. She could keep up with Ling Yan's situation through Morong Wencher and relieve some of her longing. However, that didn't mean that Ling Yan had forgotten about Morong Feishue. He couldn't forget her. That was because the two of them were already intimate. Moreover, Morong Feishue had given Ling Yan her token of love, the heavenly seal that had been passed down in her family for generations. The heavenly seal was now known as the seal of the ruler. The seal of the ruler was one of the few magical treasures that Ling Yan usually used in battle. Moreover, its power had been increasing along with Ling Yan's realm. It had never disappointed Ling Yan. Ling Yan naturally wouldn't forget the battle treasure that he carried with him. Morong Wencher had looked for Ling Yan before he left Beijing for Nanyang. Even though he didn't say it explicitly, Ling Yan could understand the meaning behind the old man's words. Morong Wencher hoped that Ling Yan could accompany Morong Feishue for a few days. Ling Yan naturally knew that it was his problem. He promised to find Morong Feishue and accompany her for a few days before Morong Wencher could point it out. Needless to say, Master Morong must have told this news to his granddaughter immediately. Now that the matter with the He family was settled, it was time for him to visit Morong Feishue in Hong Kong. However, he didn't need to tell anyone about this, not to mention Xianxia. It has been a day and a night. Feishue should be anxious, right? With that thought, a tinge of guilt flashed across Ling Yan's heart. He raised his hand to grab the man-ruler seal and examined it carefully. What a great treasure! Needless to say, the man-ruler seal's sturdy defense was undeniable. Furthermore, it could change its size at will. When enlarged, it would be as heavy as a mountain, and when shrunk, it would be as light as a feather. Ling Yan was a grandmaster blacksmith. Naturally, he knew that treasures that could change their size at will were extraordinary because it involved the laws of space. However, the man-ruler seal's only flaw was that there was no space inside. It was solid. Ling Yan could only use it as a shield or a brick to smash people. There were no other uses for it at the moment. My realm isn't high enough. Ling Yan shook his head and smiled bitterly. With a thought, he kept the man-ruler seal back into the space between his eyebrows. At the same time, he took out the golden black devilish silk and continued to practice his hand seals. He used it to refine his spirit and develop his brain. Ling Yan, what are you doing? When Xianxia came out of the shower, she saw Ling Yan standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. His eyes were looking into the distance as if he was in a trance. However, his left hand was dancing rapidly, constantly pulling on the silk and changing it into all sorts of unimaginable shapes. It was like a hand dance, but Ling Yan's movements were many times faster than an ordinary person's. That black silk turned into a cloud shadow between his fingers. Only when Ling Yan stopped occasionally could Xianxia see it clearly. Xianxia was wrapped in a white bathrobe. She originally wanted to question Ling Yan, but after seeing this scene, her eyes were instantly attracted and couldn't move away. Training. Ling Yan turned around and smiled when he heard Xianxia come out. Xianxia asked curiously, "It's just a finger dance." This is considered training? Finger dance is only what you see on the surface. Actually, what I'm training is hand seals. The dance is the process. At the end, when it stops and takes shape, that's the hand seal. Ling Yan didn't hide anything and explained in detail. However, his hands didn't stop because of that. Your hand speed is pretty good. A silk thread was actually turned into a cloud shadow by you. Xianxia was shocked. She said excitedly, "If you go to draw tiles with others, no one can be faster than you, not even my father." She still remembered the first time she met Ling Yan in Qingshui City. She lost to him in a game of mahjong. Ling Yan was speechless. She was indeed the daughter of the gambling god. She was always talking about her profession. There's no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Ling Yan smiled. Hand speed is hand speed, and hand seals are hand seals. They are fundamentally different. Hand seals were hand seals. The hand and the brain worked together perfectly. One could directly use the hand to control all kinds of spiritual energy in the world. Without the help of magical treasures, one could control the infinite changes of the spiritual energy in the world like talismans or arrays. Most importantly, when the hand seals were formed, not only were they invisible, but they were also instantaneous. They didn't give the enemy any chance to react. If they couldn't break it or resist it, only death awaited them. Just like last night, when Ling Yan used the dragon binding seal to bind Kuan Ba so tightly that he couldn't even escape. I don't understand what you're talking about, but my father told me that there are all kinds of hand seals in Buddhism. He said that the real experts in Buddhism know how to form hand seals. They are very powerful. Xing Yingying suddenly became speechless. She looked at Ling Yun seriously. Brother, don't tell me you really want to learn Buddhism? Ling Yan was speechless. He could only patiently explain, big sis, even though there are countless kinds of cultivation methods, they are essentially the same thing. As long as you cultivate to a certain level, you will eventually reach the same goal. Oh, Xing Yingying didn't really understand, but she only needed to make sure that Ling Yun wasn't going to become a monk. She smiled sweetly. That's good. Then, she suddenly put her hands on her waist and glared at Ling Yun fiercely. I gave you a chance to bathe just now, but you actually meditated on your own. Tell me, are you doing such a beastly thing because I'm ugly? Big sis, you're naked. Ling Yan stared at Xing Yingying's chest and reminded her out of goodwill. Xing Yingying was only wearing a bathrobe. Even though she had tied a belt, her figure was too hot. With her hands on her waist, the bathrobe was stretched open, and the beautiful rose had already bloomed. Xing Yingying looked down. She pursed her lips and said, What's wrong with that? I know you have X-ray vision. You've already seen me naked. Xing Yingying took a step forward. Am I right? You're wrong. Ling Yan's expression turned serious. A gentleman doesn't bully a darkened room. Today was Valentine's Day, so I wrote 2 chapters to wish everyone a happy Valentine's Day. Feels good, heavier here. Yes, more strength. Didn't you just eat? Don't be lazy. After dinner, Ling Yan sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, enjoying the night view of Haojiang while enjoying Xing Yingying's massage. Your massage technique isn't bad. Who did you learn it from? None of your business. Xing Yingying squeezed Ling Yan's shoulders. She had already used all her strength, but Ling Yan still said that she was lazy. She gritted her teeth in anger. Hee, are you angry? Ling Yan raised his head, looked at the other party, and said with a smile, It's useless to be angry. If you want to learn, you must first learn to give. You must know how to respect your teachers. You must not think about taking shortcuts by relying on your looks. Xing Yingying blushed. Can't you speak properly? If you continue to be so naughty, I'll really. I believe you. Ling Yan quickly waved his hand. I believe you. You're amazing. Xing Yingying smiled. Her heart was still pounding when she thought of her bold actions in the afternoon. Ling Yan suddenly pointed. Look, that cruise ship is so beautiful. Xing Yingying looked in the direction of Ling Yan's finger and smiled. I see it. That should be the He family's gambling ship. They bet on the sea? Ling Yan asked. Xing Yingying smiled. Why not? Since this is a gambling city, the gambling industry here has already developed to the extreme. As long as it's related to gambling, there's nothing they can't do. That makes sense. Ling Yun nodded. But based on our situation today, it's not easy to win money from the casino. That's right. At the end of the day, opening a casino is just a business. They only have 2 or 3 ways to earn money. One is to earn money from the gamblers. No matter how lucky a person is, they will run out sooner or later. Gambling is bound to lose. That's why the casino isn't afraid of the gamblers winning money. They're only afraid that the gamblers won't gamble. The other kind revolves around the casino business, earning money from various services. Even if a customer wins money, they can't resist the temptation of luxury here. Moreover, because money comes too easily, they spend it like water. In the end, their pockets are empty, with not much left. Hence, the number of people who can leave Haojiang with the money they win is 1 in 100. Even if they win this time and get a taste of the sweetness, they will come back again. In the end, they will still lose. Xing Yingying spoke with fervor and assurance, but her expression was extremely serious. Well said. Ling Yan smiled and asked, based on what you said, how did those gambling gods and gambling kings win their money? For example, your father? Those titles are all fake. Xing Yingying's interest was piqued. She stopped massaging Ling Yan and pulled a chair over to sit beside him. Those titles are obtained by winning competitions. The more you win, the more titles you get, the more titles you get, Lin Feng said. Many people only see the news of gambling gods and gambling kings winning a lot of money, but they don't know that there are even more of such people who have their hands and feet chopped off, or even their bones left. They won't report it at all. 9 out of 10 gambles are deceptions. Many gamblers think that their gambling skills are brilliant, that their skills have reached perfection, and that they can do whatever they want, but they don't know that there is always someone stronger than them, and there is always someone stronger than them. It's fine if such people don't stand out, but once they stand out and don't know the rules of the martial world, they will end up miserable. Ling Yan scratched his head and couldn't help but look at Xing Yingying. Why do I feel like you're talking about me? I'm just telling you. Xing Yingying rolled her eyes at Ling Yan and giggled. She continued, that's why those who are really good at gambling will choose to cooperate with the casino after they make a name for themselves and gain the support of the casino. They will either participate in competitions to win the prize money, or help the casino catch cheats for a salary or dividends. Or they will simply use the money they win to open a gambling table in the casino and organize gambling sessions to win money from the rich. There's another way to cooperate, which is for people like Zhou Yaoguang to invest in the casino and become a big shot. But the prerequisite is that he has to be able to protect himself. Otherwise, the real bosses of the casino won't even bother with them. Ling Yan listened with great interest. What kind of person is your father? Xing Yingying smiled. He has all kinds of people. Back then, he worked with the He family, but he has already washed his hands of the business. He only takes out a portion of his own money to invest in the He family's casino and receives dividends. In that case, it wasn't easy for your father to get to where he is today. There's nothing easy in the world, not to mention gambling. The risks are boundless. If you're not careful, you'll lose everything or die without a complete corpse. At this point, Xing Yingying had a deep understanding of this. She bit her lips and said, for example, when I met you in Qingshui City, it was like this. Haha, Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh. He teased, you wanted to win a private jet, but you came to my territory to die. Who can you blame? You're still talking. Xing Yingying glared at him. Ling Yan hurriedly shut his mouth. But you haven't told me how to win big money. It can't be accumulated over a long period of time, bit by bit, right? Xing Yingying pursed her lips and smiled. It's like tonight. The big boss of the casino will organize a gambling session. The gamblers have to have at least 100 million chips to get on the table. Whoever wins in the end will get the majority of the money on the table. After a gambling session, if you meet a rich gambler who's crazy and doesn't lack money, it's possible to win a few billion or even a few billion. Indeed, a horse won't get fat without grass at night. Ling Yan's eyes flashed after hearing this. However, he heard Xing Yingying say, but these kinds of gambling sessions are usually big ones. Without a special purpose, the casino won't easily arrange them. In a gambling house like this, most of the people sitting at the gambling table are gambling masters hired by the casino. They are all kept by the casino. People like my father only want to win money from the big fish that they have been keeping for a long time. These kinds of gambling sessions are controlled by the casino with all their might. It's a real trap. Everything in the house is meticulously arranged. It can be said that they're unscrupulous. When the time comes, there will be problems with the cards, the dealer, and the people at the table. It can be said that as long as they're in that house, there will be Problems. After Xing Yingying finished speaking, she smiled at Ling Yun. Her face had a teasing expression that said, "Do you understand? Did I scare you?" Ling Yan's expression was still indifferent. Of course, he understood how much a casino could earn in a month just by relying on the individual customers. The real big money depended on such big gambling sessions. It would be a fantasy if there were no tricks involved. Oh. Ling Yan smiled as he stood up. No wonder Zhou Yaoguang was so fearless even though he had already guessed that I could see through the cards. Then, do you know what they'll do to the cards that I can't see through? Xing Yingying stood up as well. My father said that there are two ways to deal with people like you. One is to use high-tech cards that can block powerful rays. Since it can even block powerful rays, it's naturally not a problem to block people's eyes. Ling Yan smiled. With his current realm, his yin-yang god eye had long been perfected. He could even see through the spirit cultivation cosmos stone if he used it at full force. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of such special cards. Moreover, Ling Yun didn't even use his yin-yang god eye. He used his strong divine sense instead of piercing through the cards. Instead, he used it directly to see through the cards. What about the other one? The other one is even more terrifying. It's the talisman. That means that the patterns on the back of the cards are actually hidden talismans drawn by people like you. Not to mention that you can't see through them with your eyes, you can't even see through them with spells. Ling Yun, damn, the gambling house has developed to such an extent, there are talismans. Xing Yingying obviously didn't know about divine sense, so she used spells instead. However, Ling Yun knew that the talisman could actually block divine sense. Had Ling Yun seen it before? Yes, when he was at the Yi family's auction, he saw with his own eyes the huge chests filled with treasures. Even his divine sense couldn't penetrate them. Of course, Ling Yun was only at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 3 back then, which was a far cry from his current realm. Ling Yun was an expert in making talismans. Of course, he knew that the defense talisman and the diamond talisman could even block the attacks of experts, not to mention the sight or divine sense. Moreover, there were the real blinding talisman and blinding talisman, which were unorthodox talismans. From the looks of it, Ling Yun had really underestimated the gambling house. F***ck, why didn't you say so earlier if you knew all this? I believed that you would definitely win no matter what kind of situation you encountered. You trust me that much? Ling Yun asked in surprise. Of course, I've never seen you lose before. Xing Yingying puffed out her chest with absolute confidence. Moreover, even if you really can't do it, a loss is a loss. What can we do about the 90 million we won? Ling Yun, F***ck, can a man say he can't do it? That's impossible. Big sister, are you waiting for me here? Are you purposely waiting for me to make a fool of myself tonight so that you can take revenge for what happened back then? Xing Yingying giggled. I've long forgotten about what happened back then. Who asked you to do such a beastly thing in the afternoon? I just wanted to see if you'd be anxious and what you'd look like when you're anxious. Sorry, you'll definitely be disappointed. Ling Yun sat down indifferently and didn't forget to remind her, big sister, don't get carried away. You're exposing yourself again. Xing Yingying turned a deaf ear to him. She simply leaned over and sat on Ling Yun's lap, looking him in the eye. She leaned forward, her beautiful eyes sparkling. If it's really like that? Do you really have a way? Ling Yun was forced to lean back with a satisfied smile on her face. After tonight, you just have to wait to buy your private jet. I wrote this chapter to advise my fellow readers not to gamble, not to get involved in gambling. 9 out of 10 gambles are fraudulent. The trip to Lingyun Casino was decided by Old Bu when he first created the character of Tang Ming. The character of Xing Yingying must also exist, so he had to write about it. However, after writing about the Haojiang plot, there would no longer be any gambling plot in this book. Ling Yun thought to himself, I've killed quite a few people at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Why would I be afraid of a small talisman in a casino, even if those talismans could block Ling Yun's divine sense? Ling Yun had a way to disable the talismans on the back of the talismans. Pfft, Xing Yingying laughed. Do you know what I like most about you? What I like the most is this kind of arrogance that you have in mind the most and that you are not afraid of anything. Ling Yan smiled bitterly. But I'm afraid of you, big sister. Can you stay further away from me? His back was already tightly pressed against the sofa, and Xing Ying was still leaning forward. Their faces were getting closer and closer. Just when Ling Yan thought they were going to have intimate contact, Xing Ying suddenly retracted her body. She bit her red lips, her eyes a little sad. I really don't understand. What are you afraid of? I've already taken the initiative to throw myself into your arms, but you're still so distant. Do you dislike me that much? You're thinking too much. It's not that I don't like you, but we've only met a few times. I need to cultivate some feelings, right? Ling Yan knew that he had hit Xing Ying hard this time. He could only comfort her gently. There's still time. There's no hurry. As he spoke, Ling Yan didn't forget to raise his hand and pat Xing Ying's back. Who knew he would get into trouble this time? Xing Ying took the opportunity to jump into his arms and hugged Ling Yan tightly. She said softly, "You're lying. Don't think I don't know that when you leave Haojiang, you'll have a bunch of girlfriends by your side. I won't have a chance anymore." Ling Yan was speechless. After a pause, he smiled and said, "Don't worry. That was in the past. I promise I won't do it again." That's good enough, right? Really? Xing Ying raised her head instantly. More real than gold and silver. Xing Ying smiled through her tears and sat up. That's more like it. I'll let you go tonight. She glared at Ling Yan again. Really, what era are we in now? I don't even care. Why do you care about this? Ling Yan laughed and joked casually. I don't care about this. I'm just afraid that your father will hunt me down. Annoying. Tell me, how are we going to play with them tonight? Are you going to join the gambling table or not? Xing Ying shook her head and said, I'm not playing. I'll just accompany you and watch you kill everyone. All right. It was already past 9 o'clock at night. Ling Yan used his divine will to monitor the situation in the VIP lounge while he was talking to Xing Ying. During the day, Zhou Yaoguang had already explained that tonight's gamble would be held in that VIP lounge. By now, the VIP lounge had already been tidied up. Manager Feng had been going in and out of the lounge many times. He was directing the staff to make all kinds of arrangements for the gambling. However, Zhou Yaoguang had yet to show himself. Ling Yan knew very well that Zhou Yaoguang must be carrying out a meticulous plan, but Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to look at him. After all, it was just a bet, and it wasn't worth Ling Yan's attention. Counter soldiers with arms, and water with soil when it comes. After another half an hour, Zhou Yaoguang finally arrived at the VIP lounge. He first walked around the room as if nothing had happened. After observing carefully, he finally nodded his head in satisfaction. Manager Feng, the gamble will start in 15 minutes. The guests will be here soon. Stay here to welcome them. I have to personally invite that Lin Tian over. Yes, boss. Manager Feng replied and sent Zhou Yaoguang out respectfully. Ying, go and get ready. We're going down. Ling Yan retracted his divine sense and the little god defense formation. He then used his martial arts to change Lin Tian's appearance. After a short while, he heard the doorbell ring. Zhou Yaoguang came up. Yo, Boss Zhou. Ling Yan went to open the door. Good evening, Mr. Lin. Zhou Yaoguang greeted Ling Yan and gave him a thumbs up. You're indeed trustworthy, Mr. Lin. Nonsense, I still have more than 90 million worth of chips with you. Yes, Mr. Lin. Our gamble is ready. It's about to start. Are you ready? I can't wait. Ling Yan pretended to be impatient. He turned his head and shouted, Ying, are you ready? Boss Zhou is coming. Coming. The three of them went downstairs and rushed to the VIP lounge. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. During the day, I didn't realize that Mr. Lin was a gambling expert hired by the He family. In the elevator, Zhou Yaoguang, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Oh? Ling Yan pretended to be surprised. He then shook his head. Why do you say that, Boss Zhou? Zhou Yaoguang smiled mysteriously. Mr. Lin, we're all smart people. You don't have to act with me. Yesterday afternoon, Miss Singh accompanied Miss He from the He family shopping in Haojiang. This has been reported in the news. Although Mr. Lin didn't show up yesterday, since you're Miss Sing's boyfriend, you must know Miss He. Ling Yan and Miss Singh looked at each other. They could see the smile in each other's eyes. Zhou Yaoguang's words proved that he hadn't figured out Ling Yan's true identity. Therefore, he could only make wild guesses through Xing Yingying. Ling Yan didn't deny it. He said casually, "Oh, it seems like Boss Zhou really cares about me." "So what?" Zhou Yaoguang smiled. "Since Mr. Lin is an expert hired by Miss He, I'm already very clear about your intentions. To be honest, this year, the He family has been in a lot of trouble because of the inheritance. We, the Golden Sands, did take the opportunity to steal many of the He family's customers, but that's all business. Miss He invited Mr. Lin to mess with us. I, Zhou, can't not accept it. But since that's the case, the rules tonight will have to be changed." As they spoke, the elevator arrived at the VIP lounge. The door opened. Zhou Yaoguang stepped out of the elevator first. He turned around and stood still. Ling Yan smiled. "How do we change the rules?" "It's very simple. According to the rules of the underworld, when 100 million chips are placed on the table, no matter who it is, as long as they haven't lost all their chips, they can't leave midway." Ling Yan turned his head and looked at Xing Yingying with an inquiring gaze. Xing Yingying nodded slightly and explained, "It's a competition, but the chips are real money. Either you lose all your money and leave, or you win until the end." Ling Yan's expression changed when he heard that. "Boss Zhou, I think you're mistaken. It's true that I know Miss He, but I really wasn't invited by her to mess with you. Mr. Lin, if you don't admit it, there's really nothing we can do. After all, no one from the He family has come forward to prove this matter. But tonight's rules are like this. If you don't dare to gamble at the table, then please leave now. I will give you the money you won in the afternoon." Zhou Yaoguang revealed a fox-like smile on his face. He stared at Ling Yan as if he had already eaten him. The expression on Ling Yan's face changed. He seemed to be very angry, but he was also extremely unwilling. He was hesitating. In Zhou Yaoguang's eyes, this expression was like a battle between heaven and man. But of course, he didn't know that Ling Yan's heart was already blooming with joy. If it wasn't for the big gamble tonight, he would have taken the money and left in the afternoon. Why would he wait until now? If the other party didn't change the rules, even if Ling Yan could win, it would be difficult for him to win too much. This was because everyone at the gambling table could leave at any time. But with such a change, there would only be one winner in the end. "I'll bet." Ling Yan gritted his teeth in the end, as if he had made a difficult decision. Then, he said to Zhou Yaoguang, "However, I still have to make it clear to you. I'm only here to play. Participating in tonight's gamble is my own business. It has nothing to do with Yingying or the He family." "All right." Zhou Yaoguang smiled proudly, "Mr. Lin, don't worry. Everyone knows the rules of the underworld. I understand what you mean. Let's do it this way. Please." Zhou Yaoguang's goal was achieved. He turned around and led Ling Yan straight to the VIP lounge. Once Ling Yan entered the VIP lounge, he saw that everything was already prepared. The dealer was already in place, sitting at the position to deal cards. 8 guests were already seated at the huge gambling table. 4 of them were foreigners, including 3 men and 1 woman. The other 4 were Asian. 2 of them were old men in their 60s, and the other 2 were young men in their 30s. Among these 8 guests, 7 of them had standard poker faces. They were expressionless, but all of them had sharp eyes. When they saw Ling Yan and Xing Yingying enter, they all looked over at the same time. Only the young man sitting at the number 8 seat, with a fair and round face, was fiddling with the mountain of chips in front of him. From time to time, he would turn his head and laugh with the woman beside him. He didn't even look at Ling Yan in the eye. "Mr. Lin, there are a total of 9 guests participating in tonight's gamble, including you. They all arrived a little earlier than you, so I'll have to trouble you to sit at number 9. If you don't like it, I can help you change your seat." After entering, Zhou Yaoguang glanced at the gambling table as if nothing had happened. Then, he smiled and said to Ling Yan, It's alright, number 9 it is. Ling Yan smiled lightly. Under the scrutinizing gazes of others, he held Xing Yingying's hand, walked to the number 9 seat, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Mr. Lin, here are your chips, a total of 100 million. Manager Feng carried the box of chips and followed closely behind, placing the chips in front of Ling Yun. Thank you. Ling Yun didn't bat an eyelid. Instead, he ordered, please add another chair here for me. Right away. Manager Feng replied and quickly moved another chair over, inviting Xing Yingying to sit down as well. Yo, old Feng, no wonder you said tonight's gamble would be exciting. I didn't expect a beauty to come. As soon as Xing Yingying sat down, she immediately attracted the attention of the round-faced young man at the number 8 seat. He stared at Xing Yingying fiercely, his eyes shining. The gamble is about to start. I wish young Master Gua a great victory tonight. Manager Feng naturally knew Xing Yingying's identity. He didn't dare to act rashly, so he cleverly changed the topic and left quickly. After Ling Yan sat down, he saw that young Master Gua had the most chips in front of him. There was a total of 300 million, which was 3 times the amount of the others at the table. If he was not mistaken, this should be the rich guy that Zhou Yaoguang had mentioned in the afternoon, the one that they had been raising for a long time. Ling Yan knew that this guy would definitely lose miserably tonight, so he couldn't be bothered with him. He didn't have the time to bother with him either. That was because Zhou Yaoguang had already started speaking. Everyone, tonight's guests are all here. I think everyone is clear about the rules tonight. Zhou Yaoguang quickly explained the rules of the gamble, then specially added, of course, since the person at the number 8 seat has brought 300 million chips to the table, he can leave at any time if his chips fall below 200 million. In other words, whoever wanted to leave midway had to lose at least 100 million or win until the end. After Zhou Yaoguang finished speaking, he even nodded at young Master Gua to express his apology. However, young Master Gua only waved his hand, indicating that it didn't matter. Now, everyone, please check the cards. The dealer took out a new deck of cards, opened the packaging, grabbed it in his hand, and wiped it face up on the table. No problem. Everyone nodded their heads. Then, the dealer took away the cards, placed them face up on the table, and wiped them again. At this time, Zhou Yaoguang and Manager Feng turned their heads at the same time and looked at Ling Yan in the number 9 seat. Ling Yan's eyes focused, his body slightly leaned forward, and he stared hard at the back of the cards. Then, his expression changed drastically, whoosh, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Then, he turned his head stiffly and glanced at Xing Yingying, who was beside him. Xing Yingying's expression also changed. Zhou Yaoguang, Manager Feng, and more than half of the guests at the table all caught this subtle scene. A trace of mockery appeared in their eyes. It's already 10 o'clock at night. If everyone agrees that there are no problems with the cards, then the game will start now. After saying that, Zhou Yaoguang scanned the crowd. No problem. Everyone said there was no problem. Finally, when it came to Ling Yun, his lips were dry. He scratched his head hard and said dryly, no problem. Very well, then, the gamble officially begins. Dealer, deal the cards. After Zhou Yaoguang finished announcing, he looked at Manager Feng with a smug expression and announced loudly. Ling Yun, on the other hand, was dejected, like a deflated ball. At the same time, Ling Yan's voice rang in Xing Yingying's ears. Yingying, do you think I acted well? Of course, there was something wrong with the cards. Not only were they high-tech cards, but the patterns on the back of the cards were also meticulously designed. They were standard talismans. Unfortunately, this deck of cards was still too weak. It couldn't block Ling Yan's Yin-Yang God Eye, nor could it block Ling Yan's powerful divine sense. Ling Yan could see through all 52 cards stacked together. Ling Yan acted just now just to hear Zhou Yaoguang announce the official start of the gamble. According to the rules announced by Zhou Yaoguang, the 800 million worth of chips on this table would be in Ling Yan's pocket once the gamble started. And this was the case for the other 8 people. Each of them would only lose 100 million before leaving the table, and they would not add more chips. But it was very obvious that young Master Gua was not the kind of person who would be willing to admit defeat and leave the table after losing 100 million yuan, not to mention others. Moreover, Ling Yun knew that there were at least 5 people at this table who were hired by Zhou Yaoguang to deal with him. Everyone, 1 million for a small blind and 2 million for a big blind. Every hour, the blind will double. The dealer looked around and said softly before handing out the cards. The most popular poker game in the world was, of course, Texas Hold'em. Little blind and big blind were the price you had to pay in one round, regardless of whether your cards were good or not, and regardless of whether you bet or not. The price was 3 million in total, and it would double every hour. In that case, even if you didn't play a single round, you wouldn't be able to last 30 rounds at most. Ling Yan had already played Texas Hold'em in Yi Tianshui's private clubhouse. Of course, he knew this very well, so he didn't need Xing Yingying to explain it to him. Discard. 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 In the end, Ling Yan folded all 9 cards in the first round, losing 3 million in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yaoguang didn't leave. He didn't even sit down. Instead, he stood at the side and watched the game quietly. When the first round was over, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face anymore. You have X-ray vision, you can see cards, right? Now, show me your X-ray vision again. Zhou Yaoguang roared in his heart. Occasionally, he glanced at Ling Yun with a hint of murderous intent. Next, the dealer moved, and the dealer methodically dealt the cards. After the initial probing, everyone at the table made their moves, starting an intense battle. Ling Yun didn't care. Just like the first round, he didn't play a single round and folded all his cards. 2 rounds and he had lost 6 million yuan. At the beginning of the third round, Zhou Yaoguang quietly appeared behind Ling Yun. Mr. Lin, why is your luck so bad all of a sudden? You didn't even play one of the 18 cards? Ling Yun said with flagging interest, I would like to go, but unfortunately, they are all inferior cards. My hand is too bad. Mr. Lin, I have to remind you that the hour is almost up. The blind bets will double soon. If you continue to fold like this, just the blind bets alone will cost you 6 million each round. I know. Ling Yan pretended to wipe the sweat off his forehead and said casually. Then I wish Mr. Lin a good time. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Zhou Yaoguang left proudly and finally went to sit on the sofa next to him. Bro, your cards can't possibly always be so bad, right? You have to gamble when you need to. Just now, I used inferior cards to bluff and won 30 million. After 2 rounds, young Master Guo went all out and scared away his opponent, winning the bottom pool. He was very proud and kissed the woman next to him, not forgetting to lecture Ling Yun. Impressive. Ling Yun only smiled faintly and folded the cards in front of him. At this time, the game had been going on for an hour and a half. The blind bets had doubled, but Ling Yun still didn't play a single round. He lost another 6 million yuan, and the chips in front of him were less than 90 million yuan. Next, the 8 of them fought even more fiercely. In 2 consecutive rounds, 2 of them played all their cards, and they all lost. Moreover, they all lost to the same person, the foreign woman in number 5. The 2 of them shook their heads, sighed, and left the table. They are all Zhou Yaoguang's men, deliberately sending chips to the woman in number 5. Xing Yingying whispered into Ling Yan's ear. I know. Ling Yan smiled and nodded, knowing that the number 8 next to him, which was young Master Guo, was going to be unlucky. Sure enough, at the beginning of the 4th round, young Master Guo got a good hand. The woman in number 5 kept following, and in the end, she won more than 100 million yuan from young Master Guo with a river card. Damn it, I'm so unlucky. After seeing the river card, young Master Guo's expression changed, and he slammed the table. Old Feng, give me another 200 million yuan in chips. All right. Manager Feng immediately sent over 200 million yuan in chips. The minimum requirement was to lose 100 million yuan, but no one cared how much you could lose. At this point, Ling Yan had observed for more than 3 rounds. He realized that other than the problem with the cards, the dealer hadn't used any tricks. The cards were very regular. At least, out of the 20 or so cards that were dealt to Ling Yan, 4 of them were guaranteed wins. Of course, Ling Yan just threw them away for the sake of acting. It was about time. It was time to play. Just as the fourth round was about to end, Ling Yan finally played once and won about 20 million yuan, just enough to win back all the chips he had lost. Ling Yan knew he was going to win, but unfortunately, the foreigner in number 4 was very alert. He only followed until the turn of the cards and gave up. Not counting the blind bets, Ling Yan actually only won about 10 million yuan from him. The game went on for almost 2 hours, and Ling Yan's chips were exactly the same, about 100 million yuan. Next, seat number 4 staked it all on one throw. Before the flop, the foreign woman in seat number 5 followed suit without batting an eyelid. In the end, she won the pot. Seat number 4 left the table. Just like seat number 1 and seat number 2, she left the VIP lounge. 2 hours later, there were only 6 people left at the table, and the blind bets became 12 million yuan. In the fifth round, young Master Gua got a pair of aces, and more than 200 million yuan worth of chips were all bet before the flop. The number 5 followed, and in the end, the number 5 got 3 cards, sweeping away all of young Master Gua's chips. The chips of the number 5 had reached more than 800 million, the number 8, young Master Gua, had lost 500 million yuan. Losing even against aces? I don't believe it, Manager Feng. Young Master Gua was completely enraged and suddenly stood up. Give me another 1 billion yuan of chips. Manager Feng came over with a smile. Young Master Gua, it's not a problem to give you another 1 billion yuan of chips, but the money you have with us, are you afraid that I don't have money? Don't worry. Young Master Gua glared at Manager Feng and casually took out a black card. Just swipe 1 billion yuan. Do you know how to do things or not? Zhou Yaoguang walked over and scolded Manager Feng before saying, Who do you think young Master Gua is? Do you think he needs our money? Go and get young Master Gua's chips first. Yes. It's my fault. Manager Feng hurriedly smiled apologetically and hurriedly asked someone to get the chips, but he still quietly took the black card from young Master Gua's hand. Mr. Lin still has 100 million yuan worth of chips, so steady. After Zhou Yaoguang dealt with young Master Gua, he knew that he wouldn't lose tonight no matter what. He was very satisfied and conveniently teased Ling Yan next to him. There are so many masters, I have no choice. Ling Yan replied casually, but he was sneering in his heart. At this time, there was no need to think anymore. The foreign woman in the 5th seat was the most powerful master that Zhou Yaoguang had invited. At the beginning, this woman played fairly well, but when she beat young Master Gua just now, she gave herself away. Because Ling Yan clearly felt that there was a trace of energy fluctuation on this foreign woman before she went all in. She could see through the cards, but Ling Yan was sure that this woman was definitely not a cultivator, so there was only one explanation: this foreign woman in the 5th seat had supernatural abilities. After young Master Gua added another 1 billion yuan worth of chips, the game continued. Ling Yan felt that the chips on the table were almost enough. From the 6th round onwards, he no longer hid his strength and began to harvest frequently. When he was sure that he would win, he went all in without hesitation, clearing 3 people in a row and winning a round against young Master Gua next to him, making the chips in front of him pile up to 400 million yuan. My luck tonight is not bad. After Ling Yan snatched 300 million yuan worth of chips at lightning speed, he slowed down and said to Xianxia, who was happily sorting out the chips next to him. It's alright, too bad we can't leave the table unless we lose everything. Otherwise, we could leave now. Xianxia giggled. At this point, there were only 3 people left on the table. They were Ling Yan in the 9th seat, young Master Gua in the 8th seat, and the foreign woman in the 5th seat. The chips of the 3 people were 400 million yuan, 1 billion yuan, and 900 million yuan respectively, adding up to a total of 3 billion yuan. Young Master Gua, right? Ling Yan became lively and said to young Master Gua beside him, I think your luck tonight isn't too good. Seeing that we're all from the mainland, I advise you to go back and rest. Let's play another day, okay? There were 3 billion yuan worth of chips on the table, and young Master Gua himself contributed 5 billion yuan. Taking advantage of the fact that he had only lost 600 million yuan, Ling Yan wanted him to lose less and leave early. This way, it would be easier for him to have the final showdown with the 5th seat. 4 billion yuan was not a small amount. In short, Xing Yingying had won the money to buy the private plane. Humph. Who do you think you are? Young Master Guo was in a fit of anger and could not differentiate between good and bad words. Don't think that you're better than me just because you've won 2 rounds. There are only 3 people left now, and the blind bets have already risen to 24 million yuan. I just need to win a few pots and I'll get back all the money I've lost. It's impossible for me to leave now. Indeed, there were only 3 people left, and 2 people had to place a blind bet of 8 million yuan and 16 million yuan respectively. According to probability, each of them had a 1/3 chance of winning. Okay, pretend I didn't say anything. Please continue. Ling Yin could not be bothered with him and let him give away the money. However, at this time, Zhou Yaoguang's expression had already changed. After Ling Yin consecutively cleared 3 people, he could no longer sit still and simply stood behind the 5th seat, his face full of anxiety. Ling Yin folded in the first 3 rounds and only won 1 round in the 4th round. After that, there was no more movement. However, in the 6th round, he repeatedly played and won every time he played. How was this possible? The only explanation was that Ling Yin could see through the cards again. Cough cough. Zhou Yaoguang seemed to have some discomfort in his throat and coughed lightly. The dealer was just about to deal when he heard Zhou Yaoguang's cough. His hand paused slightly before he continued to deal. This time, Ling Yan's hand was a pair of aces, Zhou Yaoguang's pair of kings, and the 5th seat was a mixed hand. The dealer made his move and began to move. Ling Yan casually looked at his cards and threw them away. Fold. He knew that this was a sure loss. At this time, there was no need for Ling Yan to act. Sure enough, the moment Ling Yan folded, Zhou Yaoguang, the woman in the 5th seat, and the dealer turned to look at him at the same time. However, Texas was like this. As long as there wasn't a full house, anyone could fold at any time. Therefore, even though the 3 of them knew that Ling Yan had thrown the pair of aces, they could only watch helplessly. Guo was indeed tricked. After he looked at his hand, he pushed out all the 900 million yuan in chips in front of him without hesitation. The 5th seat called. Guo flipped 3 hands and was immediately overjoyed. He jumped up excitedly, thinking that he had won for sure. However, when the next 2 cards were dealt, Guo collapsed to the ground. The 5th seat made a straight with a mixed hand and crushed 3 hands. Guo lost all his 900 million yuan in chips. You'll suffer if you don't listen to your elders. Ling Yan couldn't even be bothered to look at him. He said lightly, I told you your luck wasn't good. I told you to go back and rest, but you insisted on gambling. Impossible, impossible. Guo lost 1.5 billion yuan in 3 hours. His mind was a little muddled. He sat on the ground and muttered to himself, I clearly won, chips, give me another 1.5 billion yuan in chips. Young Master Guo suddenly jumped up from the ground and roared hysterically. Zhou Yaoguang gave him a look. Manager Feng came over immediately. Guo, your luck really isn't good tonight. Also, you don't have enough money in your card. Let's play another day. Zhou Yaoguang had lost 1.5 billion yuan in one night, but he didn't want to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. Although he knew that Guo could afford it, he still wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Therefore, under Zhou Yaoguang's signal, Manager Feng and the women that Guo brought with him carried him out of the VIP lounge. There were only 2 people left at the table, Ling Yun and the foreign woman at number 5. The chips were 400 million versus 1.9 billion. Ling Yun stared at number 5, his fingers tapping on the table lightly as he smiled. Boss Zhou, it's getting late, and there are only the 2 of us left at the table. Why don't we end the game here, what do you think? Zhou Yaoguang's pupils constricted as his mind raced. Frankly speaking, Ling Yan's suggestion was very beneficial to him. Although Ling Yan had won a total of 400 million in his casino, he had used tonight's game to win 1.5 billion from young Master Guo. Even after deducting what Ling Yan had won, he still had a net profit of 1 billion. However, the problem was that the target of tonight's game was not young Master Guo, but Ling Yan. Zhou Yaoguang had already raised young Master Guo for half a year. In that half a year, young Master Guo had won more than 100 million yuan. Zhou Yaoguang was confident that as long as he pulled in the net, he could easily win back billions or even billions from young Master Gua. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before he tricked young Master Gua. However, he had been tricked by Ling Yin tonight. Ling Yin had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, only exploding at the last moment and winning another 300 million from him. Zhou Yaoguang could not take this lying down. Moreover, in Zhou Yaoguang's heart, Ling Yin was not a single person. He represented the He family. If Ling Yin left with 400 million, it would mean that the He family had won. Zhou Yaoguang could not afford to lose this face. Now, there were only 2 people left at the table. The dealer was his own man, and the number 5 was a mutant that he had spent a lot of money to hire. Zhou Yaoguang had nothing to fear because he could also see through the cards. Keep losing, right? There were only 2 people at the table now, and everyone had to place a blind bet for every round. If Ling Yin kept losing, it would be equivalent to losing 24 million in 2 rounds. In another hour, the blind bet would double again, and it would be 48 million. In that case, Ling Yin would only have 400 million in chips, and he would lose it all in less than an hour. That was because the dealer only needed to deal cards to 2 people, and it would take less than 2 minutes for each round. Thinking of this, Zhou Yaoguang smiled slightly. Mr. Lin, are you thinking of leaving now? Have you forgotten the rules of the game? Ling Yin shook his head. No, I'm just giving a suggestion. Zhou Yaoguang smiled coldly. That's good. Deal the cards. The game continued. All of you. To everyone's surprise, Ling Yin went all out after obtaining his trump card. The 5th seat was stunned. Now that both of them could see through the cards, number 5 also knew that if this round was dealt according to the cards, she would definitely lose. However, she was very clear that the dealer was one of them and would definitely play tricks to give her a card that she would definitely win. Follow. The 5th seat also pushed out 400 million chips. Then, both of them revealed their trump cards. Zhou Yaoguang clenched his fists tightly. Blood rushed to his head, and he was so agitated that the veins on his forehead were about to pop. As long as the dealer dealt the cards, the game would end immediately. The dealer dealt the cards skillfully. 3 cards were flipped. Looking at the current cards, Ling Yin was indeed the winner. Then, the dealer cut a card. Just as he was thinking of playing tricks and changing the cards, he suddenly felt a buzzing sound in his head. He felt dizzy, and then his hands didn't listen to him. The dealer's hand movements became stiff and slow when he failed to change the cards. He obediently dealt the next card. There was no need to deal anymore. Just by looking at this card, Ling Yin had already formed the biggest card. The 5th seat couldn't chase anymore. 400 million became 800 million. Continue. Ling Yin didn't even look at the chips that the dealer pushed over. He casually threw out a blind bet and said coldly. The dagger was revealed. Zhou Yaoguang was dumbfounded. The dealer that he had carefully selected actually made a mistake at the most critical moment? How was that possible? At this time, the dealer was also scared silly. His hand shuffled a little. After shuffling, he didn't know whether he should deal or not. He stopped there for a moment. Deal the cards. Ling Yan's voice was even colder as he urged. He knew that in the next round, he would still win as long as he dealt the cards in the normal order. The dealer had no choice but to deal the cards. This time, Ling Yan did the same thing. After getting his trump card, he pushed out all 800 million of his chips at once. The foreign woman in the 5th seat finally hesitated. She knew that she would definitely lose this round. If she wanted to win, it would depend on how the dealer dealt the cards. She was only left with 5 billion yuan. If she lost another 800 million yuan, she would have 700 million yuan against Ling Yan's 6 billion yuan. However, she really didn't know if the dealer would make a mistake again. Therefore, she couldn't be sure if she should fold or call. At this time, Zhou Yaoguang suddenly said, if you feel tired, you can go and rest after dealing this round. Of course, this was said to the dealer. In fact, it was a code word. If the dealer nodded, it was equivalent to telling Zhou Yaoguang that he had indeed met with an unstoppable force. Then, the 5th seat could directly fold and wait for the next round. Boss, I've been dealing cards for more than 3 hours. I'm indeed a little tired. The dealer pretended to be tired. Although with his ability, it was not a problem to deal cards continuously for 6 hours, he knew in his heart that this was the final showdown between his boss and the ninth seat. He simply couldn't afford the 1.6 billion of chips on the table. Therefore, he didn't dare to gamble. I'll fold. The foreign woman in the fifth seat took a deep look at Ling Yun and directly threw the cards back. Hee hee. Ling Yun suddenly gave her a strange smile. I've let you be arrogant for too long tonight. It's time to teach you a lesson. Manager Feng, you deal the cards. At this time, Manager Feng, who sent young Master Gua out, had already returned. Zhou Yaoguang directly called him over to replace the dealer. Then, he turned his head and asked Ling Yun with a smile, I wonder if Mr. Lin agrees? It doesn't matter. If Boss Zhou is willing, you can personally deal the cards. Ling Yun said casually. Mr. Lin is really lucky. The chips have doubled again. After sitting down, Manager Feng looked at Ling Yun's chips and was shocked. He tried his best to hide his expression by talking. This Manager Feng was the gambling expert that Xing Yingying mentioned. After making a name for himself, he chose to cooperate with the casino and was responsible for catching cheats. Once Zhou Yaoguang changed the dealer, he immediately knew what had happened. How could he not be shocked? It's okay for now. Whether we win or lose, it's all up to you. Ling Yun said with a smile. When Manager Feng first came up, Ling Yun didn't do anything to him. Manager Feng also didn't do anything immediately. After all, he knew the fifth seat's ability, so he dealt the cards normally. In the end, for consecutive rounds, both of them won and lost. Neither of their respective chips changed. However, after the fourth round, when Manager Feng was shuffling the cards again, a sudden change occurred. Without waiting for Manager Feng to finish shuffling the cards, Ling Yun's left hand under the table suddenly formed a seal, Aquarius seal. Boom, the fifth seat woman, who was using her special ability to watch Manager Feng shuffling the cards, suddenly felt that her vision was blocked. She could only see a whirling airflow in front of her. Other than that, she couldn't see anything else. Her whole body had been put into a bottle by Ling Yun. Ordinary people naturally couldn't see the Aquarius seal. After Manager Feng dealt the cards normally, Ling Yun directly threw in 100 million worth of chips. The airflow in front of the fifth seat woman finally disappeared. When she tried to use her special ability again to see Ling Yun's cards and the cards that Manager Feng was going to deal next, she realized that they were completely wrapped up by the airflow. She couldn't see through her special ability no matter how hard she tried. At this moment, the fifth seat woman finally understood what kind of opponent she was facing. I fold. She threw her cards away. Manager Feng was dumbfounded. This time, he used a special method when he shuffled the cards. The fifth seat would definitely win. Ling Yun bet 100 million and the fifth seat woman actually lost? Manager Feng looked at the fifth seat woman, then at his boss. He was a little confused. Ling Yun said coldly, continue. I fold, I fold. I fold. Now, it was the fifth seat woman's turn to fold continuously. In just a short while, she had lost more than 200 million in blind bets. Ling Yun's chips had exceeded 1 billion, but the fifth seat woman had less than 1 billion and 300 million. Hey, the blind bets for each round have increased to 48 million. If you continue to fold, you'll lose it all in half an hour at most. Ling Yun reminded them with a smile. Zhou Yaoguang and Manager Feng had already noticed that something was wrong. They wanted to end the game now. They were the owners of a casino. Since they had discovered the problem, there was no need to be unsatisfied. Unfortunately, Zhou Yaoguang's rejection of Ling Yun's suggestion had sealed off his own path of retreat. Zhou Yaoguang's intestines were green with regret. He couldn't understand what had happened at all. Manager Feng was even more depressed. He had used a special method several times just now to give the fifth seat a guaranteed win. Ling Yun's bet was getting bigger and bigger, but the fifth seat woman still didn't dare to follow. Just like that, after another 6 rounds of cards, Ling Yun won all of them. His chips were now equal to the opponent's. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Zhou Yaoguang suddenly coughed lightly. This time, he hinted for the fifth seat woman. 3 coughs meant for her to rest assured. This was because after observing for a long time, he realized that Manager Feng didn't have the same problem as the dealer just now. Therefore, he decided to fight with his life on the line. Manager Feng understood immediately. Without batting an eyelid, he played his trump card. Ling Yan pretended to look at his trump card with a smile on his face. He knew that his trump card was very good. If Manager Feng played it normally, he would definitely win. The reason why he didn't deal with Manager Feng just now was for this moment. All in. Ling Yan pushed all of his chips that were close to 1,200,000,000. Follow. Even though the fifth seat woman was already blind, she had already received the hint and followed without hesitation. Whoosh. 3 billion worth of chips on the table. Both of you, please show your cards. Manager Feng was extremely excited. He knew both of their trump cards and what he would play next. Therefore, he was certain that he would win. However, it was too early for him to celebrate. In his short life after that, Manager Feng kept recalling the next 5 cards he played. However, he couldn't remember how he dealt them. He only remembered that his consciousness was blurry. It was as if he had become a marionette. He mechanically cut the cards, dealt them, cut them again, dealt them again, until all 5 cards were dealt. Even if Manager Feng closed his eyes, he would still be able to play whatever card he wanted. At that moment, his magician's hands became even stiffer than a block of wood. You've lost. After the cards were dealt, Ling Yan stood up with a cold smile. However, his words were not directed at the fifth seat woman, but at Zhou Yaoguang. 3 billion, settle the bill. As he spoke, Ling Yan took out a 10 million chip from the pile of chips and tossed it to Zhou Yaoguang. Oh yes, this is the 8 million you gave me in advance. I'll return you the 10 million, keep the change. Zhou Yaoguang's face was ashen. If someone told Zhou Yaoguang that he would definitely lose tonight before the bet started, then Zhou Yaoguang would definitely think that person was crazy. The cards he had prepared were not only specially made using the most advanced technology, but he had also spent a large sum of money to hire a talisman expert from Nanyang to draw them. No matter what kind of high-tech glasses an ordinary person wore, they wouldn't be able to see through such a card. They wouldn't even be able to use spells to see through it. The dealer was also a gambling expert of the Golden Sand Casino. Even with his eyes closed, he could deal the cards as he pleased. Other than Ling Yun and young Master Gua, the other 7 guests at the gambling table were all specially hired by him. Among them, there were those who were in charge of transferring the chips, those who were in charge of setting the pace, and the foreign woman in the 5th seat. Not only was she good at gambling, but she was also a mutant who could see through the entire deck of cards with her naked eyes. In addition, in order to make the gambling look realistic, Zhou Yaoguang even planned all the details such as when the dealer would deal the cards normally, when to use the method, and what to do if there was an uncontrollable accident. He just had to wait for the fish to take the bait. This type of gambling wasn't just limited to Zhou Yaoguang or the Golden Sand Casino. All the casinos in Haojiang and even overseas played it this way. Hence, the operation of the gambling house and the details were pretty much the same. After a big gamble, the people who set up the gambling house would basically earn a lot. The only difference was how much he won and how ruthlessly he killed the fish. But this time, Zhou Yaoguang never dreamed that the bet that he thought was foolproof would be lost so thoroughly, hitting geese all day, only to be pecked by geese. Ling Yun was the big winner. In less than 4 hours, he won 2 billion yuan with 100 million yuan of chips. Patter, the chip that Ling Yun threw out hit Zhou Yaoguang's chest and fell onto the soft carpet. At this moment, Zhou Yaoguang was forcefully suppressing the trembling of his body. He no longer had the strength to take the chips, nor was he in the mood to take them. He just stared blankly at the huge amount of chips on the gambling table, feeling dizzy. That was 3 billion. How much could the Golden Sand Casino earn in half a year? However, the outcome had already been decided. After the cards were turned, it could no longer be changed. When it came to gambling, there was an iron rule. As long as the cards were not revealed, no matter how great one's ability was, they could do whatever they wanted. But as long as the cards were revealed, the winner and loser were immediately placed there. No matter how much preparation you made, no matter how meticulously you designed the steps, no matter how inconceivable your opponent's victory was, you had to acknowledge the final result. Unless you caught someone cheating during the gambling session, it would be futile to say anything after the cards were revealed. Manager Feng, who dealt the cards, immediately woke up. When he saw the cards, his face turned pale and he collapsed on the spot. He was no better than young Master Gua, who had just been taken away. He worked in a gambling house and knew what it meant for him to lose too. 3 billion yuan to the casino with his own hands. The foreign woman in the fifth seat didn't leave immediately after losing. There was no need to look at the cards anymore. She just stood there quietly and looked at Ling Yun for a while, unable to hide the fear in her eyes. "Congratulations," she said to Ling Yun carefully. Even though the foreign woman in the fifth seat was hired by Zhou Yaoguang to help, her current identity was still a gambler. Of course, she had to go all the way. "Bye-bye." Ling Yun smiled at her again and didn't say anything else. Even though he knew the identity of this woman and that she was a mutant, they were only opponents at the gambling table, not enemies. He didn't want to have anything to do with her. The woman in the fifth seat nodded at Ling Yun again and immediately turned to leave the VIP lounge. When she stepped out of the room, she swore in her heart that she would never sit at the same gambling table with that person ever again. Cough cough, this time, the thirsty Zhou Yaoguang really coughed. He cleared his throat with difficulty and said to Ling Yun with a dry laugh, "Mr. Lin is really good at gambling, and even better at scheming." Zhou Yaoguang was just being polite. At this moment, everyone in the room knew that Ling Yun's victory wasn't because of his gambling skills, but because of his strength. In the face of overwhelming strength, any scheme would be futile. However, it was indeed true that Ling Yun was good at scheming. If Ling Yun didn't put on a show from the start, even if he could win in the end, he wouldn't have won so much. At most, he would have taken away 400 million yuan. A game within a game, a trap within a trap. At this moment, both of them were well aware of the situation. Ling Yun smiled indifferently. "It's not gambling skills, it's just luck." This was Ling Yun's habitual tone, but it was also the truth. The talisman prepared by Zhou Yaoguang was actually quite powerful. If Ling Yun was still at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 3, he really wouldn't have been able to see through it. However, he had broken through to the late stages of Qi Cultivation Stage at any time, and his divine sense had already surpassed the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment Stage. He could only blame Zhou Yaoguang for being unlucky. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he casually glanced at the chips on the gambling table and said lightly, "Boss Zhou, it's time to settle the bill." "Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I, Zhou Yaoguang, am willing to accept my loss." Zhou Yaoguang resisted the urge to vomit blood and made an inviting gesture, inviting Ling Yun and Xingxing to the sofa at the side. "However, there is still a certain process for the casino to settle the bill. Please rest for a while, I'll arrange it now." Even though Zhou Yaoguang's heart ached, he could still fork out 3 billion yuan for a casino as large as Golden Sands. Moreover, of the 3 billion yuan, just young Master Gua's money alone was 5 billion yuan. Zhou Yaoguang would at most lose 800 million yuan. Ling Yun smiled and said, "I haven't opened a local account yet. You can directly transfer the money to Miss Zhang's account." "No problem." Zhou Yaoguang agreed especially readily this time. Very quickly, Zhou Yaoguang called a few henchmen and asked them to first take Manager Feng away, then immediately settle the bill for Ling Yun. "Mr. Lin, as far as I know, even if the He family is very powerful, it would still be difficult to invite an expert like you, right?" Zhou Yaoguang was indeed worthy of being called a hero. While waiting for the settlement, he gradually regained his calm. His mind also became a lot brighter as he began to search for Ling Yun. "I've already said that although I know people from the He family, my coming to your casino to play has nothing to do with the He family." He glanced at Zhou Yaoguang and said, "It's really just a momentary itch. If Boss Zhou wants to turn the tables one day, you can find me through Yingying at any time. I'll be happy to accompany you." Ling Yun deliberately said this, naturally because he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for He Yuqiong. Zhou Yaoguang hurriedly smiled apologetically, "Mr. Lin is too serious. I said that I'm willing to admit defeat. Tonight's matter can only be blamed on me, Zhou Yaoguang, for not recognizing Mount Tai. As for my identity and background, Boss Zhou can investigate as much as you want, but I have to give you a word of advice first. No matter what you find out, as long as you know what you're doing, don't. Seeing that Zhou Yaoguang was willing to admit defeat, Ling Yan finally gave him a reminder. I don't dare, I don't dare. Zhou Yaoguang hurriedly said that he didn't dare. He already knew that he had kicked an iron plate this time. The Lin Tian in front of him was an existence that he couldn't afford to offend. Big brother Lin, the money has been transferred. 20 minutes later, Xing Yingying received a transfer notification and immediately told Ling Yun. Let's go. Ling Yun wasn't worried at all that the other party would play tricks on him, so he got up and was about to leave. Zhou Yaoguang hurriedly stood up and said, Mr. Lin, I've reserved your room for you. It's already past 2 in the morning. Why don't the two of you go back and have a good night's rest and leave tomorrow? No need, I think Boss Zhou still has a lot of things to do tonight, so we won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. After saying that, Ling Yan hugged Xing Yingying and the two of them left. Big brother Ling, where are we going now? A few minutes later, the two of them walked out of the Golden Sand Casino and drove away in their sports car. Xing Yingying asked Ling Yan with a smile. Ling Yan smiled and said, You're richer than me now, so of course you have the final say. Xing Yingying curled her lips and said, Come on. That's all your money, it's just in my card. If you insist on transferring it to me, I have no objections. Haha. Annoying. Where are we going? Hurry up and tell me. It's already so late. In my opinion, you haven't had a good rest for the past 2 days. Why don't you go back and have a good sleep? I'm not sleepy at all. Xing Yingying retorted immediately. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes and said, I'm a little hungry, why don't we go to the beach and eat at the food stall? You want to eat seafood? Ling Yan smiled lightly and said, Let's go back and drop off the car first. I'll bring you to eat the freshest seafood. Half an hour later. Xing Yingying came to the bottom of the sea and saw the real underwater world. That night, Ling Yan brought Xing Yingying to experience a whole new world. They roamed the bottom of the sea, flew in the air, and even flew above the vast South China Sea. After a big round, they found the underworld blood dragon and played with it for a while. During this period, Xing Yingying kept yelling. Sometimes she was scared, but most of the time she was excited. After experiencing the feeling of flying in the sky, she suddenly felt that the 2.3 billion she won at the Golden Sand Casino was not worth mentioning. Why can you open up such a huge space when we're at the bottom of the sea? And even breathe normally? Because of this water-repellent pearl. Wow, there really is a water-repellent pearl. How much is it worth? Priceless. I won't sell it for any price. How can we fly so high? We can fly so fast, but I can't even feel the wind. To put it simply, it's magic. Wow, that's a true dragon, and it's red. So scary. It's called Big Red. It's my pet, but it's not a true dragon. It's just a jiao. Why? Xing Yingying turned into a curious baby. She asked all the questions hidden in her heart. It was like 100,000 whys. Ling Yan patiently answered her questions as he led her through the experience. However, when he was really annoyed by her questions, he simply told her to shut up. 2 hours later, despite Xing Yingying's repeated pleas, Ling Yan ended the strange experience and brought her back to the mansion on Kolon Island. Yesterday afternoon, He Wenkin asked to return to his place not long after Ling Yan and Xing Yingying left. That was because the issue of the He family's heir had been resolved. Old Master He and He Yuqiong didn't need to worry about their safety in Haojiang. He Yuqiong was truly in charge of the huge He family. She needed to handle all kinds of transfer of property rights, which involved a lot of legal matters. She needed to go through the procedure step by step. With so many things, she needed to personally come out and sign her name. It would take at least 2 weeks to finish everything, so she accompanied He Wenkan to his home. The place was empty. However, that didn't affect Xing Yingying's ability to stay there. She already knew the password to the door and could enter directly. Moreover, they didn't need the password with Ling Yan around. The moment he entered the room, Xing Yingying coiled around him like a snake, her breath smelling like orchids. You've already been tossing and turning for 2 nights. You should have a good rest. Ling Yan gently placed her on the sofa. Xing Yingying asked, Then why don't you rest? At my level of cultivation, not eating, drinking, and sleeping for half a month won't affect me much. For me, cultivation is the best rest. So, you sleep now. I'll go out and cultivate. With that, Ling Yun disappeared from the living room in a flash. Xing Yingying was stunned. Xing Yingying already knew how strong Ling Yun was. She was no longer surprised that Ling Yun disappeared in an instant. After a short pause, Xing Yingying suddenly turned her head towards the outside of the house and cursed, "Useless. Lu Xiaohui. You're worse than an animal. I'm going to take a bath. Don't peek if you dare." In the end, Xing Yingying couldn't take it anymore. She burst into laughter and went to the bedroom on the second floor to take a bath. Ling Yun was long gone. He went to the seaside and thought for a while before calling Paul and Chester over. "Boss." In less than 3 minutes, the 2 members of the Blood clan rushed over. Ling Yun first asked Paul, "Is everything normal at the He family afternoon yesterday?" "Don't worry, boss. Everything is normal. Old Master He and Miss He are handling the handover. Everything is going smoothly." Paul told Ling Yun about the He family's situation. Then, he took out a black bank card and handed it to Ling Yun. "Also, Miss He asked me to pass this card to you. She said that during your stay in Hong Kong, you can swipe this card no matter what you need. There's no limit and no password." Ling Yun knew that this was He Yuqiong's way of thanking him. "Keep this card first. I don't need it. Let's talk about it when I need it." Did Kuan-Ba receive any news from his communicator? Ling Yun was most concerned about the Nanyang Independent Cultivators Alliance. Paul shook his head. "Boss, I've been carrying that communicator with me since last night, but I haven't received any news." Ling Yun frowned slightly. Could it be that the Nanyang Independent Cultivators Alliance gave up after Kuan-Ba's death? Were they afraid of his strength and didn't dare to avenge Kuan-Ba? Or did they have other plans? Ling Yun didn't really care if they avenged Kuan-Ba. However, he needed an excuse to kill his way into the Nanyang Independent Cultivators Alliance's lair and destroy it. Ling Yun couldn't possibly search the entire world for them now that there was no news from them. That would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Let's wait and see. I don't believe they will give up just like that. Ling Yun made up his mind. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. "Paul, follow me for the next few days. We have to stay in Hong Kong for a few days." Ling Yun then looked at Chester. "Xing Yingying is staying in that villa now. You will be in charge of her safety for the next few days." "Yes, boss." Chester accepted the order respectfully. "Paul, let's go." After making the necessary arrangements, Ling Yun cast the invisibility technique and soared into the sky with Paul. First, they flew towards Dongao Island. "Honorable boss, there's something I haven't had the chance to tell you." Paul smiled and said to Ling Yun in midair. "Oh? What is it?" "More than 10 years ago, I came to Hong Kong to invest and bought a few properties. If you go to Hong Kong, you can stay there." Ling Yun, very good. What else could he say? That was the benefit of having a servant. At 5:30 in the morning, Ling Yun landed on a desolate cliff in Dongao Island. Facing the east, he set up a spirit-gathering formation and took out the ghost divine willow. Then, facing the east, he sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Because he was about to break through to the next realm, he mainly cultivated the yin-yang harmony balance. Paul naturally guarded his master not far away while he cultivated. 3 hours later, Ling Yun slowly stopped cultivating and put everything back into the Tai Shi ring. Then, he took out his phone. Even though Dongao Island was located between Haojiang and Hong Kong, it was undeniably part of Huaxia. The communication network, of course, covered the entire country. That was why Ling Yun's phone could be used normally. As usual, he was bombarded by all sorts of notifications as soon as he turned on his phone. It took him a long time to calm down. Ling Yun ignored all the notifications and called Morong Feishue. "Ling Yun." Morong Feishue picked it up almost instantly. She couldn't suppress the excitement in her voice. "It's me." Ling Yun smiled and asked immediately, "Where are you now?" Morong Feishue immediately told Ling Yun her exact address. That wasn't all. After hanging up, She sent her exact location to Ling Yan's phone, afraid that Ling Yan wouldn't be able to find her. 10 minutes later, Ling Yan appeared in front of Morong Feisue. He had suddenly appeared from his invisible state, and had transformed into a living person. Morong Feisue was dumbfounded. Morong Feishue's vision blurred, and a person appeared in front of her out of thin air. She screamed instinctively, but she covered her mouth when she saw Ling Yan's face. She couldn't believe it. She first blinked her eyes hard, then blinked again, then rubbed them with her hands. She widened her beautiful eyes and looked again. Finally, she confirmed that the person standing in front of her was the person that she had been thinking about day and night. It's still me. Ling Yan was amused by Morong Feishue's reaction. He stuck his hands in his pockets and smiled brightly. Morong Feisue let out a soft moan and threw herself into his arms. She hugged him tightly as though she was afraid that he would disappear suddenly. Ling Yan hugged her gently, not daring to use too much force. It was as if he was hugging the most exquisite porcelain in the world and was afraid that he would break it. He felt emotional. They had indeed been apart for too long. Ling Yan, how did you get in? Morong Feisue finally let go of Ling Yan's embrace after a long time. She stepped back a little and stared at Ling Yan. This was the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Hong Kong, located in the World Trade Plaza in West Kowloon. It was the presidential suite on the 117th floor. It was impossible for a person to come up without a room card. Of course I flew in. Ling Yan pointed outside the window and pretended to be angry. This hotel is really well sealed. I had to go one big round to borrow a window. Otherwise, why would I ask you to open the door early? I was scared to death. I thought you were joking with me. Morong Feisue covered her chest with one hand and punched Ling Yan with the other. She remembered that Ling Yan did ask her to open the door a few minutes after hanging up the phone. He said that there would be a surprise. Morong Feisue did open the door. Otherwise, Ling Yan wouldn't have been able to enter. However, that wasn't the surprise Morong Feisue expected. She thought that Ling Yan would arrange for flowers to be sent to her after knowing her room number. In the end, Ling Yan turned her into a living person. It was indeed a surprise. Sit down first, I'll go close the door. Ugh. Morong Feisue wanted to close the door, but she realized that Ling Yan had already closed it. I'm not thirsty. He held Morong Feishue's hand and led her to the sofa in the living room. Let's talk for a while. Ling Yan, you've changed a lot. Morong Feisue sighed as she looked at Ling Yan in a daze after sitting down. What changed? Did I become more handsome? No, that counts as one. Morong Feisue admitted with a smile and rolled her eyes. It's the aura you exude. How should I put it? You're so calm now. What do you mean? You treat me like a guest now. Have you forgotten how you bullied me the day I left Xianxia? Morong Feisue was implying something. Ling Yan could only smile bitterly. Big sister, we haven't seen each other for more than 3 months. 3 months and 9 days to be exact. Morong Feisue corrected immediately. Ling Yan. He counted the days and thought to himself, it's already October 17th. I didn't expect Morong Feisue to remember it so clearly. Sorry, I had too many things to do and was busy with cultivation. That's why I'm late. Ling Yan apologized seriously. You don't have to apologize. I know you have a lot of things to do. That's why I didn't go back to Xianxia to disturb you. Luckily, I hear from you every few days. Morong Feisue looked at the sea outside the floor-to-ceiling window with a hint of melancholy. Didn't you come to Hong Kong to attend a jewelry exchange? Why did you stay here? Ling Yan asked curiously. You're still asking. Morong Feisue glared at Ling Yan and explained, isn't it because of the jade you got from the Lord of Jade? Especially the Imperial Jade. After they made the first batch of jewelry, the first thing they thought of was to bring it to Hong Kong for auction. Naturally, it was an instant hit. I'm originally a jewelry designer. Coincidentally, I came here to attend the International Jewelry Exchange. Our Tianqi Pavilion has a branch in Hong Kong, so I naturally became their best representative in Hong Kong. As a result, I've been busy until now. Ling Yan was stunned. So that's why. He nodded and smiled. I know, no wonder. But you should be done with your work now, right? Yes. Morong Feishue smiled. You stopped supplying them a month ago. I'm much more free now that they don't have a supply. I was planning to go back for Uncle Ling's birthday, but Grandpa told me that you'll come to Hong Kong directly after Uncle Ling's birthday. So. The 1 month ago she was referring to was when Ling Yun had participated in the Yi family's auction in September. He had dug out the chalcedony from the King Emerald and the skewer of sugar-coated haws. Then, he had decided not to sell those jades anymore. Whether it was the King Emerald stone or the Super Tonghulu, they were all top-notch jades that had the best effect of isolating spiritual qi. They were the most suitable for him to make jade bottles of different sizes to hold elixirs. Why would he exchange them for money? Moreover, Ling Yun no longer needed to spend his own money no matter where he went. Hee, Feishue, let me show you some treasures. Ling Yun took out the jade essences of purple, white, red, yellow, and black. They floated in front of Morong Feishue. Wow. This is. Morong Feishue was in awe and astonishment. Jade essence. Top-grade jade essence. Look again. Ling Yun explained with a smile. With another thought, Ling Yun took out the green jade essence from the largest piece of imperial green jade. It floated in the air and shone brightly. Oh my god. Morong Feishue was indeed a specialist in jewelry. She knew what was good, but she was still shocked. Whether it's the Imperial Jade King or the Super Tonghulu skewer, they all contain top-grade jade essences. Ling Yun took out the 2 huge Imperial Jade Kings. They were already riddled with holes, but it didn't affect the quality of the top-grade jade at all. Of course, the Imperial Jade King was too heavy. Ling Yun took it out for Morong Feishue to see before putting it back into the universe ring. Quick, put them all away. Morong Feishue suddenly reacted and urged Ling Yun. Hong Kong is an international metropolis. There are countless people like you. If they find out, they'll definitely covet it. What are you thinking about? Ling Yun patted Morong Feishue's shoulder. Don't worry, since I took it out, I'm not afraid of people coveting it. Whoever isn't afraid of death can come and take it. Quick, put them away. However, Morong Feishue didn't listen to him at all. She forced Ling Yun to take them all back before he could relax. These things, especially the jade essences, will be of great use to me in the future. That's why I won't be selling them anymore. Ling Yun explained with a smile. Morong Feishue nodded. Alright, now tell me, did anyone bully you while you were alone in Hong Kong? After the small talk, Ling Yun suddenly raised his eyebrows and asked about serious matters. Book. Morong Feishue suddenly stopped talking. What, someone really dares to bully you? Ling Yun raised his eyebrows again. Then he would really be courting death by entering the toilet with a lantern. That's not it. Morong Feishue's heart warmed as she glanced at Ling Yun. I'm doing well here, business is going well, it's just that, she frowned slightly, as if she was thinking about how to phrase it. Then, she said in a low voice, occasionally, there will be 1 or 2 self-righteous people who use their wealth and power to pester me under the pretext of discussing business or attending parties. Ling Yun's face darkened. Morong Feishue was a stunning beauty and she stayed alone in Hong Kong. As time went by, she would definitely attract men's attention. It was normal for men to take the initiative to pursue her. Otherwise, the men around her would be blind. However, Ling Yun knew that Morong Feishue wouldn't marry anyone else but him. Naturally, she had her own ways to reject these pursuers. Moreover, Morong Feishue couldn't be bothered to bring this up. However, Morong Feishue had brought it up now. It could only mean that she was tired of being pestered. 1 or 2. I guess there are. Ling Yun smiled faintly and asked directly, who are they? Tell me. Don't misunderstand. Morong Feishue knew that Ling Yun was angry. Actually, most people know what they're doing. They'll back off if I tell them that I already have a boyfriend, she said hurriedly. There are only 2 people who pester me all day because they have business dealings with Tianchi Pavilion. Fortunately, Hong Kong is a law-abiding place, so they don't dare to go too far, they dare. Ling Yun laughed coldly. Tell me first, who are they? Hee, are you jealous? Morong Feishui glanced at Ling Yun and asked deliberately. Of course. Ling Yun glared at her. If it weren't for the fact that you're still sitting here, I would have already killed my way to their door and cut off their genitals to feed to the dogs. Don't worry. Morong Feishui reassured Ling Yun first. One of them is called Lu Chuanxiong, an investment tycoon in Hong Kong. However, he is already over 50 years old. The other one is Bao Chong, the son of a Hong Kong jewelry tycoon, Bao Dasheng. Lu Chuanxiong, Bao Chong. Ling Yun memorized these two names and asked, they didn't dare do anything to you, right? Of course not. Morong Feishui smiled. I would have asked my grandpa to call you over if there really was one, Morong Feishui replied firmly and smiled. Yes. That's more like it. Ling Yun nodded and smiled. However, since they dared to pester you like this, I can't let them off so easily. I have to let them suffer a little and learn their lesson. As you wish. Morong Feishui couldn't take it anymore and didn't retort. She just looked at Ling Yun affectionately and smiled happily. This was different from Qingshui City. They could say whatever they wanted, and they didn't have to worry about anyone barging in. This made Morong Feishui extremely relaxed. Feishui, let me show you something else. What? See for yourself. The man-ruler seal flew out from between Ling Yun's eyebrows and grew to the size of the heavenly seal. It floated in front of Morong Feishui. Oh my god! This is the heavenly seal that I gave you. Morong Feishui exclaimed. That's right, it's your family heirloom, the heavenly seal. But I call it the man-ruler seal now. Continue looking. As he spoke, the man-ruler seal began to emit a bright white light under the control of Ling Yun's will. It gradually grew until it was more than a meter wide. This? How can this be? Morong Feishui couldn't believe her eyes and covered her mouth. This is a magic treasure. Moreover, it is a very rare top-grade magic treasure even in our cultivation world. Feishui, think about it carefully. Did your ancestors have a strong background, or did they experience any huge changes? Ling Yun didn't hide anything and told her the truth about the heavenly seal. The man-ruler seal was too mystical. Ling Yun wanted to understand the true origin of this magical treasure through Morong Feishui. Morong Feishui shook her head with a frown. I don't know. Apart from telling me that the heavenly seal is our family heirloom, Grandpa didn't tell me anything else. Ling Yun was speechless. All right. Ling Yun sighed in his heart and slowly shrunk the man-ruler seal to the size of a needle tip before returning it to between his eyebrows. Feishui, let's not talk about the origin of the heavenly seal for now. If I'm not wrong, there should be a cultivator like me in your family. So. Ling Yun finally got to the point. He purposely dragged out the word. So what? Morong Feishui asked in surprise. Ling Yun chuckled. That's why you should start cultivating. With your talent, as long as you cultivate a little, ordinary people like Lu Chuanxiong and Bao Chong won't dare to bother you anymore. Really? Morong Feishui's eyes lit up, but they dimmed in an instant. But I'm already over 20 years old. Isn't that too late? Ling Yun smiled without saying a word. For the next 3 days, Ling Yun put aside everything else and focused on accompanying Morong Feishui. The two of them traveled around Hong Kong, visiting almost every place that Morong Feishui thought was fun. In these 3 days, Ling Yun told Morong Feishui everything about cultivation, from the shallow to the deep, from the surface to the inside. He gave her a real understanding of cultivation and what it was all about. In addition to teaching, Ling Yun also brought Morong Feishui to experience flying in the sky and diving in the sea just like Xing Yingying did. Morong Feishui had a thorough understanding of the world of cultivators. 3 days later, it was October 20th, the 15th day of the 9th month of the lunar calendar. The full moon hung in the sky at 8 o'clock at night. Today, Ling Yun and Morong Feishui had left the hotel and arrived at Paul's villa. This villa was far from the city of Hong Kong, located on an isolated island in the south of Lama Island. It was built halfway up a mountain, and there weren't even any houses around. This was one of the properties that Paul bought in Hong Kong. It could be said that he bought the entire island. However, Paul didn't buy it for the sake of investment. He bought it for his own convenience. The reason was simple. He was a member of the blood clan. In order not to be discovered by humans, it was better to live in a secluded place. Ling Yan's breakthrough was imminent. He was worried that it would cause too much of a commotion when he broke through to the late stages of qi cultivation, so he picked this place and asked Paul to clean it up in advance. Feishue, do you remember what I told you these few days? Ling Yan asked Morong Feishue in the bedroom with a smile. Yes. Morong Feishue blushed. She knew what Ling Yan was going to do, so she only nodded lightly. The two of them spent 3 days together like glue, and their feelings for each other warmed up. The unfamiliarity they had when they first met had long since disappeared. When the time comes, don't just focus on enjoying yourself and throw the matter of cultivation out the window. F***CKU. Haha. That night, the thin layer of paper between Ling Yan and Morong Feishue was finally broken. The two of them spent the night together. Ling Yan easily broke through to the late stages of qi cultivation and reached the peak of qi cultivation level 7. Tonight, 13 days had passed since Ling Yan reached the pinnacle of qi cultivation stage 6 outside Emperor Qin's mausoleum. Actually, with Ling Yan's talent and the fact that he was on the path of cultivation, he wouldn't have needed to wait so long if he wanted to crazily break through realms. He wouldn't even need to use the dual cultivation method. If Ling Yan purely pursued cultivation speed and realms, he would at least be at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm. However, Ling Yan obviously didn't want that. From the beginning to the end, he only wanted success when the conditions were right. He would definitely not be one step ahead of the others, nor would he be one step behind. When his cultivation reached perfection, he would not need to grit his teeth and attempt to break through when it was time to break through, nor would he need to rely on any external assistance. He would naturally be able to enter the next realm. This was called success when the conditions were right. The cultivation world was boundless, and the cultivation sects were like the needles in a pine forest. There were countless of them, and there were all kinds of cultivation geniuses. However, there were very few cultivation geniuses who could achieve success at every step. They were 1 in a million. Even Ling Yan himself in the cultivation world had times when he tried to break through realms. Perhaps it was because of this that Ling Yan couldn't withstand the last terrifying purple lightning during his tribulation. Of course, Ling Yan didn't know that this wasn't the real reason for his failure. Therefore, in this life, Ling Yan didn't deliberately pursue the speed of his cultivation. He didn't dare to use tricks either. He was honest and down to earth. He would only step into the next realm when he was sure that he had no regrets or future troubles. There were thousands of paths of cultivation, but a solid foundation was the most important. If his foundation wasn't solid, he would cry during the tribulation. It was a bloody lesson. Even though this kind of natural cultivation seemed slow at the beginning, it was a good foundation. The more he cultivated, the faster he would become. Moreover, he wouldn't have to worry about inner demons. When other people cultivated, breaking through to the next realm was like attacking a city. Usually, every time they broke through to the next realm, it was like they were facing a great enemy. It was like crossing a single plank bridge. When breaking through, one had to be careful as if walking on thin ice, as they were deeply afraid that the slightest mistake would not only cause all their previous efforts to go to waste, but they might even suffer from qi deviation and lose their cultivation completely. However, it was the exact opposite for Ling Yan. That was because before he broke through, the gate to the next realm had already been opened. It was as if a channel had been dug long ago and was just waiting for the water to come. When the water came, it would flow over and fill the channel to the brim. Therefore, his great Tao of cultivation was the true great Tao, and the road would only become wider and wider. That was why Ling Yan chose to have sex with Morong Feishue this time. He didn't need the help of Morong Feishue's purine qi. It was just a coincidence. Morong Feishue was by his side, and Ling Yan had the dual cultivation method. Why not take her on the path of cultivation? Morong Feishue's aptitude was comparable to Xianxia's. Even though she lacked the immortal spiritual energy from the Emperor Brush, Ling Yan was far from the pinnacle of qi cultivation stage 2 now. Moreover, Ling Yan had taught Morong Feishue everything he knew in the past 3 days. Not only did he teach her cultivation techniques that were suitable for her, but he also used the yin-yang true qi to nourish her body and the yin-yang 5 elemental flames to temper her meridians. In addition, he used the Xian Huang immortal spiritual energy released by the ghost divine willow and drank the dragon's saliva. One could imagine the benefits that Murong Feishue received in the past 3 days. Not only did Murong Feishue open her conception and governing vessels, but she also broke through the hidden gate in her sea of consciousness. Her realm was now at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 2. Of course, just like Chao Shanshan, Murong Feishue became a weird cultivator who only had a realm but didn't know how to use any cultivation techniques. However, since she had a realm, it was naturally much easier to cultivate. Therefore, Ling Yun wasn't in a hurry. Murong Feishue would need half a month to adapt to this realm. Feishue, rest well here. I'm going out for a while. At around 1 in the morning, Ling Yun suddenly left Murong Feishue's body and floated off the bed. Unsurprisingly, the pressure of the heavenly Tao descended again. Ling Yun had to find a place to undergo his tribulation. Okay. Come back soon. Murong Feishue's body was soft, and her eyelids were weak. She hadn't recovered from the ecstatic feeling just now. She could only nod her head dizzily. Don't worry. Ling Yun smiled gently and disappeared directly. He went outside the villa and flew towards the southern sea. The tribulation cloud above his head was like a black mountain, chasing after Ling Yun. Ling Yun went from the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 6 to the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 7. Although it was only one realm, it was different from the other realms. This was because he went from the middle stages of Qi cultivation to the late stages of Qi cultivation stage. The increase in strength was far beyond the other 3 realms. This was another qualitative change. The most direct manifestation was Ling Yun's flying speed. In the past, Ling Yun could only reach 8 times the speed of sound when he flew at full speed. Now, he could reach 8 times the speed of sound with just a casual movement. If he flew at full speed, he could reach 24 times the speed of sound. In other words, it was 8,000 meters per second. Scientifically speaking, this speed just happened to exceed the speed of the first universe. In other words, if Ling Yun wanted to, he could already fly out of the Earth's atmosphere and play with satellites, circling the Earth in space. Some people would ask, even if Ling Yun could reach this speed, would he dare to do so? Would such a terrifying speed tear his body apart? Of course, Ling Yun dared to do so. Not to mention the fact that he had the mixed elements unitary energy shield to protect him. He could withstand such a speed with just his physical body alone. That was because the stellar condensation technique had been prepared for this day. The third major realm of the stellar condensation technique, the invulnerable realm, was immune to all poisons, fire, water, and heat. Ling Yun had trained so hard for so long just to be able to travel in space. Otherwise, wouldn't it have been a waste of time? Qi cultivation and physical refinement complemented each other. Ling Yun's divine senses range had also skyrocketed. After breaking through to the late stages of Qi cultivation stage, the range of Ling Yun's divine sense had increased by nearly 10 times. It could reach as far as 100 miles. With just a thought, his flying sword could take the head of an enemy 100 miles away. Frankly speaking, even Ling Yun himself didn't expect such a terrifying increase in strength before he broke through. Because of this breakthrough, his sea of consciousness between his eyebrows had expanded by 3 times. However, the expansion of his sea of consciousness wasn't the main reason. The main reason was the development of Ling Yun's brain. The Qi cultivation realm was about cultivating one's Qi into one's spirit. After reaching the late stages of Qi cultivation, the most important thing was to develop a cultivator's brain. That was where the various special abilities of a cultivator came from. After his breakthrough tonight, Ling Yun finally understood what the immortals had done to him when the Earth Emperor's book had flown into his energy center at the bottom of the crater. The immortals had appeared in front of him and the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book. That was the first time Ling Yun went down to the crater. When the immortals appeared, the universe appeared before Ling Yun's eyes. However, that wasn't the real universe, it was the galaxy in his brain. The Earth Emperor's book revealed the immortals, causing Ling Yun's brain to appear. Then, the Emperor lit up the stars in Ling Yun's brain instead of the stars in the real universe. Actually, the Emperor Brush had done this twice. Ling Yun saw it with his own eyes once when it lit up the 108 stars in Xianxia's Sea of Consciousness. However, he would never have dreamed that the Emperor Brush had already performed it once in his mind. Moreover, the Emperor Brush had lit up the entire ancient path in the galaxy. Along the way, there weren't a single star that fell. Of course, this path was created by the Emperor Brush according to Ling Yan's memories. In modern terms, it was actually the countless neurons in Ling Yan's brain. Given the Emperor Brush's personality, it would never do something senseless. Now that Ling Yan thought about it, the Emperor Brush had already made preparations for him to break through to the late stages of Qi cultivation. That was only one of the reasons. The other thing that caused Ling Yan's strength to skyrocket was the green immortal spiritual energy that Ling Yan had been unable to find all this time. Now, Ling Yan didn't need to look for it. It occupied the entire starry sky in Ling Yan's mind, hazy and mysterious. Hee, little chap, you didn't expect this, did you? Just as Ling Yan was flying and observing the starry sky in his mind, the Emperor Brush suddenly rushed out of Ling Yan's sea of consciousness and transformed into a human form. It chatted with Ling Yan happily with a face full of pride. Thank you, Senior. I see. Ling Yan hurriedly stopped, turned around, and gave a deep bow to the Emperor Brush to express his gratitude. Oh, you don't have to thank me. The Emperor Brush avoided Ling Yan's bow without batting an eyelid. What I did back then did indeed consume a lot of my vital energy. I wouldn't have been able to do it without the help of the Earth Emperor's book. The Emperor Brush chuckled as it spoke frankly. But you weren't at that level back then, so there was no point in telling you this. That's why I couldn't be bothered. Fortunately, my efforts weren't in vain now that you've reached this level. Overall, the results seem pretty good. You don't have to deliberately polish your realm in the late stages of Qi cultivation anymore. Reincarnation is a piece of cake. Moreover, you still have me and the book to watch over you. Ling Yan was a little embarrassed when he heard the Emperor Brush mention reincarnation. He thought to himself that they could still be good friends if they didn't expose him. The Emperor Brush knew what Ling Yan was thinking, but it didn't expose him. It only laughed happily. You're not far from the Foundation establishment realm now that you've reached this realm. You must remember to repeatedly ponder the thousands of ancient words that entered your mind in addition to those combat techniques. It will be extremely beneficial to your Foundation establishment realm. The Emperor Brush's expression was extremely solemn as it spoke. It looked at Ling Yan again before looking up at the tribulation clouds above. Haha, you finally know how to feel heartache, but you're not resigned to it. Those idiots are here to give you gifts again. Just accept them all. With that, the Emperor Brush turned into a ray of golden light and flew directly into the space between Ling Yan's eyebrows. Ling Yan. Those who didn't understand this chapter could go back and read the first 2 chapters of 331,332. Ling Yan was speechless. There weren't many people who dared to call his heaven's tribulation a gift. To Ling Yan, as long as the heaven's tribulation didn't kill him, it was indeed a gift from the heavenly Tao. However, if the heaven's tribulation was a gift, then the person in charge of the heaven's tribulation, or the heavenly Tao, would be the dumbass that the Emperor Brush mentioned. The Emperor Brush's artifact spirit was indeed qualified to say that. Ling Yan could still vividly remember how he and the Earth Emperor's book had helped Ling Yan snatch Ning Lingyu's gift from the heavenly Tao. Ling Yan smiled at that sentence, but he wasn't thinking about that sentence. He was thinking about the previous sentence. You finally know how to feel heartache, but you're unwilling. The Emperor Brush's artifact spirit didn't say who it was, but Ling Yan didn't have to think to know that the person who felt heartache and was unwilling was the dumbass that the Emperor Brush mentioned. The meaning was profound, and Ling Yan was terrified. This was because even he could feel that even though the tribulation clouds above his head were abnormally terrifying and were many times stronger than the tribulation clouds of Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and Qing Niao 6 days ago, the energy it contained was at most at the level of the 5 elemental tribulation lightning. In fact, it might even be slightly inferior. Ling Yan had survived the 5 elements tribulation lightning when he was at Qi cultivation stage 5. Now that he was at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 7, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to face the tribulation lightning of the same level? Therefore, Ling Yan could fly leisurely under the pressure of the heavenly Tao. He could even look up and observe the tribulation clouds above his head. They tried to kill me several times, but they knew that they couldn't. They were unhappy that I broke through the realm, so they had to kill me. That's why there's such a strange heaven's tribulation. Ling Yan didn't feel any pressure at all. He thought about the Emperor Brush's artifact spirit and the lightning hand that suddenly appeared in the void when he was fighting for the heavenly Tao's gift. Whose hand was that? No matter who it was, it had to be related to Ning Lingyu. Ling Yan's heart sank as he thought about Ning Lingyu, who was far away in Kunlun Mountain. It was as though she had disappeared without a trace. Huh? Where have I flown to? The pressure of the heavenly Tao was getting heavier and heavier. When Ling Yan gradually came back to his senses from his contemplation, he suddenly realized that he had long passed his destination. Facing the vast sea, he no longer knew how far he had flown. Originally, Ling Yan had planned to go to the small island where he had refined the messy true qi a few days ago. However, he had flown too far in his contemplation just now. He looked around but didn't know where he was. Ling Yan had no choice but to take out his communicator and check the location. Only then did he know his exact location. Nansha Islands. In the sky above the South China Sea, he flew straight south for more than 1,200 kilometers and arrived at the southern part of the South China Sea. Oh, I heard from Zhou Wenyi that there hasn't been much peace in the South China Sea recently. Since I'm here, I might as well take a look. Ling Yan muttered to himself. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best out of it. Boom, he abruptly expanded his divine sense to the limit, enveloping the surrounding sea in a radius of 100 miles with him as the center. Then, Ling Yan discovered 3 ships. To be exact, it should be 3 destroyers. They were distributed in a triangular formation and were traveling slowly from east to west about 100 miles southeast of Ling Yan. They just happened to enter the range of Ling Yan's divine sense. These are American ships. How dare they so brazenly invade my Nansha Islands? Do they think there's no one in Huasha? Ling Yan immediately saw the flag on the destroyer. At the same time, the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. I'm really sorry. You didn't come earlier or later. You just happened to be bumped into by this young master. Serves you right. With that, Ling Yan turned invisible and flew toward the location of the 3 spaceships at a steady pace. Oh, it's me. What the hell? A minute later, a scout on the lead ship of the 3 destroyers was the first to discover the abnormal scene in the sky. He was instantly shocked. What's wrong? The scout's shocked voice immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. One of them, a first lieutenant, asked hurriedly. Reporting, First Lieutenant. I saw a large black cloud suddenly appear in the sky from the north. It's flying toward our ships at high speed. In fact, there was no need for him to report at all. At this time, the large black cloud had quickly arrived above the 3 ships. All the American Navy standing on the deck saw it. Oh, it's me. F***CK. What's going on? Didn't the forecast say that this area of the sea is extremely clear and calm tonight? Why is there such a large black cloud all of a sudden? The American soldiers were stunned. They raised their heads and looked at the tribulation cloud that was as big as a mountain. From time to time, there would be giant electric snakes coming out from it. All of them were dumbfounded. The appearance of this black cloud was too strange. Not only did it fly over from the north, but it also suddenly stopped and floated above the 3 destroyers. It slowly drifted east with them. Of course, this was Ling Yan's doing. Unfortunately, he was invisible. The soldiers on the ships could not see him at all. Oh my God, this black cloud contains a shocking amount of lightning energy. It's very likely that there will be a thunderstorm. Quick, report to the captain. The personnel on the ship who was responsible for analyzing the abnormal weather on the ship quickly detected the result and reported it to their superiors. Start. The engines at full speed, turn the rudder left, and head south. Quickly evacuate this area of the sea. All personnel on the deck, quickly find cover to prevent being struck by the lightning. The captain immediately issued 2 orders, decisively evacuating. Unfortunately, it was too late. Rumble. Just as the Navy was covering their heads and diving into the ships to find cover, the heavenly tribulation lightning that had been brewing for a long time struck down from the sky. A lightning bolt as thick as a bucket flashed and accurately struck Ling Yan's body. He had no choice but to come out of his invisible state. Oh, it's me. There's one more person on our ship. Oh my God, it's an enemy attack. Ling Yan's figure appeared on the deck of the first ship. When the lightning flashed, it was coincidentally seen by the observer. He was so frightened that he immediately shouted, "No, no, no." At this time, Ling Yan could no longer hide his figure. He stood in the middle of the deck with a smile on his face and even waved at the observer. "It's not an enemy attack. I just happened to pass by and wanted to let you guys have a taste of being invaded." Ling Yan communicated with the observer in extremely fluent English and then waved his hand. "Go in." The observer suddenly felt that he could no longer control his body. His body flew backward and was thrown into the cabin of the ship by Ling Yan. Ling Yan only wanted to give them a good scare and teach them a lesson. He didn't want to kill anyone. Boom. Boom. Crack. After the first lightning bolt struck, it was followed by the second and third. This first ship was the first to suffer. Not only did all the electronic equipment on the ship malfunction, but it was also completely cut off from the outside world. Moreover, the deck was struck by the lightning, and the electric snakes were everywhere, scorching everything. At this moment, the ship was already in complete chaos. The ship was made of steel. Even though the Navy had entered the cabin, they could still see the electric snakes flowing in the cabin. They were so frightened that they cried and screamed for their parents. It was a complete mess. "Find the insulators, insulators. Don't touch the metal." Someone in the cabin quickly gave the order. Open fire, attack." Da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Then, Ling Yan was surrounded by tongues of fire and concentrated gunshots. The enemy had already landed on their ship, and the only weapon they could use was the gun. Ling Yan had already encountered such a situation when he first landed on Turtle Island. However, that was when he was only in the physique tempering stage, and it was extremely difficult for him to deal with it. Now, however, he relied on the invulnerability of the stellar condensation technique to ignore the bullets. Amidst the rain of bullets, lightning struck down one after another, illuminating the sky and the earth. Ling Yan, however, was leisurely and carefree. The various kinds of bullets fell to the ground after hitting his body. They couldn't hurt him at all. 2 minutes later, the gunshots around him suddenly stopped. It was completely useless. What was the point of fighting? "Surrender, we surrender." The supreme commander of the first ship was the first to throw down his weapon and suddenly shouted from the cabin. Ling Yan naturally heard it, but he smiled and shook his head. "You can surrender, but it's not enough. I'll give you half an hour to evacuate. However, I don't care how you evacuate, but these 3 ships must stay, or I'll be back." Whoosh! Ling Yan's figure immediately disappeared from the deck before he finished speaking. The tribulation cloud in the sky naturally chased after him. 10 seconds later, Ling Yan flew to a position 30 kilometers away from the 3 ships. He didn't stop. Instead, he brought the tribulation cloud with him and circled the 3 ships rapidly. He was clearly telling the other party that there was no way they could escape. However, Ling Yan noticed that the missiles of the other 2 ships were aimed at him at the same time. "I advise you not to think of using missiles to hit me. I can guarantee that if you dare to use missiles, I will immediately annihilate all of you." The commanders of the 3 ships fell silent when they realized that the other party could clearly see every move on their ships even though he was 30 kilometers away. This is the most mysterious cultivator in Xianxia. I believe he definitely has the ability. With his flying speed, our missiles won't be able to hit him at all. Let's evacuate. After a short discussion, the 3 commanders decisively gave the order to evacuate. The method was, for all the crew to abandon the ships and leave in lifeboats. 3 ships, a total of more than 1,000 people. It was definitely a huge scene to evacuate at the same time. Bye-bye. Don't ever come again. I won't be so polite next time. At this time, Ling Yan was in the lightning forest enduring the 3rd wave of tribulation lightning. All kinds of flying swords and magical treasures flew around him. He actually didn't forget to greet the other party. One person crushed 3 ships, but the other party didn't dare to say a word. They only escaped silently. Of course, Ling Yan was merciful. Otherwise, he just needed to use the omnipotent water control technique and a 100-meter wave would sink the 3 ships to the bottom of the sea. In the night sky, There was a bright full moon on one side and a telescreen connected to the sky and sea on the other. Such a strange scene had already scared the guts out of the thousands of people. They swore that they had met a devil that was even more terrifying than a devil. Even without Ling Yan's reminder, they definitely wouldn't dare to take a step into the South China Sea again. At least, this was definitely the case for these thousands of people. After another hour, Ling Yan's tribulation ended. He flew over and landed on the leading ship again. Within the range of his divine sense, the 3 huge destroyers were already empty. Ling Yan smiled as he took out the heavenly team's communicator and contacted Zhou Wenyi directly. "Old Zhou, I just got 3 destroyers for the country. Yes, they are American goods. 2 of them are in good condition, but the electronic equipment on the other one is malfunctioning. Hurry up and send someone to drive it away." The heavenly group was protecting the country. Now that Ling Yan and Zhou Wenyi were both the great elders of the heavenly team, it was only natural that they shared a common enemy. When he heard that Ling Yan had obtained 3 American destroyers, Zhou Wenyi's face immediately lit up. However, after hearing a few sentences, the smile on his face gradually disappeared. "Send someone to sail it away?" Zhou Wenyi was dumbfounded. He asked hurriedly, "What about the people on the ship? You didn't kill them, did you?" Zhou Wenyi was in charge of the Huaxia heavenly group. Even though he was in charge of the matters of the cultivation world, at his level, he knew how much a destroyer was worth and how many crew members there were on each ship. There were at least 1,000 crew members and officers on 3 ships. If Ling Yan were to kill them all, it would be a big deal. Ling Yan was amused. "Haha, don't worry, old Zhou. I know the severity of the situation. I didn't kill a single person. I just let them take the lifeboats back. These 3 ships are empty now. I can't handle them, so I asked for your help." "Thank the heavens." Zhou Wenyi heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ling Yan didn't do anything rash. He asked again, "You didn't kill a single person. How did you make them give up resisting and leave the ship obediently?" "From what I know, based on the weapons on each ship, it would be difficult for you to deal with them alone, let alone 3. That's because my weapons are better than theirs." Ling Yan chuckled and said mysteriously, "I came with electricity. Just that alone is enough to scare them to death." "Electricity?" Zhou Wenyi was even more confused. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. I just broke through tonight and came here with a tribulation cloud. They can only blame their bad luck for bumping into them." Zhou Wenyi. He thought to himself, how is that possible? However, he recalled the terrifying scene of the 3 core members of the Ling family going through the tribulation at the same time. Thinking about Ling Yan's current strength, he could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Others might not be able to do it, but if it was Ling Yan, it would definitely be no problem. "You let them go back? Do they know who you are?" "Old Zhou, don't worry. I guarantee they didn't even see my face." Zhou Wenyi blinked. "So you're saying that you're a pirate? Hijacking 3 of their ships?" Ling Yan nodded and smiled. "Yes, that's what I mean. This time, they can only suffer in silence. When we negotiate later, we'll tell them that we don't know anything. At most, we'll say that they encountered a mysterious incident." "Ha ha ha ha," Zhou Wenyi was completely relieved and laughed heartily. "Then I understand. I'll report it now. Immediately send me the location. Then, stand guard there and wait for our people to arrive." 3 destroyers, each worth at least $1 billion, were robbed by Ling Yan just like that. Zhou Wenyi was so excited that he got busy after hanging up. On Ling Yan's side, he followed Zhou Wenyi's request and sent his location to him. Then, he waited for his own people to arrive. However, it was only 3:30 in the morning. Ling Yan didn't wait any longer. Once again, he flew 1,000 meters into the sky and started cultivating the stellar condensation technique. The power of the lunar essence turned into an orange-yellow waterfall that enveloped Ling Yan's entire body. At the same time, the power of the billions of stars in the sky also turned into countless shining threads that flowed continuously into his body. It was incomparably magical. After entering the state of cultivation again, Ling Yan finally had the time to inspect his body. This time, he first paid attention to his energy center. After entering the late stages of qi cultivation, Ling Yan's magical energy center shrunk once again to the size of a lead ball. The yin-yang qi vortex inside also shrunk several times, but the vortex's rotation speed increased by dozens of times. In the two yin-yang fish eyes, the yin-yang true qi was produced at the speed of a volcanic eruption. The huge amount of yin-yang true qi that was produced immediately converged into the vortex. Under the rapid rotation, yin and yang were already indistinguishable. In the midst of this chaos, Ling Yan could only see three things clearly even if he concentrated his divine sense. The golden dragon that was being nurtured in his energy center was still emitting a dazzling golden light. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, looking as if it was alive. There was also the rough lightning pool that he had opened up. It played a huge role in his tribulation just now, mainly collecting the energy of the tribulation lightning. Now, it had more than tripled in size. There were electric snakes of various colors in it, and from time to time, lightning would automatically strike the golden dragon's body. The last thing was the Earth Emperor's book. From Ling Yan's point of view, it didn't seem to have changed much. It was still floating in and out of his chaotic energy center, helping Ling Yan stabilize the lightning pool and his energy center. The yin-yang true qi flowed out of his energy center, flowed along his meridians, and entered his sea of consciousness. The speed was so fast that even Ling Yan himself couldn't quantify it. It was more than enough to be used in battle or to develop his brain. Ling Yan had already expected these changes after his breakthrough, so he didn't pay too much attention to them. What he cared about was the new changes in his body. The new changes came from his meridians and acupoints. The meridians were divided into the 12 main meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians. After reaching qi cultivation stage 7, 6 of Ling Yan's 12 main meridians and 3 of 8 extraordinary meridians, Yang Heal Meridian, Yang Linking Meridian, and Governing Meridian, started to glow. The acupoints on these meridians were even more dazzling, even Ling Yan had never experienced such a sudden change before. However, he knew that the reason these meridians were like this was related to the starry sky in his brain region being lit up. The late stages of qi cultivation focused on special abilities and transformations. The Heal Meridian controlled the opening and closing of the eyes and the movement of the lower limbs. The Yang Linking Meridian controlled the various Yang meridians. The Governing Meridian controlled the Yang meridians in the body. It was also known as the Sea of Yang Meridians. Ling Yan smiled. He knew better than anyone what it meant to have 9 Yang meridians lit up after breaking through to the late stages of qi cultivation. He would at least obtain 2 new abilities, the Heaven's Eyes and Heaven's Feet. Other than that, Ling Yan could cultivate the divine Yang cultivation technique freely with the 9 Yang meridians lit up. He would no longer have to worry about the imbalance of yin and yang in his body. In other words, Ling Yan could cultivate both the yin-yang harmony balance and the divine Yang cultivation technique at the same time. The Emperor brush is an item of extreme yang. It's indeed biased towards the cultivation of pure yang techniques, Ling Yan chuckled as he muttered in his heart. Of course. If I didn't let you cultivate a technique to beat people up, would I help you cultivate a technique to take a beating? The voice of the Emperor brush's artifact spirit rang in his mind. Thank you, Senior. You won't be disappointed. After a short exchange, Ling Yan stopped using his inner vision and focused on cultivating. Boom. After another hour, Ling Yan successfully broke through to the 6th minor realm of the stellar condensation technique, the unharmed realm. He immediately stopped and flew back to the warship. In the distant sky above the sea, there were 6 helicopters flying over at high speed. Out of the 6 helicopters, 4 landed on the flagship that Ling Yan was on, while the remaining 2 landed on the other 2 ships. A total of more than 60 people alighted from the 4 helicopters. Most of them had tanned skin, strong bodies, and determined eyes. After arriving on the deck, they automatically lined up. Even though none of them were wearing military uniforms, Ling Yan could tell with one look that they were well-trained soldiers. Moreover, they were probably the best of the special forces. That was because Ling Yan could more or less see the shadows of Lin Jinggang and Chao Tianlong in their every move. Salute! After everyone was lined up, the leader of the group waved his hand lightly and quickly brought the team in front of Ling Yan. He turned around and gave him a standard military salute. Whoosh, their movements were uniform. No one said a word, but Ling Yan could see the reverence in their eyes. I'm Li Bo, the captain of the Sky Eagle Brigade. I'm here to report for duty. According to the instructions from the higher-ups, we are in charge of inspecting and receiving these 3 ships. Please give us your instructions. The leader was called Li Bo. After the salute, he immediately spoke to Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled and said softly, "Captain Li, I'm not a soldier, so you don't have to be so polite. I don't know anything about these things, so let's not delay any further. Let everyone go back to their work." Ling Yun noticed that the people who had landed on the other 2 undamaged ships had already quickly entered the cabins and were busy anxiously. Considering the power of the current military technology, Ling Yun knew that he had to race against time. Otherwise, once those Americans returned to the base and the other party decided to retaliate, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yes. Ling Yun understood this, and Li Bo naturally understood even more. Hence, without much nonsense, he suddenly waved his hand and the team immediately dispersed. Dozens of people rushed into the cabins and began to carry out various kinds of inspection and maintenance on this flagship. However, Li Bo didn't leave. After everyone left, he smiled and saluted Ling Yun again. He lowered his voice and said, "Sir, according to the instructions from the higher-ups, we will listen to your orders from the moment we arrive here until we drive these 3 ships to the destination. At the same time, everyone here will need your protection." After saying that, he turned his head to look around and whispered, "Because the value of these 3 ships is too great, the sea we are in now is extremely unsafe, and it is very likely that we will be attacked. Don't worry. I understand." Ling Yun knew what was going on, so he just smiled and nodded. "Thank you, sir." Li Bo expressed his gratitude and then said excitedly, "You know, when we received the order, everyone's blood was boiling. Everyone here, although we can't say anything, we all admire you. It's just a small matter." Ling Yun smiled and shook his head. "Sorry for the trouble. Sir, you're too kind. We can't be happier." Li Bo didn't expect Ling Yun to be so easy to talk to. He said excitedly, "Sir, out of these 3 ships, only this one is a guided missile destroyer. The other 2 are cruisers, and they belong to the same aircraft carrier fleet. They are the frigates of the aircraft carrier Reagan." "Ah, so that's how it is." Ling Yun laughed involuntarily. He knew that he had made a fool of himself because he knew nothing about military affairs. However, he changed his mind and asked, "Do you know where the aircraft carrier Reagan is parked now?" Li Bo said immediately, "Yes, it's in the southeast of here, 300 nautical miles from us." Haha. Ling Yun was amused. No wonder they escaped in the southeast direction. If that's the case, then you don't have to worry, I guarantee that they won't dare to attack us. Ah. Li Bo was shocked. Won't dare to attack us? Why? That's because they don't dare to gamble, and they don't want to lose the big picture because of a small gain. Putting aside the 3 ships, they would also lose an aircraft carrier for nothing. Ling Yun said mysteriously but confidently. Li Bo was instantly dumbfounded. "Don't tell me you have a way to deal with an aircraft carrier?" "Yes." Ling Yun nodded. "If they really piss me off, I'll sink them in minutes." Li Bo was speechless. He looked at Ling Yun as if he was looking at a monster. He really wanted to talk to him about military knowledge, about how many advanced weapons and fighter jets an aircraft carrier carried, however, he kept his mouth shut. Because the person in front of him was a god who had gotten 3 ships without a drop of blood on his blade. "Why, you don't believe me?" Ling Yun looked at Li Bo with a smile. He was bored and suddenly wanted to play a joke on him. Whoosh. Ah. Before Li Bo could react, he felt his body lighten. His feet suddenly left the ground and then landed on solid ground again. He opened his eyes wide and suddenly realized that he had landed on another ship. The 3 ships formed a triangle and were at least 1 nautical mile apart from each other. He arrived in less than a second. "This," Ling Yun asked with a smile, "at this speed, do you think their missiles or torpedoes can hit me?" "If it's 1 missile, it'll probably be very difficult. But if it's a bunch of them at the same time," Li Bo forgot to be surprised and actually analyzed for Ling Yun seriously. "They won't even have the chance." Ling Yun suddenly disappeared on the spot and spoke to Li Bo. Just as Li Bo was looking around with his mouth wide open, Ling Yan suddenly appeared. They can't even find the target. Let's go. Ling Yan took out the water-repellent pearl and flew into the sea with Li Bo. In an instant, they arrived at the bottom of another cruiser. Ignoring the other party's dumbfounded expression, Ling Yan looked up at the steel above his head and said confidently, "Captain Li, if we were to make a big hole at the bottom of the ship, do you think any aircraft carrier would sink?" Li Bo nodded blankly. His worldview had been completely turned upside down by Ling Yan. However, he still couldn't help but say, "For such a big ship, the steel plates at the bottom are very thick. In my eyes, it's useless even if it's a few meters thick." Ling Yan said with a smile. Then, he stopped pretending and reached out to pull Li Bo out of the sea instantly. Then, they flew back to the deck of the first cruiser. "What happened just now, heaven and earth, you and I know. Don't tell anyone." Ling Yan pretended to be mysterious and told Li Bo with a smile. Li Bo subconsciously nodded violently like a chicken pecking at rice. At this moment, he already didn't know how to talk to Ling Yun anymore. Report. After another 10 minutes, someone rushed out of the cabin and quickly came in front of Li Bo. A little flustered and exasperated, he said, "Captain, these 3 ships, it's very difficult for us to drive them away." Li Bo had already regained consciousness at this time. After hearing this, his face immediately collapsed, and he gritted his teeth and sighed. "Why?" Ling Yan asked in confusion. "All the power equipment on their ships have been shut down. Activating the power equipment requires a password. We've already tried all kinds of methods just now, but we can't crack it." That person was very helpless. It seemed like there really was no other way. What should we do now?" Li Bo was instantly anxious. These 3 ships were simply priceless treasures to the country. If they couldn't get them back, they would simply be a pile of scrap metal floating in the sea. They couldn't possibly stay here forever. Once they left, the Americans could come back at any time to drive them away. I was wondering why they surrendered so easily. So it turns out that they were waiting for me here. Ling Yan was instantly enraged. Do they really think I'm that easy to trick? Don't worry, everyone come out and return to the helicopters. I'll be back very soon. Ling Yan instructed Li Bo, and his figure instantly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on a small island more than 10 kilometers away. He took out a large piece of spirit cultivation cosmos stone and used the fire spirit phoenix to directly refine it, quickly making a new cosmos ring. The space inside the ring was at least 1,000 meters wide. After the completion, Ling Yan quickly dripped a drop of blood on it to recognize the owner. Then, he flew back at lightning speed. He ordered Li Bo, "Take off. The further the better." After all 6 helicopters had flown far away, Ling Yan bent over and pressed his palm with the new cosmos ring on it. "Withdraw." The destroyer disappeared into thin air on the sea. Then, Ling Yan repeated the same method and kept the other 2 ships. Then, he rose into the air and instantly caught up with the helicopters. Oh my God! The 6 helicopters led by Li Bo didn't fly too far away. They were only 1 kilometer away from Ling Yan's position. He didn't know why Ling Yan suddenly chased them away, and he was even more curious about what Ling Yan would do next. Therefore, Li Bo had been using high-powered binoculars to observe the situation. From the helicopter. When he saw Ling Yan suddenly crouch down and the destroyer disappear into thin air, he exclaimed in shock. "Oh my God! Oh my God!" Immediately after, Li Bo was shocked to see Ling Yan disappear on the spot. Very quickly, he flew to the other 2 ships and did the same action. The 2 huge ships also disappeared into thin air. Li Bo was so shocked that he couldn't even close his mouth. His mind was blank. At this moment, Li Bo suddenly realized that the proud achievements he had made in the military suddenly became meaningless. One had to know that he was the leader of the Sky Eagle Brigade, the king of soldiers in the Naval Special Forces Brigade. "Boss, what's wrong?" Deputy Leader Wang Fei was the main person in charge of breaking the enemy's power equipment password. After confirming that the mission had failed, although he was also dejected, he could still accept it rationally. This was because when he received the mission, Wang Fei didn't have much hope of driving these 3 ships away. There was no point in bragging. The reality was clear. The military technology of the United States Navy was far ahead of the rest of the world. Before they left, they would definitely shut down the power equipment. It would be a miracle if they could break the password and restart it in a short period of time. As a genius in electronic warfare, Wang Fei was very clear that even though the enemy encountered an unstoppable force and temporarily retreated, they would definitely be closely monitoring these 3 ships. Once they found out that they really had a way to drive away, they would most likely destroy these 3 ships directly, or remotely command the 3 ships to attack each other or self-destruct. In short, these were important national weapons. The United States would definitely not allow them to take these 3 ships away under their noses. They would rather destroy them than give them to us. Therefore, when Wang Fei came, he did not have much hope in his heart. Rather than saying that he was here to crack the code and drive the other party's ship away, it was more like he was here to take a tour and broaden his horizons. Then, he would do his best to understand the various conditions inside the ship, the various equipment parameters, and so on. That was what he thought, and in fact, that was what he did. He had also discussed this with Li Bo before coming here, so he couldn't figure out why the mysterious and heaven-defying powerful figure didn't give them more time when they hadn't discovered any danger. Instead, he let them take the plane and leave. Wang Fei knew that he wouldn't be able to operate 3 ships, so he wanted to stay on this ship for 10 days to half a month to study all the technical parameters of the ship. Unfortunately, there was no other way. Wang Fei was very clear that they had to listen to the instructions of that mysterious person. Since Ling Yan wanted them to board the plane and leave, they had no choice but to obey. Just as he was feeling dejected and depressed, he heard Captain Li Bo yelling beside him. Hence, he couldn't help but ask about the situation. Haha, see for yourself. At this time, Ling Yan had already stored away the 3 ships, and he himself had disappeared. The sea was empty, and Li Bo had nothing to see anymore. Therefore, he stuffed the binoculars into Wang Fei's hands. I already said that we definitely wouldn't be able to drive back. What's there to see? Wang Fei muttered, but he couldn't help but pick up the binoculars to take a look. Oh my god. Then, Wang Fei's mouth couldn't close. Oh my god, boss, where did the 3 giant ships go? Don't tell me that they were sunk by that god so quickly. What? What? The ships are gone. Let me see, let me see. Don't snatch my binoculars, let me see first. Once they heard that the 3 ships were gone, everyone in the cabin was instantly stunned. They screamed in shock and snatched the few binoculars that were left. The cabin was instantly in chaos. You guys don't have to look, what's there to see in the vast sea? After I escort you guys back, you can look at it every day. I'll let you guys see as much as you want. Suddenly, an incomparably clear voice rang out in the cabin. Everyone heard it. Oh my god, it's that god. Where is he? From the sound, it seems like he's outside our cabin. Ling Yan was flying side by side with this helicopter, but he was invisible. He couldn't help but laugh when he heard the people in the cabin talking and looking around at the same time. He sent a telepathic message to Li Bo. Captain Li, immediately order the 6 helicopters to fly at full speed and rush back as soon as possible. My time is limited. Yes. Li Bo replied and immediately conveyed Ling Yan's order. The 6 helicopters suddenly accelerated in the air and flew towards the north. Report. Sir, our 3 ships suddenly disappeared from the radar. At the same time, on the aircraft carrier Reagan, the Supreme Commander, Victor, received an order from his subordinate. This made him, who was already as calm as water, instantly fly into a rage. What the hell? What the hell is going on? Who can tell me what the hell is going on? There was no need to report at all, because at this time, Victor was standing in front of the electronic screen in the command cabin with the other commanders, closely watching the movements in the sea. After seeing the 3 ships suddenly disappear, Victor couldn't sit still anymore. He paced back and forth in the command room, roaring loudly, how long will it take for William and those idiots to come back? The William he was talking about was the captain of the destroyer, but at this moment, he was floating in the vast sea with his crew. It wasn't easy to cross a distance of 300 nautical miles. It was already good enough that they didn't get lost on the sea. I need to know immediately what happened there 3 hours ago. What kind of force did they encounter? Victor roared as he suddenly walked to the office table and slammed it. Have the helicopters that were sent out to rescue them found them? I want William and those two stupid captains here as soon as possible. Those 3 ships were all Reagan's frigates. They couldn't afford to lose them. Now that they had completely disappeared, even their electronic signals were completely cut off. Victor couldn't sit still anymore. Wang Fei's judgment was right. Victor wasn't anxious at first because they could completely control the 3 ships to attack each other. But now, that was impossible. Oh right, what did they say they encountered? A Huaxia Esper who can control lightning. Contact the supreme commander of the aircraft carrier immediately. Yes, immediately. Victor suddenly remembered an emergency meeting he attended half a year ago. He remembered that during that meeting, the commander of the aircraft carrier, who was cruising in the waters of Turtle Island, mentioned a similar mysterious matter. At that time, he even laughed at the other party. It was hard to imagine what kind of expression Victor would have if he knew that the mysterious person he encountered now was the same person as the mysterious person he encountered on the Chicken aircraft carrier. The distance from Nansha to Haikou was really too far. After more than an hour, Ling Yan escorted the 6 helicopters back to their starting point and landed to refuel. Then, they changed planes and spent more than an hour to arrive at a secret seaport. Here, everything was already in place as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Ling Yan asked Li Bo again and again to confirm that all electronic signals of the enemy could be blocked before flying over the seaport and releasing the 3 ships back into the sea. Boom boom boom, 370-meter-long ships of 10,000 tons appeared out of thin air like dumplings. The waves on the sea were monstrous. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, and the golden sunlight shone on the surface of the sea. This was a secluded harbor. The harbor was very large, and 3 huge ships were lined up on the surface of the sea. From afar, it looked like 3 long sharp knives slashing the surface of the sea. It was incomparably domineering and shocking. Last night, they were still flaunting their prowess in the South China Sea. But now, they were brought here by Ling Yan and would remain here forever. They would become our research subjects and stepping stones for the advancement of our Navy's military technology. Only the military and the Navy could appreciate the extraordinary significance of these 3 ships to Huaxia. Only they could understand the huge impact these 3 ships would bring to the Huaxia Navy. Therefore, everyone who had the qualifications to stand nearby and see these 3 ships looked at Ling Yun with admiration and worship. Everyone knew very well that it might not be difficult to sink the 3 ships, but to be able to capture such powerful ships and bring them here unscathed, this was simply impossible. It was impossible even with the strength of the entire country, not to mention bringing them back secretly. It was impossible to capture them without bloodshed. However, Ling Yun had done it alone. He had turned the impossible into a reality in front of everyone. Ling Yun, you've done a great job. Zhou Winnie had appeared beside Ling Yun. He couldn't hide the excitement on his face. He first looked at the 3 ships for a while, then turned his head and stared at Ling Yun as if he was a monster. Finally, his expression became solemn. He opened his mouth and said, "This is a great achievement." "Do I need you to say that?" Ling Yan suddenly turned around and said angrily, "You've been standing beside me for so long before you speak. Do you know that my face is stiff from all my posing?" "Zhou Winnie," he laughed. "I didn't say those 2 sentences just now. They were personally said by the chief before I came. He asked me to convey the words to you. It's not a big deal. You even alarmed the old man?" Ling Yan touched his nose and chided Zhou Winnie for making a big fuss over a minor issue. He said directly, "Don't give me all that nonsense. Just tell me what the reward is." "Nonsense." Zhou Winnie held back his laughter and glared at Ling Yun. "I don't need you to remind me. Don't worry, you'll be satisfied with the reward I'm giving you this time. Before I came, the chief said that this time, in view of your great contribution to the country, not only will you be rewarded, but also our Heaven Squad and your Ling family. If you need anything, just say the word." But, after Zhou Winnie conveyed the leader's commendation, he immediately changed the topic and said in a warning tone, "I'm warning you in advance, kid. Don't ask for too much. Who told you I wanted a reward from the country? I was just asking what kind of reward the heavenly team can give me. For example, merit points or something. Can you give me 1 billion or 800 million? Ling Yun chuckled. No. Zhou Wenyi rejected flatly, but after some thought, he still couldn't help but say, from now on, your position in the heavenly team is the same as mine. Ling Yun frowned. Old Zhou, if I remember correctly, according to the rules of the heavenly team, my merit points have long surpassed yours. It's only because you're older than me that I can't be bothered to fight with you for the chief position. Ling Yun frowned. Hee, you want to be the chief position? Sure. I approve with both hands. Zhou Wenyi smiled brightly. But there's one condition. You have to be like me and go to the heavenly team's headquarters in Beijing. Stay there for 2 to 3 years and familiarize yourself with all aspects of the heavenly team's business. I'll immediately hand over this position to you. Just forget it. Ling Yun couldn't help but shiver when he heard that. He shook his head like a rattle drum. 2 to 3 years? With that broken auto repair shop of yours? I can't even be bothered to stay there for a day. Zhou Wenyi laughed heartily. Of course, the two of them were joking. Oh right, why did you come all the way here personally? Ling Yun couldn't help but ask after laughing. He really didn't expect Zhou Wenyi to come personally. Humph. Zhou Wenyi said angrily, you've done a great service, but you've also caused a great deal of trouble. The Americans will definitely not let this go. If I don't come here personally, who else can clean up your mess? That's true. Ling Yun nodded happily. Only you, old Zhou, have the right to clean up my mess. I think you're getting wilder and wilder. How dare you tease me like that? Are you asking for a beating? I advise you not to waste your energy. You can't beat me anyway. Zhou Wenyi, after joking around, Zhou Wenyi was silent for a while. He asked in bewilderment, actually, apart from these matters, I also wanted to see you. How did you break through again so quickly? Also, why did you suffer a lightning tribulation when you broke through to the late stages of qi cultivation? Are you born to be struck by lightning? Oh right, these 3 ships are so big. How did you bring them back? Could it be that your spatial ring is now? Zhou Wenyi couldn't hide the shock in his heart. He couldn't suppress his curiosity and fired off a barrage of questions at Ling Yun. Ling Yun only smiled in response to Zhou Wenyi's questions. He was unfathomable. Zhou Wenyi glared at him. Are you going to tell me or not? Ling Yun smiled evilly. Actually, it's not a big deal to tell you. The answer to the first question is very simple. It's because I'm really a cultivation genius. Breaking through realms is nothing out of the ordinary. The second question, it's precisely because I broke through so quickly and easily that the heavens are jealous of geniuses. They specially set up more tests for me, which manifested in the endless heavens tribulation. The last question, you guessed it. After I reached the peak of qi cultivation stage 7, I could already make a spatial ring with a larger internal space. It wouldn't be a problem to store these ships. Ling Yun's answers were mixed and vague, but he wasn't lying to Zhou Wenyi. He was already giving Zhou Wenyi a lot of face by telling him this much. Fortunately, Zhou Wenyi didn't seek to understand. After listening to Ling Yun, he fell silent for a moment before patting Ling Yun's shoulder. You're indeed a person destined to deal with tribulations. How enviable. Ling Yun just smiled and did not say anything. He changed the topic and pointed at the 3 ships. The Americans won't be able to find these 3 ships, will they? Do you need me to set up a formation to hide them? That won't be necessary. Zhou Wenyi understood what Ling Yun meant. He smiled and shook his head. He was extremely confident. This is a military port and also a base for our XX fleet. It can isolate all electronic signals and high-altitude surveillance. Don't worry. Right now, our country's top experts in defense, maritime, military, electronic information, and so on are rushing here from all over the country to study these 3 ships. They might even dismantle them. In short, you don't have to worry about what happens next. Ling Yun was finally relieved and nodded. That's good. Old Zhou, I've been out for 6 to 7 days. Have there been any movements in Beijing during this time? Especially the Long family? Zhou Wenyi chuckled. I knew you would ask this. Long Tianqing is in charge of the Long family now. Long Haoran left not long after you left Beijing. I don't know where he went, but according to my guess, he should have gone to the East Sea. East Sea? Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. Long Kuan and Dongfang Ting had told him that there was movement in the East Sea and that they would rush there immediately after he settled everything in Nanyang. Zhou Wenyi asked with a smile, "Little fellow, if I'm not wrong, is your next stop also going to the East Sea?" "That's right. Once I'm done here, I'll immediately rush to the East Sea. I'll first meet the East Sea Itinerant Cultivators Alliance." Ling Yan didn't need to hide this point. "Oh, right. Since you're here, I have something to ask you." "Speak." Zhou Wenyi agreed to all of Ling Yan's requests. "Ever since I annihilated Kuan Ba and the hundreds of spirit cultivators in Haojiang, the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance has been scared silly. My original plan was to wait for them to send people to avenge Kuan Ba. Then, I would capture a few of their leaders and have them lead the way to their lair. But now, there's no movement from them, and I don't know where their lair is. What do you want me to do?" Ling Yan complained, frowning as he asked. Zhou Wenyi seemed to like seeing Ling Yan's depressed look. He smiled after listening quietly. "That Master Kuan Ba isn't weak, and his position in the South Sea Itinerant Cultivators Alliance isn't low. You being able to kill him has indeed intimidated them. It's reasonable that they don't dare to come looking for you." As for their lair, Zhou Wenyi kept Ling Yun in suspense. Then, he glanced at Ling Yun. "Tell me first, what do you plan to do after you know the location?" Ling Yan raised his eyebrows. "Do you still need to ask? I've told you long ago. Go straight to their lair and raze them to the ground." "All right." Zhou Wenyi laughed. "Since you're so anxious, I'll tell you." After chatting for half an hour, Ling Yan bid farewell to Zhou Wenyi and left the place stealthily. Very soon, he returned to the isolated island in Hong Kong and met Murong Feishue. He spent a day with Murong Feishue, trying his best to guide her on how to absorb qi into her body and cultivate. After dinner, the two of them bid farewell again. At 10 o'clock at night, Ling Yan left Hong Kong with Paul and went down to the South Sea. He was going straight to the root of the problem. Paul, you're flying too slowly. Why don't you transform into a bat?" Ling Yan and Paul started their journey towards the South Sea. Once they were far away from the coastline, Ling Yan suddenly slowed down and waited for Paul to catch up. Paul, who was in his humanoid bird form, felt very embarrassed after hearing this. He said, "Honorable Master, your current speed is too fast. Even if I transform into my bat form, I can't move much faster. I still can't catch up to you." "Nonsense." Ling Yun was amused. "Who told you to chase me? I asked you to transform into a bat so that I can fly with you." "Understood." Paul immediately used a secret art of the vampire race and turned into a small bat. However, he was already a peak Grand Duke, so even in bat form, his body was still over a foot long. He had purple eyes, a purple body, and a pair of purple wings. His entire body was glowing with a purple radiance. The Blood Clan is born with the art of transformation. What a good secret technique. Ling Yan couldn't help but praise him. Then, he reached out and grabbed him as if he was catching a bird. "Let's go." This time, Ling Yan had the intention to test his maximum speed. Without any distractions, he flew at full speed towards the Southwest Sea. His speed reached a terrifying 27 kilometers per second. This was what it meant to be as fast as lightning. Ling Yan only needed 2 seconds to cross 100 miles of the sea below him. Paul was aghast. Under such a terrifying speed, he felt dizzy. He was so scared that he closed his eyes. He didn't dare to look around. Of course, even if he looked, he wouldn't be able to see anything with his eyesight. Fortunately, Ling Yan knew that Paul's body couldn't withstand such a speed. Before he accelerated, he opened a small shield of mixed elements to cover his entire body. Ling Yan, on the other hand, was using his physical body to resist the strong wind. That feeling was indescribable. It was even better than drilling into a rock with his body. The first thing that couldn't withstand was his eyes. After a few breaths, Ling Yan's eyes were stung by the strong wind. He opened the shield of mixed elements to protect his eyes without hesitation. After a few breaths, Ling Yan's body also reached its limit. It felt as if it would be torn apart at any time. Therefore, he didn't try to resist it. Hee hee, how satisfying. This speed was normal for the current Ling Yun. He removed the mixed elements uniting energy shield, stretched his stiff body, and sighed. Oh, I'm buying cakes. Paul suddenly screamed. He felt that Ling Yun's speed had obviously slowed down, so he carefully opened his eyes. Just one glance down and he was almost scared out of his wits. That was because Ling Yun had been flying at full speed for the past 20 seconds. Moreover, he had been flying straight without turning. But the earth was round. If someone had been able to observe this scene from afar, Ling Yun would have been like an intercontinental missile that had suddenly shot up from the surface of the sea. It was true that he was flying forward, but the further he flew, the higher he was from the surface of the sea. It was as if he was about to burst out of the atmosphere. Looking down from here, the arc of the Earth's skyline was already obvious to an exaggerated degree. BBB boss, where are you going? Paul was almost scared to death. Even though he was using the secret technique of the Blood Clan to communicate with Ling Yun, he was too scared to speak. Paul, do you want to go outside the atmosphere to take a look? Ling Yun was looking up, his face full of intoxication and yearning. It was really a case of the rock hating the heavens for being too low when it spread its wings. Boss, give me a quick death if you want to kill me. Paul could only violently shake his head in protest as his bat body was immobilized by Ling Yun. Slaves also had human rights. You can kill me, but you can't scare me to death. Haha, if that's the case, we'll talk about it next time. At this time, Ling Yun had also regained his senses. Thinking that he still had business to attend to tonight, he tilted his body and instantly rushed towards the surface of the sea. Ah! Paul screamed again in fear. Stop shouting. Ling Yun was furious. He forcefully squeezed Paul's neck to stop him from screaming. Paul had no choice but to close his eyes and wait for death. Of course, they wouldn't die. Ling Yun was purely playing just now. It was just for fun. Alright, we're back. You can open your eyes now. You coward. Ling Yun tossed Paul aside after returning to the surface of the sea. He released his divine sense and surveyed the surrounding waters at the same time. Not bad. We've arrived at Xianxia. The straight-line distance between Hong Kong and Xianxia was more than 600 kilometers. Ling Yun actually arrived in less than 2 minutes while flying. This speed was simply shocking. Even the Grand Duke of the Blood Clan, Paul, such an elegant gentleman, was paralyzed with fear. He still hadn't regained his composure. Flap. Paul transformed into a huge bird in human form and hid far away from Ling Yun. Honorable boss, if I remember correctly, Chester knows many languages. He said with lingering fear. Ling Yun laughed heartily. It was obvious that Paul was completely terrified. In other words, he didn't intend to follow Ling Yun anymore. Let Chester come instead. He was more courageous. What you said makes sense. Chester is a ruthless character. Ling Yun actually nodded his head seriously and agreed to Paul's request. Boss, there's something I don't understand. Actually, with your original speed, you could have arrived in a few minutes at most. Why did you have to be so? Paul was surprised and asked hesitantly. Crazy, right? Ling Yun said the two words that Paul didn't dare to say on his behalf. Yes, boss. Paul shrugged his shoulders. Even if I flew by myself, it would only take 5 to 6 minutes at most. That's because you don't understand the meaning of speed. Ling Yun suddenly changed his joking attitude and said seriously, that's because you don't understand the meaning of speed. No matter how you look at it, speed has always been one of the highest standards to test one's limits. It's the same for us cultivators. In fact, it's even more important. The speed a cultivator can achieve indicates how strong he is. Moreover, when the speed reaches a certain limit, it can affect time and space. Otherwise, how could one shrink the ground into an inch and travel through the void? At this point, Ling Yun seemed to be reminiscing. His voice became softer and softer until it became a whisper. Boss, there's one thing you said that I understand. Speed can affect time and space. That's Einstein's theory of relativity. It's about the same in general, but there's still a huge difference in essence. Ling Yan came back to his senses and explained nonchalantly. Then, he waved his hand and ordered Paul, head south from here, then fly 100 miles west. Wait for me there for a while. I'll be there in half an hour at most. Yes, boss. Jokes aside, Paul still carried out Ling Yan's orders unconditionally. He looked in the northwest direction carefully before flapping his wings and flying far away. Ling Yan noticed Paul's subtle movements at the end. His heart skipped a beat, but he didn't expose him. He waited for Paul to fly far away before flying towards the coastline in the northwest. He was flying very slowly now, and his altitude was getting lower and lower. In the end, he was almost flying close to the surface of the sea. The Buddha chi in front of him was getting thicker, and Sanskrit seemed to be ringing in Ling Yan's ears. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Ling Yan's Bodhi bead, the green lamp, the mysterious gourd, and the string of Buddhist beads flew out of the Taishi ring at almost the same time and glowed brightly. Following that, Buddha chi filled Ling Yan's body, so dense that it almost couldn't be dispersed. Whoosh 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 whoosh, after the 4 Buddhist treasures glowed, they only paused for a moment before turning into streams of light at the same time and flying towards a huge white statue that was more than 100 meters tall. Guanyin on the Nanshan Sea. The statue was 108 meters tall, standing on the diamond continent that was 120 meters in diameter. It was a combination of 3 statues, solemn and dignified, standing on a throne with 108 petals. Below the lotus was a diamond platform, and inside the diamond platform was a round passage hall. The 3 statues each held a Buddhist treasure, prayer beads, sutras, and lotus flowers. The statue was majestic, benevolent, and dignified. It was the highest statue of Guanyin on the sea in the world. Namo Amaba. Ling Yan made a special trip here. His expression was solemn as he followed the 4 Buddhist treasures forward. Soon, he arrived below the diamond continent, put his palms together, and chanted softly. Suddenly, the huge statue glowed with a golden light. It was dazzling and could be seen from 100 miles away. Guanyin had shown her divinity. Ling Yan had nothing to ask for, nor was he afraid. His body was almost illusory, the corners of his mouth raised, and he wore a calm smile. A vast chanting of scriptures entered his ears, neither too fast nor too slow. It was the sutra. A few minutes later, the chanting of the scriptures ended, and the sound of Sanskrit disappeared. Ling Yan felt as if someone had patted his head lightly. Ling Yan's mind was clear, and he instantly entered the realm of Chi Cultivation Stage 8. Thank you, Guanyin Bodhisattva. Ling Yan faced the Guanyin on the sea who had returned to its original state, put his palms together again, and bowed deeply. He then turned invisible and left. Swoosh 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 swoosh, the 4 Buddhist treasures followed. They seemed to have been infused with boundless Buddhist power, and the Buddhist power they contained was more than 100 times stronger. Even the originally damaged parts were now intact. Ling Yan smiled, and with a thought, he directly put the 4 treasures away, and then lightly lifted his leg. He did not fly, but walked in the void. Heaven's foot, he could cross more than 9,000 meters in one step, carefree and unrestrained. After taking 5 steps, Ling Yan looked up and immediately saw where Paul was. Heaven's eye, with a light step, he came to Paul's side. Let's go fight. Ling Yan did not need to fly anymore. With only 30 steps, he crossed more than 270 kilometers of sea, landed on the shore, and entered the southern kingdom. I have something to do tonight, so I'm afraid I can't make it back in time. I'll update this chapter for everyone to enjoy. Brother Yan's state is going to rock it, so please sit tight. Things like national boundaries were meaningless in Ling Yan's eyes now. To make a simple analogy, it was like a person walking on the ground. With a single step, he would cross countless ant nests. Why would he care whose nest it was? On a larger scale, in the cultivation world, there were many immortal sects. A slightly larger immortal sect could control a large domain with a radius of tens of millions of miles. There were countless countries and tribes established by mortals. When an almighty immortal cultivator went there, even the king and tribe leader would have to kneel and greet them. Why would they care about national boundaries? At around 10:30 a.m., Ling Yan brought Paul ashore. He didn't stop and flew straight to the northwestern mountains of the southern nation. After a secret conversation with Zhou Wenyi that morning, Ling Yan knew that the heavenly group of Huaxia wasn't to be trifled with. Not only did they know the cultivation world of Huaxiao like the back of their hands, but they also had a clear understanding of the cultivators in the surrounding countries. The so-called Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance might sound like a cultivator alliance formed by itinerant cultivators, but in reality, it was formed by the main sects of several small countries in Southeast Asia. It didn't have a real headquarters, but a branch in each country. The location of the branch was actually the location of the largest sect in the country. This loose model was similar to the Devil sect in Huaxia. The strongest sect in the southern nation was called the Celestial Spirit sect. It was located in the mountains of the western part of the southern nation. That was why Lingyan chose to enter the country from there. He turned on the navigation function of his communicator and followed the coordinates. Flying in the air, he soon arrived at his destination. Landing on the peak of a mountain, he exercised his third eye and scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, he found the headquarters of the Heavenly Spirit sect in a remote valley. They're quite good at choosing a place. This valley is the chi core of the dragon vein. It's the place with the strongest spiritual energy in the entire southern nation. Lingyan broke out of his invisible state and revealed himself. He smiled at Paul, who was beside him. Boom! As he spoke, Lingyan released the yin-yang true qi and used his divine will to expand the vortex to a diameter of 1,000 meters. It completely covered the entire peak and absorbed the dense spiritual energy in the surroundings. Since he had come knocking on his door, there was no need for him to hide. Everything was open and aboveboard. The vortex of vital energy, which was 1,000 meters in diameter, spun rapidly, causing a huge commotion. In an instant, it sucked in all the spiritual energy in the surroundings of the mountain peak and formed a hurricane, attracting all the spiritual energy from the surrounding mountains. Who are you? How dare you break into my Heavenly Spirit sect's great altar? In the valley, the experts of the Celestial Spirit sect immediately noticed something unusual. Someone shouted, and then a dozen figures soared into the sky, flying toward Lingyan. Paul, from now on, as long as I don't ask you, no matter what they say, you don't have to translate. You just have to protect yourself. Yes, boss. After Lingyan finished speaking to Paul, he smiled and took a step forward. In an instant, he appeared in front of the spirit cultivator who was charging at the front. With a single punch, he smashed his sternum, causing his body to fly backwards. He was sucked into the whirlpool of innate chi. His body swayed and was blown around by the violent airflow, but he could not fall down. Bam, 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 then, Lingyan used the heaven's feet. Every time he took a step, he would use his fists to send a person flying, smashing all the spirit cultivators in the valley into the whirlpool. After breaking through to Chi Cultivation Stage 8, Lingyan's energy center and sea of consciousness between his eyebrows were terrifyingly strong. The innate chi and divine yuan stored in his body could no longer fill them up, becoming extremely thin. Now, Lingyan urgently needed new spiritual energy to replenish himself. Therefore, he would not kill these spirit cultivators in the late stages of Chi Cultivation stage. Instead, he would severely injure them and use the yin-yang true chi whirlpool to absorb all their innate chi. Ah! Ouch! My cultivation. For a moment, all kinds of cries of pain could be heard, but most of them were filled with fear. This was because these people who fell into the whirlpool were shocked to find that their innate chi was draining rapidly. After taking care of these people in an instant, Lingyan descended from the sky and arrived at the Celestial Spirit sect. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than 10 yin-yang true chi chains condensed from the yin-yang true chi whirlpool. Like dragons, they whipped and entangled the Celestial Spirit sect disciples who were fleeing in all directions, bringing them all into the whirlpool. Since I'm here, none of you shall think of escaping, lest you cause trouble in Huaxia in the future. Lingyan sneered as he stepped forward, charging forward as if he was entering an uninhabited land. Stop! With a loud roar, an old man with disheveled hair, whose face and body were covered in all kinds of runes, dashed out from a pitch-black altar at the highest point of the Heaven Spirit sect. His face and body were covered in all kinds of runes, and he was utterly enraged. Fellow cultivator from Huaxia, I wonder how the Celestial Spirit sect has offended you. How dare you disregard your status and come to my Celestial Spirit sect to kill people? Lingyan had long noticed him. This old man was obviously at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, but he did not expect him to speak Huaxia. I'll let you die knowing. Ling Yan smiled. I killed Kuan Ba and his disciples that the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance sent to Haojiang. I don't need to explain the rest, do I? What? The old man was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but in the end, he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, took out a black spear, and stabbed it at Ling Yun. It's useless. Ling Yun smiled as he waited for the black spear to fly in front of him. He casually grabbed the sharp tip of the spear in his hand. No matter how much strength the opponent exerted, the body of the spear trembled violently, but it couldn't escape Ling Yun's control. How is this possible? The fierce old man was stunned. He decisively gave up struggling and suddenly shouted, "The Celestial Spirit Sect is finished, run if you can." As he spoke, the fierce-looking old man no longer cared about anything else. He directly raised his speed to the limit and flew away. Unfortunately, he changed direction several times, but he saw Ling Yun standing not far in front of him, holding his spear and waiting for him with a smile on his face. You're right. Since the Celestial Spirit Sect is finished, how can I let you escape alone? Ling Yun had come for him. Tsk tisk. Ling Yun took out the golden dragon spear and the green shadow flying sword at the same time. Before the old man could react, the golden dragon spear pierced through his chest, and the green shadow flying sword cut off his legs. The peak of the Foundation establishment realm was no match for Ling Yun. In less than a few minutes, the entire Celestial Spirit Sect was razed to the ground by Ling Yun. No one escaped. It was completely destroyed. It was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Ling Yun had reached Qi Cultivation Stage 8. Even if he was only in the early stage, killing a Foundation Establishment Stage expert was as easy as killing a chick. Ling Yun did not care if the ferocious old man at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm was the sect leader of the Celestial Spirit Sect. He showed no mercy. After sucking the old man's true qi dry, he killed him with one palm strike, giving him a quick death. However, Ling Yun did not kill the other disciples of the Celestial Spirit Sect. He used the yin-yang true qi vortex to absorb everyone's cultivation. He only destroyed their elixir fields and turned them into ordinary people. After successfully dealing with everyone, Ling Yun cast the art of mountain moving and moved them to a flat land outside of Celestial Spirit Sect. Then, with a light step, he stepped onto the mysterious black altar of Celestial Spirit Sect. That ferocious old man at the peak of Foundation Establishment had just rushed out from here. The altar was not big, only 10 square meters. It was surrounded by walls that were 2 meters high and half a meter thick. They were all made of black, shiny stones. The whole wall exuded a strong spiritual energy. It was unknown how many years this altar had existed. The spiritual qi inside was so thick that it could not be dispersed. In the middle of the altar, there was a 1 meter high, conical pile of stones, all of which were black-brown spirit stones. At the top of the pile of stones, there was a white jade butterfly, shining brightly. Inside the jade butterfly, there was a handful of soil. The soil granules were about the size of mung beans, and each granule was crystal clear. Under the illumination of the jade butterfly's white light, the granules emitted a colorful glow. Although the glow wasn't too dazzling, the spiritual qi it contained was extremely rich. This is the 5-colored soil. Ling Yun was a knowledgeable person. He could tell that the soil was the legendary 5-colored soil. It could be used to cultivate miraculous medicine. Keep. Without another word, Ling Yun put the pile of spirit stones, the white jade butterfly, and the best treasure, the 5-colored soil, into the Taishu ring. No wonder they could create a Foundation Establishment Stage expert. The Celestial Spirit Sect had so many obsidian stones. After that, there was nothing else in the sacrificial altar. Ling Yun turned his attention to the surrounding walls. He did not know if the people of Heavenly Spirit Sect could recognize what the wall was made of, but he was sure that he could. The 4 walls were made of obsidian of different grades. It was a type of earth spirit stone, but these were all ordinary. The best obsidian was obviously the conical stone pile that Ling Yun had just put away. Collect again. Even though the obsidian stones that made up the 4 walls weren't of the highest quality, they were still spirit stones. Ling Yun naturally wouldn't let them go. He slapped the wall with one hand and planned to take the entire wall with him. So heavy. Ling Yan was embarrassed for not being able to uproot the entire wall. Suddenly, he made up his mind and used the mountain-moving technique. He roared, "Rise!" Rumble, the ground shook, and the entire wall was uprooted. It disappeared in an instant. Ling Yan had stored it in his latest Taishu ring. Live together, the entire altar of the Celestial Spirit sect had been taken away by Ling Yan. It was unknown how many years of accumulation they had accumulated. Even if there were disciples who managed to escape, they would not have a foundation to cultivate after losing the altar. It would be extremely difficult for them to return to the sect to cultivate. Next, Ling Yan released his divine consciousness to cover the entire Celestial Spirit sect. He waved his hand and collected all the weapons and treasures that the Celestial Spirit sect disciples had thrown on the ground. He also collected all the gold that the sect had accumulated over the years. That's about it. It's the Earth Spirit sect. Why is it called the Celestial Spirit sect? Ling Yan finally smiled in satisfaction. Zhou Wenyi did not lie to him. He had gained a lot from just the Celestial Spirit sect of the southern nation. Paul, come here. Ling Yan summoned the Blood Clan slave, Paul. Paul flew over and bowed respectfully. Dear boss. I asked you to get the blood element bead today. Did you get it back? I got it. Very good. Ling Yan pointed at the corpse of the ferocious old man. That's a cultivator at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment realm. Just like with Kaunba, remember not to be greedy. Thank you, boss. Paul was extremely touched. He immediately flew over and used the blood element bead to absorb the blood. Ling Yan returned to the center of the altar in a flash and sat down cross-legged. He summoned the Yin-Yang 5 elemental flames to refine the chaotic spiritual energy that he had absorbed. At the same time, he summoned the Yin-Yang True Qi whirlpool to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. This heavenly spirit sect did have some tricks up their sleeves. The location of the altar they chose happened to be the Qi of the Dragon Vein in this mountain range. The cone-shaped mound of earth happened to be the Qi of the Dragon Vein's eruption. This mountain range spanned more than 1,000 kilometers from the north to the south of the southern nation. The spiritual energy that it contained was extremely abundant. Of course, Ling Yan would not let it go. He was devouring the spiritual energy of the entire Dragon Vein. After more than half an hour, Ling Yan felt that the spiritual energy under the Qi of the Dragon Vein was getting thinner. He knew that there was no point in continuing to absorb it, so he slowly stopped. However, at this moment, Ling Yan's eyes widened. He was alarmed. Not good. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yan appeared beside Paul and grabbed his wrist. Open up. The Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique, the earth burrowing technique, then, the rocks under their feet surged like waves. Ling Yan and Paul burrowed directly into the ground. After breaking through to Qi Cultivation Stage 7, Ling Yan's 5 elemental god-slaying art had naturally broken through a major realm. Now, Ling Yan could use the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique to turn rocks into waves. Whoosh, 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 Ling Yan activated the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique with all his might and burrowed deep into the ground. Wherever he went, the rocks within 10 meters of him seemed to have turned into liquid. Ling Yan then used the Mixed Elements Unity Law shield to propel the rocks away, just enough for the two of them to hide, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. When the two of them reached a depth of 50 meters, the surroundings had already turned into hard rocks. Even if Ling Yan used the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique to its limit, he could no longer burrow through. Phew. This depth should be enough. In an instant, he was deep underground. Still worried, he took out the blood-dissipating divine blade and cut a 2-meter deep hole in the rock beside him. He then burrowed into it and heaved a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. What's wrong, master? Paul asked in confusion when he saw that Ling Yan had finally stopped. Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed above his head. The missiles are coming, listen, boom, 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 boom. In an instant, a series of earth-shattering explosions rang out in the valley above their heads. The entire valley shook and turned into a sea of fire in an instant. 2 military bases in the north and south of the Heavenly Spirit sect opened fire at the same time. Thousands of artillery shells mixed with more than a dozen missiles launched a carpet bombing on the Heavenly Spirit sect. The dense explosions continued for the next 10 minutes. The deafening rumbles traveled through the earth to Ling Yan's ears, causing his eardrums to vibrate. The underground cave that they were hiding in was scorching hot from the fire on the ground. Fortunately, with Ling Yan and Paul's cultivation, this little bit of heat wouldn't affect them at all. Damn, it seems like we really can't be merciful. These Heavenly Spirit sect disciples from the southern nation would rather be blown to pieces than to drag us down with them. After the explosion stopped, Ling Yan gritted his teeth and cursed at the top of his head. This time, the valley where the Heavenly Spirit sect was located was blown into a large rift valley that was 1 kilometer long, 200 meters wide, and more than 30 meters deep. It was only a dozen meters away from Ling Yan's head. Let's go. Ling Yan got up and crawled out of the cave he was hiding in. He continued to use the earth escape technique and rushed forward along the dragon vein. The 5-elemental pulse sealing finger was not only used to sever human meridians. It could also be used to sever dragon meridians. Since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Ling Yan was determined to sever the dragon vein of the southern nation. Severing the main dragon vein of a country was a vengeance far greater than digging up someone's ancestral grave. After all, disregarding morality and the humiliation inflicted on the family, destroying the ancestral grave of a family was merely destroying a treasured land. In other words, it was only a trap for one family. However, severing the main dragon vein of a country could affect the fate of a country on a grand scale. In other words, it could affect the fate of the people living around the entire mountain range. Of course, the dragon vein of a mountain range was the skeleton of the earth. Severing it was difficult and not something an ordinary geomaster could do. However, Ling Yan, who had reached Qi Cultivation Stage 8, had far surpassed a true geomaster in terms of overall strength. The 5-elemental meridian severing finger was known as a finger technique in medical terms. However, if it was used on mountains and rivers, it would be the 5-elemental meridian severing technique. Ling Yan had the 5-elemental meridian severing technique. Furthermore, he had cultivated the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique to the 7th major realm. Not only could he travel through the depths of the earth at will, but he could also soften the rocks within a certain range. In addition, he was a formation grandmaster. With such a heaven-defying technique, severing the dragon vein of a mountain range was not a difficult task. Even so, Ling Yan had been busy underground for more than an hour. He had traversed more than 100 kilometers from north to south before he managed to absorb all the spiritual energy of the dragon vein within 100 kilometers. Furthermore, he had used a formation to completely cut off the dragon vein so that the head and tail of the dragon vein could no longer be connected. Ling Yan was really furious this time. For this, he did not even hesitate to use a football-sized polar demon magnetic field as the eye of the formation. Ling Yan had not used that huge polar demon magnetic field ever since he obtained it from the auction at the Wind Thunder Valley on Mount Longhu. He did not expect to use it here. Swoosh swoosh. Not long after midnight, Ling Yan pulled Paul out of the ground and appeared in a dense forest in a valley. After revealing himself, Ling Yan immediately opened the communication device of the heavenly team and looked at his location. Then, he smiled brightly. The mountain range was still the same, but at this time, the two of them had already arrived at the west side of the mountain range and entered the territory of the Wu Kingdom. The southern kingdom was long and narrow. The narrowest part in the middle was less than 50 kilometers. The location of the Celestial Spirit sect was actually very close to the border of the Southern Kingdom. Ling Yan naturally wouldn't appear from the Southern Kingdom after using his heaven-defying technique to break the dragon vein. He calculated the distance and came out from the underground. Naturally, he entered the border of the Southern Kingdom. In the dense forest, Paul raised his head and looked at the huge mountain range to the east. He found that everything was normal and there was nothing unusual. He immediately asked in puzzlement, "Boss, you've been busy for a long time, but I don't see any changes in this mountain." Heh. What the hell do you know? Don't you know that the meat in a bun doesn't lie in the folds? Ling Yan wiped the sweat off his forehead and chuckled. He scolded Paul before explaining. It will sink slowly. In less than half a year, the entire mountain range will sink by at least 20 meters. During this period, there will be earthquakes and tsunamis in the Southern Kingdom. The Southern Kingdom will not have peace for the next 50 years. Oh, I'm buying cakes. Paul was dumbfounded when he heard that. His boss was too terrifying now. He could actually sink such a huge mountain range by 20 meters. What kind of terrifying technique was that? This was equivalent to changing the world. Ling Yan had expended a lot of energy after using the heaven and earth transformation technique. He sat cross-legged in the forest and took out the ghost divine willow to recover his yuan qi. Half an hour later, the two of them resumed their journey. Ling Yan didn't waste any more time. He flew through the air and crossed the Southern Kingdom in a few breaths. This was Ling Yan's main destination because Master Kuan Ba, who went to Haojiang to cause trouble, came from this country. It was impolite not to reciprocate. In order to save time, Ling Yan flew at full speed from the northeast to the southwest of Country T, almost crossing the border diagonally. They landed in a forest about 50 kilometers west of the capital of Country T. The atmosphere isn't right. Ling Yan said directly to Paul, we caused too much commotion in the Southern Kingdom just now. The Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance is already on guard. That's for sure, boss. Paul shrugged his shoulders. Such a large-scale artillery attack can't be explained by a simple military exercise. He paused and asked softly, boss, what do you plan to do next? Why don't we retreat first and come back another day? Look at how little courage you have. Ling Yan was a little amused. It was obvious that Paul was frightened by the missile attack just now. Even though he was a Grand Duke of the Blood Clan, it was difficult for him to guarantee that he could survive a missile attack. If Ling Yan hadn't sensed the danger and escaped in advance, Paul wouldn't have been able to withstand the first round of artillery fire and wouldn't have been able to escape. He would have died without a doubt. I only said that the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance is on guard, but I didn't say whether their defense is effective or not. Ling Yan smiled and said, however, it seems like I won't need you as an interpreter tonight. Find a hidden place nearby and hide. When I'm done with them, I'll come to find you and take you away. Boss, I know that with your strength, it's definitely not a problem to deal with their cultivators. However, what if the enemy attacks you with firearms when you're fighting? What then? Paul was very smart. He thought of this and asked Ling Yan eagerly. Don't worry. Ling Yan smiled and patted Paul. The place I'm going next is one of the two major sects in Country T, the Myriad Buddhist sect. Unlike the Celestial Spirit sect, the Myriad Buddhist sect isn't in a desolate mountain area. Instead, it's in the suburbs of the city. Even if they're ready with artillery, they won't dare to open fire easily. Ling Yan was very clear about this. Not to mention the fact that he was in the invulnerable realm, the missiles and cannons wouldn't really hurt him. Even if the other party really opened fire at him, he could easily avoid the intensive artillery fire with his speed. If it really didn't work, he could still go invisible and rush into the big city to hide. No matter how ruthless and decisive the decision-makers of the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance were, they wouldn't fire indiscriminately without finding the target, right? Don't worry and hide well. Finally, Ling Yan gave Paul a reassuring smile. I'm leaving. Swish. Ling Yan's figure disappeared directly. The Myriad Buddhist sect, the land of Buddhism. The golden temple was shining and filled with Buddha chi. From the mountainside to the top of the mountain, there were tall Buddha statues everywhere. The Myriad Buddhist sect was one of the most powerful sects in the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance. Its status was equivalent to that of the Shaolin Temple on Mount Song in Huaxia. There were countless Buddhist masters in the sect. However, at this moment, the entire Myriad Buddhist sect was silent. The powerful figures of the Buddhist sects gathered on the square of the main hall. Everyone looked solemn as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Just 2 hours ago, the Celestial Spirit sect was destroyed. They had already known the news. However, the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators also launched a decisive counterattack. Under the overwhelming artillery fire, they didn't know whether the enemy was still alive or not. Therefore, they didn't know whether the terrifying enemy would come again, let alone when he would come. However, they had to gather all the powerful masters of the entire alliance and wait for the enemy. At this moment, the 9 powerful figures of the Foundation Establishment Realm and the 3 decision-makers of the alliance who were above the Foundation Establishment Realm were holding a secret meeting in the main hall behind the square. They were discussing the strategy to defeat the enemy. At this moment, Lin Tian, the Huaxia itinerant cultivator, has come to visit late at night to demand an explanation from the fellow cultivators of the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance. Ling Yan's figure appeared in the air above the square outside the main hall. His voice was loud and clear, and everyone could hear him clearly. As expected, he came, whether on the square or in the main hall. The faces of the powerhouses of the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance all changed. In fact, before Ling Yan appeared, the 3 experts of the myriad Buddhist sect who were above the Foundation establishment realm in the main hall had already discovered him. Above the Foundation establishment realm was, of course, the enlightening realm. These 3 people were the myriad Buddhist sect master Kuan Ting, the light protector Kuan Zhan Lat, and the myriad Buddhist sect's battle divine monk Kuan Bayu. After Ling Yan appeared, Kuan Ting's expression changed slightly, but he didn't panic. He remained seated and looked at the 2 people closest to him. Kuan Zhan Lat, the light protector, closed his eyes slightly, as if he was meditating. However, everyone in the hall could see that the moment he closed his eyes, the top of Kuan Zhan Lat's head shone brightly. However, that light only shone for a moment, as if it had encountered an obstacle. It suddenly shrank and drilled back into his head. Kuan Zhan Lat's expression changed drastically. Seeing this, Kuan Ting sighed in his heart, but he remained calm. On the other side, the battle divine monk, Kuan Bayu, seemed to be an anomaly in country tea. He was much taller than the average person and had a strong physique. Other than a monk's robe draped over his upper body, there was nothing else. His bronze-colored skin looked like it had been cast from copper and iron. At this moment, his eyebrows were furrowed, and he was eager to fight. If it wasn't for Kuan Ting's silence, Ling Yan would have rushed out to fight. Kuan Ting clasped his hands together and lowered his head slightly, using this action to stop Kuan Bayu. He then swept his gaze over the other 2. Kuan Luanwei, Kuan Pucha. In Tangut, Lunwei means erudite, while Pucha means eloquent. In a sense, these 2 truly belonged to the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance, and they were also the core figures of the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance. Of course, they were also the disciples of the myriad Buddhist sect, and they were the representatives sent by the myriad Buddhist sect to the Itinerant Cultivators Alliance. Kuan Ting looked for them mainly because they were proficient in Mandarin. Kun Lunwei, who is it? What did he say just now? Kuan Ting asked directly. Kun Lunwei said cautiously, Master, the intruder calls himself Lin Tian. He is a Huaxia itinerant cultivator. He says he wants to demand an explanation from our Nanyang Itinerant Cultivator Alliance. Lin Tian. It really is that Lin Tian. Kuan Pucha's eyes were already spitting fire. He frowned and said, Our alliance sent Master Kuan Ba to Haojiang, the great protector of the god-descending sect. He was killed by this person. Humph. After hearing Kuan Pucha's words, Kuan Zhanla, the guardian of light, suddenly opened his eyes and stared at him. If it weren't for the idiots from the Nanyang Individual Cultivators Alliance who coveted the He family's property and even dared to provoke Huaxia, how could we have brought such a huge disaster to the myriad Buddhist sect? Although Kuan Pu was reprimanded by the guardian of light, he didn't dare to retort. He didn't even dare to look at Kuan Zhanlu in the eye. He was so scared that he quickly lowered his head and didn't say a word. The battle divine monk, Kuan Bayu, abruptly got up. His monk robe billowed in the wind, creating a gust of air. He lowered his head and glanced at everyone around him. Then, he quickly said, Zhanlu, the enemy has already come to us. What's the point of saying all this now? Although I can't see through that person's cultivation, I believe that with our strength, we'll definitely be able to fight him. Kuan Bayu's words were as domineering as his height. Due to his immense anger and nervousness, he did not use any honorifics and directly called out Kuan Zhanli's name. In the Tea language, the word Kuan was just a title, which meant Mr. or Ms. The word after Kuan was the person's real name. Kuan Bayu had a fiery temper and was now looking forward to going out to fight the enemy. When he saw Kuan Zhanlu, the second in command of the myriad Buddhist sect, wavering the morale of the army, he naturally became anxious. However, the guardian of light seemed to turn a deaf ear to him. He raised his head with all his might and looked into Kuan Bayu's eyes, which were full of compassion. I've already sensed that you can't beat him. None of us here can. That person didn't show his true face, And I think the name he used is also a fake name. You will die. Most of the people here will die tonight. These were the words that Kuan Zhanlu hid in his heart, but he did not say them out loud. Because even if they did not fight, only a few people in this hall would survive. Humph, Zhanlu, don't think that just because you're the guardian of light, you can really represent the light. You don't dare to fight, but I, Kuan Bayu, don't believe in heresy. Unlike Kuan Pucha, Kuan Bayu was not afraid of Kuan Zhanlu. He looked down at him and said fiercely, Kuan Luan Wei, Kuan Pucha, Kuan Xian, Kuan Sai, and Kuan Ba Say, the 5 of you, follow me out to fight. Other than Kuan Luan Wei and Kuan Pucha, the other 3 were combat monks from the Myriad Buddhas sect. Kuan Ba Say was Kuan Bayu's younger brother. Whoosh! After saying that, Kuan Bayu's figure disappeared from the hall. When he reappeared, he was already outside the hall, high in the air above the square. He was facing Ling Yun with a distance of less than 30 meters between them. Above the Foundation Establishment realm, the Enlightening realm. No wonder he has such a bad temper. After Ling Yun appeared, he naturally saw everything with his heavenly eye. Even though he hadn't cultivated the mind-reading ability and couldn't understand what the 12 people were talking about, he could roughly guess their intentions from their expressions. If he had to differentiate them, Kuan Zhanlu was definitely a peacemaker, while this Enlightening realm expert in front of him was naturally a warmonger. Ling Yun wasn't anxious, and he didn't open his mouth because it was useless. The 2 of them were like chickens talking to ducks, and neither could understand the other's language. He was waiting for everyone in the hall to come out. Indeed, after Kuan Bayu flew out of the hall, the Myriad Buddhas sect leader Kuan Ting and the Guardian of Light Kuan Zhanlu looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. We really can't beat them? Kuan Ting asked secretly, still holding a glimmer of hope. Kuan Zhanlu was too lazy to even open his mouth and only nodded. We can't escape either? Kuan Ting asked again. Yes, this is a predestined fate. It's hard to escape, unless the heavens are merciful and the other party is willing to let us go. After saying that, Kuan Zhanlu kept his mouth shut. Finally, Kuan Ting's expression changed drastically. Finally, he clenched his teeth and waved his arm. Then let's fight. After saying that, Kuan Ting's figure disappeared on the spot. Behind him were the 9 Foundation Establishment realm experts from the Myriad Buddhas sect. Of course, the 5 people that Kuan Bayu had called out were the fastest. Kuan Zhanlu was the last to leave the hall. He smiled bitterly and came to the huge square. High up in the sky, Kuan Bayu suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun. Ling Tian, how dare you trespass on our territory in the middle of the night and ask for an explanation? Do you really think that the Myriad Buddhas sect is a pushover? After saying that, he looked down at Kuan Pucha, who was hiding in the crowd on the square, and said in a low voice, Pucha, come up here and translate for him. Even though Kuan Pucha was also at the pinnacle of the Foundation Establishment realm, he knew that he wasn't even as strong as the dead Kuan Ba. How would he dare to show himself? However, now that Kuan Bayu was calling for him, Kuan Pucha could only bite the bullet and fly to his side. You are indeed proficient in Mandarin. After listening to Kuan Pucha's translation, Ling Yun laughed. He didn't expect that they had prepared a ready-made translation for him since he didn't bring Paul along. I'm here to ask for an explanation from the Myriad Buddhas sect, not because you guys are pushovers, but because Kuan Ba from the Nanyang Independent Cultivators Alliance went to Haojiang to wreak havoc in Huaxia. I'm not sure if you've heard of an old saying in Huaxia. Those who offend Huaxia will be punished no matter how far away they are. It's impolite not to reciprocate. If I didn't come even under such circumstances, then you small sects would really think that Huaxia is a pushover. After saying that, Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed at Kuan Pucha. Translate for me, not a single word less. He. After hearing that, Kuan Bayu laughed coldly. Lin Tian, your reason is too far-fetched. Even if what you said makes sense, the ones who offended you are the Nanyang Independent Cultivators Alliance, not the Myriad Buddhas sect. Why are you only looking for us? I'll give you a chance to take back your question. Once I tell you the reason, all of you here will die. Ling Yun was amused. What? He's too arrogant. This person wants to destroy the Myriad Buddhas sect with his own strength? He's courting death. Kuan Pucha firmly believed in Kuan Bayu's cultivation and therefore hoped that Kuan Bayu would kill Ling Yun. This time, when he translated, he exaggerated Ling Yun's words and said it in front of everyone. This completely enraged the tens of thousands of people from the Buddhist sect. Fight! 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 Master Kuan Bayu, please kill this arrogant person. In an instant, there were all sorts of comments. In the air, Kuan Bayu was completely enraged. He took a step forward and said, "Just say it." "All right. Then I'll tell you. There are 3 reasons. First, I'll uproot all the forces of the Nanyang Rogue Cultivators Alliance. Second, even though it's the Nanyang Independent Cultivators Alliance that offended Xianxia, the Myriad Buddhas sect is the most powerful sect in this alliance. Your status is equivalent to the United States in the world. Who else should I look for if not you? Third, I have already destroyed the Celestial Spirit sect." Ling Yun said all 3 reasons in one breath. He was too lazy to waste any more time. "Do it. Kill." Kuan Bayu's figure moved in the air, and it was as though he had transformed into a series of clones that surrounded Ling Yun tightly. Kuan Bayu made the first move, as expected of the combat divine monk of the Myriad Buddhas sect who had reached the enlightening realm. His speed had exceeded the limits of body movements. However, he wasn't flying, but teleporting. In an instant, he had teleported countless times. Every time he teleported, he would leave a real afterimage. It was as if hundreds of avatars had suddenly appeared and surrounded Ling Yun. Boom. Then, the sky was filled with the shadows of fists. Wow, Guru Kuan Bayu's strength has increased again. He actually has so many avatars. Yeah, don't be fooled by that Chinese cultivator's menacing aura. He is definitely not a match for our Guru Kuan Bayu. I don't think he can even withstand one move from Guru Kuan Bayu. That kid must be scared silly. He is actually standing there without moving. No one can withstand one punch from Guru Kuan Bayu. I think he is dead meat. In the huge square below, the disciples of the Myriad Buddhas sect were excited when they saw Kuan Bayu's power. Their eyes shone with excitement. They were waiting for the next moment for Kuan Bayu to kill Ling Yun with one punch. Hehe, it's just an afterimage. It's just a bluff. Ling Yun stood in the air, not moving at all. Now that he had the third eye, he could see Kuan Bayu's continuous teleportation. Every time he stood up and stopped, his movements became extremely slow. It was as if he was playing in slow motion. It was exceptionally clear and distinct. That was until Kuan Bayu punched him. Even though the sky was filled with the shadows of fists, in Ling Yun's eyes, it was only one punch. He smiled calmly and aimed at Kuan Bayu's incoming attack. Boom, fist against fist, 2 fists collided. It was as if 2 cannonballs had collided in the air. The gang chi exploded, the air exploded, and the airflow formed a huge shockwave that impacted everything in the surroundings. The shockwave spread to the ground, and the low-level disciples who were watching the battle on the square were thrown off their feet and scattered all over the place. Ah! Ah! Ouch! Some people were seriously injured and fell to the ground, howling in pain. After the 2 fists collided, Ling Yun did not move an inch. Kuan Bayu's figure flew backward for hundreds of feet before he managed to stabilize himself. The winner was obvious. What? How is this possible? Kuan Bayu had a look of disbelief on his face after he stabilized himself. He simply couldn't believe that Ling Yun could block his punch, let alone send him flying with a single punch. Do you think I'm here to play with you? Ling Yun sneered and took a step forward. In an instant, he traversed hundreds of feet and appeared in front of Kuan Bayu. Without any hesitation, he threw another punch. Only then did Kuan Bayu realize that Ling Yun was faster than him. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly used his fists to block. Naturally, the result was no surprise. He was once again sent flying by Ling Yun. This time, he retreated even further. Ling Yun closed in on Kuan Bayu. Every time he sent Kuan Bayu flying, he followed it up with another punch. Boom 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 boom. Terrifying explosions rang out incessantly, and true energy surged. Even though the 2 of them were in the air, the strong winds caused by their fists still reached the ground below. Kacha! Kacha! The walls and pillars of the temple on the ground were gradually unable to withstand the pressure and began to emit loud cracking sounds. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Finally, one of the pillars of the temple was smashed by the strong winds. With a cautious sound, the temple collapsed. However, no one cared about this scene. That was because everyone in the square was desperately looking up and turning their bodies subconsciously. Their eyes followed the figures of the two people fighting in the air, and they were all dumbfounded. At this time, the battle god of the myriad Buddhas sect, Kuan Bayu, was actually being suppressed by his opponent. He could only defend and had no strength to retaliate. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, Ling Yun was only using his fists. Not bad. You're quite resilient. Ling Yun suppressed Kuan Bayu with every step and punch. In just a short while, the two of them circled around the myriad Buddhas sect's temple a few times. They flew lower and lower, and gradually, they were less than 50 meters above the ground. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Your realm is obviously far inferior to mine. Kuan Bayu became more and more flustered and angry. Under Ling Yun's overbearing attacks, he gradually could not take it anymore. Just as Ling Yun threw another punch, Kuan Bayu suddenly stopped punching and retreated. As he retreated, he leaped up into the sky and broke free from Ling Yun's suppression. Ah! After reaching 1,000 meters in the air, Kuan Bayu suddenly shouted, and his body glowed with golden light. Whoosh! From between his eyebrows, a golden stream of light flew out and instantly grew to 30 feet in size. It was actually a treasure staff made of pure gold. Kuan Bayu raised his hand and grabbed the pure gold treasure staff in his hand. He then fiercely smashed it at Ling Yun, who was chasing after him. The golden light cut through the sky and formed a huge waterfall, smashing towards Ling Yun's head. Kuan Xian, Kuan Sai, Kuan Bas, Kuan Luan Wei. This person's physical body and strength are unbelievably strong. I can't beat him. The few of you, stop watching and quickly attack with all your might. Help me kill this person. A connoisseur could tell with a stretch of his hand. After a fierce battle, no one understood Ling Yun's terror better than Kuan Bayu. He no longer cared about his pride and took the opportunity to shout. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. On the ground, even a fool could see that Kuan Bayu was at a disadvantage. Now that Kuan Bayu had called for them to attack, they naturally rushed forward. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. These masters at the peak of the foundation establishment stage each took out their own natal dharma treasures and used their divine senses to activate them as they attacked Ling Yun together. Yes, you should have attacked together long ago. You saved me the trouble. Ling Yun laughed and took a light step forward, dodging the attack of Kuan Bayu's treasure staff. He even left the attack range of the other's natal dharma treasures and appeared in front of Kuan Bayu in an instant. Ugh! Kuan Bayu never dreamed that Ling Yun would actually find him. He was stunned for a moment before decisively retreating. Bayu, be careful. Kuan Bayu was horrified. In a flash, he appeared in front of his brother and raised the staff with both hands, smashing it towards Ling Yun's head. Hee, you're only at the enlightening realm. Do you really think that your broken dharma treasure is that powerful? Ling Yun had suppressed Kuan Bayu just now because he wanted to test his Qi cultivation stage 8 strength and use this enlightening realm as a warm-up. However, now that he had a good grasp of his opponent's capabilities, he didn't want to waste any more time. Shifting shadows, facing the descending treasure staff, Ling Yun directly teleported, leaving behind a shadow on the spot. His real body appeared in front of Kuan Bayu once again. He didn't give his opponent any more chances and attacked. 5 elements pulse severing finger, bang, 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 it was too fast. Ling Yun continuously pointed his fingers and sealed Kuan Bayu's 8 extraordinary meridians. He couldn't move anymore. Then, he slammed his palm towards Kuan Bayu's elixir field. Open for me. Boom, Ling Yun shattered his opponent's elixir field with just one palm. The Yin-Yang True Qi vortex rushed into Kuan Bayu's broken elixir field and began to absorb his true Qi. Ah! Ah! Kuan Bayu was so shocked that he screamed in pain. When Kuan Bayu saw this, his eyes widened and he roared in anger, swoosh. Boom, the sound of a magical weapon piercing through the air could be heard. Kuan Bayu saw that his brother was in Ling Yun's hands. In a moment of desperation, he threw his treasure staff towards Ling Yun's back. Something's wrong. After Ling Yun's Yin-Yang True Qi vortex entered Kuan Bayu's elixir field, he sensed that something was amiss. He decisively stopped and grabbed Kun Bayu's neck before teleporting away. How could I be muddle-headed? When a Buddhist disciple reaches the foundation establishment realm, the true chi in their body will be converted into pure Buddha energy. Ling Yun used his heavenly feet to teleport continuously in the air, avoiding the magical weapon attacks from all directions. He couldn't help but laugh. Could he absorb Buddha energy? Of course he could, but it would be very troublesome to convert it. Even if Ling Yun used the Yin-Yang True Chi vortex, he would need to go into seclusion for a long time. Moreover, Ling Yun was in the midst of a huge battle. If he absorbed the Buddha energy of so many Foundation Establishment Realm experts at once, he might get into big trouble. What a pity! Ling Yun was a little resentful. He exerted strength in his hand and was about to break Kun Bayu's neck to send him on his way. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Inside Ling Yun's body, all the acupoints in his body suddenly shone brightly. The little suns formed by the power of faith in each acupoint suddenly shone intensely with white light. Then, the Buddha energy in Kun Bayu's body seemed to have found a place to go. It surged towards his neck and entered Ling Yun's body through Ling Yun's palm. Haha, I see. Ling Yun was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Buddha energy was also the power of chanting and the power of faith. In an instant, Ling Yun decisively retracted his Yin-Yang True Chi vortex and began to absorb the Buddha energy in Kun Bayu's body. This was an unexpected harvest. Ling Yun was at the pinnacle of Chi Cultivation Stage 7, so it was easy for him to deal with the myriad Buddhas sect. Moreover, Ling Yun had been enlightened by Guanyin of the South Sea, which allowed him to break through to Chi Cultivation Stage 8. Even though the Heavenly Eye and Heavenly Foot techniques were new abilities that he had obtained after entering the late stages of Chi cultivation, they were similar to the Heavenly Eye and Heavenly Foot techniques of the 6 divine connections of the Buddhist sects. Relying on these 2 new supernatural abilities, Ling Yun came and went freely in the encirclement of the 5 top masters of the myriad Buddha sect. He shuttled back and forth, teleported with every step he took, and he could control his distance at will. The enemy's many magic treasures had attacked him for a long time, but they could not even touch the corner of his clothes. Ling Yun carried Kun Se and toyed with Kun Bayu and the others for a while. When he felt that he had absorbed most of the Buddha power in Kun Se's body, he casually threw the dying Kun Se to Kun Bayu. Here you go. At this time, Kun Bayu was controlling his staff to chase after Ling Yun. He was shocked to see Ling Yun suddenly throw his brother out. He quickly adjusted the direction of his staff and summoned Kun Bayu into his hands at the same time. Kun Se. Kun Bayu held Kun Se in his arms. His eyes widened in anger, and his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Kun Bayu was still alive, but his energy center was shattered. The Buddha power in his body was almost non-existent. His face was pale as paper, and his eyes were tightly shut. He was motionless, no different from a living dead person. Kun Bayu's heart was filled with anger and hatred. He teleported away from the battle with his brother and returned to the square above ground. He handed Kun Se to his disciples. You guys, help me take good care of Kun Se. If anything goes wrong, you can take him away from the myriad Buddha sect as soon as possible. Yes. The disciples took Kun Se and hurriedly agreed. Ah. At this moment, another miserable cry was heard. It turned out that Ling Yun had caught another peak Foundation Establishment stage cultivator after throwing Kun Bass aside. This time, Kun Xian was the unlucky one. He was captured by Ling Yun in an instant. Using the same method, Ling Yun smashed his opponent's dantian with one palm and continued to absorb the huge amount of Buddha power in his body. Strangely enough, Ling Yun realized that the power of faith hidden in the acupoints of his body was absorbing the Buddha power at a much faster rate than his Yin-Yang True Chi vortex. The Buddha power was still pure Buddha power when it left the body. However, when it entered Ling Yun's acupoints, it became pure power of faith. Of course, this made him overjoyed. Sect Master, save me. Before Kun Xian lost the ability to move, he let out a mournful and despairing cry, and then there was no more movement. Humph, you call yourselves Buddhists, but you're not clean at all. You have nothing better to do, so you created this Nanyang Rogue Cultivators Alliance to deal with Xianxia. If we don't teach you a lesson, who knows what trouble you'll cause in the future. Ling Yan said in a clear voice as he dodged the attacks of the three magical treasures. Whoosh! After Kuan Bayu settled his brother, he teleported to the side of the myriad Buddhist sect master, Kuntang, and the guardian of light, Kuan Zanlet. He raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun. Sect master, Kuan Zanlet, did the two of you see that? Lin Tian's real cultivation has long surpassed Kuan Bayu Se and Kuan Xian's group. If they go up, they'll die. Don't tell me you're still indifferent and unwilling to deal with him at this time? Kuan Ting and Kuan Zanlet looked at each other with solemn expressions. If you don't make a move, tonight will be the day the myriad Buddhist sect is annihilated. Kuan Bayu shouted. After saying that, Kuan Bayu did not wait for the two of them to respond. His body shone with a golden light, and the Buddha power surged. In the dazzling golden light, a tall golden shadow of Buddha slowly rose from the top of his head. When the golden shadow of Buddha completely left Kuan Bayu's body, Kuan Bayu suddenly put his palms together and chanted. Then, he slowly pushed his palms outward toward Ling Yun in the air. Kill! The golden shadow of Buddha moved and appeared in front of Ling Yun in an instant. It stretched out its golden palm, which was the size of a praying mat, and pressed it down on Ling Yun's head. At this moment, Ling Yun finally felt a trace of pressure. He did not care about his opponent's strength and decisively took a step forward to get out of the range of the golden shadow of Buddha's palm. Ling Yun moved 1,000 meters away with this step, but that trace of pressure still shrouded his head. He did not need to look up to know that the golden shadow of Buddha was still blocking in front of him. There was no change in their relative positions, and that golden palm was still slamming down on his head. So the Tao foundation that you've built is fixed body and accompanying movement. Ling Yan laughed coldly. He immediately pointed out the essence of Kuan Bayu's move, foundation establishment. The entire foundation establishment realm for cultivators was to build their own great Tao foundation. However, they could not use it. Only after breaking through the foundation establishment realm would they be able to use their own great Tao techniques. The techniques varied from person to person. Kuan Bayu knew that he would not be able to hurt Ling Yun with his martial arts. He finally used his strongest ability to directly compete with Ling Yun in terms of cultivation level. This was a crushing difference in cultivation level. Since he was tagged along, Ling Yun knew that he couldn't avoid the opponent's palm. Therefore, he didn't dodge anymore. He suddenly opened the Mixed Elements Unity Law Shield, and at the same time, he used his free hand to pinch the unmovable Bright King seal, forcefully taking the opponent's powerful blow. Boom! The golden palm landed heavily on Ling Yan's head. His body fell rapidly, and he fell 300 meters from the sky. Swoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. At the same time, another 7 or 8 Buddhist treasures flew in from all directions. All of them hit Ling Yan's body, causing him to shake violently. Fortunately, Ling Yan's physical body and the Akala seal were heaven-defying. The enemy's treasures could not hurt his body. When he looked up again, the golden Buddha was still hovering in front of Ling Yun. It raised its giant palm and slammed down violently again. Kuan Bayu's attack was much more ruthless this time. Courting death. Ling Yan's eyes were cold. With a thought, his body also shone with a golden light. Dragon spiritual energy surrounded his body, and the golden dragon spear left his body. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The green shadow flying sword and the man-ruler seal rushed out from between his eyebrows. The yin-yang astral energy sword flew out from his energy center. Kill! Ling Yan took out 4 Dharma treasures at once. Using his divine will, he attacked the enemy instantly. Chi, 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 boom, it was too fast. Before the golden palm could hit Ling Yan's head again, the 4 Dharma treasures had already severely injured 4 Peak Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. The only 2 people left in the air, Kun Sai and Kuan Luan Wei, were pierced by the golden dragon spear and green shadow flying sword respectively. Of the 2 Peak Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators on the ground, one was sent flying by the man-ruler seal, and the other was pierced by the yin-yang astral energy sword. Swoosh, the blood-dissipating blade appeared in Ling Yan's left hand. Without even looking, he waved it casually. A scarlet blade gleam flashed, and the golden palm was instantly cut into 6 or 7 pieces. Kuan Kuan Bayu, who was on the ground, thought that Ling Yan had run out of tricks and was about to follow up with another attack. He didn't expect Ling Yan to have an even more terrifying move. After the golden Buddha shadow's palm was cut off, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He took a few steps back before barely managing to stop himself. This, Kuan Bayu's face was as white as a sheet. He was so shocked that he forgot to attack again. He couldn't attack anymore either. After Ling Yan cut off the golden Buddha shadow's palm, he swung his blade in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the golden Buddha shadow was smashed into pieces. The golden Buddha shadow turned into pure Buddhist energy and was absorbed into Ling Yan's body. At this point in the battle, 2 Peak Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators from the Myriad Buddhas sect were crippled and 4 were severely injured. The battle god monk, Kuan Bayu, was left with less than half of his original strength. Kill! Ling Yan flew down. At this moment, the square outside the main hall of the Myriad Buddhas sect was already in chaos. It had been more than 2 hours since Ling Yan destroyed the Celestial Spirit sect and appeared in the Myriad Buddhas sect. During this period, the Myriad Buddhas sect had almost summoned all the experts from all over the country to defend against the enemy. Therefore, the experts in the square were the full combat power of the Myriad Buddhas sect. Among these 200 people, apart from the 9 Foundation Establishment cultivators and the 3 Enlightening cultivators who were having a secret meeting in the Great Hall, there were nearly 100 monks who had reached the late stage of qi refining. More than half of them had also reached the qi refining realm. In the eyes of these people, with such a lineup, the Myriad Buddhas sect would still be able to fight against a sect or even several sects, let alone a few invaders. Therefore, when Ling Yan suddenly appeared, these experts in the Myriad Buddhas sect, who enjoyed a high status and were used to being masters, were not only indignant, but also disapproving. They absolutely did not believe that this invader, who had appeared abruptly, could really gain the slightest advantage in their own territory. They didn't even think about it. However, when the war began, they realized how ridiculous their thoughts were. That seemingly inconspicuous Xianxia rogue cultivator had such a terrifying strength. Ling Yan galloped unhindered, coming and going with ease. There were so many people on their side, but not a single one of them was a match for him. In the blink of an eye, more than half of their masters and seniors, the supremes of the sects in the Foundation Establishment realm, had been seriously injured by him. Run! Seeing Ling Yan carrying the half-dead Xianxia and flying down from the sky, the disciples of the Myriad Buddhas sect in the square were already filled with fear. The only thought left in their minds was to escape. The ones who fled the fastest were the personal disciples that Kuan Bayu had just told him to look after Kuan Bayu. All of them had a cultivation base of the 9th layer of the qi cultivating realm. Without hesitation, they took Kuan Bayu and rushed out of the Myriad Buddhas gate. Bang! Ling Yan used his divine sense to observe the situation in the square. How could he allow the enemies to escape so easily? He tossed the dying Xianxia aside and leaped into the air to catch up with the monks who were the fastest to escape. In Ling Yan's eyes, qi cultivation stage 9 was no different from lambs waiting to be slaughtered. With a flick of his finger, he severely injured all of them. Then, with a wave of his hand, they were all pulled back through the air like marionettes. Trying to escape? Dream on. Ling Yan had learned from his mistakes. He had almost suffered a great loss in the Celestial Spirit sect because of a moment of benevolence. How could he be merciful now? Boom! With a thought, Ling Yan released the Yin-Yang True Qi whirlpool. The huge whirlpool enveloped the entire square in an instant and began to absorb the true qi of the disciples below the Foundation Establishment realm. Even though it was inconvenient for Ling Yan to use this trick on those above the Foundation Establishment realm, his Yin-Yang True Qi whirlpool had no problem sucking in anyone below the Foundation Establishment realm. In an instant, more than 100 people were sucked into the huge Yin-Yang True Qi whirlpool. They couldn't help but wobble in the whirlpool. The true qi in their bodies was rapidly depleted, and they screamed in agony. Ah! Sect leader, save me! Guardian of light, save me! Aya! My cultivation! The spinning speed of the Yin-Yang True Qi vortex was simply too fast. Anyone whose realm was not high enough would not be able to escape if they were sucked into it. Soon, a cry for help came from inside, like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. Ayaya, never in his wildest dreams did Kuan Bayu expect that his killing move would bring such a huge disaster to the myriad Buddhist sect. He was so furious that he pushed his divine will to the extreme and attacked Ling Yun with his scepter. Boom, Ling Yun summoned his human ruler seal and blocked Kuan Bayu's scepter. Golden and white lights flashed at the same time, creating a huge collision sound. Many people in the whirlpool of true qi were affected by the shockwave, and they were killed by the terrifying shockwave. Kuan Bayu flew into a rage when he saw that his attacks were ineffective against Ling Yun. However, he knew that he would die in vain even if he rushed to Ling Yun's front. Whoosh! Kuan Bayu flew up into the sky and sat cross-legged. His face suddenly became as calm as still water. He said to Kuan Ting and Kuan Zanlet, sect leader, guardian of light, this Lin Tian has run amok in the myriad Buddhist sect. He has killed countless people. Are you still dreaming of turning hostility into friendship and negotiating with him at this time? As the guardian monk of the myriad Buddhist sect, I, Kuan Bayu, will drag this person to hell even if I die in battle tonight. After saying that, Kuan Bayu slowly closed his eyes. Then, his body shone with golden light again. The golden light condensed into a huge Buddha shadow that was almost twice the size of the previous one. Kuan Bayu overdrew his Buddhist power, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The Buddha shadow slowly left his body and appeared in the center of the whirlpool in an instant. The Buddha shadow reached out and grabbed Ling Yun's body. You're really a centipede, dead but not dead. Ling Yun was using the yin-yang true qi whirlpool to absorb the true qi of more than 100 people at the same time. He was enjoying the pleasure brought by the advancement of his realm. Of course, he did not want to be interrupted. Seeing this, he sneered and directly swung his saber. Clang! The blood-dissipating saber hit the Buddha shadow's huge hand, and a deafening bang was heard. Even Ling Yun's palm was shaken to the point of numbness. Unfortunately, the Buddha shadow's huge hand was only slowed down by the blood-dissipating saber. It continued to tighten and grab Ling Yun. Obviously, Kuan Bayu did not care about his life anymore. He wanted to drag Ling Yun down with him even if he had to die. Ling Yun's face darkened. He slashed 9 times at lightning speed, all aimed at the Buddha shadow's palm. Clang, 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 the sound of metal clashing resounded. Kuan Bayu, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, trembled violently. In an instant, he was smashed tens of feet away. He was already vomiting blood, but he still did not give up. He's still not dead. Ling Yun slashed 10 times consecutively, but he could not break the Buddha shadow's palm. He knew that he could not escape, but he was not anxious. Instead, he gritted his teeth and used the stellar condensation technique to its limit. Boom! The Buddha shadow's palm closed its fingers and finally grabbed Ling Yun. In an instant, Ling Yun felt an endless pressure on his body. He could not move his limbs, and even breathing became difficult. The true qi in his body was no longer flowing smoothly. With the true qi in Ling Yun's body blocked, the yin-yang true qi whirlpool outside naturally weakened. The rotation speed became incomparably slow, and many people took the opportunity to escape. However, their cultivation was damaged, and they were already exhausted. They could only escape from the whirlpool, but they could not go any further. Kuan Bayu finally succeeded in trapping Ling Yun. His body was covered in blood, but his face revealed a horrifying smile. He roared, Kuan Ting, Kuan Zhanlue, why aren't the 2 of you attacking? Kill! Kuan Ting, the sect master of the myriad Buddhist sect, and Kuan Zhanlu, the protector of light, knew that both sides were in a life-or-death situation. They no longer held any hope for luck and finally made up their minds. Swoosh! 2 streams of light rushed out from between their eyebrows and instantly enlarged. The light that rushed out from between Kuan Ting's eyebrows was a huge canopy. It shone brilliantly, and it was dominated by golden light. In an instant, it covered half of the square. Ling Yun's yin-yang true qi whirlpool had shrunk by more than half. All disciples of the myriad Buddhist sect, quickly go under the canopy. The surviving experts of the myriad Buddhist sect were overjoyed when they saw that their leader had finally made his move. They flew under the canopy immediately. On the other hand, Kuan Zhanli's magic treasure was a jet-black mirror. The other side was smooth and bright, and the moment it appeared, it shot out a blazing white beam of light, illuminating the entire square as if it was daytime. Swoosh! Swoosh, the mirror emitted a horrifying Buddhist power. It spun violently in the air, and the white beam of light chased after Ling Yan's magical treasures. Ling Yan's green shadow flying sword was swept by the white beam of light, and it suddenly stopped moving, almost falling from the sky. You guys are really courting death. Ling Yan was tightly held by the huge palm. His body felt like it had fallen into a deep well, and he could not see what was happening outside. However, he could still use his divine sense. Therefore, he knew that the three experts had attacked with all their strength. You want to trap me with a mere Buddha? Dream on. With Ling Yan's eyesight, he saw through Kuan Bayu's trump card with just a glance. That's right, it was Buddha transformation. Fortunately, it was only Buddha transformation. Otherwise, with Ling Yan's current cultivation, he would have to run as far away as he could. Buddha transformation was a cultivation technique that could catch an opponent off guard. Even if the opponent's cultivation was on par with Kuan Bayu, or even if the opponent's cultivation was 1 or 2 small realms higher than Kuan Bayu, the most important reason was that the opponent didn't know how to counter it. However, Ling Yan was very clear that this Buddha transformation technique was actually similar to the celestial vanquishing technique performed by Venerable Lai Long of Mount Longhu and the Black Fiend demon god summoned by Sikong. 2 of the Devil Sect. Dao sects emphasized the unity of heaven and man. As long as one's physical body could withstand it, one could invite immortals to descend onto one's body and borrow one's physical body, or in other words, temporarily possess one's body to fight for oneself. As for how strong the immortal subduing art was, it depended on how high the realm of the person using the immortal subduing art was. The Devil Sect was relatively simple and direct. As long as they worshipped a certain demonic god and knew the secret summoning method, they could use the secret summoning method to summon the demonic god they worshipped to fight for them. Among the 3 sects, the most difficult and, of course, the most powerful was the Buddhist sect's Buddha transformation. Buddha transformation was not inviting the Buddha to descend on one's body, nor was it using a secret summoning method to summon the Buddha to fight for oneself. Instead, it was using all the Buddhist power one had cultivated to transform into a Buddha to fight for. As long as the transformation was successful, the Buddha would be oneself, and one would be the Buddha. Therefore, the threshold for Buddha transformation was the highest. First of all, the Buddhist disciples had to reach the foundation establishment realm, which was at least the enlightening realm. They had to convert all their cultivation into pure Buddhist power before they could use it. Secondly, the Buddhist disciples had to chant scriptures day and night and visualize the Buddha they had transformed into. Only when the Buddha was clearly imprinted in their hearts could they summon it to fight against enemies. Otherwise, how could they talk about transforming into Buddha if they couldn't even remember the appearance of the Buddha? Lastly, Buddha incarnation. Using it once would consume a great deal of Buddhist energy. Even if one could survive the battle, it would take 3 to 5 years to recover. At most, it would take 8 to 10 years before one could recover to their original realm. This was the most frightening, but it also had its benefits. Using Buddha transformation, as long as one could endure for a long time and recover their cultivation level, it would also be the day of a breakthrough. Because after becoming a Buddha, one's understanding of the Buddha heart, Buddha nature, Buddha logic, and so on would far surpass others. Kuan Bayu, who was in the enlightening realm, could only forcefully use the Buddha transformation technique. With his cultivation, he could only congeal a Buddha's body and infuse his consciousness into it to fight Ling Yun. His thoughts, the body of the Buddha. This was the exact opposite of the Taoists' immortal vanquishing art, which used the will of an immortal and the body of a human. Of course, the Devil Sect was even more direct. To put it bluntly, they used the will of a demon and the body of a demon. To put it bluntly, they would directly invite the big boss they worshipped to fight. It was precisely because it was the Buddha incarnation that Ling Yun's blood-dissipating blade couldn't cut through Ling Yun's body. After all, this huge Buddha incarnation was formed by Kuan Bayu's Buddhist energy. The strength of his physical body was even higher than the enlightening realm. Crack, seeing sect master Kuan Ting and radiance protector Kuan Zhanlu attacking with all their might, Kuan Bayu knew that he had nothing to worry about. Thus, he exerted all his strength and tightened his grip on the giant Buddha hand. Bullying the weak didn't matter if you had 1,000 magical treasures or tens of thousands of transformations. One move was enough. Kuan Bayu actually wanted to strangle Ling Yun to death. Ling Yun, who had the stellar condensation technique, was in the invulnerable realm, but under such a terrifying pressure, his body was deformed. It was as if all his bones were squeezed into a ball, making cracking sounds. His face turned pale from the pain. This was the first time Ling Yun had suffered such a huge loss since the battle at Poyang Lake with Long Tianfeng. Originally, he thought that after he came here, he only needed to deal with a few leaders of the other party, absorb some of their power, and then teach the myriad Buddhas sect a lesson. That was why he had not killed them. After all, the other party was a Buddhist sect. Foreign Buddhist sects were ultimately Buddhist orthodoxies. However, Ling Yun changed his mind at this moment. Mixed Elements Unity Energy Shield. Within the giant palm, Ling Yun used his divine sense to push the primordial chaos unity law shield to the extreme, opening up a small space for himself. Whoosh! He used his divine will again to recall the Golden Dragon Spear. This Golden Dragon Spear was formed by the Golden Dragon spiritual energy on his back. It could be said to be indestructible. As long as it returned to his body, it would be impossible for the huge Buddha incarnation to squeeze Ling Yun to death. However, Ling Yun quickly realized that it wasn't that simple. Kuan Bayu had another hand. He didn't know if Kuan Bayu had really discovered Ling Yun's intentions, but he didn't wait for the Golden Dragon Spear to come close. Instead, he casually slapped the Golden Dragon Spear away, boom, 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 then, the huge palm clenched into a fist. Kuan Bayu grabbed Ling Yun and began to smash the ground. He wanted to smash Ling Yun into a pile of meat paste. If the Golden Dragon Spear couldn't return, Ling Yun's other Dharma treasures wouldn't be able to return either. He decisively changed his mind and controlled his 4 Dharma treasures to attack Kuan Bayu, who was sitting cross-legged in the air. Since all of Kuan Bayu's thoughts were focused on the Buddha's body, then his own body was no different from a corpse lying on the ground. As long as Kuan Bayu was killed, the Buddha's body would naturally be crippled. Whoosh! Kuan Zanlet made his move. His mirror suddenly enlarged in the air. With a spin, the blazing white pillar of light completely enveloped Kuan Bayu's physical body. Clang, clang, clang. Even though Ling Yun's Dharma treasures were fast, they couldn't be faster than the speed of light. The 4 Dharma treasures that attacked Kuan Bayu were blocked by the white pillar of light. They were unable to touch Kuan Bayu's body at all. Seeing this scene, even Ling Yun had to admit that the myriad Buddhas sect had 1,000 years of history. They were able to stand tall in Nanyang and become the mainstay of the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance. No matter what, at least when Ling Yun was in Xianxia, the cultivator with the highest cultivation realm that he had met was Dihai from the Heavenly Sword sect. He hadn't met anyone above the Foundation Establishment realm. Of course, Ling Yun had long understood that there were definitely cultivators above the Foundation Establishment realm in Xianxia. He hadn't met anyone above the Foundation Establishment realm. Now that he was here, it wasn't just a sect that he was dealing with. It could even be said that he was the strongest cultivator in a country. It was normal for him to meet a few cultivators above the Foundation Establishment realm. A mirror and a canopy. He didn't expect the myriad Buddhas sect to have such treasures. It can actually withstand 4 of my Dharma treasures. If that's the case, don't blame me for not holding back. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Ling Yun decisively gave up the idea of using Dharma treasures to attack Kuan Bayu's physical body. Instead, he controlled the 4 Dharma treasures and smashed them at the same time, boom, boom, boom. The 20 feet square man ruler seal suddenly smashed down on the huge canopy, causing the huge canopy to suddenly sink. At the same time, the Golden Dragon Spear, Green Shadow Flying Sword, and Yin Yang Astral Energy Sword all stabbed at the huge canopy. This canopy was clearly a defensive magic treasure. It turned into half the size of a public square and was too big of a target. There was no way to avoid it, so it could only endure the attack. Kuan Bayu fought with all his might as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Sect Master, can you withstand it? Kuan Zanlet asked worriedly as he watched the canopy sink. Don't worry, Radiant Guardian. My 5-colored canopy isn't inferior to your radiant mirror. He won't be able to break it in a short time. You just have to protect Guru Kuan Bayu's physical body. Alright, Guru Kuan Bayu has turned into a Buddha. His strength has increased by more than 3 times. That Xianxia itinerant cultivator shouldn't be able to hold on for long. Kuan Zamlet felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. The myriad Buddhist sect had 2 defenses and 1 attack. 3 against 1, at this point in the battle, those below the Foundation establishment realm couldn't interfere at all. Ling Yin sneered and muttered in his heart, lightning pool. Ling Yin opened the lightning pool in his dantian and drew out a bolt of tribulation lightning from it. He aimed it at Kuan Bayu, who was in the air. You have light, I have lightning. Let's see if your pillar of light can withstand this invisible force. Kacha! Thunder boomed in the sky, and a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck Kuan Bayu's body. Kuan Bayu's cross-legged body trembled violently from the lightning strike, and his originally perfect sitting posture became much looser. At the same time, the gigantic palm that was slamming Ling Yan's body into the ground suddenly stopped, and the force was suddenly released. Ling Yan instantly felt a lot less pressure. It's working. Ling Yan was overjoyed. He immediately gave up on the idea of using other trump cards. Instead, he used the tribulation lightning energy that he had absorbed a few days ago. Bolt after bolt of lightning struck Kuan Bayu. After 6 consecutive bolts of lightning, Kuan Bayu's body was already charred black. His monk robes had turned into nothingness, and his tall figure could no longer maintain a cross-legged posture. His body was sprawled out, and he was about to fall from the sky. However, he was not dead yet. After all, he was someone who had passed the heavenly tribulation and was an expert in the enlightening realm. Naturally, his body was exceptionally strong. However, his body was heavily injured, and the Buddha body was naturally damaged. The palm that was holding Ling Yun could no longer cause any harm to Ling Yun. This. How is this possible? Where did the lightning come from? Kuan Zhanle was dumbfounded. He exchanged a look with Kuan Ting, and both of them were shocked. Die. Seeing the opportunity, Ling Yun used the heavenly foot technique and appeared in front of Kuan Bayu in an instant. The blood-dissipating divine blade flashed continuously. Ling Yun shattered the giant palm in the blink of an eye. Then, the blade flashed again and struck Kuan Zhanle's pillar of light. There was no obstruction. Ling Yun's guess was right. The pillar of light was only effective against magical treasures. In other words, it could affect the spiritual will of the cultivator. That was why Ling Yun's magical treasure was helpless against the pillar of light. Whoosh! After 3 slashes, Kuan Bayu's body was torn into pieces. He was dead. So what if he turned into Buddha? He would still kill him. Of course, Ling Yun used a trick this time instead of his own strength. However, he didn't want to use a stronger trump card due to the huge gap between their realms. He could only kill his opponent and be done with it. Boom! Once Kuan Bayu died, his consciousness disappeared. The giant Buddha body naturally collapsed and turned into a huge ball of pure Buddha power. Ling Yun floated in this ball of pure Buddha power. All the acupoints in his body opened up and glowed brightly. Very quickly, he absorbed all the Buddha power. Ling Yun saw that the power of faith in the acupoints in his body was originally a small sun. However, after absorbing the power of faith, these small suns started to be connected by dazzling white threads. It was like a sky full of stars hanging on a white net. Every acupoint was shining brightly. The power of faith was like true qi. It started to flow between all the acupoints. However, it was obvious that this was a mysterious channel that was independent of the meridians in his body. However, when Ling Yan's true qi flowed through his meridians, it naturally flowed through these acupoints as well. They received the illumination of the small suns in the acupoints. In other words, it was a baptism. Every time it passed through an acupoint, it would grow a little stronger. Finally, it reached the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows and was converted into divine energy at an unbelievable speed. This power of faith actually has such an effect? Ling Yun was shocked. It was only now that he discovered the first use of the power of faith. Frankly speaking, Ling Yun didn't think much of religion at first. He always felt that it was a scam. He only relied on himself to cultivate and hated this kind of unorthodox method. That was why he disliked religions and orthodoxies. He rejected them from the bottom of his heart and kept a respectful distance from them. But now, he personally experienced the benefits of the power of faith. It could protect the body, heal injuries, and strengthen the acupoints of a cultivator. Even though Ling Yun couldn't use the power of faith to fight, it was still nothing. He didn't have his own orthodoxy, and he didn't have his own followers either. He only relied on healing people and giving them some money. Someone in Xianxia city set up a longevity tablet for him, and that was how he obtained a little bit of the power of faith. Now that he had absorbed the power of Buddha from two peak foundation establishment stage cultivators and an enlightening stage monk, he had already reached such a level. What if there were thousands, tens of thousands, or hundreds of millions of people? Or even more? What about 1 billion, 10 billion people? One had to know that the Buddhist orthodoxy had appeared on earth for thousands of years. Buddhists could be found all over the world, and there were hundreds of millions of believers. As long as everyone chanted Ba every day, the power of chanting would be gathered. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the power possessed by those who stood at the top of the Buddhist pyramid was, and this was only earth. Lingyan knew that there were Buddhists in the cultivation world as well. There were even more disciples there. In any big region, the number of Buddhists would be in the billions. Lingyan sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a toothache. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it was. However, this wasn't the time to think about such things in the face of a great battle. Lingyan was just thinking about it casually. The disciples of the myriad Buddhas sect on the square watched Kuan Bayu get killed by Lingyan. They were so scared that none of them dared to rush out of the protection of the five-colored canopy. Whoosh! Lingyan realized that his 4 magical treasures couldn't break through the defense of the canopy. He simply kept them back into his body and took a step forward to the square. He stood outside the protection of the canopy and looked at the people inside through the flowing 5-colored light. He picked up the blood-dissipating sword and pointed it forward. Who dares to come out and fight? Even though he was speaking to everyone, Lingyan's eyes were locked on Kuan Ting and Kuan Zanlet's faces. Lingyan didn't need to look at the others. The fact was obvious. After the battle just now, only these 2 people from the myriad Buddhas sect were qualified to be his opponents. Other than them, the others were just meat on the chopping board in his eyes. The edge of the saber was swallowing the scarlet saber. Radiance. Even through the glow of the canopy, the people of the myriad Buddhas sect could still feel the terrifying evil chi seeping into the saber. Guardian of Light, what should we do now? Inside the 5-colored canopy, Kuan Ting, the leader of the myriad Buddhas sect, was communicating with the Guardian of Light through divine thoughts. Kuan Zanlet naturally understood the meaning of Kuan Ting's words. In fact, Kuan Ting was asking him whether he should fight or surrender. With a bitter expression, he said, "Leader, if we didn't make a move just now and surrendered directly, we might have a chance to live. But now, the opponent has the intention to kill us. It's meaningless to surrender now. What about escaping? As I said, we can't escape. I think Leader has seen it just now. This person has cultivated the heavenly foot connection. Even the battle divine monk can't catch up with his speed." After hearing this, Kuan Ting glared at Lingyan in front of him and gritted his teeth. "Since we're going to die anyway, let's fight to the death." Kuan Zanlet closed his eyes slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly said, "I'll go over and talk to him to see what he wants." After the 2 finished talking, Kuan Zanlet appeared next to Kuan Pacha in a flash and grabbed his wrist. Without any explanation, he jumped directly out of the range of the canopy and came in front of Lingyan. Kuan Pacha felt his body become light. When he looked again, he found that he was only 2 meters away from Lingyan. Suddenly, he was so scared that his face turned pale and he almost screamed. Kuan Zanlet put his palms together and bowed slightly to Lingyan. "My friend, I'm the Guardian of Light of the myriad Buddhas sect, Kuan Zanlet. The myriad Buddhas sect has already experienced your supernatural powers. We know that we're no match for you. I don't know what you want, but as long as it's within the myriad Buddhas sect's capabilities, we'll do our best to help you achieve it." After saying that, he turned to Kuan Pacha and said, "Pacha, translate my original words to this friend. The myriad Buddhas sect's life and death is at this moment. You mustn't fake it." At the end of his sentence, Kuan Zanlet's tone was extremely strict. "Yes." Kuan Pacha was so scared that he nodded his head vigorously. Sure enough, he didn't dare to play any more tricks. He translated Kuan Zanlet's original words to Lingyan. Lingyan saw Kuan Zanlet take the initiative to put away the mirror and drag Kuan Pacha out. He knew that the other party wanted to negotiate, so he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. After listening to Kuan Pacha's translation with a sneer, he raised his eyebrows. Kuan Zanlet, isn't it a little too late to negotiate with me now? Kuan Zanlet smiled bitterly and put his palms together again. Friend Lin Tian, I know that our behavior just now has angered you, but I'm sure you understand that the Myriad Buddhist sect is, after all, the #1 cultivation sect in Nanyang. How can we surrender without a fight when you suddenly visit us in the middle of the night? Kuan Zanlet admitted defeat very calmly. He first explained a few words about the battle just now, then immediately said, but if we can't defeat you, we can't defeat you. This is the truth, and we can only accept it. I remember that when you appeared just now, you said that you came here tonight to ask for an explanation from the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance. So what requests do you have now? Why don't you tell us all? The Myriad Buddhist sect will naturally do our best to fulfill them. Kuan Zanlet's attitude was too sincere, so sincere that Ling Yan couldn't find an excuse to make a move. Ling Yan pondered for a moment, then suddenly raised his eyes. Alright, since you said so, then I'll tell you my request. If you can do it, then I'll let you go. If not, then don't blame me for being merciless. When Kuan Zanlet heard this, the tightness in his heart suddenly loosened, and he quickly said excitedly, Friend, please speak. Seeing that there was still room for negotiation, he was so excited that he didn't notice that Kuan Pacha, who was responsible for translating beside him, was already pale at this time, and his pair of triangular eyes were flashing with fear. Ling Yan was very clear about this, but he still put forward his request without batting an eyelid. First, I want the Myriad Buddhist sect to immediately disband the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance. Even if you can't disband it, you have to announce your withdrawal directly and draw a clear line with the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance. Ling Yan paused, glanced at Kuan Pacha, and asked him to translate. Kuan Pacha was one of the higher-ups of the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance. Ling Yan's first request scared him out of his wits, but he had no choice but to brace himself and translate. Sure. Kuan Zanlet didn't feel any pressure at all. He was here to demand an explanation from the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance, and the Myriad Buddhist sect was just the first to bear the brunt. Of course, he agreed without hesitation and said, the Myriad Buddhist sect was originally a peaceful place, but we were forced to join this alliance because of helplessness. I didn't expect that it would cause a great disaster, so it's best that we withdraw now. Second, the people of the Myriad Buddhist sect, whoever works in the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance, no matter who they are, must apologize in front of me with death. The Myriad Buddhist sect was the Myriad Buddhist sect, and the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance was an alliance of sections. Ling Yan could let the innocent people of the Myriad Buddhist sect go, but he couldn't let the people of the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance go. He believed that Kuan Zanlet, as the light protector of the Myriad Buddhist sect, and he took the initiative to come forward to negotiate. Although this request was difficult for him, he should be able to agree after weighing the pros and cons. However, an accident happened at this time. Before Ling Yan finished speaking, Kuan Pacha suddenly made his move. The Buddha beads hanging on his chest turned into a ball of dark gold light and directly smashed towards Ling Yan's face. At the same time, his figure disappeared. What a joke. He and Kuan Luan Wei were the alliance master and elder of the Myriad Buddhist sect in the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance. If Kuan Zanlet agreed to Ling Yan's second request, the two of them would be the first to die. Why would he need to translate? Bam! Ling Yan was already prepared. He casually swatted away the string of Buddha beads that Kuan Pacha used to attack him. He smiled indifferently at Kuan Zanlet. Light protector, did you see that? It's not that I didn't give you a chance, but your people are too inconsiderate. I'm sorry. After speaking calmly, Ling Yan took a step forward and instantly appeared 9,000 meters away. He caught up with the frantically escaping Kuan Pacha. Pooh. First, he chopped off one of Kuan Zanlet's arms. Then, he used the 5-elemental vessel sealing finger to seal all the meridians in Kuan Zanlet's body. Then, he carried Kuan Zanlet back. I knew it was you. Did you think you could escape? After returning, Ling Yan threw the dying Kuan Pacha onto the ground like he was throwing a dead dog. Since some of you don't want to negotiate, I can only use my own method to settle this. Ling Yan came and went like lightning. He shouted at Kuan Zanlet, who was still standing at the side. He raised his blade and used the light assimilation technique. His figure instantly disappeared into the glow of the canopy, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Ling Yan went on a killing spree. His Yin-Yang True Qi whirlpool was released once again. Together with the 4 magical treasures, he went on a rampage. Everywhere he went, there was no one in front of him. Ling Yan suppressed an entire sect by himself. Seeing that Ling Yan was really going on a killing spree, the sect master of the myriad Buddhist sect, Kuan Ting, and light protector Kuan Zanlet naturally tried their best to resist. Unfortunately, the two of them together with the battle god Kuan Bayu couldn't stop Ling Yan. Moreover, Kuan Bayu was already dead. Naturally, they couldn't stop Ling Yan now. Under the encirclement of the two, Ling Yan seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll. Half an hour later, Ling Yan absorbed all the Buddha energy from the last foundation establishment cultivator, Kuan Luan Wei. Together with the true Qi from nearly 200 Qi cultivation realm experts, his own realm rose to the pinnacle of Qi cultivation level 8. What does destroying you have to do with you? This was Ling Yan's way of dealing with things. After this battle, the myriad Buddhist sect was destroyed. They only existed in name. Bang! Ling Yan stopped in the square and threw Kunlun Wei, who was already disabled, to the ground. The entire myriad Buddhist sect had turned into a living hell. Corpses were strewn all over the square, and blood flowed like a river. Shrill screams rose and fell incessantly, vividly displaying the fear and despair of those who were seriously injured and dying. Although it was a massacre, Ling Yan did not kill them all. Except for a few people at the peak of Foundation Establishment Realm, nearly 100 myriad Buddhist sect disciples at the late stage of Qi Refining Realm, and those who wanted to escape during the chaos. Most of the others who were below the middle stage of Qi Refining Realm survived. Of course, these myriad Buddhist sect disciples who were lucky enough to survive only survived. Their true Qi was sucked away by Ling Yan, and their cultivation was ruined. From now on, it was impossible for them to cultivate again. Ling Yan certainly had his own reasons for doing so. He wanted to shock the entire Nanyang Individual Cultivators Alliance. He wanted those who were lucky enough to survive to remember this night and this battle forever. He also wanted the other members of the Nanyang Individual Cultivators Alliance to see and hear with their own eyes what would happen to those who dared to covet Huaxia or even oppose Huaxia. On the huge square of the myriad Buddhist sect, only 3 people were left standing. Ling Yan, Kun Tang, the sect master of the myriad Buddhist sect, and Kun Sen Lu, the light protector, were not far away from him. Kuan Ting and Kuan Zhanle were already exhausted. They had tried their best just now, but they still couldn't resist Ling Yan, who was getting stronger and stronger. They could only watch the disciples of the myriad Buddhist sect fall down one by one like chopped leeks. They were powerless to do anything. Even the 2 enlightening realm monks working together could not break Ling Yan's defense, let alone keep up with Ling Yan's speed. They could only let Ling Yan reap the lives of the myriad Buddhist sect disciples. The grief, humiliation, and fear from the depths of their souls had completely defeated them. Kun Tang's face was pale, and his whole body was trembling. His eyes were blank, and he looked around. There was only one thought left in his mind: the myriad Buddhist sect was completely finished. Kun Sen Li's eyes were filled with tears of blood, and he looked terrible. He had long disregarded life and death. He looked at Ling Yan with grief and indignation, spread out his hands, and muttered to himself, "Is it necessary? Is it necessary? Benefactor, aren't you afraid of the wrath of heaven for slaughtering my myriad Buddhist sect?" Ling Yan stood proudly. His eyes were clear, and there was not the slightest ripple in his heart. Even though he did not understand what Kuan Zhanle was saying, he could roughly guess it just by looking at the other party's expression. After pondering for a while, Ling Yan raised his hand and summoned the half-dead Kuan Pucha over. He said calmly, "Translate for us." "I don't want this vile creature to translate." Kuan Zhanle saw that Ling Yan had actually pulled the Kuan Pounder over again and immediately understood his intentions. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. He immediately raised his hand and pulled the Kuan Pounder in front of him. Then, he turned his palm and slammed it down. Puff, Kuan's brain burst open and his corpse fell to the ground. Shua, after Kuan Zhanle had personally killed Kuan Pacha, who had brought disaster upon the myriad Buddhist sect, he raised his hand and summoned Kuan Luan Wei, who was on the verge of death. First, he channeled pure Buddhist power into his body. Then, he said sternly, Kunlun Wei, translate. Ling Yan didn't stop Kuan Zhanlu at all. Since the other party still wanted to say something to him, then let him say it. Master, I know I was wrong. I regret not listening to your advice back then and insisting on joining the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance. I didn't expect that I would bring such a huge disaster upon the myriad Buddhist sect. With the help of Kuan Zhanlu, Kuan Luan Wei temporarily recovered some strength. He first spat out a large mouthful of blood before crying bitterly and speaking. Luan Wei, things have already come to this point. What's the point of telling me all this now? Kuan Zhanlu interrupted Kuan Luan Wei coldly and said straightforwardly, I think you have already understood what he meant. He is here to destroy the myriad Buddhist sect. He has already killed all the people in our sect who are above the middle stage of the Qi cultivation realm. I think the sect leader and I will definitely die in a while. However, before I die, I still have some things to clarify with him. From now on, no matter what the two of us say, you have to translate for us word by word. You must never try to sow discord like Pounder did. Do you remember? Kuan Luan Wei struggled to nod his head. I will remember. All right. Kuan Zhanlu raised his head and stared at Ling Yin for a while. Suddenly, he asked, Almsgiver, even though I, Kuan Zhanlu, have poor eyesight, I am still the radiant protector of the myriad Buddhist sect. I know that you are not showing your true appearance now. I wonder if you can show me your true appearance? This request wasn't too much. Anyway, Ling Yan had already beaten the other party to the point where they didn't even have the will to resist. He smiled indifferently and instantly restored his true appearance. I will let you die knowing. I am the head of the Ling family in Huaxia, Ling Yun. At? So you are Ling Yan from the Ling family? It really is you. Ling Yan didn't expect that revealing his true appearance and announcing his name would cause such a huge reaction from the other three. Even Kuan Ting, who had long given up hope, turned his head upon hearing his voice. Ling Yan couldn't help but touch his head. Why, am I so famous in Nanyang? Kuan Zhanlu smiled bitterly and shook his head with a sigh. Hee, Ling Yan, you rose to prominence in Huaxia half a year ago. You have been through hundreds of battles without a single defeat. You are known as the Killing God. Also, because you have the Devil's Blade, you are regarded as the Devil Lord of the Huaxia cultivation world. Other than that, I heard that you are also recognized by the Huaxia Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect as the person destined to deal with tribulations. Am I wrong? That's right. Ling Yin nodded indifferently, but his heart was in awe. Even though the things that Kuan Zhanlu said had already spread in the Huaxia cultivation world, they were still top secrets. He didn't expect the radiant protector of the myriad Buddhist sect to know so much about them. It was obvious that the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance had put in a lot of effort to deal with Huaxia. Kuan Zhanlu smiled bitterly. If that's the case, the myriad Buddhist sect's defeat tonight isn't an injustice. Perhaps. Ling Yin only smiled when he heard that. The fact that Kuan Zhanlu could say this showed that he understood Ling Yan's style of doing things very well. So, you slaughtered all the disciples of the myriad Buddhist sect above the late stage of Qi cultivation in order to prevent us from taking revenge on Huaxia in the future? Kuan Zhanlu stared at Ling Yan and asked. That's right. Ling Yan admitted frankly. Killing one is killing, and killing a large group is also killing. I don't like to leave behind future troubles for myself. Then, Kuan Zhanlu suddenly looked back at Kuan Ting, then turned back and said, Sect Master Kuan Ting and I will definitely die? That won't be necessary. Ling Yan shook his head. As long as you promise to withdraw from the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance, destroy your own cultivation, and hand over your Dharma treasures, I will let you two go and leave. After hearing that, Kuan Zhanlu and Kuan Ting looked at each other again and smiled bitterly. According to their understanding of Ling Yan, this was completely Ling Yan's style. The rumors were true. Kuan Ting suddenly took a step forward and shouted sternly, What if we don't agree? Ling Yan smiled coldly and patiently advised the other party, Then you can die. Anyway, other than losing 2 more lives, the ending will be the same for me. Maybe it will be more beneficial for me. After a pause, Ling Yan added another sentence. Humph. the myriad Buddha's sect has already fallen to such a state. As the sect master of the myriad Buddha's sect, what face do I have to live in this world? Even if I die, I, Kuan Ting, will fight to the death with you. Boom. After saying that, Kuan Ting's eyes were resolute. He no longer cared about anything else and directly attacked Ling Yun. He was deliberately seeking death. Then I will send you on your way. Ling Yan's eyes were cold as he calmly swung his sword. He had now reached the peak of Qi cultivation stage 8. With only 9 slashes, he killed Kuan Ting on the spot. At the same time, he absorbed all of Kuan Ting's pure Buddha power and turned it into his own. This battle came and ended quickly. From the beginning to the end, Kuan Zhanle turned a blind eye to it. He neither stopped Kuan Ting nor helped him. It was as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him. After Kuan Ting died, Kuan Zhanle took out the treasure mirror and sent it directly to Ling Yun. Then, he took the initiative to disperse his cultivation. Almsgiver Ling Yun, I, Kuan Zhanle, agree to all your conditions. From now on, the myriad Buddha's sect has nothing to do with the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance. I can also guarantee that in the next 100 years, the disciples of the myriad Buddha's sect will not step into Huaxia. I wonder if almsgiver Ling Yun is satisfied with this answer. I'm satisfied. Ling Yun grabbed the mirror and checked it with his divine thoughts. He found that Kuan Zhanle had cut off his connection with the treasure before his cultivation dissipated. His killing intent disappeared. This radiant mirror was at least a top-grade treasure, but it was different from Kuan Ting's 5-colored canopy. It was not an item exclusive to Buddhism. Kuan Zhanle was only able to use it because he had reached the enlightening realm. He had to pour his own Buddhist energy into it to barely be able to use it. Ling Yun did not stand on ceremony. With a thought, he stored the mirror into the Taishu ring. Then, he looked at the calm Kuan Zhanle. I'm a person who does what I do. I don't look for trouble, and I don't like others looking for trouble. So, the myriad Buddha's sect deserves this. Kuan Luanwei quickly translated. After Kuan Zhanle destroyed his cultivation, he wiped away the blood and tears on his face. He put his palms together calmly and said, I understand. If he didn't, he wouldn't have done it so quickly and thoroughly. Kuan Bayu fought to the end, Kuan Ting sacrificed himself, and you, the guardian of light, were willing to destroy your own cultivation and endure humiliation to pass down the orthodoxy of the myriad Buddha's sect. In fact, I am touched and admire you. What you have done is the foundation of a cultivator's standing in the world. If it was anyone else, Ling Yan's words would sound like a cat crying crocodile tears. But Kuan Zhanle was someone who had reached the enlightening realm. He knew that Ling Yan's words came from the bottom of his heart. Naturally, he understood. On the other hand, if Ling Yun wasn't strong enough, the myriad Buddha's sect would definitely tear him into pieces. The two sides were just fighting for the victory and defeat. Thank you, but we can't hide from fate. Kuan Zhanle looked up at the sky and sighed. It was fate. Ling Yun suddenly said, but I have one more thing to do. Do as you wish, benefactor. Swish, the green shadow flying sword flew out and instantly turned into a giant sword. Under the control of Ling Yun's divine thoughts, it shuttled back and forth in the myriad Buddha's sect. Rumble, 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 crack. Soon, the tall Buddha statues inside and outside the myriad Buddha's sect, as well as the golden temples, let out a loud bang at the same time. It was the sound of collapse. Then, the earth trembled, and dust flew everywhere. Ling Yun raised the myriad Buddha sect to the ground. Since it was a shock, then it should be a complete shock. If the dead were buried quietly, it would be enough. However, if the myriad Buddha's faction was razed to the ground, it would be able to shock people for a long time. Kun Jhan calmly watched as the Buddha statues collapsed and the temples collapsed. He did not say a word. Return. With a wave of his hand, Ling Yun stored all the magical treasures on the ground into his spatial ring as long as they caught his eye. Finally, he grabbed Kun Luanwei and said, I want to take this person away. Benefactor. Kuan Zhanle suddenly turned his head and looked straight at Ling Yun. Ling Yun was amused. Why? You don't agree? Kuan Zhanle shook his head. How you deal with Kun Luanwei is entirely up to you. This poor monk will not interfere. Before you leave, I just want to ask if you've heard of a saying. What is it? Kunlun Wei also knew that his life and death were in Ling Yan's hands. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. No matter what the two of them said, he immediately translated it. Kuan Zhanlu slowly turned around and stood facing the northwest. After staring for more than 10 seconds, he suddenly said, "The sky tilts in the northwest, and the earth sinks in the southeast." Ling Yan was suddenly stunned. Of course he knew. In ancient times, Gong Gong angrily touched Mount Buzhou, causing the sky to tilt in the northwest and the earth to sink in the southeast. This was the legend of Xianxia. It was just that Ling Yan found it a little unbelievable that such words were said here by a guardian of light from the myriad Buddha's faction. What do you mean? Ling Yan asked without batting an eyelid. Benefactor, don't overthink it. It's just that the myriad Buddha's faction has its own inheritance. As the guardian of light from the myriad Buddha's faction, this poor monk has naturally heard of some things. As far as I know, the northwest refers to Kunlun faction of Xianxia, and the southeast refers to our Nanyang. Ling Yan was speechless. He waited for a long time and realized that Kuan Zhanlu was no longer speaking. He could only ask, what else? That's all. Kuan Zhanlu slowly turned around and said, because you are the one destined to handle the tribulation, this poor monk feels that this sentence should be said to you. Thank you. Ling Yan stared deeply at Kuan Zhanlu and said, I've done what I should do for your myriad Buddha's faction. As long as you abide by the agreement, I won't make things difficult for you anymore. But for the sake of what you said at the end, if someone dares to touch the orthodoxy of your myriad Buddha's faction in the future, you can come to me. In short, it was a good karma. Kuan Zhanlu nodded solemnly and put his palms together at Ling Yan. Farewell, benefactor. Ling Yan also nodded at him and disappeared in an instant. Bang! After Ling Yan left, Kuan Zhanlu directly fell to the ground as if all his strength had been sucked out. His body was dispirited, and a large amount of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. How could it not be painful to destroy one's own cultivation? The one destined to handle the tribulation has appeared. This world is really going to usher in a great change. Just like the missile attack in the Celestial Spirit sect, it did not happen again in the myriad Buddha's faction. This was just as Ling Yan had predicted. He left in a carefree manner, only taking Kuan Luanwei with him. Kuan Luanwei was a senior member of the Nanyang Independent Cultivators Alliance and understood the Huaxia language. Of course, he would be of great use to Ling Yan. The Celestial Spirit sect and the myriad Buddha's faction had been completely destroyed. There were only two main sects left in the Nanyang Independent Cultivators Alliance: the God-descending sect and the Ghost Poison sect. Kuan Luanwei, where is the God-descending sect? Ling Yan carried Kuan Luanwei and flew south, asking the obvious. He wanted to see if Kuan Luanwei dared to lie to him. North of the Thai-Myanmar border. Oh, then it seems that we've gone in the wrong direction. Ling Yan turned back and flew north, heading straight for the lair of the God-descending sect. If I'm not wrong, the Kuan Ba you sent to stir up trouble in Haojiang should be from the God-descending sect, right? No, he's just a powerful independent cultivator. However, he does have a closer relationship with the God-descending sect and the Ghost Poison sect. Since he had a better translator to lead the way, Ling Yan didn't look for Paul. Anyway, with his speed, he could fly across the entire territory of Country T within a minute. Once he was done with his business, it would be the same to bring him away. The two of them quickly reached their destination. Ling Yan stopped high in the sky. Master Ling, I've been here a few times. The headquarters of the God-descending sect is in the forest of the mountain range below. However, I've lost my cultivation, so I don't know exactly where they are. Kuan Luanwei had long been subdued by Ling Yan's divine might. He told him everything he knew. Yes, I've already seen it. Whoosh! Ling Yan didn't hide his figure. He flew down from the sky and headed straight for the headquarters of the God-descending sect. Kill! Ling Yan landed right in the middle of the headquarters. Without even saying a word, he started a massacre. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The green shadow flying sword, the yin-yang astral sword, the golden dragon spear, and the man-ruler seal appeared at the same time. He killed anyone he saw. the so-called God-descending sect was actually the gathering place of those demon-ascending masters from the Nanyang. This sect was different from the myriad Buddhist sect. From the beginning of their cultivation, they had to take lives. They were extremely evil. Especially the demon-ascending masters who were qualified to come to the headquarters of the God-descending sect, they had at least cultivated to the second realm of demon-ascending masters. Ling Yan didn't have to worry about killing them by mistake. In this place, Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to absorb their power. The green shadow shuttled, the golden dragon danced, and the huge seal suddenly rose and fell. One by one, the demon-ascending masters were penetrated, and the corpses were chopped into pieces. Shrill cries of pain resounded throughout the primitive forest. The demon-ascending masters from the headquarters of the God-descending sect didn't even have time to react before more than half of them were killed by Ling Yan. After Ling Yan reached the peak of Qi cultivation stage 8, no one from the God-descending sect was a match for him. Almost all of them were instantly killed by Ling Yan. 3 minutes later, not a single person from the God-descending sect was left alive. It was completely silent. Such a direct and crazy massacre left Kuan Luanwei dumbfounded. It was only now that Kuan Luanwei finally understood how merciful Ling Yan had been to the myriad Buddhist sect. No matter what, there were still nearly 100 disciples from the myriad Buddhist sect who survived. At least their lives were saved. But for the God-descending sect, Ling Yan didn't even say a word before he killed everyone here. Boom! After Ling Yan killed everyone, he immediately took out the fire spirit phoenix. It spat out flames and burned the headquarters of the God-descending sect, along with the horrifying demon-ascending heads and the headless corpses into ashes. Kuan Luanwei, why are there so few people in such a huge headquarters? Where's their sect master, Kuan Ganha? Although he had already razed the headquarters of the God-descending sect to the ground, Ling Yan was clear that he had killed a total of 39 demon-ascending masters. He didn't see a single one who had cultivated to the 5th realm. Of course, he was dissatisfied. Reporting to Master Ling, although there are many demon-ascending masters in Nanyang, there are very few demon-ascending masters. There are only about 40 of them who are qualified to hide and cultivate here. You have already killed most of them. Kuan Luanwei endured the high temperature and spoke with fear. More than 40 people? Master Ling, please forgive me. I really don't know. Ling Yun nodded. This question was indeed difficult for him, but he didn't pursue it. He immediately asked, then what about the sect master of the God-descending sect, Kuan Ganha? Why isn't he here? Maybe he went into seclusion, or maybe he received the news long ago and escaped in fear. Kuan Luanwei couldn't say for sure about Kuan Ganha's movements. He could only guess. Smart of him. Ling Yan snorted coldly. He grabbed Kuan Luanwei and soared into the sky. He instantly left this place and headed straight for the Ghost Poison sect. The Ghost Poison sect wasn't far from the headquarters of the God-descending sect. It was only about 300 kilometers away. Ling Yan arrived in an instant. According to Ling Yan's understanding and Kuan Luanwei's detailed explanation, this Ghost Poison sect was even more evil. Their sect directly refined spirit children or ghost babies from the wombs of pregnant women who were 10 months pregnant. Of course, he wouldn't stand on ceremony. After a quarter of an hour, the Ghost Poison sect was annihilated. They ended up like the God-descending sect. On this night, the 4 main sects that formed the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance, the Heavenly Spirit sect, the Myriad Buddhist sect, the God-descending sect, and the Ghost Poison sect, were all annihilated. Ling Yan conquered Nanyang in one battle. In the process of flattening the Ghost Poison sect, Ling Yan had killed 6 Foundation Establishment Realm Spirit Cultivators, 59 Late-Stage Qi Cultivation Realm Experts, and more than 100 Qi Cultivation Realm Experts. The Yin Qi and murderous Qi in these people, as well as the ghost Qi from the dead spirit children and ghost infants, were all absorbed by Ling Yan's Yin-Yang True Qi vortex and transformed into Ling Yan's own Yin-Yang True Qi. Besides that, because the Ghost Poison sect had set up their main altar here for an unknown number of years, the Yin Qi that had accumulated in the surroundings was also absorbed by Ling Yan, not leaving a single drop behind. This way, Ling Yan, who had already reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation realm level 8, was showing signs of breaking through after absorbing so much Qi. Hence, Ling Yan wasn't in a hurry to leave after destroying the Ghost Poison sect. He found a random mountain top and used the Yin-Yang 5 elemental fire to refine all the miscellaneous true qi that he had absorbed in his body. This was to ensure that there were no more worries. By the time he finished refining, more than an hour had passed. It was almost 4 in the morning. Lingyan opened his eyes and glanced at Kunlun Wei, who was standing in the distance and waiting for him obediently. Master Ling, your cultivation method has really broadened my horizons. Seeing that Lingyan had stopped cultivating, Kunlun Wei immediately walked over and squatted down, trying to suck up to Lingyan. Even though his cultivation had been crippled, he was someone who had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment realm. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. Kunlun Wei, there's no use in sucking up to me. Lingyan smiled nonchalantly and said directly, tell me, do you want to live or die? Thump. Kunlun Wei immediately knew that it was finally his turn. His life and death depended on Lingyan's decision. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lingyan. Frankly speaking, when Kunlun Wei had been seriously injured and his cultivation had been sucked dry by Lingyan, he had thought that he was dead for sure, especially after Lingyan had left the Myriad Buddhist sect and taken him away alone. However, through these 2 hours of interaction, Kunlun Wei vaguely realized that even though Lingyan was decisive in killing, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Especially when it came to life and death, Lingyan wasn't difficult to get along with. On the way to the god-descending sect, Lingyan didn't torture him. Instead, he quietly healed his injuries and allowed him to move normally. Those who were in despair were not afraid of death, but those who saw hope in despair were the most afraid of death. Of course, Lingyan didn't heal him out of a sudden act of kindness. It was because he didn't want to bring a dying dog with him. He was an eyesore, so Lingyan healed him. In any case, it would only take a single thought to kill him. I want to live. This little one wants to live. I beg Master Ling to have mercy and spare this lowly one's life. Kunlun Wei kowtowed violently, smashing a mud pit into the wet ground. His head and face were covered in mud. Yes, as long as you want to live. Lingyan nodded. Then tell me, what is your position in the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance? Also, other than the 4 major sects that I just destroyed, what other forces are there? Master Ling, don't worry, this little one will tell you everything I know. Kunlun Wei raised his head, trembling, and wiped the mud off his face. Then, he hurriedly said, Master Ling, the leader of our Itinerant Cultivators Alliance is actually a rotation system. It's July this year, this little one just took office, oh? Lingyan laughed involuntarily. Then my luck is really not bad. I randomly grabbed someone, and he just happened to be the leader of the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance, Kunlun Wei said awkwardly. Actually, the leader of the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance is just in charge of the daily activities of the Alliance. All the major matters in the Alliance are discussed by the elders of the Alliance. Everyone has one vote. In order to preserve his life, Kunlun Wei tried his best to downplay his role as the leader of the Alliance. Of course, what he said was the truth. Lingyan naturally understood this point. Zhou Wenyi had told him this himself. That was why he had swept across the 4 countries and destroyed the 4 major sects of Nanyang. Continue. Yes. Master Ling, actually, after you destroyed the Heavenly Spirit sect, the Myriad Buddhist sect, the God-descending sect, and the Ghost Poison sect, the main forces of the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance, as well as the great elders and guardians of the Alliance, have all been killed by you. But a few important people still escaped, Lingyan interrupted. Yes, yes. Kunlun Wei hurriedly added, because you caused too much of a ruckus in the Heavenly Spirit sect and stayed in the Myriad Buddhist sect for a long time, a few elders of the God-descending sect and the Ghost Poison sect heard the news and escaped. But now, their sects have been destroyed by you. Even if they want to cause trouble in the future, other than themselves, there's no one else they can use. Also, I think that after you destroyed the 4 major sects, your godly might and thunderous methods have already struck fear into their hearts. I think that within 3 to 5 years, they definitely won't dare to show their faces again. At this moment, Kunlun Wei's brain was working very fast as he desperately helped Lingyan analyze. What you said makes sense. Lingyan laughed in his heart as he muttered, what about the other countries, like Country F, Malaysia? He remembered very clearly that when he was chasing after Kunba in the South China Sea, the direction that Kunba escaped to was country F. There would definitely be experts there who could receive him. Master Ling, don't worry, Kunlun Wei hurriedly said. Those countries don't have any decent sections. At most, they have 1 or 2 itinerant cultivators who are about the same level as me. It's not a problem. Oh, I got it. What Kunlun Wei said was similar to what Zhou Wenyi and Ling Yan had said during their secret discussion. Therefore, he didn't ask any more and changed the topic. Kunlun Wei, if you want me to spare your life, then you have to tell me, what can you do for me after you survive? That was the key. At this point, killing Kunlun Wei didn't have much meaning. With his status, letting him live to do things for Ling Yan would be more beneficial. Master Ling, there are too many things that I can do for you. No matter what, the myriad Buddhist sect is still around, and there are many disciples scattered in the various temples in Nanyang. I'm from the myriad Buddhist sect, so even if I lose my cultivation, the other forces in Nanyang can't easily shake my position. With my position and your godly might tonight, I can easily help you disband the Nanyang Itinerant Cultivators Alliance or restrain this alliance. I can also guarantee that the people of the alliance won't harass Xianxia in the future. With that, Kunlun Wei suddenly stopped talking and waited for Ling Yan to make a decision. Well said. Ling Yan had been waiting for these words. He nodded in satisfaction, raised his hand, and patted Kunlun Wei's shoulder. Since that's the case, I'll spare your life. Do as you said and do your best to restrain them. But your Itinerant Cultivators Alliance will be disbanded sooner or later. Yes, yes, yes. Kunlun Wei nodded vigorously. I'll do my best to satisfy you, Master Ling. Otherwise, you can come and take my life at any time. That's settled then. Ling Yan stood up and brought Kunlun Wei up into the clouds, sending him back to the myriad Buddhist sect. Next, Ling Yan found Paul. The two of them didn't return the way they came. Instead, they went to where the ghost poison sect was. There's a treasure here. After landing, Ling Yan smiled at the confused Paul. Is there a treasure here? Paul looked around, shrugged his shoulders and said, Dear boss, other than the primitive jungle, there's only that abandoned and barren mine. Ugh. His mind flashed as he suddenly thought of something. He pointed to the barren mine not far away and said, You mean, that abandoned mine? That's right. Ling Yan smiled and patted Paul's shoulder. He said with satisfaction, You didn't follow me for so long for nothing. The ghost poison sect was located in the northeast of Myanmar. It was less than 200 kilometers away from the Yunnan-Myanmar border. The north of Myanmar was rich in all kinds of jade. This was a well-known fact. When Ling Yun was annihilating the ghost poison sect, the ghost poison sect's main altar was shrouded in boundless yin qi and baleful qi. The yin qi was so thick that it almost covered the rest of the heaven and earth spiritual energy, causing Ling Yun to almost neglect this point. However, who asked his physique and cultivation technique to be so heaven-defying? After he absorbed and refined all the messy dark yin qi, the surroundings of the ghost poison sect became clear. He immediately felt a large amount of spiritual energy from jade drifting over from the north. Ling Yan scanned it with his divine will out of habit and immediately found the source of the spiritual energy. It was the barren mine 100 kilometers to the north. However, Ling Yan couldn't tell Kuan Luanwei about this. Therefore, he sent him back and brought his blood clan slave, Paul, with him. However, our target isn't just that small mine. It's, Ling Yan's eyes flashed. He was full of confidence. Without another word, he directly rose into the air. Let's go. Whoosh. Half a minute later, Ling Yun and Paul arrived at the abandoned mine. They felt that the surrounding spiritual energy was much thicker than before. Follow me. Boom. Ling Yun released his divine will and enveloped the entire mine. He carefully determined where the spiritual energy in the mine was the thickest. Then, he locked onto the location and took a step forward. This is the place. After landing, Ling Yun activated the yin-yang harmony balance and the yin-yang God Eye. He quickly scanned the messy mountain rocks around him. At the same time, he raised his hand and grabbed the air. Retrieve. The current Ling Yun had reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 8. He was no longer the same as when he was in the Lord of Jade's jade store, choosing spirit stones one by one. Now, whether it was his powerful divine senses, his increasingly powerful yin-yang divine eyes, or his heavenly eye, he could easily see through the insides of the stones and pick out the real jadeite among the countless stones. Moreover, he could see it with his divine will. Of course, due to the yin-yang harmony balance, his yin-yang god's eye was the strongest and the one he was most at ease with. Hua 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 hua, Ling Yin he. A few minutes later, Ling Yin stopped and looked at his feet. He randomly picked a gray stone the size of a soccer ball and made it float in front of him. Then, he used his will to use the green shadow flying sword to cut it. The layers of stone fell off one by one, and soon, a green fluorescent light was emitted. The light grew brighter and brighter. When Ling Yin was done, a large piece of jade was finally revealed. This was a piece of the best old pit glass-type jade. It was translucent green, delicate and pure without any flaws. Its color was pure and bright, rich and even. It was already a top-grade jade. Hee. The Lord of Jade and Song Xingyang won't have to worry about running out of stock with these jades. Ling Yin smiled and mumbled to himself. Then, he grabbed the jade and kept it in his Tai Chi ring. Following that, he kept the entire stone mountain under his feet into his Tai Chi ring. Of course, it was impossible for all the raw jade gemstones to be top-grade or supreme grade. However, they were of great use to Ling Yin. At least in the future, he wouldn't need to waste his king's green when he made bottles and jars to hold elixirs or spiritual liquids. Otherwise, every time he gave out elixirs, he would have to use an imperial green jade bottle. No matter how big his family business was, he would still feel the pinch. Honorable boss, you're really extraordinary. You managed to get so many jades in one go. Paul stood at the side and watched with great interest. He couldn't help but say, I really don't know what the owner of the mine who abandoned these raw jades will think after seeing this. It doesn't matter what he thinks. Ling Yin smiled and glanced at him. He told the truth. This place is too close to the main altar of the ghost poison sect. It's just within the range of the spirit cultivators from the ghost poison sect. He must have been frightened and had no choice but to give up this mine. That's why we were able to take advantage of it. I see. Paul was enlightened. Then, what do we do now? Ling Yin laughed. Of course we continue. He raised his hand and pointed. Do you see the mine in front? The real treasure is inside. Follow me. The entrance of the mine was huge. From afar, it looked like the entrance of a tunnel. It was pitch black. However, to Ling Yin and Paul, this bit of darkness was no different from daytime. The two of them rushed into the mine. After walking for 300 meters, the mine began to tilt and extend downwards. After another 200 meters, everything came to an abrupt stop. What a great jade vein! Ling Yin used his eyesight to see through the rock wall in front of him. Even through the thick rock wall, he could see the inside of the rock wall. There was green light everywhere. He couldn't help but exclaim in joy. Shwa! The green shadow flying sword was drawn. It didn't go forward but backward. 100 meters behind the two of them, it quickly cut the surroundings of the mine. Rumble, at the top of the mine, a huge piece of rock was cut off and fell down, blocking the entire mine tightly and airtight. Haha, Paul, now, the entire mineral vein here is ours. Congratulations, boss. The way back had been cut off, but Paul wasn't worried at all. That was because he followed Ling Yin to intercept the dragon vein in the first half of the night. The two of them had traveled more than 100 kilometers underground. In front of them was just a mine's vein. However, Paul still underestimated the difficulty of this matter. Because previously, Ling Yin only needed to travel underground and only needed to absorb the spiritual energy of the dragon vein. But now, he had to take away the entire mine of jade at the bottom of the mountain. How was the difficulty just multiplied? Whoosh! Ling Yin used the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique. The rock wall in front of him surged. He brought Paul and silently entered the rock wall. Boss, this experience is really strange. It gives me an extremely illusory and unreal feeling. After following Ling Yin into the hard rock wall again, Paul closed his eyes and tried his best to adapt. He opened his eyes again and said in disbelief. Frankly speaking, Paul was against the idea of entering the hard rock wall with his physical body. He wouldn't have tried it if Ling Yun wasn't the one leading the way. What if the boss's spell failed and the growth was inside? What should he do? However, after Paul bit the bullet and entered the rock wall, not only did he not feel any resistance, but he also had a space that allowed him to stand and move freely. Wherever he went, the space that enveloped him followed. The two of them really walked through the rocks at will. Paul could breathe, his eyes could see, and he could see the hard rock wall that was within reach. He could even converse with Ling Yun in this space. All of these made him feel extremely surprised and surreal. This was no longer the wall-walking technique. After all, the wall-walking technique only allowed one to pass through it. In this rock wall, it was like a person swimming in the deep sea. No matter how he swam, there was still seawater around him. Wherever the two of them went, apart from the space they were in, there were rocks everywhere. This is nothing. You just have to get used to it. Don't think too much. Just treat it as walking on the ground with me. Ling Yun traversed through the rock walls rapidly. Wherever he passed by, as long as he found any jadeite that caught his eye, he would immediately use the stone-to-water technique of the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique. With a wave of his hand, those jadeites were like fishes swimming in water, quickly leaving their original positions and entering the space he was in. Then, Ling Yun stored them in his universe ring. Paul didn't know, but Ling Yun was an expert. With his current Qi cultivation stage 8, the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique had already reached the level of turning stone to water. Moreover, the range of the technique was already close to 100 meters around him. In this way, it was just like Ling Yun using the omnipotent water control technique in the water. The two of them passed through the rock walls at high speed. It was actually the same as Ling Yun using the Earth Gate wide opening technique. Of course, rocks were different from water. Water was soft, while rocks were hard. Therefore, Ling Yun needed to continuously consume a large amount of divine energy to support the Earth Gate opening technique. Fortunately, he had just refined so much true Qi and was in peak condition. The sea of consciousness between his eyebrows was full of divine energy, which was enough for him to squander. Otherwise, it would be hard to say whether he would gain or lose by consuming his divine energy for these jade stones. This spirit vein seems to extend from the northwest. However, the further we go, the deeper it goes underground. And this vein seems to be broken. Ling Yun followed the vein for a distance. Although the harvest was already very large, the spirit vein seemed to be broken at this point. The jade stones scattered on the surrounding deposit were obviously scattered and extremely rare. Sometimes, there wasn't even a piece of jade that caught his eye after walking for 100 meters. Boss, our harvest is already quite good. I guess you've already collected all the jade stones in the entire mountain. Why don't we go out first? Paul suggested. No way. Ling Yan shook his head decisively and smiled. If it's just for this bit of jade, why would I put in so much effort? In Ling Yan's eyes, this wasn't just a jade vein. It was a spirit vein. As long as there was a spirit vein in the mountains and rivers, there must be a spirit root. Of course, Ling Yan didn't spend so much effort on this trip just to collect these jadeite stones to make bottles and jars or to sell them for money. He was looking for the spiritual root of this spirit vein. That was the real treasure in Ling Yan's eyes. However, it was obvious that the surrounding jade stones had disappeared. This meant that the spirit vein had been broken. Ling Yan had no other choice but to continue searching or leave. Let me try. Ling Yan was unwilling to give up. He used the broken vein as a base and quickly traversed the surrounding area with Paul. However, he still didn't find anything. Sigh, the spirit veins on Earth are really different from those in the cultivation world. They're really too broken. Ling Yan frowned and sighed in his heart. He felt rather helpless. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. No matter how capable you are, you're not afraid of not being able to find it. Ling Yan stood still and expanded his divine sense to the maximum. He desperately searched for spiritual energy, but it was to no avail. That's impossible. According to the Lord of Jade, he bought the King Emerald Stone and the skewer of candied haws from northern Myanmar. How could there be a King Emerald Stone with chalcedony here if there wasn't a spiritual root? Ling Yan lowered his head in deep thought. He was in a dilemma whether to continue searching or to give up decisively. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Ling Yan's mind. tilting northwest, sinking southeast. He suddenly remembered Kuan Zanlet, the guardian of light from the myriad Buddha's sect. Then, Ling Yin remembered the few famous jade sources that the Lord of Jade and Song Jingyang had repeatedly mentioned to him. They were all in the northwest. "Paul, let's go," Ling Yin said with a bright smile. Ling Yin didn't continue to go deeper. He maintained the same depth and moved forward at a speed of 100 meters per second. Just like that, Ling Yin expended more than 100,000 drops of divine energy and traveled more than 100 kilometers before he finally felt the presence of spiritual energy from the jade stones. It was getting thicker and thicker. At this time, they were already far away from the range of the mine. "We're now at the bottom of the river, below the riverbed." Ling Yin was overjoyed that his judgment was correct. He said confidently. After all, he had interacted with Yu Xingjin and Song Jingyang many times in Qingshui City. Ling Yin knew that the best quality jade was usually from the old pit, and the so-called old pit jade was mostly mined from deposits deposited in rivers. How could Ling Yin not be happy now that they were at the bottom of the river and he could feel the spiritual energy in front of him? Sure enough, the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly became extremely thick after a few more minutes. Within the range of Ling Yin's divine will, there was a large patch of dazzling red light in front of him. It was red jade. Collect. After expending so much energy, Ling Yin wasn't going to hold back. He collected the red jade ores along the way. Wherever he went, the red jade ores were swept clean. The quality of the red jade wasn't as good as his super candied Haas, but it was superior in terms of quantity. Ling Yan's heart was already blooming with joy. After collecting this vein, the spiritual energy became thinner again. However, Ling Yan was already bursting with confidence. He brought Paul out from under the riverbed and into the turbulent river. They continued to plunder along the river. Along the way, whenever he felt the spiritual energy under the riverbed becoming thicker, he would immediately go under the riverbed and sweep all kinds of jade out. He would come out after he was done and continue to move forward. Ling Yan consumed a lot of energy, but the rewards were even greater. The further he went, other than green, red, purple, and white jade, he also found real spiritual stones. Moreover, they appeared more and more frequently. Ling Yan was very clear about what this meant. He was getting closer and closer to the spiritual root of this vein. Similarly, the two of them went against the river. The more they went, the higher the mountains on both sides of the river. They entered the mountains again. Whoosh, Ling Yan rushed out of the water after collecting a few 100 meters long spirit vein. He turned on his communication device and looked at his location. Hehe, it's really here. Myitkyina, reigning horse Archu Xingjin said that the most famous old pits in Myitkyina were basically distributed in the towns near Myitkyina. The meaning of reigning horse arch was dig an inch and you'll find jade. However, the spiritual energy in the surrounding spiritual stones was very thin. It wasn't even as dense as the spiritual energy in the surrounding vegetation. Ling Yan wasn't in a hurry because he knew that this was the most famous jade production area in Myitkyina. It had been mined for hundreds of years, and all the ore that could be mined had already been mined. If he wanted to find the spiritual root, he had to go deep underground. Ling Yan naturally wasn't in a hurry since he had already reached his destination. Moreover, it was already late in the morning. Looking at the time, Ling Yan roughly estimated that he had traveled a few 100 kilometers along the way, which meant that he had spent 5 hours. Just the amount of divine energy that Ling Yan had used was already hundreds of thousands of drops. This was simply too crazy. Ling Yan brought Paul along and found an uninhabited forest. They ate and drank to their heart's content before taking out thousands of spiritual stones to meditate. It took them an entire day to replenish their divine energy. In the dead of the night, Ling Yan's condition was at its peak. "Paul, you don't have to follow me anymore. Just wait for me here." After giving his instructions, Ling Yan flew into the air and surveyed the terrain below. After a while, he finally chose a valley. That was the place with the densest spiritual energy within a radius of 200 kilometers. Ling Yan flew down without hesitation and entered the valley. He calmly used the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique and disappeared into the ground. Find the spiritual root. Ling Yan sunk into the ground of the valley and activated the Earth's gate. He followed the traces of spiritual energy and went deeper underground. Compared to when he went against the current and plundered the sea of jade stones, his current speed wasn't as fast. That was because he was constantly absorbing the spiritual energy within the range of his divine will. Ling Yan realized that the spiritual energy around him was already very dense when he was only a few dozen meters underground. He knew that this was the spiritual energy naturally emitted by the spiritual root. Of course, he wouldn't waste it. Apart from that, there was another more important reason. Spiritual roots were completely different from the tree roots that ordinary people knew of. Mature high-grade spiritual roots not only possessed spiritual intelligence, but they could also change their shape. What was more impressive was that they could even use their own spiritual roots attribute to display remarkable abilities. This was the reason why Ling Yun didn't bring Paul down. He didn't even know the attribute and grade of the spiritual root. If he were to startle the spiritual root and let it escape, wouldn't he be looking for trouble? Therefore, Ling Yun took his time underground. It could be said that he was searching carefully, as if he wasn't paying attention. His route was like a trumpet's mouth, one round after another, moving downward in a spiral shape. However, the area of the circle was gradually shrinking. Collect. When he was about 200 meters underground, Ling Yan found a dense distribution of jade stones. These jade stones weren't even covered by the outer layer of rock. They were just embedded in the rock, colorful and full of spiritual energy. There was no reason not to take them. As long as Ling Yan saw them, he would take them all. After going down for a distance, Ling Yan suddenly felt his divine will relax. There's actually another space under this valley. Ling Yan came out of the rock wall and came to an underground river. Even though the flow of the river wasn't large, the underground space wasn't small. It was enough for Ling Yan to stretch his body. It seems like this underground river is one of the sources of the river that I went against the current. Ling Yan made a judgment in his heart. The reason was simple. There were many mountains in northern Myanmar, and the valley that Ling Yan chose to enter was formed by 3 peaks. The valley was more than 200 meters above the ground. Going 200 meters underground from the valley was equivalent to returning to the surface. Therefore, it was normal for there to be an underground river here. If Ling Yan went further down, he would really be underground. Looks like I've found the right place. The spiritual energy in the underground space was so dense that it was about to turn into mist. Ling Yan almost couldn't resist the urge to open up the Yin-Yang True Qi vortex and absorb it without restraint. It was a pity that he couldn't do that. If he really did that, it would cause too much of a commotion and would definitely alert the spiritual root. The loss outweighed the gain. Therefore, Ling Yan could only rely on his heaven-defying physique to absorb the spiritual energy quietly. Something's wrong. However, very quickly, Ling Yan felt that something was amiss. He realized that there was actually a violent and ferocious aura within the dense spiritual energy. This doesn't look good. A hint of worry appeared between Ling Yan's brows. He was already here. Although the surrounding spiritual energy was rich, it had become impure. This could only mean one thing. The spiritual root was most likely contaminated by something dirty, or it was contaminated by something extremely ferocious. Moreover, the intensity of this ferocious aura is comparable to my blood-dissipating blade. If it was someone else, even a cultivator above the foundation establishment stage, they would probably be affected. Ling Yan naturally wasn't afraid of the baleful aura because of his physique. Furthermore, he cultivated the yin-yang harmony balance, which allowed him to convert yin and yang. This baleful aura was also a great supplement to him, so he wasn't bothered by it. Moreover, Ling Yan had the yin-yang 5 elemental flames in his body. Any aura that entered his body would be quickly refined by the yin-yang 5 elemental flames. With a nature-defying physique, the nature-defying yin-yang harmony balance, and the support of the yin-yang 5 elemental flames, Ling Yan wouldn't go berserk even if he cultivated in an even more terrifying ferocious aura. However, if it were any other cultivator, the longer they stayed here, the more difficult it would be for them to extricate themselves. Even if they were lucky enough to leave this place, they would go berserk sooner or later. This was really dangerous. Ling Yan started to be cautious. He quietly followed the flow of the underground river and traveled upstream and downstream for 2 kilometers. He only stopped when the spiritual energy in the river became very thin. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened, which made Ling Yan feel slightly more at ease. I have to continue going down. This spiritual energy is coming from the underground river. Whoosh! Lingyan dove into the water and used the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique again. He slowly sank into the ground and gradually increased his speed as he rushed towards the depths of the earth. Even though there might be some extremely powerful ferocious creatures beside the spiritual root, Lingyan was now able to break through to Qi Cultivation Stage 9 at any time. He was confident and fearless. Below the river, there were obviously fewer rocks and more soil. This made it much easier for Lingyan to travel through. He could also clearly feel that the spiritual energy in the surrounding soil was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. Moreover, the deeper he went, the more soil he realized had also become spiritual soil. This was the result of long-term contamination of the soil with spiritual energy. Looking at this precious soil, Lingyan wanted to keep it all in his universe ring. This place was not far from Miaojiang, which was deep in the 100,000 mountains. If Lingyan brought this soil over, he could casually sprinkle it and it would become a spiritual field. He could save a lot of effort. However, the only flaw was that the deeper he went, the stronger the ferocious aura. Luckily, the spiritual root and the ferocious creature are only companions. They haven't been contaminated yet. Lingyan was knowledgeable. He could see that although the ferocious aura was entangled with the spiritual energy emitted by the spiritual root, they maintained a clear separation. Naturally, he knew what was going on. He couldn't help but be curious. What kind of fiendish thing was down there to be able to contaminate spiritual roots? Thinking about this, Lingyan decided to stop absorbing the spiritual energy and ferocious aura at the same time. He focused on using the Earth Gate wide opening technique to speed down towards the place where the spiritual energy was the strongest. After going down another 300 meters, Lingyan stopped abruptly. His eyes were cold. Within the range of his divine senses, there were finally things blocking his way 100 meters underground. They appeared in piles. Their figures were illusory and formless. It was obvious that they were formed by the condensation of gas. However, they had a head and a body. Strangely, there were only 2 eyes on their heads and an exaggeratedly huge mouth. Their crimson eyes were incomparably ferocious, as if they were about to devour someone. Of course, Lingyan knew what they were. They looked like demons but were not demons. They looked like spirits but were not spirits. They looked like ghosts but were not ghosts. These things were evil spirits or ferocious spirits. Anyway, ordinary people definitely wouldn't be able to see them on the surface. Lingyan stopped temporarily because he hadn't found the spiritual root yet. He didn't want to disturb it until the last moment. He was confronting those evil spirits to see if they had discovered his existence. Dozens of pairs of crimson eyes flashed at the same time and stared at Lingyan. Not long after, they opened their bloody mouths and slowly rushed towards Lingyan. "You can indeed discover me." Lingyan laughed coldly. "Unfortunately, you can only blame your bad luck for meeting me today." Lingyan might have made it sound easy, but in reality, it would be extremely difficult for an ordinary cultivator to deal with such evil spirits. Ranwi? N? W? 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 R? A? N? W? Inacom. The fact that they could take on a human form and detect Lingyan's presence meant that they already had their own consciousness and intelligence. However, the problem was that these evil spirits couldn't be killed because their bodies were formed from spiritual energy. They had a form but no substance. Once they were scattered, they would turn into a ball of air. However, very quickly, they would reform into a new one. They could revive infinitely and were indestructible. More importantly, these evil spirits didn't understand fear. They weren't afraid of death at all. Once they were formed, they only had one instinct: devour. Devour everything in order to strengthen themselves. This was the instinct of evil spirits. Speaking of which, these evil spirits were similar to the spiritual body of the Yamada no Orochi that Lingyan killed. The only difference was the shape. However, looking at these evil spirits floating towards him, looking at their bloodshot eyes and open bloody mouths, Lingyan instinctively knew that their level of ferocity was definitely not below that of the Yamada no Orochi. Lingyan smiled, his eyes shining with anticipation. Instead of retreating, he advanced. "Come on. Let's see who will devour who." Ling Yan opened the earth gate and directly opened a path towards the group of ferocious evil spirits. Boom! In the process, Ling Yan first released the Yinyang 5 elemental fire from his body and then summoned the fiery phoenix. This fiery phoenix was actually a fiery phoenix that Ling Yan had condensed using the massive amount of fire spiritual energy in the flaming mountain after he had cultivated the Crimson Emperor Phoenix transformation to a certain level. Now, it already had its own consciousness and was just like Ling Yan's pet. After being summoned by Ling Yan, the fiery phoenix flapped its wings and directly pounced towards the evil spirits below. Boom! The fiery phoenix didn't wait for the evil spirits to get close to it and spat out raging flames at them. Those evil spirits were caught off guard and immediately dove into the flames. Chi, 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 the fire spirit phoenix was definitely the nemesis of these evil spirits. With a burst of blazing flames, those evil spirits were instantly burned beyond recognition. Soon, they were all turned into balls of air. Ling Yan rushed straight into the airflow and released the Yinyang 5 elemental flames to further refine the airflow before absorbing it into his body. Asterisk burp asterisk those dozens of evil spirits were formed from the purest form of spiritual energy. Even though he was at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 8, he could not help but let out a burp after absorbing so much in one go. Ling Yan was overjoyed. Not to mention whether or not he could get the spiritual root, just this harvest was enough to satisfy him. However, after Ling Yan finished absorbing the spiritual energy, he realized that there was a crimson stream of energy that seemed to have its own consciousness. It actively avoided the range of Ling Yan's Yinyang 5 elemental flames and drifted around. What a terrifying fiendish aura! After sensing for a while, Ling Yan immediately knew what this stream of energy was. It was entangled with the spiritual energy emitted by the spiritual root and turned into the eyes and mouths of those evil spirits. It seemed that after the fire spirit phoenix's flames burned the evil spirits, it only separated the spiritual energy from the fiendish aura. This fiendish aura was something that even the fire spirit phoenix could not refine. Looks like your cultivation isn't shallow. You actually know how to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Ling Yan observed this strange crimson stream of energy. Other than the strong fiendish aura, he could not see any other clues. He could not help but open his mouth to test it. Those evil spirits were only formed from the condensation of spiritual energy. The reason why they took on such a form was because of this fiendish aura. It was able to find Ling Yan's location even if it was separated into dozens of evil spirits. Now that it had turned into a ball, it was impossible for it not to know how powerful Ling Yan was. However, no one knew if it could understand what Ling Yan was saying. Under the illumination of the fire spirit phoenix's flames, the red fiendish aura exuded an infinite amount of fiendish aura. However, it was constantly wandering, avoiding Ling Yan's Yinyang 5 elemental fire. It also did not transform into its own form. After confronting Ling Yan for a while, the red fiendish aura knew that Ling Yan had absorbed all the spiritual energy. It began to retreat at an extremely fast speed, escaping deep into the ground. Ling Yan did not hesitate and decisively gave chase. He had a premonition that he would be able to find the spiritual root if he followed this fiendish aura. Along the way, Ling Yan encountered another 5 waves of evil spirits. Moreover, each wave was more numerous than the previous one. The evil spirits were also getting bigger and bigger. At the beginning, they were only the size of infants. By the 5th wave, those evil spirits were already the size of 12 or 13 years old children. I've really profited from this trip. Ling Yan's face was full of joy. He chased and refined along the way. With the help of these spirit bodies that foolishly came to him, he easily broke through to Qi cultivation stage 9. It could not be helped. Who asked him to be the nemesis of these evil spirits? By the time he refined the 4th wave of evil spirits, Ling Yan realized that he could no longer absorb any more. In desperation, Ling Yan could only take out the ghost god Willow. The ghost god Willow was the nemesis of evil spirits. After Ling Yan released it, he did not even need to refine it. Countless branches wrapped around them with a light flick. Regardless of whether it was spiritual energy or fiendish aura, they were all sucked away. This caused the massive murderous aura to grow beyond recognition. It had already become a real murderous spirit. It seemed to be a little exasperated and finally formed a pair of eyes in the air. It stared at Ling Yan and continued to escape. After chasing to this place, the spiritual energy was even denser. Similarly, the fiendish aura had also increased. According to the density of the spiritual energy, Lingyun knew that the spiritual route he was looking for should not be far away. Just as Lingyun was about to give chase, he suddenly realized that his earth's gate was not working. Not only could he not open up a passage, but even the space he was in was under the pressure of the surroundings. His space was shrinking rapidly. Rumble. The earth shook violently. The walls around Lingyun pressed against him like water. Very soon, they were squeezing his body. *T. Lingyun was shocked. This evil spirit was actually so cunning. It lured him all the way here and only used its trump card now. It wanted to bury Lingyun alive here. Bang, 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 the rocks around Lingyun cracked and crumbled, and the soil turned into mud. The gravel and soil mixed together and suddenly turned into countless palms. These palms glowed with a demonic red light as they tried to grab Lingyun's head. I'll slash. Lingyun was not surprised. He knew that the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique was completely useless now. He immediately took out the blood-dissipating blade and slashed at those demonic palms. Wherever the blade passed, those palms would break and shatter. However, it was completely useless. That was because they weren't condensed from air but formed from gravel and soil. After they shattered, they would immediately merge with the surroundings and transform into new palms that continued to grab Lingyun. Danger was everywhere. Freeze. At this moment, a yellow light flashed in Lingyun's energy center. The Earth Emperor's book suddenly appeared and emitted a pale yellow light that enveloped Lingyun's entire body. Invulnerable. Whoosh. The Emperor Brush's artifact spirit rushed out from between Lingyun's eyebrows. He transformed into a human form and looked ahead. Our enemy has finally revealed himself. I'll leave this kid to you. I'm going to settle the score with him. The Emperor Brush did not pay attention to Lingyun. In a flash, it pierced through the ground and went straight towards the 100,000 mountains of Miaojiang. Thank you, Senior, for your help. Even though Lingyun was in danger, he was still very calm and composed. This kind of temperament that would not change even if a mountain collapsed in front of him was purely his personal style. However, the appearance of the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book at the same time meant that Lingyun had to express his gratitude. The last time they acted together was to help Lingyun snatch Ning Lingyu's heavenly gift. Lingyun wouldn't have been able to deal with the commotion that time. Don't stand on ceremony. The Earth Emperor's book was simple and unadorned as it floated in front of Lingyun. It continued to emit circles of thick yellow halos, forming an earthy yellow eggshell that enveloped Lingyun completely. It formed a space of its own that was impenetrable. However, at this moment, the strange palms outside didn't give up. They instantly combined and formed a giant scarlet palm. It was suffused with a demonic scarlet glow as it attacked the earthy yellow eggshell created by the Earth Emperor's book. Still not giving up. Lingyun heard the Earth Emperor's book's artifact spirit's voice. Immediately after, he saw the yellow glow that engulfed his body suddenly expand like a balloon that was blown up violently. It spread in all directions. The soil around Lingyun was instantly pushed back by the yellow glow. Rumble. After a series of tremors, Lingyun realized that there was an additional space with a radius of more than 10 meters around him. This was different from the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique that Lingyun used. This space wouldn't close up. It was a real space created by the Earth Emperor's book. Haha. This time, Lingyun was completely at ease. He cupped his fists and bowed to the Earth Emperor's book again. Senior, please show yourself. Up until now, Lingyun had seen the Emperor Brush's artifact spirit many times. However, Lingyun had never seen the Earth Emperor's book's artifact spirit except for the portrait of the Earth Emperor on the title page of the Earth Emperor's book. Hehe, to put it bluntly, we are just artifact spirits. It doesn't matter if we show ourselves or not. The Earth Emperor's book hesitated for a long time before replying to Lingyun. In any case, we will meet sooner or later. Senior, please show yourself. Lingyun was very insistent. Since you have already shown yourself, what's there to be embarrassed about? You can't expect me to talk to a book, right? If you transform into your human form, it won't be so awkward. Moreover, we can take the opportunity to get to know each other better. Alright. The earthy yellow light intensified, and the Earth Emperor's book in front of Ling Yun disappeared. A person appeared in front of him. This was also an old man. He was very tall and had a pale face without any facial hair. His expression was rigid and serious, and his eyes were kind and amiable. However, his expression maintained a kind of seriousness. He wore a pure white robe and held a large ancient book in his right hand. He looked like an old pedant or a teacher. The image of the Earth Emperor's book was exactly the same as what Ling Yun had imagined the artifact spirit of the Earth Emperor's book to look like. He quickly cupped his fists and greeted, Ling Yun pays his respects to Senior. The Earth Emperor's book spirit's figure flashed as it avoided Ling Yun's bow and said, it's fine if you call us seniors, but there's no need for such formalities in the future. In fact, you're our master now. He scratched his head unnaturally and said, how can I accept that? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. After all, I'm just a book, and the Emperor brush is just a brush used by the Emperor. Even though it's arrogant and unruly, it has never dared to accept your bow in its human form. Ling Yun was stunned. He recalled carefully. Indeed, every time he bowed to the Emperor brush's spirit, the old fellow would intentionally or unintentionally avoid it. Alright. Since the Earth Emperor's book had already said so, Ling Yun naturally didn't insist. Instead, he went straight to the point. Senior, what exactly is going on? That ball of demonic aura is so powerful. How could it be your enemy? Ling Yun knew that the Emperor brush's spirit loved to act cool and was especially fond of being mysterious. No matter what, it loved to hide it and was too lazy to explain it to Ling Yun. However, the Earth Emperor's book was different. Even though it never showed itself in the past, it was always generous and gave Ling Yun a lot of benefits. Therefore, Ling Yun wanted to take the opportunity to find out more about the ancient times. That's right. The Earth Emperor's book nodded. He raised his hand and pointed at the giant red hand that was still attacking the space outside. That ball of demonic aura is a drop of blood that the ancient demon god Gong spilled here. With the help of the spiritual energy from the roots of Mount Buzhou, it was nourished for thousands of years and formed a trace of its original spirit. Ling Yun was dumbfounded. His brain couldn't keep up with the rhythm. He asked blankly, does this mean that the legend of Gong touching Mount Buzhou in anger, causing the northwest to tilt and the southeast to sink, is true? Ling Yun wasn't dumb. He immediately understood that the ball of demonic aura was a trace of the original spirit that was nurtured by Gong's blood with the help of the spiritual energy here. It contained the will of the demon god Gong, and the spirit root that he was looking for when he went deep into the ground was the remaining broken mountain root of Mount Buzhou. No wonder the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book said that the ball of demonic aura was their enemy. It's true that Gong touched the mountain, but our enemy isn't him. It's the previous owner of the blade in your hand, the ancient great demon god Qiyu. The Earth Emperor's book's artifact spirit only gave a brief explanation. It obviously didn't want to elaborate. It paused and changed the topic to Ling Yun. It's actually a little too early for you to come here with your current realm. However, we didn't stop you because you're about to reach the Foundation establishment realm soon. The spiritual root on Mount Buzhou will be very beneficial for your Foundation establishment. So you can take it. Gong's original spirit naturally contains a trace of his will. He can sense the aura of me and the Emperor Brush. Originally, he wouldn't have shown himself to find trouble with you. However, along the way, you shouldn't have let the fire spirit phoenix open the way for you. Hearing this, Ling Yun suddenly understood. Gong was the ancient water god. How could he not be angry when fire was used in front of him? So you completely angered him. However, it wasn't because of this that he decided to attack you. Ling Yun asked curiously, then what was it for? The Earth Emperor's book laughed. Is there a need to ask? What he really wanted was the perfect body that you painstakingly cultivated. He wanted to kill you, take over your body, and then restore his human form. Ling Yun was someone who had studied the ancient myths and legends of Xianxia. Hence, he immediately understood the nature of the murderous aura when the artifact spirit of the Earth Emperor's book mentioned it. In Xiaxia's ancient myths and legends, the water god, Gong, had a human face and snake body. He had a head full of red hair and was extremely ferocious, unreasonable, and bloodthirsty. To put it bluntly, he was a lawless fiend celestial who didn't care about the lives of others and did whatever he wanted. Whenever he felt like it, he would use his godly powers to summon the wind and rain and create floods, turning the land of Xianxia into a vast ocean. Afterward, Gong fought an earth-shattering battle with the fire god, Zhurong, in order to fight for the throne with Xianxia. In the end, Gong was defeated and angered by Mount Buzhou. This was Ling Yan's basic understanding of this fiend celestial. But never had he imagined that he would actually encounter a trace of origin spirit that was born from the blood of this ancient fiend god in the depths of the underground today. Not only did he experience the fiend god's ferocity and ruthlessness, he even experienced the fiend god's cunning and treachery, and he almost fell into the fiend god's trap. You want to take my body with just a primordial spirit of a drop of blood? Dream on. Even without the protection of the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book, Ling Yan could still escape easily if he used all his trump cards even if he couldn't win. The reason why Ling Yan was at a disadvantage just now was because the demonic god's primordial spirit had taken him by surprise. In addition, Ling Yan was deep underground, so he couldn't use the Yellow Springs Earth Imperial technique. That was why he was at a disadvantage. Ling Yan stared at the murderous aura outside the yellow light, and a murderous rage rose in his heart. He asked in a low voice, "Senior, what should we do now? Gong's primordial spirit must not be left alive. Otherwise, it will be a huge disaster if he escapes and takes over the human body after a period of time, especially if the world changes." The Earth Emperor's book's tone was piercingly cold and determined. Ling Yan naturally thought so too. He asked again, "Then how do we destroy this trace of primordial spirit?" "Very simple." The Earth Emperor's book item spirit smiled and said confidently, "One word, burn." He turned to look at Ling Yan. "However, I can't do it." "You have to do it." Schwa. Before he finished his sentence, the artifact spirit of the Earth Emperor's book suddenly disappeared and rushed to the outside of the yellow light barrier. Without a second word, it threw the ancient book above the ball of demonic aura. Suppress. A black ancient seal character flew out from the Earth Emperor's book and instantly enlarged in the air. Following the strokes, rays of jet black light scattered down, completely enveloping the scarlet light. It formed a huge cage that trapped the demonic god's primordial spirit. Boom 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 boom, the water god's Yuan spirit was instantly enraged. Suddenly, a dazzling red light burst out from the murderous aura. After a violent distortion, it transformed into a human-faced snake monster. Sure enough, it had a head full of red hair, lantern-like eyes, and iron-like arms. It fiercely struggled against the black light that trapped it, revealing its ferocious appearance. Looks like this should be the original body of the water god Gong. It's indeed ferocious. Ling Yan flew over, looked at Gong's Yuan Ling, who was incomparably violent in the cage, and commented on Gong's appearance. "Ling Yan, the water god Gong has an extreme body. Your fire spirit phoenix's cultivation is too low and can't burn it at all. You have to use a pure yang cultivation technique to completely destroy it. Attack." The Earth Emperor's book instructed Ling Yan to attack. "All right." Ling Yan agreed and immediately used the divine yang cultivation technique. It was as if his body had turned into a blazing sun, illuminating the entire space. Then, he activated the cultivation technique violently and enveloped the water god's primordial spirit in the white light. Yin and yang mutually reinforced and restrained each other, and water and fire were incompatible. This was the principle of heaven and earth. As soon as the divine yang celestial cultivation technique was unleashed, the water god's origin spirit couldn't withstand it. His eyes revealed a look of anger and fear as he struggled violently in the cage, causing the black light to become unstable and on the verge of collapse. So ferocious. Even though Ling Yan had the absolute upper hand, he couldn't help but praise the water god Gong in his heart. He thought to himself that the water god Gong was indeed an ancient fiend celestial who could knock down Mount Buzhou. This was only a trace of his Yuan spirit that was born from a drop of his blood, and it was already so domineering. If it was his original body, alright, the main body, should have been dead long ago, right? Refining an ancient fiend celestial's Yuan spirit, even if it was just a trace, was a tough job for Ling Yan now. Luckily, Ling Yan's divine yang cultivation technique had long been cultivated to the peak of the first major realm. A few days ago, after he broke through to the late stages of qi cultivation, he opened up all the yang meridians in his body and used the yin-yang harmony balance to reverse yin and yang. The pure yang qi in his body was endless, and that was how he managed to hold on. Under the illumination of the white light, the extremely violent and violent water god's yuan spirit's body started to shrink. It gradually lost the ability to resist, and the fear in its eyes became more and more obvious. It was a pity that it was ultimately just a trace of yuan spirit's consciousness. It only had its instincts, but it couldn't speak. Otherwise, it would have begged for mercy. Ling Yun didn't have any distractions as he focused on executing his cultivation technique. After a long time, he finally heard the Earth Emperor's book's voice. It's done. Since the Earth Emperor's book said it was done, there was definitely no problem. Ling Yun immediately stopped his cultivation technique. Looking at the cage again, the water god Gongong's body had completely disappeared. The lawless murderous aura was also gone. What was left was a ball of blood the size of a ping-pong ball. It floated in the cage and emitted a demonic red glow. Ling Yun was shocked. "Senior, this is a drop of Gongong's blood?" Hee hee. The artifact spirit of the Earth Emperor's book couldn't help but laugh. Gongong was one of the ancient great demonic gods. His original body was able to knock down Mount Buzhou. Think about how big his body was. Calling this amount of blood a drop is already an exaggeration. Ling Yun, alright, pretend I didn't ask. Keep. The artifact spirit of the Earth Emperor's book raised its hand and grabbed the ball of blood, along with the word suppress, into its hand. It then said to Ling Yun, "Little fella, don't underestimate this bit of blood of Gongong. It will be extremely useful to you in the future. I'll keep it for you and refine it completely. I'll give it to you when you need it." Hee hee, thank you, senior. Actually, Ling Yun knew that this drop of blood was a rare treasure. The Earth Emperor's book said that it would keep it for him mainly because it was worried that Ling Yun's realm wasn't high enough to completely destroy the water god's yuan spirit. Therefore, it said that it would continue to help him refine it for a period of time. The Earth Emperor's book laughed and stretched out its palm towards Ling Yun. "Give it to me." Ling Yun was stunned. "What?" "The blood element pearl." The Earth Emperor's book revealed a look of disbelief. "Although you are a person destined to handle tribulations, your encounters are indeed rare. You obtained the blood transformation blade, Xianxia cauldron, and the blood element pearl. No one would believe that you aren't destined to be." Ling Yun knew that the blood element pearl was magical, but he didn't expect the Earth Emperor's book to compare it to the blood transformation blade and the Xianxia cauldron. He didn't expect the blood element pearl to be able to refine the blood of an ancient demon god. He was pleasantly surprised. He tried his best to hide the ecstasy in his heart as he asked in bewilderment, "Senior, didn't you purposely lead me to that valley when I discovered the Xianxia cauldron? How could I have that ability?" The Earth Emperor's book laughed. "That was all arranged by Master before he left." After pausing for a while, it continued, "Young chap, you don't have to be so happy. Just laugh if you want to." The artifact spirit of the Earth Emperor's book had long seen through Ling Yun's thoughts. It chuckled and said, "The good thing about the blood element pearl is that it has the word yuan in it. Blood is the source of life, and the yuan is the initial intent. This blood element pearl is the initial blood that was born before the chaos was formed. It is a true connate item, which is why it can produce blood, suck blood, and transform blood, but you only used it to raise those mutated zombies. What a waste, initial blood born from the chaos, a connate spiritual item." Ling Yun was completely dumbfounded. "Senior, are you talking about the blood of the legendary great god who created the world?" Ling Yun was so excited that he almost covered his eyes. He was afraid to hear a negative answer. "Something like that." The artifact spirit of the Earth Emperor's book really said whatever was on his mind, and he wouldn't stop until he was shocked to death. "Anyway, if you want to use it to find the Pengu axe in the future, you might really be able to find it." Ling Yun's blood was boiling, and he felt like he was about to fly. "Don't just be happy. Hurry up and give it to me. We still need it when we go to collect the spiritual roots later." "Here." Ling Yun's spiritual will moved, and the blood element pearl suddenly appeared and entered the palm of the artifact spirit of the Earth Emperor's book. "Let's go." The Earth Emperor's book left just like that, but Lingyan felt that he didn't even move at all. In an instant, he had arrived in another huge space. Lingyan was really emotional. He thought to himself that this was indeed the Earth Emperor's book. This deep underground was really its territory, and he could go wherever he wanted to go. It was as though he could teleport there at will. However, at this moment, he didn't have time to say anything else. This was because his gaze was attracted by another item in this space. Spiritual roots. This was what the artifact spirit of the Earth Emperor's book mentioned, the broken mountain roots of the Buzhou mountain. The so-called spiritual root was actually a huge mountain rock that was more than 2 zhang tall. It was shaped like a bamboo shoot and stood at an angle. It looked like a miniature mountain rising from the ground. R. And when? W. W. R. A. N. W. E. Na. C. O. M. However, this mountain rock was multicolored and emitted a brilliant light. It illuminated the large space beautifully, causing those who were within it to unconsciously become intoxicated. The spiritual energy that it emitted was too strong. Lingyan used the yin-yang god eye to see through the radiant light. He could see that there was a continuous flow of spiritual fluid on the surface of the spirit root. It gathered at the foot of the spirit root and formed a spirit pool. Because it had existed for an unknown number of years, the spiritual fluid had formed a spirit spring that flowed in all directions. This spiritual fluid was the legendary bejeweled nectar. The spiritual energy and spiritual liquid had soaked the rocks and soil over the years, naturally turning them into spiritual stones and spiritual soil. The worst kind was the kind of jadeite that was mined by outsiders. Right now, Lingyan felt as though he was in a colorful crystal palace. The walls of the space he was in were filled with spiritual stones of various colors. Not to mention the spiritual energy within them, just the purity alone was better than the imperial green jade, nature's uncanny workmanship. This spiritual energy and spiritual fluid follow the dragon vein. Every time it reaches the eye of the dragon vein, it will automatically gather and form a spirit vein. Further down, it will form jadeite stones of all colors and become mineral veins. The Earth Emperor's book couldn't help but smile as it explained to Lingyan, the Imperial Green Stone King and the 5-colored Jadeite Stone King were both formed near the eye of the dragon vein. I can only say that their positions are good, N. Lingyan nodded subconsciously. So this is the root of Mount Buzhou. This is really a good treasure. Not bad. The Earth Emperor's book nodded solemnly. Even though it is only a small part of Mount Buzhou, if you use it to build your foundation, it will be equivalent to a reconstruction of your physical body. After the reconstruction of your physical body, even if your physical body isn't as strong as those Xianxia ancient demons, it won't be much weaker. After all, during the ancient era, Mount Buzhou was known as the pillar that supported the heavens. Lingyan chuckled and nodded his head hurriedly. Senior, how can we take this spiritual root and all these spirit stones away? Even so, since Lingyan was already here, he had to take all of these things with him no matter what. He couldn't leave them for anyone else. Rest assured. The artifact spirit of the Earth Emperor's book glanced at him and smiled. It's not a problem to bring them along, but, he raised his hand and pointed at the colorful spirit root. Don't just be happy. Haven't you noticed anything unusual about the spirit root? Although the spiritual root is colorful, the red light it is emitting is particularly bright. It seems to carry a hint of killing intent. Lingyan had noticed it long ago. The red light emitted from this root was not only strange and evil, but had also been releasing an ancient, fierce sense of power. In fact, he didn't even need to think to know that this root was indeed contaminated by Gong Gong's blood. The artifact spirit of the Earth Emperor's book observed Lingyan carefully. When it realized that he wasn't blinded by the treasures in front of him, it smiled in satisfaction and raised its hand. Go. The blood element bead was shot out and directly hit the surface of the spirit root. The spirit root suddenly emitted a strange red light, and blood-colored veins appeared on its surface, just like a human's blood vessels. Lingyan immediately felt the evil blood aura in the air exploding. Withdraw. The Earth Emperor's book shouted softly, and the blood element bead instantly emitted a red light. The blood-colored veins on the surface of the spirit root began to flow slowly and converge towards the blood element bead. Lingyan watched quietly. After a period of time, the blood-colored veins on the surface of the spirit root had completely disappeared. The blood of the ancient demon god Gong Gong had been completely absorbed by the blood element bead, and the spirit root had become pure again. The red light emitted was no longer strange, and it was obviously much gentler. Fortunately, this is only a few drops of Gong Gong's blood. If his primordial spirit didn't go after you and instead occupied the spirit root, we would be in big trouble. After absorbing the demon god Gong Gong's blood and completely purifying the spirit root, the expression of the Earth Emperor's book was obviously much more relaxed. Lingyan followed up and said, yes, if that strand of primordial spirit hid in the spirit root and used the terrifying spiritual energy of the spirit root to fight against us, it would indeed be very difficult to deal with. It's a pity that it has Gong Gong's will, and it is really too greedy. This was a conversation between people who knew the ropes. The ancient demon god definitely had the ability to be reborn from a single drop of blood. Since this demon god's blood had used the spiritual energy of the mountain to nurture its primordial spirit, as long as it persistently occupied the spirit root, it could use its own blood to completely soak the spirit root and mold the spirit root into its own physical body. With blood, a body, and a spirit, it was equivalent to being reborn. Even in its current state, before Lingyan's arrival, it was already in a semi-reborn state. Senior, then why is it so anxious to take over my physical body? Lingyan couldn't help but ask. Lingyan knew his own limitations. Even though he had already cultivated the stellar condensation technique to the peak of the third major realm, in terms of the sturdiness of his body, he was still a far cry from the base of Mount Buzhou. Is there a need to ask? This Gong Gong's primordial spirit is in a hurry to leave this place and can't wait any longer. The Earth Emperor's book gave the answer. After all, it is only a strand of primordial spirit nurtured by Gong Gong's blood. It only acts on instinct. Seeing a perfect physical body like yours, of course it can't wait to take it for itself. As long as it kills you, it can immediately leave this place and no longer be restricted by the stone. However, if it wants to use this stone to reconstruct its physical body, who knows how many years it will take. After a pause, the Earth Emperor's book pondered over it again and slowly said, besides that, there is another more important reason. What is it? Even if the primordial spirit of the ancient demon god is only relying on instinct, it can still sense that the world is about to undergo a huge change. It is in such a hurry to appear in order to seize the opportunity and obtain some opportunities. The world is about to undergo a huge change. Lingyan was very puzzled because the Emperor Brush's artifact spirit had said this to him before. He couldn't help but ask, why can't I feel it? Nonsense. The Earth Emperor's book's artifact spirit almost laughed at Lingyan. Human Emperor, Earth Emperor coming out of Xianxia. Why do you think we chose to appear at this time? Everything in this world will change because of you. You will understand after a period of time. Now that you have already reached Qi Cultivation Stage 9, hurry up and build your foundation to increase your cultivation. The Earth Emperor's book didn't explain in detail, but its words were profound and meaningful. Lingyan, the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book actually urged him to increase his cultivation at the same time. Lingyan really wanted to ask about it, but he knew that since the Earth Emperor's book wasn't willing to tell him the reason, it was useless for him to ask. Withdraw. Just as Lingyan was deep in thought, the Earth Emperor's book waved its hand and used some kind of mystical ability to absorb all the spiritual roots, spiritual fluid, spiritual pond, and top-notch spirit stones on the four walls of this space. I will help you keep these things for now. I will give them to you when you need them. Let's go. With that, a yellow light flashed, and the Earth Emperor's book and Lingyan disappeared on the spot. Whoosh, in just 1 or 2 breaths, Lingyan returned to the surface. He actually appeared directly in the continuous range of mountains. This was Miaojiang, the 100,000 mountains. Even though Lingyan was surrounded by undulating mountains and primitive forests, he was able to determine his approximate location with just a sweep of his divine will after emerging from the surface. He was no longer in Myanmar, but in the 100,000 mountains at the border of Huaxia and Guizhou. That was because he was too familiar with the surrounding terrain. More than half a month ago, when Lingyan first came to Miaojiang, there were a few nights where he had to leave the Miao village to find a place with dense spiritual energy to cultivate. Therefore, he had already memorized the surrounding terrain. In order to confirm it, Lingyan immediately took out his communicator and checked his location. Sure enough, he was at the border of Yunnan Guizhou. If he were to set off from here and travel 150 kilometers northeast, he would reach Miao Fengguang's village. Lingyan then searched for Myitkyina in Myanmar on the map and calculated the distance. He was speechless when he realized that it was more than 1,000 kilometers away. In just 1 or 2 breaths' time, the Earth Emperor's book had actually carried him for 1,000 kilometers underground. Just this speed alone had far exceeded that of an ordinary Golden Core realm cultivator. However, it was obvious that the Earth Emperor's book didn't fly over. Is this shrinking ground? Lingyan asked directly. You're quite knowledgeable. The artifact spirit of the Earth Emperor's book maintained its old pedant look as it praised Lingyan with a smile. Senior, why did you bring me here? Lingyan observed his surroundings. It was almost 5 in the morning, and the surrounding forest was still dark. However, the sky in the east was starting to brighten. If you didn't come here, were you planning to go back the way you came? The artifact spirit of the Earth Emperor's book asked before pointing to the night sky in the northeast. Look over there. Lingyan raised his head and saw a golden light in the distance. It was like a golden meteor streaking across the night sky. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, the golden light appeared in front of the two of them. It was the Emperor Brush, and the golden light grew brighter and brighter. Greetings, Senior. Lingyan greeted the Emperor Brush hurriedly. He was observant enough to notice that the artifact spirit of the Emperor Brush was in a sorry state. The glow in its eyes was much dimmer than usual, and it was clearly annoyed. Lingyan remembered that the Emperor Brush said that it was going to settle scores with him when it left the underground. Judging from its current state, it must have been exhausted from a tough battle. Before Lingyan could ask, he saw the Earth Emperor's book's artifact spirit asking with a serious expression. Suppressed? N. Emperor Brush's artifact spirit nodded vigorously and said angrily, I finally managed to suppress it. His growth rate is too terrifying, and the reaction this time was too big. It took me a lot of effort. After pondering for a long time, Lingyan couldn't hold back his curiosity. He asked directly, Seniors, who are you talking about? Is he the water god, Gong Gong? What water god, Gong Gong? The Emperor Brush's artifact spirit was flustered and exasperated. He glared at Lingyan and said, that Gong Gong who smashed his head against Mount Buzhou killed himself a long time ago. Rascal, let me remind you. In the future, when you come to Miaojiang, as long as you are in the 100,000 mountains, don't take out your demonic blade for no reason. Even if it's a matter of life and death, don't try to rely on your own abilities to solve it. Just let us help you. Lingyan was speechless. He was baffled by what he heard. He was completely baffled and didn't understand what was going on. Cough cough. The Earth Emperor's book suddenly coughed twice and said to the Emperor Brush, Song Feng, don't be impulsive. Don't forget what our master told you, Song Feng. Lingyan's mouth was agape as he looked at the Emperor Brush's artifact spirit. How could he not understand that the Earth Emperor's book shouted out the name of the Emperor Brush in a moment of desperation? The Emperor Brush's artifact spirit jumped 100 meters into the air when he heard the Earth Emperor's book call out its name. Shobin, you old thing. Who asked you to tell him my name? Ha, Lingyan was secretly delighted. The Emperor Brush's artifact spirit and the Earth Emperor's book's quarrel had inadvertently let Lingyan know their names. Human Emperor Fuxi named his brush Song Feng, while Earth Emperor Shenong named his book Shobin. Lingyan thought about it carefully and realized that these two names were really suitable for them. He immediately smiled. Lingyan immediately stopped the two of them from bickering and bowed seriously. Lingyan pays his respects to Senior Song Feng and Senior Shobin. This was considered a formal greeting. However, as expected, the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book avoided Lingyan's salute at the same time. At the same time, they said solemnly, we've told you before that you're the one destined to deal with tribulations and also our new master. There's no need to stand on ceremony with us. With that, the Earth Emperor's book's artifact spirit flashed and appeared in front of Lingyan. He muttered, of course, if you think that the two of us have lived for too long and it's inappropriate to call us by our names, you can just call us elders. Frankly speaking, even though the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book were artifacts, they were definitely treasures that were above the Dao artifact level. In Ling Yan's eyes, these two artifact spirits were no different from real people. Moreover, Ling Yan had already vaguely guessed that the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book should have been left behind by the two Almighties in ancient times to be the Tao protector for him, the destined person. Therefore, Ling Yan really didn't want to put on airs in front of the two of them. It was even more impossible for him to order them around like he did with the 5 great blood clan slaves. At the very most, he would treat them as his peers. If that's the case, I will address the two of you separately from now on. Mr. Tsang Feng and Mr. Shouben, I wonder, Ling Yan muttered as he tried to speak. That's great. The Earth Emperor's book's artifact spirit, Mr. Shouben, nodded happily. Let's do that. The Emperor Brush's artifact spirit, Mr. Tsang Feng, was even more straightforward. He didn't even bother with the formalities and agreed immediately. Mr. Tsang Feng, you've confused me just now. I wonder who you're dealing with by rushing here in such a hurry. After the three of them officially got to know each other, Ling Yan immediately returned to the main topic. Even though he had already guessed the other party's identity after Mr. Tsang Feng said that he wasn't dealing with water god Gong Gong and that he shouldn't casually take out the blood-dissipating blade, he still had to confirm it. After listening to Ling Yan, Tsang Feng and Shouben looked at each other solemnly and nodded at the same time. Whoosh, in the next moment, Ling Yan was brought to the sky by the two of them. In an instant, he arrived above the Miao village where Miao Fenghuang was. Ling Yan looked down. The Emperor Brush's artifact spirit looked down and said to Ling Yan, look at the villages below. What do they have in common? What do they have in common? Ling Yan released his divine perception and used the Yin-Yang God's eye at the same time. He slowly scanned through the dozens of villages below. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Mr. Tsang Feng, are you talking about the sacrificial temple in every village? The Qiyu statue in the temple? That's right. The Emperor Brush's artifact spirit nodded and immediately asked, then, do you feel that there are any abnormalities in this place compared to the first time you came here? Ling Yan closed his eyes and sensed carefully. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically as his body trembled. The Miao village has an additional trace of barbaric aura than before. Not bad. The spirit eye of the Emperor Brush nodded in approval. Since you can feel these changes, it means that your current strength is barely enough. Do you remember the last time you came here, when that little girl asked you to show her your blood-dissipating blade? He didn't explain what Ling Yan's current status was. Instead, he went straight to the point. Of course I remember. Ling Yan stuck out his tongue. Miao Fenghuang, who was almost 70 years old, was only a little girl in the mouth of the Emperor Brush's spirit. However, that was the truth. Ling Yan couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters at this time. That girl is right. The first owner of the blood transformation blade in your hand was the ancient great demonic god, Qiyu, said the weapon spirit of Emperor Brush. It was because of your display of the blood-dissipating blade that the Qiyu statue, which had been worshipped by the descendants of the Sanmiao tribe for thousands of years, obtained a portion of the blood-dissipating blade's evil aura and successfully created the phantom of the Qiyu demonic god. Mr. Tsang Feng pointed to the Miao village below. Didn't you ask me why I left in such a hurry the last time? I can tell you now that the last time I came out was to break the seal on the phantom of the demonic god. So that's how it is. Ling Yan finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. He immediately focused his attention on the tallest Qiyu statue in Miao Fenghuang's village. He sucked in a breath of cold air. If one didn't look closely, the Qiyu statue was just a tall statue. Other than the lifelike image of Qiyu, there was nothing unusual about it. However, when Ling Yan used his divine will and yin-yang eye to focus, he realized that the Qiyu statue became blurry as if it was shrouded in a layer of mist. Even Ling Yan's divine will and yin-yang eye couldn't see it clearly. He could only feel the faint evil aura on the surface of the statue. This evil aura was very familiar to Ling Yan because it was exactly the same as the evil aura released by his blood-dissipating blade. No wonder the spirit of the Emperor Brush repeatedly reminded him not to take out the blood-dissipating blade as long as he was within the 100,000 mountains. At the same time, apart from the bloody aura, Ling Yan could also clearly feel that the additional barbaric aura in the Hmong village below came from the Qiyu statues. Ling Yan released his divine sense and enveloped the area 100 miles below him. He realized that the barbaric aura was very faint, but it had the tendency to spread in all directions. If this trend continued, it wouldn't take long for this barbaric aura to envelop the 100,000 mountains of Miaojiang. Ling Yan's expression was solemn. Of course, he knew what this meant. The devil god Qiyu was about to reappear in the world. Seniors, how should we resolve this situation? The artifact spirit of the Earth Emperor's book furrowed his brows and shook his head slowly. It's fate, it's a calamity, of course, you have to ask yourself how to solve it. The spirit of the Emperor Brush, Song Feng, looked at Ling Yun with a solemn expression. Last night, you were in danger underground. In order to protect yourself, you drew out the blade again, which caused the Qiyu statues to move again. They almost broke through my previous seal. I had no choice but to rush over quickly and seal all the Qiyu statues in the entire Miaojiang again. Oh, it's the layer of fog that you saw earlier. Fortunately, the old fellow, Shobin, immediately sensed that something was wrong and took the initiative to create a space barrier. It not only protected you but also isolated the blood-dissipating blade from the Qiyu statues. That was why I had enough time to seal them. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. Ling Yun understood everything that happened last night, but at the same time, he was even more confused. Solution? Why are you asking me? What he meant was that if the two of them couldn't solve the problem, how could he solve it? Humph. Song Feng snorted and turned his head away without replying. Ling Yun, you have the blood-dissipating blade, so you are the leader of the three Miaos. Furthermore, you are the one who is destined to face the calamity. The outcome of this matter depends on you. Mr. Shobin smiled and explained. Mr. Shobin, could it be that I, the one who is destined to face the calamity? Ling Yun asked hurriedly. Ever since Ling Yun obtained the Emperor Brush in Qingshui City, the ancient martial arts world in Huaxia had given him the title of the person who was destined to face the calamity. However, he still didn't know what calamity he was facing. Now that he had the chance, he naturally had to find out. No. Song Feng and Shobin shook their heads at the same time. In the end, the spirit of the Earth Emperor book said, it's far from that. If you really want to say it, this matter can only be considered the beginning of your mission. Ling Yun pouted and glanced at the two of them. If the matter with the ancient demonic god Qiyu was only the beginning, wouldn't his future mission be a little too difficult? Thinking of this, Ling Yun suddenly had the thought of quitting. He wished he could seal all the magical treasures like the blood-dissipating blade and place them in the Great Void Ring. Then, he would throw the Great Void Ring into space and turn it into Earth's satellite so that they would never be able to land. It's useless. You can't get rid of it. Mr. Shobin seemed to have seen through Ling Yun's thoughts. He couldn't help but smile. This world will change at any time. Regarding this, the three ancient emperors, who are also our masters, have predicted it. That's why they made such a plan. As for them, the spirit of the Earth Emperor book looked down at the Qiyu statue. The bloodline of Emperor Yen, which is also the demonic gods like Qiyu, also predicted this and made their own plans. Otherwise, the blood-dissipating blade wouldn't have fallen into your hands at the bottom of the crater. After saying that, Mr. Shobin raised his hand and pointed to the sky. If you don't believe me, you can try it now. We will accompany you up there. See if the blood-dissipating blade is useful. Hee, I was just thinking about it. Mr. Shobin, you don't have to be so clear about it. Ling Yun was a little embarrassed that his thoughts were exposed. He scratched his head and furrowed his brows. He asked the most important question. But now that I have the inheritance of the three ancient emperors and the blood-dissipating blade, which side am I on? Even though he asked this question, Ling Yun was actually expressing his displeasure. He was clear now that the three ancient emperors and the devil god Qiyu had their own plans. What was he, the person destined to deal with the calamity, then? Wasn't he just a puppet for both sides? What was Ling Yun's personality? Even if there were great benefits, he would never become someone else's puppet. If that was really the case, he would break through to the Golden Core realm as soon as possible and leave Earth without looking back. He could do whatever he wanted. You don't belong to either side. The expression of the Emperor Brush's weapon spirit became incomparably solemn. Even though the plans of the three ancient emperors and the demonic god Qiyu are related to you, you are the one who broke the plans. You can do whatever you want. If that's the case, then it's fine. Ling Yan was very satisfied with the answer. He nodded and asked, if that's the case, what should I do next? It's very simple. The spirit of the Emperor Brush smiled. Cultivate and build your foundation as soon as possible. Recently, especially in the past half a month, the mortal Emperor Brush had appeared to communicate with Ling Yan, reminding him and urging him to hurry up with his cultivation. Sui Meng, Ling Yan was already used to it. He knew that there had to be a reason why Tsang Feng urged him to cultivate, and he could roughly guess it. Now, Ling Yan was almost completely clear. The world was about to change. Ling Yan's real mission was about to begin, and he had a long way to go. If his realm wasn't high enough when the disaster came, he would definitely be overwhelmed and forced into a passive position. Rest assured, seniors. Ling Yan was full of confidence as he smiled. With the cultivation resources I have now, it won't be a problem for me to break through 2 realms after that, much less the foundation establishment realm. Ling Yan wasn't bragging at all. Because he was a reincarnated cultivator, he naturally knew how much cultivation resources he would need for each realm. One had to know that he had just obtained a spirit vein that was hundreds of kilometers long, and he still had a spirit root. In addition to the top-grade chalcedony that he had previously obtained, as well as the various treasures and pills that he had accumulated over the past half a year, such a huge amount of cultivation resources were more than enough for him to break through 3 levels consecutively. Another more important reason was that Ling Yan had already reached Qi cultivation stage 9. The strength of his divine will had long surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the enlightening realm. He could already be considered to have achieved great mastery of the various supernatural powers of a cultivator. He had reached the level of mastery, for example, because Ling Yan had already cultivated the yin-yang harmony balance to its peak. His yin-yang god eye had also reached the level of mastery. With the yin-yang god eye, he could use it to search for the spirit stones that he needed. Anyway, the earth was so big. If he really ran out of spirit stones, he could just go out and search. Just the yin-yang god eye was enough. Moreover, after Ling Yan reached the late stages of Qi cultivation, he had developed his brain and obtained a new special ability, the heavenly eye. Furthermore, Ling Yan could now not only fly in the air, but he also had the heavenly foot. With a gentle lift of his leg, he could cross 10,000 meters in one step. With such abilities, wouldn't it be easy for Ling Yan to reach the famous mountains and rivers in the world? To put it simply, Ling Yan's abilities were different now that he had reached his current realm. This world couldn't trap him at all. There was another important factor, and that was Ling Yan's path of cultivation. He had been invincible until now. The greatest advantage of being invincible was monopolization. It didn't matter what kind of cultivation resources he didn't see or know about. But as long as he saw it and wanted it, it would be his. No one in the world could compete with him. This was what it meant to be well prepared. Even if the spiritual energy on earth was depleted, it was enough for him to cultivate to the golden core stage or even beyond the nascent soul stage. It was because of these reasons that Ling Yan was so confident when he talked about breaking through to the next realm. But seniors, you don't have to rush me too much. As you can see, it's only been a few days since I broke through to the late stage of Qi Disciple, and I've already reached the 9th level of Qi Disciple. You have to give me some time to rest and consolidate in the Qi Disciple stage, and then choose a day to build my foundation. You have to give me at least another 10 days to half a month, right? Ling Yan turned to look at the 2 spirits, only to find them smiling bitterly at each other. They didn't have much of a reaction to what he said. Ling Yan was surprised. Why? Even this won't do? Even if this world is going to change, it can't just change on a whim, right? Is it that urgent? You can cultivate however you want. Emperor Brush's spirit, Hidden Edge, said resentfully, as if he didn't want to waste his breath. Earth Emperor Book Spirit, Guardian, frowned and pondered for a while before saying slowly, of course, this world can't change on a whim. He reassured Ling Yan before saying, that's why we're not worried about this. Over the past 6 months, we've seen how you've been cultivating step by step without missing a single detail. Indeed, even though Earth is now in the Dharma ending era and spiritual Qi is exhausted, you've never been purely pursuing a higher level. You've always been cautious and haven't resorted to trickery. That's right. Ling Yan nodded proudly. Because he was a reincarnated cultivator, he didn't lack cultivation techniques. He also had the cultivation experience from his previous life. The only thing he lacked was spiritual energy. According to his original cultivation plan, he would take at most 6 months to reach the foundation establishment realm. That was already based on Earth's spiritual energy being depleted and Ling Yan's estimation of 2 to 3 months. In other words, with Ling Yan's aptitude, reaching the foundation establishment realm in 6 months was child's play. But now, 7 months had passed, and Ling Yan had only just reached Qi cultivation stage 9. Of course, it wasn't that Ling Yan wasn't talented enough, but he did it on purpose. He chose the most difficult techniques to cultivate and built the most solid foundation. Even at his current level, he didn't stop for a second. He was constantly cultivating the stellar condensation technique, yin-yang harmony balance, 5 elemental god slaying technique, divine yang cultivation technique. Every one of these cultivation techniques was the best in the cultivation world. Ordinary geniuses would find it difficult to reach Ling Yan's current realm in 6 months if they cultivated any one of them, but Ling Yan cultivated 4 cultivation techniques at once. Furthermore, he was down to earth and didn't resort to tricks. He cultivated each cultivation technique to a realm that ordinary geniuses couldn't even dream of. Of course, it was also because of this that Ling Yan was able to defy the heavens and easily kill people who were a few realms above him. He earned the terrifying title of the invincible killing god. It was only now that he had finally accumulated enough strength to reach the foundation establishment stage. The Earth Emperor's book chuckled and said, "You're not in a hurry to achieve success. Even we, who have been with the Human Emperor and the Earth Emperor for a long time, can't find any fault with your cultivation method. Therefore, we don't care if you build your foundation a few days earlier or later. That's right, the realm is illusory. Strength is the real thing." The Emperor Brush nodded and added, "But now, time really waits for no one." The Earth Emperor's book spirit suddenly changed its tone, and there was a hint of warning in its expression. "What's wrong? Could it be that the two of you have sensed something?" Ling Yan asked immediately. He could tell what the Earth Emperor's book was implying. "Let me put it this way. There are some more urgent matters that you can't do before you reach the foundation establishment realm." The Emperor Brush's spirit was short-tempered and couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush with Ling Yan. "Also, rascal, don't think that you're invincible now. All the cultivation resources on Earth belong to you. Don't talk about those who haven't shown themselves yet. Do you know that among the people you know, there is someone whose cultivation speed has already surpassed yours? He's about to reach the foundation establishment realm." "Who?" Ling Yan was stunned. "Think about it yourself." The Emperor Brush's spirit said angrily before turning into a spot of golden light and rushing straight into the space between Ling Yan's eyebrows. The Earth Emperor's book spirit, Mr. Shou Ben, looked worriedly in the northwest direction and remained silent. "Heh. Who did I offend?" Seeing Emperor Brush Song Feng throw a tantrum again and flee without even finishing his sentence, Ling Yan was baffled. He could only smile bitterly. However, Ling Yan was Ling Yan after all. He didn't want to argue with an artifact spirit, so he let it go after mocking himself. An artifact spirit, as the name suggested, was nothing more than the artifact spirit's spiritual awareness. In the end, it was still an artifact. No matter how high its spiritual awareness was, the nature of the artifact would never change. For example, Ling Yan's clear shadow flying sword. Even though it had the intelligence of a 7- or 8-year-old child, Ling Yan could only use the same sword moves when he used it to attack. It would never be able to transform into a shield. As for Ling Yan's man-ruler seal, it was only used to smash, or block the enemy's various Dharma treasures. Other than that, there was nothing else. That was the nature of an artifact. The Emperor Brush might be of a high grade, but it was still an artifact. Other than being the sharpest in the world and being able to be used as a flying sword, its real ability was to write. That was the biggest limitation of an artifact. In a sense, spirits couldn't be compared to demons. That was because demons were creatures that were born with spiritual consciousness. They could continue to grow through learning and imitation, just like by Xianxia. Artifacts couldn't do that. There was only one way for an artifact spirit to grow, and that was to increase its grade. Even if it increased its grade, it would only make its instincts stronger. Ling Yin wouldn't quarrel with a brush unless he was crazy. Moreover, as Ling Yin interacted more with the Emperor Brush, he could see that even though the artifact spirit had existed for a long time and was indeed an old man, it had the temperament of a child. It was jumpy, irritable, and liked to throw tantrums. Sometimes, it was especially stingy. Ling Yin couldn't even invite it. If that wasn't the temperament of a child, then what was it? On the other hand, the Earth Emperor's book, Mr. Shobin, was very quiet and calm. He wouldn't appear unless the time was right. Once he appeared, he would say everything he knew without holding anything back. Even his appearance was that of an old pedant. Not only did this match the characteristics of his original body, it also matched the name that the Earth Emperor had given him, Shobin. He was truly well-behaved and meticulous. After the Emperor Brush entered Ling Yin's forehead, the Earth Emperor's book stood still and looked towards the northwest. Ling Yin sighed. It was the northwest again. In the past few days, especially after Kuan Zhan Lat, the guardian of light of the myriad Buddhist sect, emphasized to Ling Yin that the sky tilts in the northwest, the earth sinks in the southeast. Ling Yin was particularly sensitive to the northwest. Ling Yin was good at geography. He knew that from the southern part of the South China Sea, along with Vietnam, Thailand, Myanmar, and a few other Southeast Asian countries, he would arrive at Mount Kunlun in Huaxia if he drew a diagonal line. In fact, after crossing the western border of Huaxia, this line would extend all the way to the European continent. Then, after crossing the Atlantic Ocean, he would arrive at the northern part of North America. The area that this line passed through could be said to be the most fragmented place on Earth. There were countless islands of different sizes, among them, the area around the southern part of the South China Sea and the northern part of North America were the most numerous. If one were to look at these two places on the map, they would already be in pieces, not to mention that Ling Yin was an out-and-out cultivator. Even if he were an ordinary person, after being specially reminded by somebody else, he would still have some doubts about the saying the northwest is tilting and the southeast is sinking after taking a look at the map. Kunlun Mountain wasn't just the area with the highest average elevation on Earth. It was also the ancestor of all mountains in Huaxia. It was also known as the Mountain of 10,000 Gods. It was vast and boundless, and it was endlessly mysterious. If the legend was true, Kunlun Mountain was definitely a place that would tilt the heavens. Of course, from Ling Yin's point of view as a cultivator, as the ancestor of all mountains, Kunlun Mountain's only flaw was that its peaks, which were more than 5,000 meters above sea level, were a little too low. This was actually a big doubt in Ling Yin's heart. However, ever since he saved his mother on Mount Tianshan and met the 4 disciples of Kunlun, this doubt had long disappeared. Kunlun Mountain was fake, Kunlun was real. Kunlun Mountain was merely a natural door that prevented ordinary people from entering. Therefore, when Ling Yin saw Mr. Shobin looking in the northwest direction with a worried expression, he couldn't help but be sensitive. I know who Mr. Tsong Feng is talking about. It's my sister, Ning Lingyu, right? At this time, Ling Yin couldn't be bothered to play dumb. He directly mentioned Ning Lingyu. This was because Emperor Brush's weapon spirit, Tsong Feng, was talking about cultivation speed, and he was talking about someone Ling Yun knew. Among all the people Ling Yun knew, only Ning Lingyu could match his cultivation speed. The old man nodded solemnly. He was about to speak when a golden light rushed out from between Ling Yin's eyebrows. Emperor Brush's weapon spirit, Tsong Feng, transformed into a human form again. At least you know who I'm talking about. Ling Yin smiled faintly. If that's the case, the seal that I injected into Ling Yu's body with Senior's power has been completely broken? Ling Yin smiled faintly. Half a year ago, when the Emperor Brush's spiritual energy flowed backward, Ling Yin temporarily possessed the strength of a Qi cultivation stage 9. He saw that it was a golden opportunity and decisively transformed Ning Lingyu's innate spiritual body into an immortal spiritual body. However, at that time, Ning Lingyu hadn't started cultivating and couldn't control or use the spiritual energy in her body. In order to prevent the immortal spiritual energy from dissipating, Ling Yin sealed the immortal spiritual energy that entered Ning Lingyu's body. Ling Yin used the Emperor Brush to write the word seal on it. The seal was incomparably strong, and it wouldn't be automatically removed until Ning Lingyu reached Qi cultivation stage 9. When Ning Lingyu was undergoing the 4-9 lesser heavenly tribulations, the tribulation lightning had already helped her break a portion of the seal when it was transforming her body. It was just that the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book had acted at the same time to snatch the Heavenly Tao's gift. Now that the Emperor Brush sensed that the seal was gone, it could only mean that Ning Lingyu had reached Qi Cultivation Stage 9. Naturally, the seal in her body had disappeared. Song Feng's expression froze. He scratched his head and looked at Ling Yun angrily. "Kid, you're really smart. Your guess is very accurate." Ling Yun only chuckled. "However, don't be too happy because you didn't guess everything correctly," Song Feng said with his hands on his waist. "Oh? Please enlighten me, Mr. Song Feng." "Humph. I'm not as generous as you." Song Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of slyness. "You were fake Qi Cultivation Stage 9, but I was 10,000 times stronger than you at that time." Ling Yan thought to himself. "Why didn't you say that you were 1,000,000,000,000 times stronger than me? Wouldn't that be even more eye-catching?" "And then?" Ling Yan asked while holding back his laughter. "Then, the seal you placed on the girl's body wasn't as weak as you thought it was. I added a little more strength to her myself." Ling Yan was stunned. "What? You actually?" "That's right. That's why it would be difficult for her to reach the foundation establishment stage after she reaches the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 9 if I don't personally undo the power of the seal." The artifact spirit of Emperor Brush raised its head and said. Ling Yan frowned and asked, "She can't remove it herself?" "Not to mention her, even with your current strength, you won't be able to remove it." "But just now, you also said that the seal in Ning Lingyu's body is gone." "That's right. Just 5 days ago, the seal completely disappeared. If I'm not wrong, she should have removed it herself." The Emperor Brush's spirit said disappointedly. "Hiss. 5 days ago, the seal in Ning Lingyu's body had completely disappeared. At that time, Ling Yan was with Murong Feishue, touring Hong Kong with her and opening the door to cultivation for her. At the same time, he was making the final preparations to break through to the late stages of Qi cultivation. In other words, while Ling Yan was still at the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 6, Ning Lingyu had already reached Qi Cultivation Stage 9 and broken the seal left in her body by the Emperor Brush. Ling Yan really didn't want to think about what this performance meant. He resisted analyzing this question from the bottom of his heart. Ling Yan wasn't envious or jealous that Ning Lingyu's cultivation speed was so much faster than his. On the contrary, he was worried. This was because Ling Yan dared to bet his experience and insight from his previous life to the tribulation stage to confirm one thing. Ning Lingyu had reached Qi Cultivation Stage Level 9 in such a short time. Even if she did not go astray in her cultivation, it was definitely due to her impatience. So the question was, why did she purposely pursue cultivation realms? More than 20 days ago, Ning Lingyu and Ling Yun had parted ways at the Lingyun Sword sect to escort her father's coffin to the Kunlun Mountain Ning family. After that, they hadn't seen each other since. At that time, Ning Lingyu was still in the early stages of Qi Cultivation Stage 6, only one small realm higher than Ling Yun. To Ling Yun, it was still considered normal. After all, Ning Lingyu had a celestial spiritual body. She had gone through the heavenly tribulation earlier than Ling Yun and reached the middle stage of the Qi Cultivation realm. Furthermore, she had received a rare gift from the heavenly Tao during her heavenly tribulation. Before she reached the foundation establishment stage, there were not many bottlenecks and obstacles. At that time, Ling Yun estimated that Ning Lingyu would reach the pinnacle of Qi Cultivation Stage 9 within a month or two. An average of one realm every 10 days. That was the fastest speed Ling Yun thought Ning Lingyu could achieve. However, reality slapped him hard in the face. Ning Lingyu had reached Qi Cultivation Stage 9 in less than half a month after they parted. Ling Yun couldn't be wrong. Up until this morning, they had only been separated for 20 days. Ning Lingyu had broken the seal 5 days ago. That was half a month. In fact, it was even earlier than that. This was because the artifact spirit of the Emperor Brush said that she broke the seal 5 days ago. This meant that she had reached Qi Cultivation Stage 9 before that day, unless she broke the seal on the same day she reached Qi Cultivation Stage 9. After Ning Lingyu left the Lingyun Sword sect, she was like a rock that had sunk into the ocean. What did she encounter? What happened in Kunlun Mountain? How did she cultivate? Or what kind of miraculous encounters she had? Ling Yun knew nothing about any of this. However, no matter how she cultivated or what kind of miraculous encounters she had, the fact that she managed to break through 3 levels in less than half a month made Ling Yun feel incredulous. He couldn't understand it at all. Unless she directly entered the celestial realm after leaving the Lingyun Sword sect, or was enlightened by a celestial. But was there such a possibility? One only had to think about how Ling Yun had been cultivating during this period of time to understand this. After he left the Lingyun Sword sect, he first spent 2 days and 2 nights outside the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. He reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 6, then stabilized his realm for more than 10 days. Through the battle at Haojiang, he absorbed the true energy of nearly 200 cultivators, including Kuan Ba. After refining all of it, he deliberately chose to break through on the night of the full moon of the 9th lunar month, reaching the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 7 in one fell swoop. Next, Ling Yun went to Nanyang to cause trouble for the Nanyang Rogue Cultivator Alliance. He passed by the South Sea and was enlightened by the Guanyin of the South Sea. He broke through to Qi cultivation stage 8. Then, Ling Yun destroyed 4 sects in one night and absorbed all the true energy from the Celestial Spirit sect, the Myriad Buddhas sect, and the Ghost Poison sect. He absorbed all the true energy from the late stages of Qi cultivation stage, the Foundation Establishment stage, and even a few cultivators above the Foundation Establishment stage to reach Qi cultivation stage 9. Ling Yun had to admit that he had been too harsh on his cultivation in this life. He had been too harsh on his foundation. However, he was absolutely clear that his cultivation speed was already very fast. Even in the cultivation world, he wouldn't lose out by much when compared to the geniuses of the big cultivation sections. On Earth, in the eyes of Wang Chongxiao, Zhou Wenyi, Long Haoren, and the 3 enlightening masters of the Myriad Buddhas sect, this kind of cultivation speed was enough to make them drop their jaws. It could even be said to be shocking, not to mention them, even the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book, the 2 spirits from the ancient times, couldn't find any fault with Ling Yun's cultivation philosophy and cultivation speed. What about Ning Lingyu? If they deliberately compared her to Ling Yun, in terms of physique, she had the immortal physique while Ling Yun had the spirit-gathering physique. In terms of aptitude and comprehension, even though Ning Lingyu was extremely talented, she was still slightly inferior to Ling Yun. In terms of fate, Ning Lingyu received a gift from the heavenly Tao when she went through the heavenly tribulation. Even though Ling Yun's heavenly tribulation had a slim chance of survival, the benefits he received after going through it wouldn't be any worse than Ning Lingyu's. The 2 of them were evenly matched. However, other than these, Ling Yun absolutely crushed her in every other aspect. Ling Yun cultivated the yin-yang harmony balance, and it had reached the phenomenal success stage. In his magical energy center, the yin-yang true qi could be produced on its own, like a volcano eruption. His yin-yang true qi whirlpool could absorb all the true qi of every person he killed. Ling Yun also had the yin-yang 5 elemental flames, which had also achieved great success. Not only could it constantly temper the meridians and acupoints of his body, but it could also refine the various types of spiritual energy that he absorbed at any time for Ling Yun to absorb without any hindrance. Furthermore, the most important point was that Ling Yun was a reincarnated cultivator. He had the deepest understanding of every realm on the path of cultivation. In terms of cultivation experience, he would definitely be able to beat a newbie like Ning Lingyu. Ning Lingyu did not have any of the above. When Ning Lingyu started, she only cultivated the omnipotent water control technique that was most compatible with her. After she reached the middle stage of Qi cultivation, she learned the Supreme Green the Arch Art and the Stellar Condensation technique. As for the other techniques, Ling Yun never taught her. Especially when they met at the Lingyun Sword sect, Ling Yun already had a layer of defense around Ning Lingyu. Not only did he not give her any pointers, he did not even mention how to break through to the late stage of Qi cultivation and how to cultivate after entering the late stage of Qi cultivation. How did she break through to the late stage of Qi cultivation and how did she improve so rapidly after that? To Ling Yun, this was a complete mystery. Ling Yun could only confirm 2 things. First of all, Ning Lingyu no longer listened to him. Without his guidance and protection, she had broken through to the late stages of Qi cultivation on her own accord. Secondly, Ning Lingyu was purely pursuing the speed of cultivation and the advancement of her realm. She did not consider the most basic and important thing for a cultivator, which was to stabilize her realm. She was breaking through to the next realm. Ning Lingyu's cultivation had gone astray and was on the wrong path. If Lingyan cultivated like her and only pursued the advancement of his realm, he would at least be at the pinnacle of the enlightening realm, let alone the foundation establishment realm. The above 2 points could only mean one thing. Ning Lingyu had already thrown all of Lingyan's advice to the back of her mind. That was Lingyan's worry. Apart from that, he had an even bigger problem. What kind of power did Ning Lingyu rely on to break the seal of the Emperor brush in her body to reach Qi cultivation stage 9? Did she really rely on her own strength? Impossible. The Emperor brush's weapon spirit had just said that the seal he placed on Ning Lingyu was something that even the current Lingyan couldn't break. What was Lingyan's current strength? Even though Lingyan never said it, he dared to guarantee that he would be the strongest in the cultivation world at Qi cultivation stage 9. He was absolutely invincible among those in the same realm. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this was Lingyan's true strength. The current Lingyan could easily kill him when he was at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 9 in the cultivation world. Lingyan knew that even though the Emperor brush's weapon spirit was fickle, it definitely wouldn't lie to him. So how did Ning Lingyu break the seal that even he couldn't break? It was simply unimaginable. Lingyan suppressed the shock and doubt in his heart. His eyes were sharp as he stared at the Emperor brush's weapon spirit and the Earth Emperor's book's weapon spirit. He said, from the tone of the two seniors, "It seems like you're very wary of my sister. There's also quite a bit of hostility?" Lingyan could pretend to be ignorant about some things, but he had to get to the bottom of this matter. Humph. The Emperor brush's weapon spirit, Song Feng, suddenly laughed coldly. Rascal, isn't it too boring for you to ask such questions at this time? In other words, Lingyan was still pretending to be ignorant. Lingyan didn't say anything, but he sighed in his heart. In the end, Ning Lingyu still came to this step. This was the situation that he was most worried about and the one that he didn't want to face. Why do you think we joined forces to intercept the heavenly axiom and snatch the heavenly axiom's gift when she was going through her tribulation? The Emperor brush's weapon spirit was extremely agitated. You think? He suddenly stopped and lowered his head in silence for a while. Finally, he kept his mouth shut and said, "Forget it." However, Lingyan didn't let it go. What did the two seniors notice? Or did you already know something? There's no harm in saying it, I can handle it. At this moment, the Earth Emperor's book, which had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Lingyan, what you're thinking is not far from the truth. However, it's really inconvenient for us to say anything before you reach the foundation establishment stage. Lingyan thought for a while and said seriously, "Seniors, please don't interfere with my sister's matter. Let me handle it myself." The Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book looked at each other and said in unison, "All right." Swoosh swoosh, they turned into streams of light and rushed into Lingyan's body. Immediately after. Swoosh. A beautiful figure rushed into the sky from the Miao village below and went straight into the clouds. It had been more than a month since Miao Xiaomiao broke through to the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 3 on the night of the mid-autumn full moon. Lingyan had repeatedly told her that she didn't have to worry about any hidden dangers on the path of cultivation because she had the help of the ghost Divine Willow. As long as she adapted to the new realm for a period of time and completely stabilized it, there wouldn't be any problems. Thus, for the past month, Miao Xiaomiao had been following Lingyan's instructions. She had been working hard to adapt to the new realm. Even though she had long touched the barrier to the middle stage of Qi cultivation and felt that she could easily cross that threshold, she didn't rush into the middle stage of Qi cultivation. She knew that as long as she broke through again, she would have to face the 4-9 minor tribulations. Therefore, Miao Xiaomiao didn't act rashly even though Lingyan had personally created more than 10 acres of spiritual farm and set up a spiritual gathering formation to make the spiritual energy in the entire Miao village much denser than anywhere else within 100 kilometers of the village. Miao Xiaomiao had been studying the Supreme Green Emperor art that Lingyan taught her. It wasn't to break through to the next realm, but to learn how to use it in combat. Unlike other techniques, the Supreme Green Emperor art didn't have any combat techniques for the first 6 realms. She could only rely on herself to figure it out. Other than that, Miao Xiaomiao studied a few other things, such as how to control the flying sword, how to make talismans and alchemy pills, and how to cultivate the stellar condensation technique day and night. Unlike Chao Shanshan, Shuang Meifeng, and the rest, Miao Xiaomiao had a solid foundation. Before she rushed to Qingshui City to cause trouble for Ling Yun, she was already a late-stage Hotian realm ancient martial artist. Her cultivation talent could be said to be second only to Ning Lingyu, Yi Xingchen, and a few others. Especially after experiencing Ling Yun's terrifying teaching methods, Miao Xiaomiao swore to herself that she would master the sword kinesis flight before she met Ling Yun again. She wouldn't be bullied or laughed at by that despicable fellow again. Hard work paid off. In just a few days after Ling Yun left Miaojiang, Miao Xiaomiao was already able to control the flying sword as she pleased. Not only could she fly around the Miao village, but she could also use her divine sense to travel through the dense forest with her eyes closed. Because she wasn't in a hurry to break through, the divine essence that Miao Xiaomiao had obtained from her cultivation was also used to ripen the spirit tea leaves. She had already harvested 2 batches of tea leaves. Right now, she was no longer satisfied with just ripening the spirit tea leaves. She led the people in the village and planted fruits in the spirit field in the east. Another achievement that had to be mentioned was that Miao Xiaomiao had successfully broken through to the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique on the night of the 15th of September. She was now impervious to heat and cold, and impervious to fire and water. Thus, during this period of time, Miao Xiaomiao's days were busy and fulfilling. Her face was full of smiles every day. Even when she saw Shui Jingqi and Miao Fenghuang quarreling over cultivation, she did not step forward to mediate. She only stood at the side, her beautiful eyes curved like crescent moons. However, in the past 2 days, Miao Xiaomiao's smile had decreased significantly. She had 2 things on her mind. She couldn't suppress her realm anymore. In the past 2 days, when she was in the spiritual farm, she almost broke through to the next realm several times. She was so scared that she had to stop cultivating and forcibly stabilize her realm. Also, Miao Xiaomiao could vaguely feel that the Miao village she was in was quietly changing. There was an additional indescribable aura in the surrounding air. It wasn't just the area within the range of the spirit gathering formation. Even the forest and vegetation outside the village were changing violently under this unfamiliar aura. Miao Xiaomiao had reached the peak of the 6th major realm of the Supreme Green Emperor technique. She was extremely sensitive to the changes in the surrounding vegetation. She could clearly feel that the vegetation was growing at an unprecedented speed, the leaves in the surrounding forest were getting bigger, and the green grass was growing taller. It was almost an inch a day. In addition to the plants, the people in the stronghold also had an unprecedented murderous look on their faces. Their tempers also became irritable, and they were especially prone to getting angry. After getting angry, even they themselves felt that it was strange. This made Miao Xiaomiao very worried. She didn't know what the problem was. She wanted to observe for a few more days. If the situation continued to develop, she had to ask Ling Yun as soon as possible. After all, these strange situations only appeared after Ling Yun had transformed the spiritual farm and set up the spirit gathering formation. She felt that it might be related to this. However, no matter what, her cultivation couldn't be delayed. Miao Xiaomiao didn't want to be left too far behind by that fellow who was advancing by leaps and bounds. Thus, Miao Xiaomiao left the village at 5 o'clock in the morning. She took out her flying sword and flew directly into the sky to cultivate the stellar condensation technique as usual. Miao Xiaomiao flew 100 meters in front of Ling Yun, but she didn't notice him. At that time, Ling Yun was still within the space enchantment set up by the Earth Emperor's book. She flew to a height of 2,000 meters and used her spiritual will to control the flying sword. She hovered in the air and faced the morning sun. She sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate, absorbing the essence of the great sun to temper her body. However, after a minute, Miao Xiaomiao felt that something was wrong. After cultivating for a long time, she couldn't even feel a trace of spiritual energy in the surroundings, let alone the great sun essence. What's going on? Miao Xiaomiao was very surprised. She frowned slightly and looked left and right. Then, she looked at the eastern horizon and saw that the sun was about to burst out. The weather today is obviously very good. She stood up and tried for a long time. However, it was still futile. She had no choice but to leave her original spot and try again 100 meters away. The result was the same. She still couldn't absorb any great sun essence. At this moment, a red sun, spewing out blazing red light, had already rushed out of the sea. How strange. Meow Xiao Meow didn't believe it. She moved to a few more places, but it was still the same. No matter how she tried, she couldn't absorb any great sun essence into her body. Meow Xiao Meow stopped moving. She stood quietly in the air and thought for a while. Suddenly, she placed her hands on her hips. Who is it? How dare you cause trouble in my Miaojiang? Show yourself. Ling Yin hid himself and stood in front of Meow Xiao Meow. He continued to absorb the surrounding great sun essence into his body without saying a word. If you don't show yourself, don't blame me for being impolite. Meow Xiao Meow's aura was obviously fierce. Ling Yin still didn't move. He wanted to see how much Meow Xiao Meow's cultivation had improved in this period of time. Whoosh! Meow Xiao Meow's thoughts moved, and tens of seeds flew out from her spatial ring. Then, she activated the supreme green the arch art. In the blink of an eye, those seeds sprouted at the same time and turned into green vines. They grew wildly in the air and extended in all directions behind Meow Xiao Meow. Caught off guard, 5 green vines reached in front of Ling Yun. Then, under the control of Meow Xiao Meow's thoughts, they wrapped around the space where Ling Yun was at. It was as if an invisible balloon was wrapped around it. Fierce, so fierce. Ling Yun clapped his hands and said with a smile, Xiao Meow, is there anyone who snatches a man like you? End of chapter 1793. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.